Let's break up. I wish you all the best from now on. Sitting in the driver's seat of his ride-hailing car, Zhou Mu stared blankly at the WeChat message his girlfriend Zhang Yao had just sent him. He and Zhang Yao had been university classmates and had been together for 3 years. After graduation, Zhang Yao quit everything to prepare for the civil service exam and had not worked a single day. Rent, utilities, food, clothes, and shoes, training courses for the exam. All expenses had been borne by Zhou Mu alone. 2 months ago, he was laid off by his company. Having yet to find a suitable new job, he decided to drive a ride-hailing car for the time being, earning a bit of money to support their life. Last month, Zhang Yao finally passed the civil service exam and secured a position. Some old classmates insisted they treat everyone to a meal, and he remembered that day clearly. His arm wrapped proudly around her as he announced to all, "My wife will be living on the state payroll from now on." Back then he had grinned like a fool. Now she was safely ashore, and he was in the car. She was breaking up with him. Zhou Mu stared at the chat box for a long time, thoughts churning, before finally typing a single word on the screen. All right. He set down his phone, his chest feeling tight, as if something were lodged there that he could neither swallow nor spit out. The next second a clear chime sounded beside his ear, as melodious as celestial music. Ding! A perfectly compatible host detected. Speeding life system successfully bound. Current privilege 1,000-fold subsidy on ride-hailing income. Privilege description bound to the current vehicle. Complete any valid ride-hailing order to receive an immediate cash subsidy equal to 1,000 times the order fare. This privilege may be activated for only 2 hours each day, counting from the moment the first order is accepted. The timer cannot be paused mid-use, and any unused time will not roll over. Subsidy funds are settled instantly. After system compliance processing, they may be freely spent, transferred, or withdrawn. This system contains a hidden growth mechanism that will automatically unlock as the host's life progresses. A system. 2 hours a day with 1,000-fold cash subsidy. If he completed an order worth 10 yuan, he would earn 10,000. Zhou Mu's breathing stalled. He pinched his own thigh hard. The sharp pain told him this was no dream. He usually enjoyed reading web novels and knew exactly what it meant to obtain a system. Just then the phone mounted on the bracket in front of the driver's seat chimed a reminder. You have a new order. Please check promptly. At the same time, a countdown suddenly appeared in his mind. 015959. Every second of time was as precious as gold. Zhou Mu immediately stepped on the accelerator, racing toward the navigation destination. A few minutes later, he reached the pickup point. A tall girl with exquisitely delicate features was standing by the roadside looking around. After checking the license plate, she slid into the back seat. Driver, could you take me to the Administrative Service Center in the Economic Development Zone? Please drive a bit faster, thank you. The moment she shut the door, Zhou Mu stamped down on the accelerator. Right now his mind was filled with nothing but that countdown. 015333, 015332. The car interior fell into silence. Sitting in the back, the girl's body was tense, one hand gripping the overhead handle tightly. She had indeed told him to drive faster, but this speed was a little outrageous. Zhou Mu focused all his attention on driving, completely ignoring the fact that the passenger in the back was a stunning beauty. Within the bounds of safety and without violating traffic laws, he intended to deliver his passenger as quickly as possible. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the destination. The girl let out a breath of relief, softly said, "Thank you," and got out of the car. You have received a fare of 12.15 yuan. The next second, a bank transfer notification popped up on Zhou Mu's phone. An amount of 12150.00 yuan has been deposited into your account, ending in 6789. Current balance 12517.99 yuan. Counting the time spent driving to pick her up, he had spent a total of 15 minutes on this order. And he had earned over 12,000. Last month he had driven more than 10 hours a day until his back ached so badly he could hardly straighten up, and his net income for the entire month had been 6,000 yuan. Now in just 15 minutes, he had made more than double last month's total earnings. Zhou Mu opened his mobile banking app and refreshed his account, repeatedly confirming over and over that the balance was not a mistake. It truly read 12517.99 yuan. He drew in a deep breath and slapped his palm down on the steering wheel. The anxiety of unemployment, 3 years of wholehearted giving, the suffocating humiliation of being dumped, all of it vanished like smoke. In this moment, he felt the blood in his entire body boiling. You have a new order. Please check promptly. Zhou Mu glanced at the order details. Estimated distance 3.5 kilometers, estimated fare 10.6 yuan. Another tiny, insignificant order. But with 1,000-fold subsidy, even the smallest featherlight fare became a massive income. He immediately stepped on the accelerator and went to pick up the passenger. Over the following hour or so, Zhou Mu felt as if driving his car was no different from operating a money-printing machine. A 10.6 yuan order brought a 10600 yuan subsidy, credited. An 11.9 yuan order brought in 11900 yuan subsidy, credited. A 25.3 3 yuan order brought a 25300 yuan subsidy, credited. With every order completed, another 5-figure sum appeared in his bank card balance. Some passengers reminded him, "Safety first, don't drive so fast." Without even turning his head, Zhou Mu kept his eyes fixed only on the road conditions, the navigation, and the countdown in his mind. When the countdown jumped to 0:01, he happened to drop off his last passenger at their destination. He opened his mobile banking app for a look. Over these 2 hours, he had earned a total of 72560 yuan. It was equivalent to the annual salary of an ordinary wage earner. Zhou Mu tried accepting another order. After completing it, the system gave no response, and he received only the normal fare. Without hesitation, he slid his finger across the ride-hailing app and switched off the order-accepting function. Having tasted a 1,000-fold return, going back to earning hard, meager money would truly be insanity. It was still early in the day. However, with nowhere else to go for the moment, Zhou Mu simply drove back to his rental room. When he opened the door, the room still held a faint trace of familiar scent, yet the place itself now felt somewhat strange. Zhang Yao had already taken all her belongings away. In the modest rental unit, an abrupt emptiness seemed to spread. Zhou Mu sat down on the edge of the bed. Now that everything around him had fallen utterly silent, his mood grew complicated. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and instinctively tapped into Zhang Yao's moments page. A single horizontal line greeted him. She had deleted him. Zhou Mu let out a self-mocking smile. Why was he still looking at her? After being together with Zhang Yao for so long, it was impossible not to feel sad about the breakup. But since she had already made up her mind, he would not debase himself like some fawning dog begging her to come back. That had been his resolve even before he obtained the system. Now that he had it, there was even less reason to grovel. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. When Zhou Mu opened the door, he found the landlady standing outside. In the novels he read, landlords were often stunning young women, but his landlady was a woman in her 50s. "Xiao Zhou, I'd like to ask you for a small favor," the landlady said, taking a bunch of keys from her pocket. "The room opposite yours was just rented out today to a young girl. She hasn't picked up her keys yet, and said she won't be back until after 8 this evening. I have a 7 o'clock flight tonight to go on a trip. Could I trouble you to pass these keys on to her?" Zhou Mu nodded. "No problem." After the landlady left, he closed the door and went back to sit on the bed. This was an old residential compound, and the unit he rented was a bit over 30 square meters, small as a sparrow yet complete in every respect. He had been living here for 2 years and had grown quite used to it. Even though he now had the system and could earn tens of thousands a day, buying an apartment in Haicheng would still require some time to accumulate funds. He decided to wait until he had confirmed the system's stability before thinking about improving his living conditions. There was no rush. He ordered a takeaway meal costing more than 200 yuan as a reward to himself. After dinner, he sat down in front of his computer and started playing games. No one nagged him, no one disturbed him. He suddenly felt that being alone was rather pleasant. Just after 8 in the evening, he heard a soft knock on the door and guessed it must be the new tenant across the hall coming for her keys. He opened the door and froze the instant he saw who was standing there. The girl at the door widened her beautiful eyes, as well her lips parting slightly in astonishment, just as surprised as he was. Zhou Mu and the girl standing at the door looked at each other, hesitated for 2 seconds, then smiled at the same time. "The landlord asked me to pass you this key," Zhou Mu said, handing it over to her. "Thank you." The girl took it and said with a gentle smile, "You were indeed driving very fast." Ordinary ride-hailing drivers she might not remember, but the one in front of her had driven like an airplane, keeping her tense the entire way. She would remember him, even if he turned to ashes. "Sorry, I really was going a bit too fast then." "It's fine, I was the one who asked you to speed up. I just didn't expect you to go." The girl brushed the loose strands of hair by her ear back. "We'll be neighbors from now on, please take care of me." "Of course," he replied. With that, the conversation ended, and the 2 facing doors closed one after the other. Zhou Mu suddenly felt that after being dumped, he had somehow struck it rich in life. First he obtained a system, then on his very first ride, he picked up an exceptionally beautiful woman, who turned out unexpectedly to be the neighbor living right across from him. He sat back down at his computer desk and continued playing his game. Suddenly he felt that his life itself resembled a game originally. He had been a negligible NPC, but now he had abruptly transformed into the protagonist. The next afternoon, Zhou Mu drove to the city's central business district and found a cafe to sit in. He sipped his coffee leisurely while watching the streams of people passing outside. It was close to 5 o'clock when he finally stood up and returned to his car. At exactly 5 he began accept. The system's daily subsidy window lasted only 2 hours, so he naturally had to use the time where it mattered most. Haicheng's evening rush hour started at 1700 and ended at 1900. Those 2 hours were the most profitable period for driving. From the moment he accepted the first order, Zhou Mu became like a tightly wound spring, shutting out everything unrelated to driving. Passengers in the back chatted, made phone calls, complained about the traffic, even tried to start conversations with him, but he ignored them all. For those 2 hours, he was the most professional of drivers. Anything unrelated to driving had nothing to do with him. On the second day, his net income was 101,000 yuan. On the third day, it was exactly 13,000. Over the next few days, his earnings fluctuated between 1,000 and 13,000. It never fell below 1,000, but never broke through 13,000 either. The 2-hour time limit was there, the evening traffic conditions were there. No matter how he optimized his orders, the ceiling remained. After 7 days, his bank card balance stood at 79,631. 39 yuan, an average daily income of over 1,000. On the 8th day, Zhou Mu as usual started his shift right on time. During the evening rush, orders came in without pause, an endless stream. Around 6:20, he pulled over at the entrance of a residential compound. 2 women got into the back seat. As usual, Zhou Mu shifted gears and pulled out. By now, his driving skills were increasingly polished. Even when driving fast, he handled everything with ease. No sooner had the car merged into the dense evening traffic than sobbing sounded from the back seat. Zhou Mu instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. The woman on the right, looking to be in her early 30s and wearing a dress, had buried her face in her hands and was crying bitterly. On the left sat a short-haired woman, one hand patting her back while the other offered tissues. Don't cry, don't cry. Whatever it is, talk it out. What can crying possibly solve? The woman in the dress took the tissue, blew her nose, and began sobbing even harder. The short-haired woman sighed, lowered her voice, and asked, "What on earth is going on? On the phone you said you were going to get a divorce." After crying for quite a while, the woman in the dress finally managed to form a complete sentence. "I installed a tracker in his car." The short-haired woman asked, "Why did you install a tracker? You suspect Xiao Chun has someone outside." The woman in the dress only kept crying. "Then what is it exactly?" the short-haired woman pressed, growing impatient. "At least explain it clearly." I just wanted to know where he goes every day." The woman in the dress trailed off again, unable to continue. The short-haired woman clasped her hand and comforted her softly. "I get it. You installed a tracker in his car and then discovered he was cheating, right?" She paused, then her tone turned indignant. "What has the world come to? I thought Xiao Chun was an exceptionally good man, but he turns out to be just another damn scumbag." Silently, Zhou Mu kept driving and sighed inwardly. Nowadays, honest people were always the ones who got hurt. He recalled how, when he was dumped, he hadn't even been given an explanation. Just a single sentence, "I wish you all the best in the future." Compared to the woman in the back seat, though, he had at least had a clean break. At least he hadn't been cheated on. I don't want a divorce. Wen Jieyu and Xiao Chun are good friends. Could you help me talk to him?" "Are you out of your mind?" Wen Jie snapped. "A cheating scumbag. Keep him for the new year, or what? I used to think he was rich and responsible to his family, which is why I introduced him to you, but I never imagined he was this kind of person. Cheating only happens 0 times, or countless times. You can't keep this scumbag." As she said this, Wen Jie's phone rang. She answered, her attitude initially extremely harsh, but very quickly her tone softened. The call ended. Silence hung in the car for a moment before Wen Jie spoke, almost roaring. "Wang Xiaoyan, you installed that tracker in Xiao Chen's car to make sure he wouldn't come home early. But you didn't expect his car to break down today, so he came back and caught you and your male lover in bed, did you?" Zhou Mu's foot never eased off the accelerator, but he listened with even greater attention. He could earn money and hear such outrageous gossip at the same time. What a bargain. Wen Jie drew in a deep breath. "I always thought you were a good woman, which is why I introduced such an outstanding man like Xiao Chen to you. And what did you do? You cheated. You installed a tracker in his car. You got caught red-handed, and you still have the nerve to ask me to plead for you. Wen Jie, I know I was wrong. I can't lose Xiao Chun. Can't lose Xiao Chun or can't lose Xiao Chen's money. You're a scumbag of a woman. From this moment on, we are no longer friends. Without Xiao Chun, I'd like to see how you live from now on." Wen Jie paused, then looked forward. "Driver, please pull over." Zhou Mu promptly pulled over to the side of the road. Wen Jie turned to the cheating woman. "Get out. Just sitting next to you makes me sick." The cheating woman tried to say something, but Wen Jie simply shoved her out of the car. The vehicle started up again and smoothly merged back into the flow of traffic. In the rearview mirror, Zhou Mu glanced at the woman crouching by the roadside, crying in utter humiliation, and thought to himself, "Serves you right." He flicked his gaze to his phone, just as a bank notification popped up. 31600 yuan had just arrived in his account. Later, Zhou Mu returned to the residential compound where he lived. The scene from earlier in the car was still replaying in his mind. To avoid being caught cheating, the woman had secretly installed a tracker in her husband's car only for an accident to expose her affair. Sometimes the melodramas of real life were even more spectacular than novels. He arrived at the bottom of his rental building and was about to enter the stairwell when he caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure. It was the girl who lived in the apartment opposite his. At that moment, she looked anxious, holding up her phone with the flashlight on, shining it into the shrubs around the flower beds. It seemed she had lost something very important. "What's wrong?" Zhou Mu stepped forward and asked. Did you lose something in the flower bed? The girl lifted her head, and by the light of the street lamp, saw clearly that it was him. Her voice carried a note of anxiety. My cat ran off. It probably slipped out just now when I went to pick up my takeout. As she spoke, she bent down again, shining her phone's flashlight deep into the shrubs. When a cat is frightened, it usually runs upward in the building. Have you checked the rooftop? Zhou Mu asked. The girl was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. Come on, let's take a look upstairs. The two of them, one after the other, headed up to the rooftop on the 7th floor. On the rooftop, the girl held up her phone flashlight, walking as she softly called the cat's name. Zhou Mu searched as well. He had kept cats before and knew some of their habits. Generally speaking, house cats are especially timid. Once they go outside, they are frightened stiff, and even if they see their owner right in front of them, they do not dare to come out from their hiding place on their own. Zhou Mu turned on his own phone flashlight and split up with the girl to search the rooftop. After roughly 10 minutes, they had found nothing. Brother, thank you so much. I'll go back down and look around the flower bed again. The rooftop was only so big, and they had already checked every likely spot. Zhou Mu nodded. It seemed he had pointed her in the wrong direction. He instinctively glanced around, and suddenly beneath a broken piece of insulation board, he caught sight of a pair of glowing eyes. The cat's here. Following the direction of his pointing finger, the girl looked over, and indeed saw less than 5 meters away, crouched beneath the broken insulation board, a fluffy silver-shaded cat. Tawanzi, Mama's here. She approached slowly, afraid the cat would bolt again. The silver-shaded cat recognized its owner. Although it did not come out on its own, it did not try to flee either. The girl bent down, reached in to grab it by the scruff of the neck, and finally pulled it out from beneath the insulation board. She held the cat tightly in her arms. That feeling of losing and then regaining a beloved pet was something anyone who has searched for a missing cat would understand. Thank you so much. Holding the cat, she gave Zhou Mu a slight bow. I was almost frantic just now. It's fine, as long as we found it. The two of them went downstairs together. When they reached their respective doors, the girl turned around. By the way, we haven't been properly introduced. My name is Gu Qingxi. I'm a trainee lawyer. I'm Zhou Mu. Gu Qingxi took a serious look at him again. Before, she had only been fixated on the nerve-wracking memory of sitting in his car. Now that she looked closely, this neighbor was actually quite handsome. She hesitated for a moment, then waved her hand. Good night. Zhou Mu inclined his head slightly. Good night. They each went back into their own apartments. Over half an hour later, knocking sounded at his door. Thinking his takeout had arrived, Zhou Mu opened the door only to see Gu Qingxi standing outside, holding 2 cartons of milk. Zhou Mu, I really can't thank you enough. Tawanzi means so much to me. Without your help, I wouldn't have known what to do. You don't have to be so formal, but we're neighbors after all. That won't do. This is basic courtesy. Since she had put it that way, Zhou Mu no longer refused. He took the milk and thanked her. Just then, footsteps sounded in the stairwell, and a delivery man jogged up carrying 2 bulging plastic bags. Hello, here's your takeout. Zhou Mu took the takeout. After a moment's thought, he reached into one of the bags, pulled out a delicately packaged porcelain stew cup, and handed it over. This is for you. Off. Gu Qingxi waved her hands in a fluster. No, that's not necessary. I don't eat late-night snacks. This one is a complimentary item I got after topping up my account. I can't finish so much food. You'd just be helping me out, otherwise it would go to waste. Besides, since you already gave me milk, I should return the favor, shouldn't I? While Gu Qingxi was still hesitating, Zhou Mu had already placed the stew cup into her hands. Thank you, she said softly. You're welcome. The 2 doors closed once more. Back in her own apartment, Gu Qingxi lowered her head and gazed at the white porcelain stew cup in her hands. The lid was tightly sealed, printed with a brand logo she did not recognize. She lifted the lid and a faint sweet fragrance drifted out. It was bird's nest porridge. Stunned, Gu Qingxi picked up her phone and searched the logo. The search results popped up, and she couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Wenji Yinbao Shark Fin House. The iced rock sugar bird's nest porridge before her cost 228 yuan. She scrolled further down. Oh, everything on this restaurant's menu was expensive. In the comments, someone said that ordering just 2 or 3 dishes could easily cost nearly 1,000. She recalled the 2 large bags of food in Zhou Mu's hands just now. Heavens! That late-night meal of his must have cost at least several hundred, if not close to 1,000. Was that really the spending power a ride-hailing driver was supposed to have? She stared blankly at the stew cup before her. If she had known it was so expensive, she would never have had the nerve to accept it. Yet since she had already taken it, and it was food, returning it now would be far too discourteous. Unconsciously, she lifted her head and glanced toward the door. This neighbor who drove ride-hailing seemed a little different. That same day, as usual, Zhou Mu went online right on time to start driving during the evening rush hour. If all went smoothly, after another 2 hours on the road, the balance in his bank card would reach 7 digits. He was quite looking forward to the first 1 million of his life. The 2 hours of driving passed steadily and uneventfully, or at least that was how it felt to him. The passengers who had gotten into his car during those 2 hours would certainly not have agreed. 1857. The final passenger on his planned list for the day arrived at her destination. After the passenger got out, the system's subsidy landed in his account, instantly 23560 yuan. Zhou Mu pulled over by the roadside and eagerly opened his mobile banking app. Bank card balance 1001281. 15 yuan. The first 1 million of his life had been achieved on the 9th day since he had obtained the system. 2 months ago, when he had been laid off by his company, he had been utterly lost. He had never imagined that the reversal of his life would be so dramatic. At that moment, a crisp chime sounded in Zhou Mu's mind. Ding! Milestone detected, first 1 million in life. Hidden growth mechanism, milestones, formally current milestone progress 124. Unlocked privilege, zero cost purchase. Privilege description: for any item the host buys, the full amount will be reimbursed at 100, with a total exemption cap of 1 million. Privilege resets every 30 days. Zhou Mu was momentarily stunned. First the 1,000-fold subsidies, and now zero-cost purchases. With this benefit, even if he were to completely lie flat from now on and stop working hard to drive 2 hours a day, he could still have 1 million in pocket money every month. In addition, he noticed the line, current milestone progress 124. That meant there were still 23 milestone privileges waiting to be unlocked. Every major leap in his life would complete a milestone. As for how those leaps were to be made, the system did not say, and he did not dwell on it. The information he had now was already enough for him to digest for a while. Zhou Mu glanced at the time. It had just passed 7 in the evening. He was about to slide the switch in the ride-hailing app to stop taking orders when a new order suddenly popped up on the screen. Damn it. Now, the moment the subsidy period ended, he felt that any driving afterward was a loss. Yet if he refused the ride, it would affect his service rating and hurt future orders. He checked the route. This trip was only 2 kilometers, and the path more or less overlapped with the way he would take home anyway. Gritting his teeth, he decided to treat it as simply doing a good deed. 3 minutes later, he pulled up at the entrance of a commercial complex. The rear door opened, and a young woman got into the car. Zhou Mu glanced at the rearview mirror just as the girl lifted her head. Their gazes met in the rearview mirror. Zhou Mu, she spoke. The thing Zhou Mu feared most was being recognized by someone he knew while driving ride-hailing. Fortunately, in the past 2 months, he had never run into an acquaintance. Unfortunately, today he did. Even though he now possessed a divinity kun-like system, such an encounter still made him feel deeply embarrassed. Ning Ning, long time no see. Zhou Mu forced himself to greet her. Long time no see, Ning Ning echoed, equally stiff. In that moment, she bitterly regretted having called out to him at all. Pretending not to recognize him would have been better for both of them. The car started moving and silence settled over the cabin. At least Zhou Mu could shift part of his attention to driving. Ning Ning felt even more awkward, racking her brain, yet unable to think of anything to say. She was Zhang Yao's closest friend and had known Zhou Mu for quite a long time. Not long ago, she had heard from Zhang Yao that she and Zhou Mu had broken up. At the time, Ning Ning had held her tongue, though inwardly she did not agree with the decision. She knew that for the past 2 years, Zhang Yao's entire livelihood had been supported by Zhou Mu, and now that Zhang Yao had secured a stable position, she cut off her intended partner first. Truly excessive. Yet Ning Ning had not known that Zhou Mu was driving ride-hailing. Now she had stumbled upon the truth by accident. She wanted to say something to ease the tension, yet could not think of a single suitable line. Should she say, driving ride-hailing is great, the work is flexible? That would be inappropriate. Perhaps, no job is nobler or humbler than another. Even worse. The 2-kilometer ride ended quickly, and the heavy silence in the car lasted all the way to the stop. Before getting out, Ning Ning said as gently as she could, "Goodbye, Zhou Mu." It was the only sentence she could think of that she could not possibly get wrong. "Goodbye," Zhou Mu replied, feeling somewhat depressed. He had a sudden urge to pull out his bank cards and show them to her, yet doing so would be far too bizarre. Ning Ning watched Zhou Mu's car drive away. After a moment's thought, she took out her phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Zhang Yao. "I just ran into Zhou Mu." It was quite a while before Zhang Yao finally replied with a single character, "Oh." Ning Ning still had much she wanted to say, but upon seeing that one-word reply, every thought was forced back down. Zhang Yao had not been like this before. When had their conversations grown so short? Did Zhang Yao now look down even on her closest friend? She remembered a few years ago when Zhang Yao had clung affectionately to Zhou Mu's arm, introducing him to her, as the three of them chatted together. "This is my husband, Zhou Mu. Handsome, right?" "Hello, handsome, I'm Ning Ning. Ning Ning is my best friend. She was the school beauty at my high school." "Husband, you've been staring at Ning Ning for more than 3 seconds. How could that be? I only ever look at you for more than 3 seconds. That's more like it. And I'm the same. I'm about to throw up. You two stop flaunting your affection in front of me." Back then, Zhang Yao's eyes shone whenever she looked at Zhou Mu. Yet a few years later, she passed the civil service exam and secured her position. He became a ride-hailing driver, and she discarded him. Putting away her phone, Ning Ning let out a quiet sigh. Zhou Mu returned home, collapsed on the bed on his back, and still could not shake his depressed mood. Clearly he was quite impressive now, and yet, ding. This time it was not the system's chime, but the alert for a text message. Zhou Mu picked up his phone and glanced at the screen. You have received a 20 yuan tip from a passenger which has been added to your account balance. Ning Ning had tipped him 20 yuan. Zhou Mu felt as if he wanted to crawl into a hole. Forget it. He rolled over planning to play some games to distract himself. Knock knock knock. The knocking sounded again. Zhou Mu got up and went to open the door. At the threshold stood Gu Qingxi, holding a shallow glass baking tray lined with rows of fragrant little cookies. Hello Zhou Mu. These cranberry cookies are homemade. They don't look great, but the taste is decent. I made too many and can't finish them by myself, so I thought I'd share some with you. She extended the tray toward him. Zhou Mu was stunned for a moment. The excuse was exactly the same as the one he himself had used before. Thanks, he said with a smile, reaching out to take it and biting into one cookie. Noticing that her gaze seemed to linger on his face for a bit too long, Gu Qingxi hurriedly shifted her eyes back to the tray. You're welcome. I just don't know if they suit your taste. They're delicious, Zhou Mu replied, giving the cookies high praise. The nervousness in Gu Qingxi's expression instantly melted away. After a brief pause she added, Actually, I also wanted to consult you about a question related to ride-hailing. Would it be convenient? No problem, Zhou Mu said. Gu Qingxi weighed her words carefully. I'm currently handling a labor dispute case. The party involved is a ride-hailing driver. The core issue is whether his relationship with the platform counts as employment or cooperation. I'd like to understand how the platform actually manages drivers in practice. Zhou Mu pointed toward the room. That's not something that can be explained in a sentence or two. Come in, and we'll talk. Gu Qingxi hesitated for half a second, then nodded, and followed Zhou Mu inside. The room was small, but reasonably tidy. She sat very upright on a chair by the table. Zhou Mu placed a bottle of Perrier in front of her, and sat down on the other side of the table. Go ahead. What exactly do you want to know? I want to know whether the platform ever forces drivers to accept orders. If you refuse a ride, what are the consequences? Refusing affects your service score. Once your rating drops, the quality of orders you receive goes downhill, Zhou Mu said. Zhou Mu laid out everything he knew about the industry detail by detail. Gu Qingxi listened intently, recording his points in her phone's notes as he spoke. What about income, as she asked? Approximately how much does the platform take as a commission? Zhou Mu gave her a rough percentage. Gu Qingxi did a quick mental calculation and sighed softly. In that case, the actual hourly wage from driving might only reach the minimum wage standard. More or less, Zhou Mu replied. After deducting the social insurance and medical insurance that flexible workers must pay on their own, the real hourly income can fall below the minimum wage. That's why full-time ride-hailing drivers run at least 10 hours a day. If they want to earn more, they can only stack up the hours. Glancing at the bottle of Perrier on the table and recalling that Zhou Mu seemed to be at home quite often, Gu Qingxi could not help feeling a touch more curious about his personal situation. Thank you for telling me all this. It's been extremely helpful, Gu Qingxi said, putting away her phone. No need to be so polite. It's nothing, Zhou Mu replied. Rising to her feet, Gu Qingxi smiled. All right, the cookies have been delivered and my questions answered. I won't disturb you any longer. Zhou Mu smiled faintly. I'm just idle anyway. You're hardly a disturbance. At the doorway, Gu Qingxi paused. Since you think the cookies are good, I'll make more when I have time and bring you some again. If you don't find it troublesome, I'd be delighted, he answered. It's no trouble. Making a few more takes hardly any extra effort. She smiled, waved to him, and turned to head back to the apartment across the hall. The two doors closed one after another. Zhou Mu sat down at his computer desk and pressed the power button. While waiting for the system to boot, he casually picked up his phone and out of habit glanced at WeChat. The university group chat, where almost no one spoke anymore, suddenly had dozens of unread messages today. He tapped it open. The messages had started flooding in 3 hours earlier. It had all begun with a classmate posting a photo in the group, went to the government service center to submit documents today, and when I looked up there at the window sat an old acquaintance. In the photo, a uniformed woman sat behind a service window, a confident, serene smile on her face. It was Zhang Yao. Below were numerous replies. No wonder she was the class beauty. She's looking even better now. Which department is Zhang Yao in? Will we be able to go straight to her for help with procedures in the future? There were still more messages, but Zhou Mu stopped reading. She thought that the two of them no longer lived in the same world. In truth, they really did not live in the same world anymore. Setting his phone aside, Zhou Mu wrapped his hand around the mouse as Steam logged in automatically. The game was loading, the progress bar inching forward. Leaning back in his chair, Zhou Mu suddenly remembered the zero-cost spending quota he had acquired earlier that day. 30 days, 1 million. Where should he spend this money? Perhaps he should go out and wander around tomorrow. The next day, Zhou Mu slept until he woke up naturally. After a simple wash, he drove to the largest high-end commercial complex in the center of Haishur City. He had only been inside this mall once before together with Zhang Yao. Back then they left again after only a short while. Neither of them said anything, but both knew very well in their hearts that they did not belong in a place like this. Now as he stepped once more through the mall's heavy glass doors, his state of mind was completely different from before. Zhou Mu walked into the mall without wandering aimlessly. His goal was clear as he headed straight for the LV boutique. Inside, the lighting was soft yet bright. Several salesgirls in uniforms with exquisite makeup were stationed at various spots throughout the store. The salesgirl closest to the entrance saw Zhou Mu walk in. Her gaze lingered on him for less than a second before she had already reached a conclusion in her heart. "Welcome to Louis Vuitton, sir. What would you like to see?" Her voice and smile were textbook perfect, but Zhou Mu could tell that she did not regard him as a genuine customer. "Just looking around," he said. "Very well, sir, feel free to look around." The salesgirl nodded slightly, then turned her head and called into the store, "Lisa, come and attend to this gentleman." A young woman who looked just over 20 hurried out from behind the counter. Zhou Mu noticed the word in turn written on the name badge pinned to her chest. "Hello, sir. My name is Lisa. What kind of products would you like to see? Leather goods, ready tower, or accessories?" "Let's start with ready tower." "All right. This way, please." In turn, Lisa stepped aside and made an inviting gesture, leading him forward while she began her introduction. She spoke with great earnestness, radiating the zeal of a workplace newcomer. The salesgirl from earlier had already returned to her post. She glanced at Lisa, who was engrossed in introducing the products, and the corner of her mouth curved faintly. She had once possessed the same enthusiasm. Only after being slapped in the face by reality time and again did she understand that true passion should be reserved for real customers. Zhou Mu was listening to Lisa introduce a travel bag when he suddenly heard the salesgirl's voice behind him rise a few notches. "Welcome to Louis Vuitton, Director Liu. What would you like to see today?" Zhou Mu instinctively turned his head to look. Entering the store were a middle-aged man and a young woman, one walking in front and the other following behind. The middle-aged man wore a suit with a gold Rolex gleaming on his wrist, giving him the air of a somewhat The young woman wore a perfectly tailored professional outfit that outlined her slender waist and long legs. A lock of slightly wavy hair draped over her proudly raised chest, making her look both capable and sensual, the very image of a goddess. Zhou Mu recognized the pair at a glance. The man was Liu Ziyuan, administrative director at the Longjin Securities headquarters, and formerly his immediate superior. The woman was Shun Anren, administrative manager at the same headquarters, and also his former superior. The moment he saw Liu Ziyuan's face, Zhou Mu's brows knitted together. This fellow's reputation in the company was abysmal, sycophantic to those above and imperious to those below. Back when Zhou Mu was still at the company, he had often been targeted and made things difficult by him. After entering, Liu Ziyuan's gaze swept around the store, and when it brushed past Zhou Mu, there was a clear flash of surprise. That look practically said, "What is this loser doing here?" Yet his eyes quickly moved on, as though Zhou Mu were not worth a second glance. Shun Anren noticed Zhou Mu as well, and her reaction was entirely different. "Zhou Mu." She paused in mild surprise, then a genuine smile blossomed on her face as she walked toward him. "Long time no see. What brings you here?" In Ranji, Zhou Mu returned her smile. "Just looking around." Back at Longjin Securities, Shun Anren had always treated him with kindness. He still remembered one time when he had worked overtime until late at night. As she passed his workstation, Shun Anren had set down a cup of hot coffee for him and said, "Go home early and get some rest." That cup of coffee had cost almost nothing, yet he had never forgotten the kindness it carried. Shun Anren was also a highly capable woman. At only 27, she had already become a department manager at the headquarters of a leading domestic securities firm, relying purely on her own ability. Of course, she was also universally acknowledged as the #1 beauty at Longjin Securities. Beauty combined with capability was a trump card anywhere. "Zhou Mu, about your resignation." "And Ranji, I know you try to stand up for me," Zhou Mu said, tilting his chin slightly toward Liu Ziyuan, not far away. "It was his decision." "Thank you. I'm glad you understand," Shun Anren replied, her expression easing with relief. "How have you been lately?" "Pretty good," Zhou Mu replied with a small smile. At that moment, Liu Ziyuan's voice suddenly cut in. "Manager Shun, we're here on serious business, and you're chatting idly with a ride-hailing driver." The words caused the entire store to fall silent for a moment. Several salesgirls turned their gazes toward Zhou Mu, their eyes now tinged with a more complicated look. A faint frown appeared between Shun Anren's brows. She had not expected Liu Ziyuan to say such a thing in public. Zhou Mu's eyes narrowed. How did Liu Ziyuan even know that he had been driving ride-hailing cars? But that was not the main point. As he was pondering how to deliver a more refined retort, Liu Ziyuan spoke up again. All right, Liu Ziyuan said in the lecturing tone of a superior. "If you can't find a job, driving ride-hailing cars is perfectly normal. Every trade has its masters after all. Work hard, and who knows, maybe one day I'll hail your car. I'll even give you a 5-star rating, ha." The official reason he had brought Shun Anren out today was to choose a gift for an old client, but in truth he simply wanted a chance to spend time alone with this stunning beauty. Yet the moment Shun Anren saw Zhou Mu, she had gone straight over to greet him, leaving Liu Ziyuan off to the side. That left him thoroughly displeased, and he vented all his frustration onto Zhou Mu. Shun Anren's expression turned completely cold. Just as she was about to speak, Zhou Mu's voice rang out first. It's actually quite good. I make more than you do. Lu Ziyuan looked at him as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, staring down his nose at Zhou Mu. Xiaozhou, do you know why I fired you? Zhou Mu gave a dismissive snort through his nose, then turned instead to the intern beside him. Everything you just introduced? I'll take it all. Lisa froze for a moment. She quickly ran through her mental list. She had introduced quite a few items. By her estimate, the total came to over 200,000 yuan. Was this gentleman not joking? And I'll take that travel bag as well. Zhou Mu pointed at a dark brown, keep-all travel duffel on the shelf. The entire store fell into a hush. Everyone watched as Zhou Mu walked to the cashier, drew out a bank card. At that moment, a crisp notification sounded in his mind: zero-cost purchase privilege activated. This purchase totals 270,199 yuan. The system will reimburse the full 270,199 yuan. Remaining zero-cost purchase balance for this period 729,801 yuan. When the dust settled, it was clear he had not been joking. Lu Ziyuan stood there dumbstruck, his expression like that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. Shun Anren gazed at Zhou Mu, a flash of unhidden astonishment in her beautiful eyes, and the corners of her lips slowly lifted. The salesgirl from earlier, who had been watching the show just minutes ago, now found her own expression completely frozen. With 5 years of experience selling luxury brands, she knew customer patterns all too well. Customers who swept a glance and then casually took the goods were the true big shots, flush with cash, easy to serve, and almost never one-time buyers. Holding on to just one such client was enough to secure her monthly sales figures. Yet she had just pushed this god of wealth away. Sir Lisa set her face now blossoming with an extraordinarily bright smile. It will take some time to pack all these items. Let me prepare a cup of coffee for you. We have a dedicated VIP lounge. Would you like to wait inside? No need, Zhou Mu said, glancing at Lu Ziyuan and lifting his chin slightly. I'm in a hurry. I still have ride-hailing cars to drive. Several days later, after finishing his game, Zhou Mu lay down on the bed. Outside, the sky was already turning pale with dawn. Now he only needed to work 2 hours a day, earning more than 100,000 yuan daily, with an extra 1 million as monthly pocket money. And then what? He rolled over, opened his eyes, and stared at the ceiling. Back when he still had to go to work, he rose early and returned late every day, being ordered around by people like Lu Ziyuan. At that time, his greatest dream was simply not having to go to work. Now that dream had come true. Yet after just a dozen days or so, he already felt that something was not quite right. It was not that he was unhappy, but rather, something seemed missing. Zhou Mu sat up and leaned against the headboard. Back when he and Zhang Yao squeezed together in this tiny rental room, his biggest goal had been to earn money, buy a house, and live a good life with her. Later, that goal shattered. Then the system appeared. The system gave him a lot of money, but it did not give him a new goal. Zhou Mu picked up his phone and opened his mobile banking app. Balance 1611258. 31 yuan. He could not yet think of anything more meaningful to do, but one thing was clear: he should not let the money just sit there idle. Zhou Mu lay back down again and closed his eyes. He planned to contact Shun Anren during the day. Although she was an administrative supervisor, she was also widely acknowledged as an expert in investment and financial management, so asking for her advice could not go wrong. In the afternoon, Zhou Mu got up, and just after he finished lunch, he heard knocking at the door. He stood up and opened it. Outside stood a girl with her hair in a high ponytail, about 20 years old, radiating youthful vitality from head to toe. She had sweet, pretty features and very fair skin. Her big, bright eyes were clear, yet lively, the kind of beauty that made it hard for people to look away. The moment she saw Zhou Mu, the girl's eyes lit up. So you're Xiaozhou. And you are? My name is Chun Sui. I'm the landlord's daughter. My mom said she left you a message on WeChat. Zhou Mu had not checked WeChat since getting up. Hearing this, he picked up his phone and took a look, finally understanding. It turned out that a new tenant who had just moved into 201 downstairs reported that the bathroom ceiling was leaking. The landlady aunt was traveling abroad and had not yet returned, so she had asked her daughter to come up to his 301 to check the situation and take a few photos. Zhou Mu lifted his chin slightly. You little girl, you call me Xiaozhou as well. Sorry, Xiaozhou Gij. I don't know what your actual name is. Forget it, come in. Zhou Mu stepped aside to let her enter. Thank you, Xiaozhou Gij. Chun Sui walked in boldly and naturally added, Xiaozhou Gij is much more handsome than I imagined. Amused by how easily she acted familiar, Zhou Mu chuckled. The bathroom is over there. I know all the units in our building have the same layout. Could find it even with my eyes closed. Chatting as she walked, Chun Sui headed for the bathroom, and soon the clicking of camera shots sounded from inside. All done, mission complete. She put away her phone and walked out of the bathroom. So fast. Zhou Mu joked. I thought you were going to repair it here on the spot. How would I know how to do that? Chun Sui spread her hands. I'm just humoring the Empress Dowager, so she won't nag me all day about not doing anything proper. She was just about to say goodbye when her gaze swept casually over the desk by the window and suddenly stopped. Wow, Is this an Alienware Area 51? Pretty knowledgeable for a little girl. Can I take a look? Zhou Mu made an inviting gesture for her to do as she pleased. Unable to contain her eagerness, Chun Sui sat down at the computer, grabbed the mouse, and clicked a few times. Oh my god. With this configuration, this model has to cost at least 40,000. As she finished speaking and prepared to stand up, she suddenly realized how incredibly comfortable the chair felt beneath her. Herman Miller. She spun once in the chair. I tried this chair in a showroom last time, then checked the price, and knew I wasn't worthy of it. Chun Sui still had not finished taking everything in. She noticed a travel bag casually tossed in the corner. It was LV. Several pieces of clothing hanging beside it were LV as well. If she had seen these LV items in an ordinary rental room, she might have assumed they were fake. But this Xiaozhou Gij was using a more than 4,000 yuan Alienware computer and a Herman Miller gaming chair costing over 10,000. How could someone like that be wearing fake LV? Arms folded across his chest, Zhou Mu saw the astonished expression on the little girl's face and could not help the faint upward curl of his lips. All this gear had been bought over the past few days, and he had not expected to run into a girl who actually knew her stuff. This wave let him show off again. Xiaozhou Gij, what kind of work do you do? Chun Sui's face was full of curiosity. I drive for ride-hailing platforms, Zhou Mu replied. She blinked twice. You're not one of those rich second-generation heirs from novels out experiencing the life of ordinary people, are you? Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. With an imagination like yours, why don't you suspect I'm a system host from a novel instead? Chun Sui pouted. Those things are all made up. I'm not stupid. Zhou Mu smiled and asked, how do you recognize Alienware and Herman Miller? Not many girls are familiar with. Yesterday, Gu Qingxi had also dropped by still to ask about that previous legal issue regarding ride-hailing. At the time, she had seen the brand new computer and gaming chair, but showed no reaction. However, when her gaze passed over the LV clothes and bags in the room, it had paused for a moment. I'm a game streamer, I know more about digital products than most guys. Chun Sui took out her phone. Xiaozhou Gij, give me a follow as a fan, okay? Zhou Mu glanced at her screen. She had 150,000 followers, making her a small internet celebrity. He pulled out his own phone, followed her, and then under her pestering, added her on WeChat as well. Okay, I have to go explain the situation to the tenant in 201. By Xiaozhou Gij. By. After closing the door, Zhou Mu glanced at the newly added WeChat contact on his phone. Chun Sui. This girl certainly brought a lot of noise and energy. He sat back down in his chair, the thoughts from before he had fallen asleep that morning resurfaced in his mind. He picked up his phone again and found Shun Anren's WeChat. Zhou Mu Anren, yeah, I'd like to ask you something. I have some idle cash on hand right now, and if it just sits there, it will depreciate. I want to see if there are any suitable investment or wealth management options. You're quite knowledgeable in this area. Could you give me some guidance? Once the message was sent, less than 2 minutes passed before the screen lit up. Shun Anren, managing money isn't something that can be explained in just a few lines. I need to first understand the size of your funds, your risk preferences, and your requirements for liquidity. Zhou Mu, do you have time to grab a meal together sometime? On Shun Anren's end, there was a brief pause. She was probably checking her schedule. Shun Anren, I'm quite busy these days. Let's set it for the weekend. Does that work for you? Zhou Mu, no problem. He had just put his phone down when another notification buzzed. Picking it up, he saw that it was actually from Chun Sui. Xiaozhou Gij, want to play Honor of Kings? I'll carry you. This girl really had quite a tone. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Mu replied. I'm heading out to drive for ride-hailing now. That evening, Zhou Mu, as usual, set out on time. By 6:30, he received a new order estimating a distance of over 10 kilometers. He quickly calculated that given the traffic during the evening rush hour, half an hour should be just right to complete the journey. He turned the steering wheel to the right and entered the side road to pick up the passenger. The passengers were a couple. The man looked to be around 50 with a protruding belly and somewhat greasy. The woman was a young married lady, probably in her early 30s. They settled into the back seat. The woman affectionately leaned against the greasy man, allowing him to touch her. I fought hard to secure this opportunity for you at the meeting, the greasy man boasted unabashedly. I offended quite a few people for your sake. I know you're good to me. The woman giggled, snuggling closer. When I return from this opportunity, my qualifications will look better, and you must save that position for me. Of course, but what? Tonight you need to report your work to me properly. The man's voice was very low. How annoying. The woman had a charming expression. The two continued whispering to each other, their voices soft, but in the quiet car, Zhou Mu could hear them clearly. About 10 minutes later, the woman's phone rang. She made a shoe gesture to the greasy man, then frowned, and hello, husband. Still working, might be a bit late. I understand you don't need to wait for me. Hanging up, the woman appeared much more silent. What's wrong? The greasy man asked. He asked some strange questions today. What's strange? Is he suspicious of you? Forget it, it doesn't matter. The woman waved her hand impatiently. Zhou Mu continued driving, having long guessed they were a pair of unfaithful lovers. However, he wasn't a judge. It wasn't his place to interfere in others' moral dilemmas. After the woman finished that call, her mood seemed off, and she appeared somewhat agitated. Driver, why are you taking this? I'm following the navigation, Zhou Mu replied. What navigation? At this hour this road is definitely congested. You're a rideshare driver and don't know this. Zhou Mu ignored her. Hey, I'm talking to you. Shaolin, why are you getting upset with someone like him? The greasy man patted her back. He's just a rideshare driver, how much judgment can he have? Suddenly, a hard break. The greasy man and the woman were jolted forward by inertia. What are you doing? The woman shrieked. Both of you get out. Zhou Mu scolded. The fare for this ride was over 30 yuan, and if completed, he would receive over 30,000 in system subsidies. But as a system host, why should he put up with such nonsense for a mere 30,000? What did you say? The greasy man seemed to not have heard clearly. Get out, Zhou Mu repeated. Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you? The woman's face flushed with anger. Go ahead and complain. Zhou Mu pointed to the car's dashcam. You just told me your unit and your job, it's all recorded clearly. Would you like me to play the video at the entrance of your unit? The car fell silent. The woman's lips trembled slightly as she instinctively released her grip on the man's arm. The expression on the greasy man's face grew more dramatic, his previously arrogant demeanor replaced by panic. Brother, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. We spoke too harshly earlier, please don't take it to heart. I sincerely apologize to you. Zhou Mu glanced at the rearview mirror just in time to meet the woman's gaze. What about you? He asked. The woman looked reluctant, but the greasy man gently nudged her, and she understood what to do. I'm sorry. I didn't hear clearly. Driver, I'm sorry. I don't like being called driver. Handsome, I'm sorry for my previous attitude. I sincerely apologize to you. The greasy man timely produced a few red bills and handed them forward. Brother, this is just a small gesture. Consider it an apology. The rest of the journey isn't far, please. Are you begging for alms? Zhou Mu didn't even glance at the money. Just sit quietly and don't let me hear another word. The two, as if granted amnesty, nodded repeatedly and shrank back into their seats, not daring to make a sound. At 1857 they arrived at the destination. The couple opened the car doors and almost fled in a panic. Zhou Mu glanced at his phone. The system subsidy of 3200 was credited. Not bad. Although he was delayed by 2 or 3 minutes on the road, he still earned what he was supposed to. Just as he was about to shift gears to leave, a sudden, urgent phone ring sounded from the back seat. He turned around to see that the woman had forgotten her phone in the car. The caller ID showed husband. Zhou Mu pressed the call button and immediately heard an anxious voice from the other end. Honey, where are you? Hello, I'm the rideshare driver. The lady passenger left her phone in my car. Big brother. The man on the other end spoke in a very humble tone. Is your license plate ending in 2185? Zhou Mu was taken aback. How do you know? The man explained. I was following you, but you drove too fast, and I lost you at the last stretch. Could you tell me where my wife got out? Zhou Mu had been displeased with the couple earlier, and now the one to punish them had arrived. Your wife got out at the Li Jing Hotel. Thank you, big brother. The man on the other end sounded somewhat shaky. Just after hanging up, the couple came out from the hotel looking for the phone. Zhou Mu returned the phone to the woman. The couple showered him with compliments again, then hurriedly returned to the hotel. Just as Zhou Mu was about to shift gears to leave, he saw a car rush into the hotel's entrance. 3 men exited the vehicle, the one in front wearing an expression of barely contained rage. Zhou Mu guessed this must be the incompetent husband the couple mentioned. He smirked slightly, then rolled up the car window and drove away. Back at his rental, Zhou Mu habitually picked up his phone and opened WeChat. In a local gossip group in Haicheng, usually filled with just a dozen messages a day, there were now hundreds of unread messages. He clicked in to find they were discussing a recently occurred scandal. A husband who had been cuckolded wrote a short essay about his wife's affair with her boss and posted it online, complete with images and videos that everyone loves to watch. He immediately opened the video. While the protagonists were actually that greasy man and Shaolin. Was this the husband's comeback? They directly posted the most embarrassing video of the couple online, completely uncensored. After enjoying this juicy gossip, Zhou Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he was about to put down his phone, the screen lit up again. Chen Sui Sui Xiao Zhou Gu, are you free? Let's play some games. This girl didn't play with him in the afternoon and was now looking for him. He thought for a moment. Since he had nothing else to do, he replied, are you sure it's you carrying me, not me carrying you? He was met with an instant reply. Chen Sui Sui, of course it's me carrying you. I'm a game streamer with 150000 followers. Zhou Mu having many followers doesn't mean good skills. Oh, what's your rank? Chen Sui Sui Grandmaster with 100 stars. Zhou Mu, you're not the points god, are you? Chen Sui Sui, you'll know when you get online. Are you up for it? Zhou Mu chuckled and opened the game. This girl was straightforward, thinking what she said. In the past, whenever Zhang Yao wanted him to do something, she never said it directly, always hinting after going around in circles, and he had to figure it out himself in the end. The game started and they queued together, opening the voice chat. Are you live streaming? Zhou Mu asked. No, I need to confirm your skills first so you don't play too poorly and make me lose followers. 10 minutes later, Zhou Mu was the MVP of the losing side, scoring 10. 8. Chen Sui and the other 3 noobs scored between 4 and 5. Did you buy your followers? How much? Zhou Mu asked, probing her soul. Hey, it's all because those 3 fakes are too useless. However, Xiao Zhougu, your skills are quite good. One doesn't hit a smiling face. Since she was so nice, Zhou Mu felt embarrassed to complain further. This round I'll play as Marco, you play as Yao Mei. Just follow my lead. Yao Mei is my main hero. Can you handle playing as Pineapple Head? You only need to focus on shouting 666. 15 minutes later, Zhou Mu was once again the MVP of the losing side, scoring 12. 2. Chen Sui scored 5, the lowest among the 5. Is this your main hero? Didn't I tell you to just follow me? Why do you keep running around? You said I only need to shout 666. Haven't I been doing that the whole time? Zhou Mu couldn't help but laugh at her antics. They played a few more rounds, losing more than winning, with Chen Sui score either the lowest or second lowest each time. With skills like yours, how can you be a game streamer? You wouldn't understand. The essence of being a streamer isn't just skills, but providing emotional value. Besides, I'm good looking. You're right. Zhou Mu paused. I'm a bit tired of playing you. I need to take a break. Can't take a loss. Chen Sui used the stimulating method. I haven't lost any stars. I'm just afraid you'll lose again and need to earn back your credibility points. Alright, I'll take a break too. See you later, Xiao Zhougu. See you. Zhou Mu closed the game, leaned back in his chair, and the smile on his face had yet to fade. Though this girl's skills were lacking, she was full of emotional value. Playing with her was indeed very relaxing. No, it should be very enjoyable. Because he currently had almost no pressure at all. He was about to go take a shower when he suddenly heard faint gasping sounds. It was the kind of sound not suitable for children. It seemed to be coming from the new tenant in Unit 201 downstairs. Today he returned later than usual, and at this hour the sounds could just reach his room. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. This small rental was getting more and more interesting. In the morning, Zhou Mu was sound asleep when he was abruptly awakened by the ringing of his phone. Hello, he mumbled as he answered the call. On the other end was his mother's voice. Coughing lightly, Zhou Mu cleared his throat. Mom, didn't I tell you that I'm very busy in the morning? Call me in the afternoon or evening if you need something. Oh, I thought you were still asleep. By the way, I just received another package you ordered. Didn't I tell you that the fridge at home is already full? They'll buy a fridge and send it home in a couple of days. No need, there's too much stuff. Is that AI startup you're working on really legal? We mustn't engage in illegal activities. I've never even run a red light. How could I possibly do anything? That's good to hear. Your father and I are just worried about you. Don't worry, you call me this early just to say that. There's one more thing. His mother's voice paused. Yesterday your aunt came over and saw that LV scarf you sent me. She said the quality is quite good and gave me 100 yuan, asking you to bring her 2 more. Zhou Mu almost spat blood. That LV scarf costs 3,300 yuan. Now his aunt gave her 100 and wants 2 more. He gritted his teeth, preparing to take this loss. His uncle and aunt treated him well. Now that he had a system and could make money like a printing press, he couldn't just enjoy it alone. Alright, but these fakes are in very limited supply and hard to find. Don't promise people too easily, or I won't be able to get them anymore. Got it. When do you plan to come home? You haven't been back in months. I'm really busy with my startup right now. Oh, I can't break away. Let's talk about it later. Then let's leave it at that for now. Remember to eat on time and don't stay up all night. Okay. Before Zhou Mu could finish, his mother hung up the phone. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was almost 11 o'clock. He opened WeChat and found the contact of Lisa, the LV sales associate. Please prepare 2 more of that scarf I bought last time. I'll come by in about 2 to 3 hours. Sure, mister. Zhou, I will prepare the items for you right away and will await your arrival. 3 hours later, Zhou Mu arrived at the Louis Vuitton store again. This time the treatment was completely different. As soon as he walked in, he was greeted with the warmest smiles from all. Without a doubt, Lisa treated him warmly, and the other sales associates offered coffee and snacks, making him feel a bit embarrassed for only buying 2 scarves. In the end, he picked a few new summer outfits along with the 2 scarves, spending a total of 50,000. Mr. Zhou, take care. Lisa and several sales associates smiled and bowed as they bid him farewell. As Zhou Mu was about to leave with several shopping bags, a woman in a Louis Vuitton employee uniform with delicate features hurriedly walked in. Zhou Mu locked eyes with her. Both of them were taken aback. Zhou Mu, Ning Ning. The last time they met was in a rideshare, and they were both extremely awkward. It hadn't been long since they last met, and now they unexpectedly ran into each other in a luxury goods store. Do you two know each other? Lisa looked at them in surprise. We are friends. Ning Ning's tone was somewhat unnatural. Zhou Mu nodded. Another sales associate leaned in and whispered to Ning Ning. So you're friends with Mr. Zhou. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Ning Ning looked at the shopping bags in Zhou Mu's hands, and then at the colleagues surrounding him, as if she understood. A few days ago the store was buzzing about Mr. Zhou, saying he jokingly claimed to be a rideshare driver, and even that he had pressed General Liu of Longjing Securities to the ground. At that time she had thought of it as mere gossip, but unexpectedly Mr. Zhou turned out to be Zhou Mu. Moreover, he wasn't joking about being a rideshare driver. He really was driving for a rideshare service. Zhou Mu felt a bit dazed. Seeing Ning Ning in the Louis Vuitton employee uniform made it clear she worked here. But he knew she used to work at a foreign bank. A few months ago he had gone to that bank for something and had run into her. Could it be that she, like him, had been laid off? I really didn't expect to encounter you again, Ning Ning smiled and said. Yeah, it's indeed a surprise. When did you start working here? Almost 3 months ago. After the small talk, they both suddenly found themselves at a loss for words. Well, I'll take my leave now. Zhou Mu waved goodbye to Ning Ning and turned to leave. Back in his car, he thought for a moment, took out his phone, and sent a WeChat message to Lisa. Zhou Mu, please prepare one more of that scarf for Ning Ning. Lisa, Mr. Zhou, you are so thoughtful. I will arrange it right away. After sending the message, Lisa turned around and found Ning Ning, who was still in a daze. Ning Ning, come here for a moment. Moi. Lisa handed her a scarf. This is a gift from Mr. Zhou. He specifically mentioned it on WeChat just now. Ning Ning stood there stunned as she received the scarf from Lisa, feeling even more confused. Ning Ning, Lisa asked with a knowing tone, is there something going on between you and Mr. Zhou? And no, it's not what you think. Ning Ning felt her ears getting hot. She found a quiet spot, took out her phone, and clicked on Zhou Mu's WeChat profile. Ning Ning, thank you for the gift, Zhou Mu, but the scarf is too expensive. I really can't accept it. Zhou Mu, this is to thank you for the tip last time. It's a matter of reciprocity. Ning Ning, I only gave you 20 yuan, and this scarf costs over 3,000. Zhou Mu, the thought is... Ning Ning declined a few more times, but Zhou Mu insisted on her accepting it. Ning Ning, I feel bad about this. How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Zhou Mu, sure. After agreeing on a time and place, Ning Ning put down her phone and looked down at the scarf on the table. She recalled the awkward reunion in the rideshare. Back then, Zhou Mu was the pitiful person dumped by Zhang Yao, reduced to driving for a rideshare service. When she tipped him that 20 yuan, she felt nothing but sympathy. But what was happening now? Zhou Mu really was driving for a rideshare service. Yet he also spent over 200,000 in the store in one go and even gifted her a scarf worth over 3,000. What exactly was Zhou Mu's identity? The chat history stopped 3 days ago. She had asked Zhang Yao to go shopping on the weekend, and Zhang Yao replied with just 2 words, well, see. The chat history stopped 3 days ago. She had asked Zhang Yao to go shopping on the weekend, and Zhang Yao replied with just 2 words, well, see. The previous chat was from the last time she ran into Zhou Mu, where Zhang Yao replied with an O. Ning Ning hovered her fingers above the screen. Should she tell Zhang Yao? She stared at the well, C and O for a long time. Forget it. She hadn't figured this out yet, and she would wait until tomorrow to see what was going on with Zhou Mu. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Mu parked his car and then headed to the express delivery point in the community. Today there were 5 packages again. It was easy to order them online, but picking them up was a bit of a headache. Zhou Mu stacked the boxes one on top of the other, nearly blocking his view. Just as he stepped out of the delivery point, he saw Gu Qingxi walking towards him. She was dressed in a dark professional outfit, carrying a black commuting bag, looking like she had just gotten off work. She glanced at the small mountain of boxes in Zhou Mu's arms. Let me help you carry a few. Zhou Mu handed her the lightest box, and the two walked side by side towards the rental apartment. Do you always get off work this late? He asked. Today is a bit late, but usually 7 or 8 o'clock is the norm. The Red Circle law firm truly lives up to its reputation. Gu Qingxi smiled helplessly. The reputation sounds good, but in reality, it's just hard work. Zhou Mu sighed. This society is too competitive. Even you top graduates from prestigious law schools are so exhausted. Who isn't? Gu Qingxi tilted her head to look at him. Last time you mentioned that ride-hailing drivers have to work over 10 hours a day, and if they want to earn more, they can only rely on accumulating hours. Zhou Mu nodded. Though he was living a relaxed and pleasant life now, he had experienced the life of hard work himself. Of course, the high-end workers at the Red Circle law firm were worlds apart from the low-level workers driving for ride-hailing services. The two arrived on the 3rd floor, and Zhou Mu opened the door to his home, while Gu Qingxi helped carry the packages inside. This was her 3rd time entering Zhou Mu's room, and she was starting to get used to the brand-name items inside. Zhou Mu took a bottle of Perrier from the fridge and handed it to her. Thank you. Gu Qingxi accepted it, naturally twisting the cap open and taking a sip. She no longer declined. This change was something she might not even notice herself. How's that labor dispute case with the ride-hailing service you mentioned last time? Zhou Mu casually asked. It's still in progress. I included the details you told me about the platform's commission and refusals in the evidence list. As long as it's useful, that's good. It's very useful, Gu Qingxi said seriously. These details aren't clear just from contract terms that must be explained by someone who has actually driven a car. Zhou Mu smiled. Then sending cookies just once isn't enough. Gu Qingxi also chuckled, just about to respond, when she suddenly heard a strange sound seemingly coming from downstairs. Is that a cat meowing? She instinctively perked her ears to listen. A few seconds later she finally understood what the sound was, her fair face instantly turning red. It's getting late, I should head back. Alright. She almost fled as if she had done something wrong. Zhou Mu couldn't help but smile slightly. At 24 years old, her face, turning red, was still like a little girl. He returned to his chair and sat down, the commotion downstairs still ongoing. However, based on the timing from the previous few days, it should be wrapping up soon. His gaze shifted to the computer, and he began to consider what game to play today. Just then a message from Chen Sui appeared right on time. Little Zhou, brother, log in. He replied with one word, okay. When logging into the game, he glanced at the time, which was already close to 10 o'clock in the evening. This girl was still in her first year of college, spending every day immersed in games, and he wondered if she was planning to skip class again tomorrow. But thinking about her account with 150,000 followers going to class probably seemed like a side job to her. The next evening around 7, Zhou Mu arrived at a high-end Japanese restaurant. A female attendant dressed in a plain kimono led him to a private room. Ning Ning was already seated in the private room. Today she wore a light-colored dress, her makeup exquisite, yet different from the formulaic elegance she had displayed yesterday at the boutique. As a campus beauty, she was naturally stunning, but today she looked particularly impressive to Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu sat down across from her. No problem, I just arrived too. I saw this restaurant online. They say their sea urchin is exceptional. Ning Ning nodded. I also read the reviews online. This is my first time here. High-end Japanese restaurants usually have set menus. Ning Ning ordered a set menu priced at 1,288 yuan per person, which, while still not as expensive as that silk scarf, was quite sincere for a treat. Dishes were served one after another. After a while of eating, the atmosphere was slightly dull at the start. They had known each other for a long time, but this was their first time eating alone together. Especially for Ning Ning, she felt something was a bit off. How did you end up working at LV? Zhou Mu asked. You were doing quite well at the foreign bank, weren't you? Ning Ning gently shook her head. People outside think working at a foreign bank is great, but it's really not that wonderful. Colleagues are scheming against each other, and the bosses use all sorts of PUA tactics. It's quite stressful. Zhou Mu curiously asked, Isn't it said that foreigners have a serious work attitude very different from the leaders of domestic companies? Ning Ning smiled helplessly. My boss isn't a foreigner. She glanced at Zhou Mu and continued, I know many people have stereotypes about sales associates, thinking they are materialistic, snobbish, and vain. However, after working for a while, I feel much freer working at LV, and my income is even higher than when I was at the bank. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. When he was poor, his impression of sales associates was just as Ning Ning described. But now that he had money, he understood more about this group, and his perspective had changed. Not to mention sales associates, even his attitude towards passengers who booked budget rides versus those who booked premium rides was different. What about you? Ning Ning's gaze was inquisitive. I can't understand you anymore. One moment you're driving for ride-hailing services, and the next moment you're spending hundreds of thousands at our place. Zhou Mu smirked. Was it particularly awkward when you encountered me that night while taking a taxi? Weren't you awkward? Ning Ning chuckled. I saw you could hardly speak at that time. Haha, it was mutual. Oh, it was mainly too unexpected. Are you really still driving for ride-hailing services? What else would I do? I just finished driving for ride-hailing services before coming here to eat. Ning Ning raised an eyebrow. That t-shirt you're wearing costs 10,000 and the pants 2,000. Don't tell me you're living off driving for ride-hailing services. Zhou Mu shrugged. You know I like to tell the truth. Ning Ning was left speechless. Which normal person would think this is the truth? This guy, how has he become so slick after breaking up with Zhang Yao? Does Yao Yao know about your current situation? She asked. Zhou Mu's teacup paused at his lips. Do you know how Zhang Yao and I broke up? Ning Ning was taken aback. The answer she knew might not be the same as Zhou Mu's. Ning Ning pondered for a moment and said, I initially thought that after Yao Yao came ashore she dumped you. Did she tell you that? Zhou Mu asked. She only said you two broke up, didn't specify the reason, but I could sense it. Ning Ning paused, looking seriously at Zhou Mu. But now I suspect, could it be that you dumped her? Zhou Mu had just taken a sip of tea and nearly spat it out. She was busy with her civil service exam, and I was busy helping her, and now that she has succeeded, I dumped her. Do I look crazy to you? But you have money. I've even resorted to driving for a ride-hailing service. Do I look like a fool? Ning Ning rolled her eyes. Even if you're being dismissive, I would find it more believable if you said you won the lottery. Zhou Mu shrugged. The day you hitched a ride in my car, was that fake? I'm not saying driving for a ride-hailing service is fake. Oh, I just wonder. Honestly, are you a rich second-gen, deliberately low-key testing your girlfriend, that kind of thing? Have you read too many web novels? Zhou Mu discovered for the first time that Ning Ning had quite an imagination. Ning Ning chuckled. All right, let's not dwell on whether you're genuinely driving for a ride-hailing service or not. She glanced at Zhou Mu again. You haven't answered my previous question. What question? Does Yao Yao know about your current situation? Based on your understanding of Zhang Yao, if she knew about my current situation, would she bring up a breakup? Ning Ning fell silent for a moment. She seems very positive these days, as if she particularly wants to prove that she's doing well and that her choice was correct. That's irrelevant to me. Then, she hesitated for a moment. Should I tell her about your current situation? Zhou Mu picked up his teacup and took a sip. Do you know what the most important thing about treating guests is? What is it? To talk about topics that interest the guests. Ning Ning smiled slightly and raised her cup. Cheers. The two continued to eat and chat, the initial sense of restraint gradually fading away, and the topics became more numerous. Dinner was nearing its end. Ning Ning called over the waiter to settle the bill, only to be informed that the gentleman in front of her had already paid. When did you pay the bill? I went to the restroom earlier and paid the bill on the way back, Zhou Mu said lightly. But we agreed I would treat you. Next time let's go to a more casual restaurant, and I won't compete with you for the bill. Ning Ning knew Zhou Mu was trying to save her money. Yet this made her feel increasingly indebted to him. On second thought, it seemed that owing him a bit more wouldn't be so bad. Zhou Mu took out his car keys and said, let's go, let this ride-hailing driver take you home. Thank you. She did not refuse. The two got into Zhou Mu's ride-hailing car. This time Ning Ning immediately chose the front passenger seat. She seemed to be in a good mood, continuing to chat with Zhou Mu about the topics they hadn't finished discussing earlier, laughing from time to time. Also, there are so many exciting stories in ride-hailing cars. Yeah, there are often melodramatic tales, Zhou Mu replied. If it weren't for making a living driving, this would actually be quite interesting. Now I really suspect you're driving for fun. Ning Ning turned to look at him. Otherwise, which ride-hailing driver only drives for 2 hours a day? Zhou Mu smiled slightly, as if to acknowledge it. The car soon arrived at the entrance of Ning Ning's neighborhood. She opened the car door to get out, and turned to wave gently at Zhou Mu. Drive safely, good night. Good night. Zhou Mu lightly pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle smoothly drove away. Ning Ning kept watching Zhou Mu's car disappear around the corner before turning to head home. She held her phone, hesitating whether to tell Zhang Yao about Zhou Mu's current situation. Forget it, she shook her head. Zhang Yao had said before that she didn't want to bring up Zhou Mu anymore. Zhou Mu didn't want to talk about Zhang Yao either. Why stir up trouble for himself? She put down her phone, recalling the date she had with Zhou Mu tonight. It felt great, and she was very happy. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility, and her cheeks turned slightly red. She should think about where to take him for dinner next time. The next day in the afternoon, Zhou Mu leaned back in his chair with the screens of 2 computers in front of him glowing. The desktop computer screen displayed the login interface of a popular new game. The laptop screen showed stock accounts and market client charts. The numbers in the account refreshed in real time, and with each fluctuation the amounts changed by thousands. He had planned to consult Shin Anren for investment advice over the weekend, but he himself was not a novice, having studied. So before waiting for Shin Anren's suggestions, he had already invested all the money he had earned recently into the stock market, totaling 2 million. By now he had gotten used to making over 100,000 a day, so looking back at the thousands or tens of thousands of floating profits and losses in the stock account stirred little emotion in him. At this moment, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Little brother Zhou opened the door quickly. Zhou Mu was unsure why Chen Sui Sui would come over at this hour, but he welcomed the energetic girl. As the door opened, Chen Sui Sui, with her hair styled in double ponytails, appeared even more lively than the last time he saw her. Little brother Zhou, I brought you a gift. She held up a box of chocolates, waving it in front of Zhou Mu. Then, without waiting for him to respond, she squeezed past him and boldly walked into the room, plopping down in the gaming chair. Zhou Mu closed the door and turned to see her spinning around in the chair, raising an eyebrow. You're certainly not being... Chen Sui Sui straightened the chair and patted the chocolate box on the table. My mom brought these back from abroad. Oh, I brought them for you to try. Zhou Mu picked up the box to take a look. Is this a tenant's benefit? He asked. Chen Sui Sui blinked her big eyes. This is an exclusive benefit from Sui Sui to you. Zhou Mu couldn't help but chuckle at her expression. This girl was incredibly articulate. He wondered if it was natural or a result of her streaming, but every word she said was pleasing to hear. Isn't it Friday? You don't have class? He asked. I have no classes today, so I just went home, Chen Sui Sui replied confidently. Her gaze unconsciously fell on the 2 computers on the table, and when she saw the stock account, her eyes lit up. Wow, little brother Zhou, you're so rich. Over 2 million. Her tone was not overly surprised. After all, it was quite normal for someone who could afford such an expensive computer to have several million in their account. With so many houses in your family, what does my little money even count as? Zhou Mu casually replied. Houses and cash are 2 different things. Her gaze shifted to the desktop screen. Hey, isn't this Singularity Space? When did you buy it? I just downloaded it. I haven't played yet. I've seen others play it in the streaming room. This game is super exciting. Chen Sui Sui said as she moved her hand to the mouse. Little brother Zhou, I've decided I'm going to play here today. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. Since you've decided to play here today, aren't you going to ask if I agree? Chen Sui Sui made a pitiful expression. Little brother Zhou, do you agree to let me play here? Zhou Mu couldn't help but smile at her mischievousness and waved his hand as if giving permission. Chen Sui immediately opened the game and became fully engrossed, mumbling to herself. While little brother Zhou, this computer is amazing for gaming. I wanted to try your computer a few days ago, but I felt you shy. Zhou Mu said in astonishment. You've already shown me a new height of social boldness. No way. My social boldness varies with the person. I can be quite aloof around those I don't like. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her words might have gone a bit too far and quickly turned back to the computer screen. Zhou Mu didn't continue the topic and sat down on the sofa, opening a car buying app on his phone. He still had about 5,000 left in his zero-interest purchase quota. He was thinking of buying a car. This idea had been in his mind since he got the system on the first day, but his life was simple now. Apart from driving for a couple of hours a day, he spent most of his time in a rented room. Buying a car would just mean letting it sit and gather dust, so it wasn't urgent. Little brother Zhou, I heard from my mom that you have a girlfriend. Chen Sui didn't turn around, her face still towards the computer screen. Did you two break up? Zhou Mu looked up. How do you know? Chen Sui replied. Because I saw in your room that all your things are your own. I noticed that the first time I came here. Zhou Mu hadn't expected that Chen Sui, who seemed carefree, actually had quite a keen sense. With such a good boyfriend, who would want to break up? Chen Sui added. How long have you known me? Can you tell if I'm good or not? You're handsome and wealthy, isn't that enough? Being handsome and wealthy is good. What if he's a playboy? Life can't be triangular. Chen Sui paused. If you can have two good things, isn't that good enough? Do you want to ask for more? Zhou Mu curled his lips. That's the most reasonable thing I've heard since I met you. This topic came to an end, and Chen Sui continued playing the game, while Zhou Mu's gaze returned to his phone, looking at cars. After a while, Chen Sui's voice came from the side. What are you looking at? She had paused the game at some point and leaned over to see his phone screen. Portion 911. Her eyes lit up. Are you buying a car? I'm considering it. While that car is... Chen Sui sat down right next to Zhou Mu. Little brother, Zhou, I'm curious. You're obviously very wealthy. Why do you live here? Aren't I welcome? Of course not. Chen Sui shook her head repeatedly. I don't want you to move away. Zhou Mu chuckled. I'm just a lazy person. I have no motivation to move for now. That's great. Chen Sui showed a relieved expression. When you buy the 911, can I be the first passenger? How can you be so thick-skinned? Zhou Mu laughed. You don't have a girlfriend right now. What's the big deal about me letting you sit in the front passenger seat? Chen Sui insisted. Besides, I have 50,000 followers. I can do a live stream for you. It'll be quite impressive. Let's skip the live stream. Zhou Mu paused. The first passenger, I can consider it. Then it's a deal. Chen Sui grabbed Zhou Mu's hand, and before he could react, she had already linked her pinky with his. She returned to the computer to play the game. Zhou Mu glanced at the time. It was just past 3 in the afternoon. He opened his stock account and saw that the stocks he bought today had risen by an average of 1, with a profit of over 20,000. This bit of profit was just fine. Chen Sui played in the rented room until after 4, and only when Zhou Mu urged her that he was going to drive for ride-hailing did she reluctantly leave. She couldn't understand why little brother Zhou, being so wealthy, was still keen on driving for ride-hailing, and only did it for a short time every day. Based on her current interactions, she felt that little brother Zhou was completely normal, so she could only understand it as a quirk of a wealthy young man. After Chen Sui left, Zhou Mu tidied up a bit and set off right on time. It was just after 6 in the evening when a couple in their 30s got into his ride-hailing car, both looking hurried, with their destination being a police station. Zhou Mu started the car as usual and followed the navigation address. Xiaodong, the woman asked, why doesn't Deji usually drink at noon? What happened today? It's all because of his old classmate coming from out of town who insisted on making him drink. You know Deji, he loves face, so he had a few drinks. But who would have thought that during the day there would be a drink driving check? They had barely driven a kilometer after leaving the hotel before getting caught. What terrible luck. The woman sighed. Our family relies on him driving to make a living. He's being so careless. Xiaodong nodded. There's nothing we can do now. We just have to solve this issue first and worry about the rest later. Is the method you mentioned really feasible? The woman sounded uncertain. Sister-in-law, don't worry, the person at the police station is my childhood friend. He promised me that he could handle this matter completely. Zhou Mu was still driving in front. Hearing this, this woman was probably being scammed. If caught for drink driving, it was game over. How could there be any other option? He silently drove while continuing to listen to the conversation between the two in the back seat. The woman hesitated, but the charge of soliciting prostitution sounds too bad. Can't you ask your friend to help change it to another charge? Oh, come on, sister-in-law, what are you still thinking about at a time like this? Deji is drink driving. It's a criminal charge. Now they're helping him change it to soliciting prostitution. That's a huge favor. You can't expect to have it both ways. All right then. The woman took a deep breath. When we get to the police station, what should I do? The police station will tell you that Deji solicited prostitution and will detain him for 15 days and fine him 5,000. Just don't ask anything, don't say anything, just pay the fine and sign your name. What if the police find something wrong? Don't worry, everything is taken care of. Just remember, don't ask too much or say too much, or if this matter gets exposed, my childhood friend will be in serious trouble. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. The car stopped at the police station entrance. Zhou Mu watched as the two got out and walked towards the police station door. He originally thought it was a scam, but it turned out to be a good brother. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of person that Deji who got caught for drink driving was. With such a brother, his life wasn't wasted. Zhou Mu checked the time. It was almost time to wrap up. He drove to a high-end restaurant and leisurely enjoyed a lavish meal. As he walked out of the restaurant, it was already close to 9 in the evening. Just as he was about to head back, he received a message on his phone from Shun Anren. Are you free tonight? Shall we find a place to sit? Inside a bar on the Bund, jazz music flowed gently. Zhou Mu sat in a booth, and a few minutes later she sat down opposite him, casually placing her bag beside her. Sorry for being late. There was a bit of a situation at the company that delayed me. Zhou Mu pushed the drink menu over to her. What would you like to drink? You choose. I trust your taste. Zhou Mu didn't decline and turned to the waiter, saying, 2 glasses of Yamazaki, 18 years, and neat, no ice. The waiter slightly bowed and stepped back. Shun Anren raised an eyebrow. Yamazaki, 18 years. This bar isn't cheap. Zhou Mu smiled. It's rare to have you out here. I can't serve something subpar. You're getting better at speaking these. Shun Anren's gaze wandered over his face. You seem like a different person compared to when you were at the company. Now that I'm a driver, it's normal to be more talkative. Don't even start it. Well, I've never seen a driver like you. 2 glasses of whiskey were quickly served. Shun Anren raised her glass, gently swirling it before taking a small sip. How is it? Zhou Mu asked. Not bad, she put down the glass. But I'm more curious about what you're doing. I still chuckle when I think about Lu Ziyuan's expression at the LV store last time. He's quite a character. Shun Anren smiled slightly. Honestly, are you a rich second generation? Zhou Mu raised his glass and took a sip. The whiskey, priced at 999 yuan a glass, certainly had a unique flavor. I just have good luck. He gave a vague answer. Shun Anren nodded slightly. To ask once is curiosity, but to ask twice is being inconsiderate. I've been incredibly busy lately. I had planned to have dinner with you this weekend, but I received a sudden business trip notification, so I could only arrange to meet you tonight to chat. Have you been this busy recently? Zhou Mu asked. Yes, a new branch office was just established, and the headquarters intends for me to go oversee it. How long are you going for? If it gets confirmed, at least 1 to 2 years. After serving as a general manager for a year or 2 at the branch office, you should be able to directly get promoted to director. Anren, congratulations in advance. Thank you, Shun Anren smiled. However, it's not completely settled yet. Your boyfriend has no objections to you working out of town. Shun Anren nodded slightly. I've talked to him about it. He said he supports my work. But saying it is easy, the reality of being apart for 2 years is uncertain for anyone. Zhou Mu fell silent for a moment. He thought of Zhang Yao. He had supported her for 2 years, and then there was no more after that. A man who supports your career is worth cherishing. He raised his glass and gently clinked it with Shun Anren's. Let's not talk about this anymore. Shun Anren waved her hand. Let's get to the main topic. Didn't you want financial advice? Zhou Mu nodded. How much capital are you planning to use? For the initial investment, 3 to 5 million. Shun Anren seemed unfazed. After all, she had seen Zhou Mu spend 2700 in one go at the LV store last time. With such spending power, it was totally normal to take out 3 to 5 million for investment. She took out her iPad from her bag. This is an asset allocation plan I prepared in advance based on a 2 million capital framework. It just needs slight adjustments. The allocation ratios don't need to change. Zhou Mu took the iPad and began to look at it seriously. Shun Anren's allocation plan was quite professional and detailed. Stocks, funds, bonds, gold, all allocated in different proportions with each item labeled with its rationale. Zhou Mu had worked in this field before, and he could tell at a glance that Shun Anren had put thought into her plan rather than just using a random template or handing it off to AI. This is a conservative plan. If you flip further, there's an aggressive allocation plan you can consider based on your needs. Thank you, Anren. Just saying thank you lacks sincerity. When I have time, treat me to a meal. It's a promise. Zhou Mu raised his glass again. Shun Anren smiled and clinked her glass with his. The two then chatted about some light topics. Shun Anren mentioned some matters at the company, saying Lu Ziyuan had recently been criticized at a meeting for a mistake he made on a project, and things hadn't been going well for him. Zhou Mu just considered it entertainment, casually listening. That person was no longer related to him. Zhou Mu raised his glass about to say something when his gaze suddenly stopped in a certain direction. Shun Anren followed his line of sight. At the other end of the bar, in a booth against the wall, sat 6 people with 3 women on one side and 3 men opposite them. One of the women turned her head and locked eyes with Zhou Mu. It was Zhang Yao. She saw him too. She also noticed Shun Anren sitting across from him. Zhang Yao's expression became quite complex in that instant. Zhou Mu's gaze lingered on her face for 2 seconds before he looked away and continued chatting with Shun Anren. Shun Anren seemed to have noticed Zhou Mu's subtle change in expression and asked, "Do you know her?" Zhou Mu calmly replied with 3 words, past tense. Shun Anren nodded, not pressing further. About half an hour later, Zhou Mu and Shun Anren finished their last sip of drink and stood up to leave. However, Zhang Yao's gaze followed his back for a long time. She watched him pass by her side, not even glancing in her direction. She also noticed the woman walking alongside him. Beautiful, exquisite, and the way she walked exuded confidence. Their figures disappeared into the night outside. "Zhang Yao, what's wrong?" the man across from her asked. "You look distracted." Zhang Yao came back to her senses and took a sip of the cocktail in front of her. "It's nothing." The man across seemed to want to say more, but seeing that Zhang Yao clearly had something on her mind, he wisely kept his mouth shut. He was Zhang Yao's colleague and a key member of the business team. A few days ago, after learning that Zhang Yao was single, he had been very attentive. Tonight's colleague gathering was organized by him. At this moment, Zhang Yao's mind was filled with the images from earlier. They had broken up for just over 20 days, yet Zhou Mu looked completely different from before. Sunshine confidence. He resembled the person she first met. And then there was the woman beside Zhou Mu. More beautiful with more poise, she exuded excellence. What was their relationship? The gathering ended an hour later. Zhang Yao returned to her rented apartment, slumping onto the couch and staring blankly at the ceiling for a long time. After the breakup, she felt a deep sense of guilt towards Zhou Mu. The reason she deleted him from WeChat was largely because she felt she couldn't face him anymore. But she never expected they would meet again in such a manner. She harbored guilt towards Zhou Mu, wishing him well. Yet she never hoped he would be doing this well. It seemed he had completely forgotten about her. Zhang Yao opened WeChat, entered the university group, scrolled to the member list, her finger hovering over Zhou Mu's profile picture. She hesitated for a long time. In the end, she tossed her phone aside. Forget it, they had no relationship anymore. On Sunday afternoon, Gu Qingxi stood at the door holding a baking dish. "I'm taking a break today, so I tried making some caramel pudding. I wanted to invite you to taste it. It looks great." Zhou Mu took the baking dish and looked at Gu Qingxi. "Shall we go inside?" Gu Qingxi nodded and naturally walked in. "I've made it 3 times, and this is the most successful one." "What about the puddings from the first 2 times?" "I ate them myself." She glanced at the baking dish in Zhou Mu's hand. "They weren't good enough, so I didn't bring them over." Zhou Mu picked up a spoon and took a scoop into his mouth. The milk fragrance was rich, yet not overwhelming, and the pudding was dense and smooth. "How is it?" she asked. "Michelin level." "That's quite an exaggeration." She laughed, her eyes forming 2 shallow crescents. Gu Qingxi felt particularly happy watching him finish. She didn't even know when she became so concerned about her neighbor's opinion. Zhou Mu stood up, pulled out a beautifully packaged box from the drawer, and handed it to her. "This is for you. Take it back and try it." Gu Qingxi opened it to find macarons inside. She had seen this brand online and heard that 1 macaron costs 70 to 80 yuan. This box must be worth 5 to 600 yuan. "This is too expensive," she waved her hands repeatedly. "You're a lawyer at a prestigious firm charging over 1,000 per hour, right? How long did you spend on this pudding?" "That's a different matter." "Indeed it is." Zhou Mu shoved the box into her hands. "The value of this is nowhere near your caramel pudding." Gu Qingxi felt her cheeks warm slightly. She didn't refuse again, simply saying, "Thank you," as she hugged the box. Just as she was about to take her leave, a clear female voice came from outside. "Little Zhou, did you know I was coming? You even opened the door for me. Look what I brought you." Chen Sui Sui pushed the door open, carrying a bag. She walked inside, and upon seeing another girl in the room, was momentarily stunned. Gu Qingxi was also taken aback. She didn't expect another girl to show up. Moreover, it seemed that this girl had a much closer relationship with Zhou Mu than she did. "This is Chen Sui Sui, the landlord's daughter. Gu Qingxi, I live across from you." Zhou Mu introduced. "Hello, Sister Gu." Chen Sui Sui greeted immediately. "I heard from my mom that the resident of 302 is a very beautiful girl. Ooh, I finally get to meet you today." "Hello, nice to meet you." Gu Qingxi politely responded. She turned to Zhou Mu. "Then I'll head back now." Zhou Mu nodded slightly. "All right." After Gu Qingxi left, Chen Sui Sui placed the bag on the table. "What's this?" Zhou Mu asked. "The ribs and rice cakes you said were delicious yesterday. Oh, I just queued up to buy them." Chen Sui Sui sat down in the gaming chair and changed the subject. "Does Sister Gu come here often?" "Not as frequently as you do." Zhou Mu sat down on the sofa. "I heard being an internet celebrity is very busy. How come you're even more free than I am?" "Only the big internet celebrities are busy. I'm just a small streamer. You wouldn't mind me coming at a bad time, would you?" "Not at all." Sister Gu is very pretty." Chen Sui Sui paused for a moment. "Little Zhou, who do you think is prettier, Sister Gu or me?" "You're not even the same type." "Then if you had to score us." Mature men know that a woman's charm doesn't have a unified standard. Scoring is just a joke. Chen Sui Sui pouted and turned to face the computer. "I'm going to play a game now." Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. "Do you think of this as an internet cafe?" Little Zhou. Chen Sui Sui said seriously for once, the annoying Sui Sui is the white moonlight in so many people's hearts. Zhou Mu watched as she skillfully opened the game and logged into her account. This girl completely didn't treat herself as an outsider. Next door room, 302. Gu Qingxi returned home, and her mood seemed less cheerful than before. She squatted down, rubbed the cat's head, and softly said, "Today he finished the pudding and said it was delicious." The cat meowed and circled her ankle. She placed the box containing the macarons on the table and stared at the delicate box for a while. That girl named Chen Sui Sui seemed to have a very good relationship with Zhou Mu. Gu Qingxi suddenly recalled the first time she sat in Zhou Mu's car, holding onto the armrest too nervous to say a word. At that time she thought this ride-hailing driver was driving too frighteningly. Now, she seemed to have gotten used to the fact that someone like him lived behind that door. But just moments ago she suddenly realized that other girls could push that door open at any time. Gu Qingxi took a deep breath, pulled out a case file from her bag, and laid it open. She believed that as long as she immersed herself in work, the annoying emotions in her heart would naturally dissipate. In the early morning, Zhou Mu sat in the gaming chair wearing headphones, fully focused on the computer screen in front of him. Chen Sui Sui voice came through the headphones. "There are 3 people in Zone B, who I'll throw in a smoke grenade first. Alright, when we charge you follow behind me." "Okay, got it." After more than 10 minutes the fierce gunfight on the computer screen finally ended. "Little Zhou, I'm sleepy." "Yeah, it's too late. Hurry and go to sleep." "Okay, good night, brother." "Good night." Zhou Mu took off his headphones and glanced at the lower right corner of the computer screen 0323. He stretched and suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from outside the door. In the quiet of the night the sound was particularly clear. He instinctively walked to the door and looked through the peephole. A person wearing a baseball cap was crouching sneakily in front of the opposite door. A thief! Zhou Mu felt adrenaline surge through him. He immediately returned to his room, opened the toolbox, took out a hammer, and quietly walked to the door. He gripped the hammer tightly and suddenly swung the door open. "Catch the thief." The person wearing the baseball cap was startled and shivered, dropping the lock-picking tools from his hands. Without hesitation he turned and ran. Zhou Mu hadn't even taken a few steps before the guy leaped out of the stairwell window, sliding down the exterior wall's water pipe, quickly reaching the first floor. He seemed to be an experienced thief, and Zhou Mu couldn't catch up. He turned back to Gu Qingxi's door, hesitating whether to knock when the door opened from the inside. Gu Qingxi stood behind the door wearing a light-colored loungewear, her hair down and her face pale. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out, clearly frightened. "The thief has run away." Zhou Mu pointed to the stairwell window. Zhou Mu. Her voice trembled. Thank you. I'm very scared." This was the first time she showed a vulnerable side in front of Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu glanced at the room behind her. All the lights were on, and a clothes rod stood by the door, likely what Gu Qingxi had prepared to defend herself with. "Where's Tuanzi?" he asked. Hiding in the corner." Her voice steadied slightly. "It's even more scared than I am." "When did you notice the thief?" "I'm a light sleeper. I woke up when I heard the door lock move. I didn't dare. I was afraid he'd break in." She paused. "But I called the police." Zhou Mu nodded. "Good reaction, knowing to call the authorities first." Gu Qingxi said softly, "I am a lawyer after all." Zhou Mu pointed at the door. "Need me to check it for you?" She nodded. "Thank you." Zhou Mu inspected the lock. There were clear pry marks, but the core was intact. "The lock's fine. It's a grade C core, excellent anti-theft performance." Gu Qingxi nodded again. Silence fell between them. "Zhou Mu," she murmured, head bowed, "could you stay with me for a while until the police arrive?" "No problem." Zhou Mu stepped into her home. It was his first time inside. The layout and size were similar to his own. Everything was meticulously tidy with fresh flowers on the table. Clearly the home of a woman who cherished life. She sat on the sofa, arms wrapped around her knees, still visibly shaken. "Don't worry too much," Zhou Mu said. "I game all night. I'll hear anything outside." She looked up at him, a hint of dependence glimmering in her beautiful eyes. "Thank you, Zhou Mu." Minutes later the police arrived, took statements, gathered evidence, offered safety advice. The room fell silent again. "Well, should I head back?" Zhou Mu asked. "Call me if anything happens, or just come get me." "Okay, thanks. You've said thanks a dozen times tonight. No need to be so formal." Gu Qingxi smiled faintly, her first smile that evening. "Good night." "Good night." Zhou Mu returned to his room. As he closed the door, a system interface materialized in his mind. Ding. Detected host achieving life milestone, first proactive protection of another. Current milestone progress, 224. Unlocked ability, insightful eye. Description, sensory capabilities greatly enhanced. Can detect details ordinary people easily overlook, fleeting flaws in targets, and hear whispers imperceptible to normal ears. Zhou Mu's heart leaped. He hadn't expected this incident to yield such an unexpected boon. He calmed himself, quietly sensing everything around him. A faint scratch on the table's corner left from moving. a tiny spider in the corner weaving its web. The world had never been so vivid. The next day noon, Zhou Mu woke and habitually checked his phone. Gu Qingxi had sent him a WeChat message 2 hours earlier. Thank you so much for what happened early this morning. I'd like to treat you to dinner. Are you free tonight? Zhou Mu thought for a moment and typed he'll finish driving around 7. What about you? What time do you get off work? Half a minute later Gu Qingxi replied, can we meet at 7:30? Sure. They'll pick you up at your firm after I finish driving. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? I can take a cab. I'm out and about anyway, no trouble at all. It's settled. 7:30 downstairs at your firm. Okay. Zhou Mu put down his phone, suddenly remembering he forgot to tell her not to pick an expensive restaurant. But then he thought it didn't matter. He'd pick up the tab. Having made up his mind, he turned on his computer and glanced at the stock market. The index was correcting today. His account showed a small loss of a few tens of thousands. Just like when Head made a small gain of a few tens of thousands, it felt insignificant. This game would change when his capital grew larger and daily swings hit 6 figures. As Zhou Mu was studying stock charts, his phone rang. Hello, Mr. Zhou, this is the Porsche Center. You called yesterday about the 911 Carrera. Can I come in for a look today? We can arrange a test drive. Do you have one in stock? The model you requested will arrive in about 2 days. Then contact me in 2 days. Certainly, Mr. Zhou. I won't disturb you further. Have a pleasant... He hung up. His zero-cost shopping limit was under 5,000 yuan, and the Porsche 911 he had his eye on would cost around 1.5 million yuan out the door. That meant roughly $1 million would have to come from his own pocket. In the past, he would have budgeted meticulously, maybe put down a deposit and waited for the limit to reset next month to pay the balance. But now his confidence was different. There was no need. Cash was his money, and the zero-cost limit was also his money. It didn't matter which he spent first. At 7:30 that evening, Zhou Mu parked precisely outside the law firm. He turned to look at the building just as Gu Qingxi walked out. A young man in gold-rimmed glasses followed her, talking incessantly. Gu Qingxi walked briskly, seemingly eager to avoid him. Qingxi, you don't need to call a ride-hailing service. I can drive you back. I'm not using a ride-hailing service. This is my friend's car. As she spoke, she opened the passenger door, and seeing Zhou Mu, her face broke into an involuntary smile. Sorry I'm late. Right on time. I just got here too, Zhou Mu said. The man in glasses frowned, seeing Gu Qingxi prefer a clunker over his offer. Moreover, the way she spoke to the man in the car was entirely different from her demeanor at the firm, which further irked him. Qingxi, is this your friend? His tone was stiff. Yes, my friend Zhou Mu. She paused. This is my colleague lawyer Wang Yi. Wang Yi's gaze fell on the phone mount on the center console, his eyes narrowing. Your friend drives a rideshare. Driving a domestic EV worth around 100,000 yuan with a phone placed just so, 9 times out of 10 it was a rideshare driver. Zhou Mu's perception now exceeded human limits, so he clearly understood every nuance of Wang Yi's microexpressions. But he was beyond stooping to argue with someone whose hand he could read in 3 seconds. Gu Qingxi caught the disdain in the man's tone and frowned slightly. She turned to Zhou Mu, her voice deliberately softer than usual. Zhou Mu, let's go. I'm hungry. All right. Zhou Mu shifted into gear and accelerated away smoothly. Wang Yi stared at the receding taillights, his brow furrowing deeper. He couldn't understand. Gu Qingxi was so beautiful and professionally capable. Why would she befriend someone of such low caliber? And they seemed quite close. Loser, Wang Yi muttered to himself. Zhou Mu and Gu Qingxi arrived at a seemingly upscale Cantonese restaurant. It was nearly 8 o'clock and the restaurant was almost full, indicating its great reputation. Gu Qingxi registered their phone number at the front desk, and the waiter led them to a window-side booth. This place is nice. Zhou Mu glanced around and asked, how did you find it? We have a colleague in our law firm from Guangdong province. He said this restaurant's Cantonese cuisine is particularly authentic and highly recommended. She pushed the menu towards Zhou Mu. I've already purchased a couple set meal. I take a look if you want to add anything. Zhou Mu noticed when he first entered the restaurant that it wasn't cheap. He had intended to pay for their meal himself, only to find out Gu Qingxi had already made the reservation. No need to add anything. He set the menu aside. There's already plenty of food. While waiting for the dishes, the waiter first served a pot of chrysanthemum tea. Did you really just drive for a ride-hailing service again? Gu Qingxi asked. Yes, I drive every day. Haven't you ever taken my car? I'm just particularly curious. Gu Qingxi looked at him. Your daily expenses don't seem to match those of a ride-hailing driver. Then what do you think it relates to? All the things in your room are quite expensive, she paused. Let's put it this way, my teacher from the law firm is a partner earning several million a year, but I feel her spending power is inferior to yours. Zhou Mu jokingly said, if she earns several million, then she can't compare to me. Gu Qingxi smiled lightly. I'm just curious, nothing more. At that moment the waiter brought the dishes, and the topic came to an end. The dishes were served one after another: steamed grouper, crispy, roast goose, dry-fried beef, rice noodles. Zhou Mu picked up a piece of grouper and put it in his mouth. This place really tastes good. No wonder there are so many people. Gu Qingxi also took a bite and found the fish tender perfectly cooked. The two chatted while eating. Zhou Mu recounted various dramatic incidents he encountered while driving for ride-hailing services, thinking his stories were already quite exciting. However, he didn't expect that compared to the bizarre cases at Gu Qingxi's law firm, his experiences were merely trivial. Unconsciously, the conversation circled back to the theft incident that occurred in the early morning. I heard a door being pried open outside, and it really scared me. I didn't know what to do at the time, so I could only quietly call the police and pray for them to come quickly. She lowered her head, stirring the mango sago in her bowl, and continued, "Later, when I heard you shout outside, I felt safe. Then I started to worry about your safety." Zhou Mu chuckled. "Didn't you see the iron hammer I was holding at that time?" Gu Qingxi raised her head. "Weren't you scared then?" Zhou Mu shook his head. "At that moment my adrenaline was surging. I didn't think about these things. Besides, that little thief was as scrawny as a monkey. I wasn't afraid of a monkey, right?" Gu Qingxi smiled at how relaxed he sounded, the corners of her mouth slightly curving upward. After dinner, the two returned to the car. They lived in adjacent units, so there was naturally no need to discuss the question of dropping each other off. Back at the community, the two went upstairs together. Gu Qingxi took out her keys and turned to Zhou Mu. "I had a great time tonight." "So did I. Good night." Good night." Gu Qingxi closed the door and casually locked it. The cat Tawanzi came over, nuzzling her pant leg affectionately. She bent down to pick up the cat, resting her chin on its fluffy head. "Little Tawanzi, were you good at home today?" Tawanzi seemed to sense that its owner was in a particularly good mood and cooperatively meowed in her arms. She set the cat down and walked into the bathroom. The mirror over the sink reflected her face. She saw that she was still smiling. "Gu Qingxi, you're being silly," she softly said to her reflection. But the person in the mirror still had bright, sparkling eyes. 2 days later, Zhou Mu received a phone call. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, this is the Porsche Center. The 911 Carrera T you were previously interested in has arrived at the store with the exact color and options you requested. Would you be able to come by today to see the car? I'll be there in 2 hours." Zhou Mu hung up the phone, thought for a moment, then opened WeChat and found Chen Sujui's profile. "Where are you?" Instant reply. "At school. I just finished class and am heading back to the dorm. I'm going to pick up the car, and do you want to come?" Yes. The Porsche Center is located in the suburbs of Haiqing. Zhou Mu and Chen Suisui entered the showroom, where a well-made sales consultant in a uniform immediately approached them. "Hello, do you have an appointment? You called me earlier. My last name is Zhou." The consultant's expression changed. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, my name is Anna. You're here to see the 911 Carrera T, right?" "Yes." "This way, please. The car is in the VIP display area. I'll take you there." Chen Suisui followed, Zhou Mu glancing at Anna's figure as they walked. In the VIP display area, a black 911 Carrera T was parked. Anna respectfully handed over a sheet of paper detailing all the options and the final price: 5,237 million. "Mr. Zhou, the color you viewed on our website is this one, and the options match your request perfectly." Anna stood closer to Zhou Mu than before. "Would you like me to explain the configurations again?" Zhou Mu walked around the car. Not long ago, he never imagined that he would drive a Porsche 911 at this age. Now, however, he seemed to be getting used to the life of a wealthy person. This Porsche 911 was merely a temporary transition. "Mr. Zhou, would you like me to arrange a test drive?" Zhou Mu waved his hand. "No need. Cars are standardized items. Since he had already decided to purchase, a test drive was unnecessary." Anna led Zhou Mu and Chen Suisui to the negotiation area. She served them freshly brewed coffee, and when handing Zhou Mu his cup, her fingers seemingly brushed against the back of his hand. "Mr. Zhou, we currently have an exclusive financing plan for 911 owners. The down payment is only full payment." Zhou Mu interrupted her. "All right, with full payment the process is simpler. Mr. Zhou, I will prepare the contract. Please wait a moment." After Anna left, Chen Suisui leaned over and whispered, "Zhou, the way Anna looks at you is particularly flirtatious. That's just a sales strategy. If she were stern, would I still buy a car from her?" "No way." Chen Suisui pouted. "She's intentionally letting you see that she's interested in you." Zhou Mu smiled and didn't respond. Beautiful women are a scarce resource for the poor, but easily accessible for the wealthy. He understood this principle early on in his journey to wealth. He was still just a novice wealthy individual, but the kindness he received from those around him was becoming overwhelming. Anna quickly returned, holding a stack of contracts. Signing, swiping the card, and handling the paperwork went smoothly. When swiping the card, the 0 yuan purchase limit of 4600 was directly deducted, and the remaining amount of over 1 million was drawn from his bank card. The system notification chimed, but he didn't pay much attention. Accompanied by Anna, they arrived at the delivery area. Zhou Mu sat in the driver's seat, immediately sinking into the leather seat, feeling a true sense of unity with the car. Chen Suisui eagerly jumped into the passenger seat and took several photos with her phone. "What are you doing?" "Just commemorating you. I'm the first one to sit in the passenger seat." Zhou Mu couldn't help but smile. Standing by the car, Anna slightly bowed and softly said to Zhou Mu, Mr. Zhou, if you have any questions later, you can contact me anytime. When she said any questions, and anytime, her voice was soft and slow. Chen Suisui rolled her eyes inside the car, cursing silently. Zhou Mu lightly pressed the gas pedal, and the 911 let out a roar, steadily driving away. As soon as the car drove out of the Porsche Center, Chen Suisui couldn't wait to speak up. Brother Zhou, go for a ride. I want to go for a ride. No way. Why not? She turned her head. Isn't it necessary to run the new car I just got? It's almost rush hour. I need to drive. Drive. Chen Suisui blinked her big eyes, seemingly not understanding. You don't mean driving for a ride-hailing service, do you? Zhou Mu looked ahead, his tone casual. What else could it be? Chen Suisui was stunned for 2 seconds, then burst into laughter. What are you joking about? I'm serious. You just bought a Porsche 911 outright just to drive for a ride-hailing service. I didn't say this car, it's not convenient for carrying passengers. Chen Suisui stared at his profile for a while, confirming he wasn't joking. Brother Zhou, are you the boss or executive of a ride-hailing platform? Did you come to the front line to enhance product experience? You have quite an imagination. Then you must be insane. She pouted. What normal person does this? Zhou Mu didn't respond. A slight smirk appeared on his lips. After a few seconds of silence, she said, Brother Zhou, if you want take me for a ride, at least take me back to school. You can't just leave me to take a taxi back myself. Zhou Mu quickly calculated the route in his mind. Chen Suisui school and her rented apartment were in opposite directions. Taking her back to school and then driving to change cars at her apartment would take at least until 5:30. Although leaving at 5:30 is feasible, it's better not to waste the golden time of rush hour if it's unnecessary. Working only 2 hours a day, what's the reason not to take it seriously? Can you drive? He suddenly asked. Of course, I've had my driver's license for almost a year. Chen Suisui didn't understand why he was asking this. Then it's easy. What's easy? You'll know in a moment. About 20 minutes later, the 911 returned to the apartment complex. You really plan to leave me here? Chen Suisui's brows furrowed slightly. She had been waiting for Zhou Mu to reveal the mystery, but instead, he brought her back to this place. Zhou Mu took out the car key and handed it directly to her. You can go for a ride or drive to school. The car. Chen Suisui looked down at the Porsche key in her palm, then up at Zhou Mu and back down at the key. Brother Zhou, this is the car you just got. So what? Are you really sure about handing it over to me? You said you've had your license for a year, so why should I? But this is a Porsche worth over 1.5 million. Zhou Mu shrugged. So what? It's still a car, and do you expect me to serve it? Chen Suisui felt her brain was a bit sluggish. Alright, don't think too much about it. Zhou Mu said, drive slowly. If the car gets scratched, it's fine, but you must be safe. After saying that, he hurriedly left. Chen Suisui stared at the car key in her hand, stunned for a full half-minute. A brand new Porsche 911, just like that, was entrusted to her. She took a deep breath and sat in the driver's seat. The feeling was extraordinary. Not just the car's control, but also the trust that Brother Zhou had in her. She started the engine and the 911 let out a deep growl. A smile slowly crept across Chen Suisui's lips. The first person to sit in the passenger seat of this car was her. Now the driver's seat belonged to her as well. She gently pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche smoothly drove out of the community. This time she was going to school to make a statement. Chen Suisui sat in the Porsche 911, slowly passing by the school gate, and parked the car in a marked area nearby. She caught sight of admiring glances in the rearview mirror, and her lips curled up. This feeling of being envied by others was truly wonderful. Her family conditions were decent with multiple properties for rent, but it was still far from allowing a young girl like her to drive a Porsche 911. With a spring in her step, Chen Suisui walked into the school under the secretive gazes of many people. As she passed the cafeteria entrance, a figure suddenly jumped out from the side. Suisui. She paused, and when she saw who it was, she sighed inwardly. It was Sun Hao. A junior from the computer science department. He had been pursuing her since the second month of her enrollment, and it had been almost a year now. To be fair, he wasn't unattractive, had decent grades, and was a deputy minister in the student council. But Chen Suisui just had no feelings for him at all. She had rejected him several times, but he was like a stubborn piece of chewing gum that she just couldn't shake off. What are you doing here? Chen Suisui asked. I happened to pass by. Sun Hao smiled. Suisui, a hot pot restaurant just opened next to the school. I've heard the food is great. Let me treat you. No thanks. Chen Suisui interrupted him, her tone polite but firm. I have a live stream tonight. What about tomorrow? Senior Sun Hao. Chen Suisui stopped. I've told you repeatedly, please stop pursuing me. Suisui, I like you without expecting anything in return. Chen Suisui raised her eyebrows, feeling somewhat speechless. I have things to do, I'm leaving now. After saying that, she didn't wait for Sun Hao to respond and turned to leave. As soon as Chen Suisui pushed open the dormitory door, she heard the screams of several roommates inside. Chen Suisui. What? She asked knowingly. Are you going to eat me? Yeah. What is this? One roommate held up her phone in front of Chen Suisui. On the screen was a picture of her sitting in the driver's seat of the Porsche passing the school gate. This photo was just posted to the school group, and it's gone viral. The school beauty Chen Sui Sui and the Porsche. Chen Sui Sui took the phone and flipped through it. There were already over 100 messages in the group. Some speculated that she had won the lottery, some said she must have a rich boyfriend, while others analyzed that her live streams must earn her much more than people imagined. What on earth is going on? Be honest, a roommate asked. A brother lent it to me. Brother? A boyfriend, right? Sui Sui, you've been going home a lot lately. Did you get a boyfriend? Chen Sui Sui shifted her gaze. No. You're blushing. You're blushing. Where's your boyfriend from? Is he handsome? The roommates began to tease her, firing questions like a rapid-fire cannon. Ignoring you all, I'm going to take a shower. Chen Sui Sui hurriedly ran into the bathroom. Just then her phone. She took it out to see that it was Sun Hao sending her the photo of her driving the Porsche. Sun Hao, Sui Sui, is this car being driven by you? Sun Hao, someone said some unpleasant things in the group. When Chen Sui Sui flipped through her phone earlier, she had also seen it. But she didn't care. This society is like that. When they see a pretty girl driving a nice car and carrying designer bags, there will always be speculation that she's being kept. Sun Hao, Sui Sui, don't think I'm being long-winded. The world is complicated. You, as a girl, you need to be more vigilant. There are many people outside who seem glamorous, but in reality they are all pretending. They specifically target pretty female college students and have many tricks. Chen Sui Sui didn't want to bother. She put down her phone and recalled what Zhou Mu had told her today. It's just a car. Do you expect me to serve it? Drive slowly. If the car gets scratched, it's fine, but you must be safe. A smile unconsciously appeared on her lips as she silently murmured, this little brother Zhou. His foresight is quite impressive. Ning Ning sat on the edge of the bed, her phone screen illuminated. Over the past few days, she had scrolled through countless videos of food bloggers, finally narrowing it down to a few highly rated and reasonably priced hidden gem restaurants. Zhou Mu had mentioned last time that if she was paying, she shouldn't choose anything too expensive. However, after selecting the restaurant, she hesitated. It had only been 5 days since their last date. Would it be too frequent to ask him out now? Would she be too proactive? He had given her a silk scarf worth over 3,000. Although she had paid for the last meal, Zhou Mu had ultimately settled the bill. So inviting him to dinner now seemed reasonable. But he was Zhang Yao's ex-boyfriend, and Zhang Yao was her best friend. Was it appropriate to date her best friend's ex multiple times alone? She turned over and buried her face in the pillow. While she was in a dilemma, her phone vibrated. Picking it up, she saw a WeChat message from Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao, I ran into Zhou Mu a few days ago. Ning Ning was taken aback. Zhang Yao hadn't actively contacted her in a long time. Ning Ning, what did you talk about? Zhang Yao, we didn't chat. I was at a bar with colleagues, and he was with a woman. Quite beautiful, she seemed to have a lot. Zhang Yao, this happened several days ago, but thinking about it now makes me a bit uncomfortable. Ning Ning frowned slightly. You dumped him after getting your life together, and now you're uncomfortable seeing him with another girl. However, she could only keep these thoughts to herself. Ning Ning, why did you break up originally? Zhang Yao, it just didn't. She had never mentioned that it was her decision to end the relationship, but Ning Ning had a general suspicion, which was confirmed after dining with Zhou Mu last time. Ning Ning, because you got a government job, so you thought he wasn't suitable. After sending this message, there was a long silence on the other end. Ning Ning saw typing flash and disappear repeatedly. Zhang Yao, I broke up with him. The reason? Ning Ning stared at the text, suddenly finding it a bit amusing. It wasn't just Zhang Yao who was funny, as she also found her previous dilemma laughable. Ning Ning, since you broke up, why does it matter who he goes to the bar with? Why bother feeling jealous? Zhang Yao, after being together for so long, I just feel like he has forgotten me. Ning Ning, maybe he's just not used to it yet. She offered a few perfunctory remarks like don't think too much and just focus on yourself, finally bringing the conversation to a close. Ning Ning put down her phone. Zhou Mu was with a beautiful woman. She knew Zhang Yao was very confident. If she described someone as quite beautiful and graceful, then that person must indeed be stunning. Zhang Yao still didn't know Zhou Mu's current situation, but she did. He was definitely a diamond bachelor, a high-quality single man. Such a man would never lack proactive women around him. Ning Ning opened WeChat again, clicking on Zhou Mu's profile picture. It had been 5 days since their last date. It was high time to ask him out. Ning Ning, I found a fantastic restaurant. Are you free tomorrow? This time it should be my turn to pay. Not long after her phone vibrated. Zhou Mu, 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Ning Ning, no problem. She put down her phone, feeling an inexplicable lift in her spirits. The next day, during rush hour, Zhou Mu received an order heading to the airport. In the backseat of the car sat a couple in their late 20s. Since getting in the car, they had been all over each other, looking like newlyweds. As the car traveled halfway, the man's phone rang. Hello, honey, hubby. The woman's voice came through the phone. When are you coming back? Zhou Mu initially assumed the two in the car were a married couple, but it turned out he was cheating. Ever since he acquired the inside eye, he could clearly hear passengers on the phone. He glanced at the rearview mirror. The man remained unfazed while talking on the phone, and the woman clinging to him seemed utterly unconcerned. He'll be back tonight, probably around 11 p.m. I've missed you so much after being on a business trip for so many days. I miss you too. But, honey, I'm playing mahjong at Chanchan's place tonight, so I might come back later than you. The man who had been absent-mindedly caressing the woman in his arms suddenly froze upon hearing this. Who are you playing mahjong with? With Chanchan, what's wrong? Nothing at all, just come back early. Okay, darling, love you. Ending the call, the woman beside him seemed to sense something was off. She lifted her face to look at him and asked in a slightly coy tone, what's wrong? Did a phone call spoil your mood? The man's side leaned closer to the woman's ear and whispered, she said she's playing mahjong at your place tonight. The woman fell silent for 2 seconds, then lowered her voice, she might be cheating. No one in the car spoke again. Zhou Mu continued driving, suppressing his laughter. He quickly sorted through the relationship chain in his mind. The man and the woman beside him, Chanchan, were obviously a pair of secret lovers, and this Chanchan might be the man's wife's best friend. The man's wife used her best friend as a shield, most likely doing similar things with her husband. This boomerang goes back and forth, ultimately hitting them themselves. Zhou Mu glanced again at the rearview mirror. Chanchan had leaned back against the man's shoulder again, her posture identical to when she first got into the car. The man seemed a bit distracted, staring blankly out of the window at the lush greenery, lost in thought. 1847 arrival at the airport. The two exited the car. The man looked dejected while the woman linked her arm with his, and they quickly merged into the crowd in front of the terminal. The fare was 152.75 yuan. The system subsidized 152.750 yuan. Including the 2 trivial orders received earlier today, the total revenue was 175,330 yuan, making it the highest daily income since he started driving for the ride-hailing service. The system's settlement is based on the order's completion. With only 10 minutes left, he might still pick up one more order in the city, but at the airport, that was out of the question. Zhou Mu casually turned off the order acceptance button on the ride-hailing app just as he was about to head back empty. He caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Shun Anren. At that moment, she had just finished a phone call, pulling her suitcase with a furrowed brow. Zhou Mu rolled down the window and greeted her sister Anren. Shun Anren looked over upon hearing the voice, and when she recognized Zhou Mu, she forced a smile. I didn't expect to run into you here. Are you heading out of town? Zhou Mu asked. Are you heading home? Shun Anren replied, I plan to go home. Zhou Mu was taken aback. This was the departure terminal. Why was she saying she planned to go home? Are you alone? He asked. Yes. Get in, him heading back to the city too, so we can keep each other company. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Anren gently nodded. Thank you. The car sped along the highway. Shun Anren sat in the passenger seat, her mood seemingly not quite right. Anren Jie Zhou Mu began. Why are you at the departure terminal? Shun Anren fell silent for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and said, I was supposed to fly to Fei Rong City today. The new company was waiting for me to hold the first all-hands meeting. And then, I had just arrived at the airport when I received a call from headquarters. The personnel appointment was changed at the last minute, and I will continue to stay at headquarters. They notified you only when you were at the airport. Zhou Mu understood the suppressed emotions that Shun Anren was currently holding back. She had been busy with matters concerning the branch company, had talked with her boyfriend, said goodbye to her old colleagues, and arrived at the airport only to have everything overturned. This was not a simple failure of transfer, it was treating people like fools. Did you offend someone? He asked. I'm not sure. It could be someone playing tricks behind my back, or it could be that some big shot up top wanted to arrange for their own people. For someone like me, a small pawn, I have no choice but to obey orders. Zhou Mu remained silent. He had worked at Longjin Securities and knew how complicated the relationships were inside. Ability isn't useless, but being in the right position and understanding the higher-ups is even more important. People like Lu Ziyuan, who fawn on superiors while bullying subordinates, have average capabilities, yet can thrive in the headquarters. Shun Anren rose to her supervisory position entirely through her own abilities, but since she is not the type of understanding woman favored by the top, it isn't surprising that she was abruptly removed from her position. It's even possible that some big shot is deliberately sending her a message. Shun Anren turned her head to look at Zhou Mu. What about you? She asked. Why are you at the airport? I'm here to pick up passengers. Pick up passengers? Yeah, I drive for a ride-hailing service. Shun Anren was taken aback for a moment, then widened her eyes slightly. Are you serious? Of course it's true. I drive for 2 hours every day, rain or shine. Oh my God, what's your motive? Shun Anren said in disbelief. That bottle of perfume in your car must cost thousands. Zhou Mu found it difficult to answer that question. Saying it's for making money. No one would believe it except for him. Saying it's for experiencing life. Just consider it a quirk of mine. A quirk? Shun Anren raised an eyebrow. Honestly, it's the first time I've heard of someone having a quirk about driving ride-hailing cars. Well, now you've seen it. Shun Anren let out a long breath. Thank you, Zhou Mu. For what? Talking to you has made me feel much better. Zhou Mu smiled. The car drove into the community where Shun Anren lived and stopped downstairs. She got out, retrieved her suitcase from the trunk, and waved goodbye to Zhou Mu. He'll treat you to dinner another day. Zhou Mu started the car and headed to his next destination. He had an appointment with Ning Ning tonight. When Zhou Mu arrived at the restaurant, it was exactly 8 o'clock. Ning Ning was already seated by the window. She smiled at Zhou Mu. Do you really enjoy driving for a ride-hailing service? Zhou Mu sat down across from her. Next time, let's go for a late-night snack. It's too late for dinner now. It's fine, I'm not hungry. This restaurant has a long queue even if you arrive early. Ning Ning pushed the menu in front of him. I trust your judgment. I've been watching review videos for several days and finally found this hidden gem. Zhou Mu opened the menu and glanced at it. The prices were reasonable and the dish combinations looked quite creative. Looks like you did your homework. Of course. Ning Ning smiled. I owe you too many favors. If I treat you poorly this time, that would be really inconsiderate of me. They each ordered several dishes. You seem to be in a good mood today, Zhou Mu said. Am I? Ning Ning touched her face. Well, I guess I am. What's making you so happy? Because I can repay a little favor. And I've also figured out some things. What things have you figured out? A secret. She paused. I'll tell you later. Zhou Mu picked up his glass of water and took a sip. The dishes were served one after another, and they chatted while eating. Yao Yao said she ran into you at the bar a few days ago. Aren't you curious about what she told me? Zhou Mu shook his head and said nothing. Ning Ning thought for a moment and asked, if Yao Yao were to find you now, what would you do? Impossible. He didn't say what was impossible, but Ning Ning understood. At that moment, Zhou Mu received a WeChat message. Shin Sui Sui, little Zhou Gu, have you enjoyed driving your ride-hailing car? I want to return the car to you. Zhou Mu thought for a moment and looked at Ning Ning. I have a friend, a girl studying at a nearby university. She has something to return to me. Would you mind if I let her come over? He knew that this was not very polite, but he did not want to hide any relationship. Ning Ning was stunned for half a second and immediately nodded. Of course I don't mind. Zhou Mu picked up his phone and sent Shin Sui Sui the location. I'm eating here, but it's very close to your school. Come over. About 20 minutes later, Shin Sui Sui walked into the restaurant. She saw Zhou Mu as well as Ning Ning sitting across from him. She hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Little Zhou Gu. Zhou Mu nodded at her and briefly introduced the two. Hello, Ning Ning Jia. Shin Sui Sui greeted generously. You are so beautiful. Ning Ning smiled and said, thank you, you're very pretty too. Shin Sui Sui took the car key out of her pocket, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Zhou Mu. A perfect return. As the key landed on the table, Ning Ning's gaze inadvertently swept over it, catching sight of the Porsche logo on the key. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. How does it feel to drive? Zhou Mu asked. Super cool. Shin Sui Sui eyes lit up. I drove it around the school, and the head-turning rate was 200%. She caught herself and suddenly realized that Ning Ning was sitting next to her, so she stopped talking and stuck out her tongue. Did you buy a new car? Ning Ning asked. Yeah, I just picked up the car yesterday. I had something urgent, so I asked Sui Sui to drive it back for me. Ning Ning took a sip of water. She maintained a calm demeanor, but her mind was racing. He had just picked up the Porsche yesterday, and he handed the keys to this girl. Their relationship seemed complicated. Little Zhou Gu said he was in a hurry to drive his ride-hailing car, Shin Sui Sui suddenly remarked. Ning Ning almost spat out the sip of water she just drank. What on earth is Zhou Mu doing? It seems that no matter what happens, he has to drive his ride-hailing car first. Sui Sui, come sit down and eat something with us. Ning Ning smiled and invited her. The dishes here are quite tasty. Thank you, Ning Ning Jia, I've already eaten. Then sit down. They'll drive you both back later, Zhou Mu said. Shin Sui Sui nodded, sat next to Zhou Mu, and poured herself a glass of water from the jug on the table. Dinner concluded at 9:30. The three of them exited the restaurant, and Zhou Mu pressed the car key, causing the lights of the 911 parked by the roadside to flash twice. Shin Sui Sui habitually reached for the passenger door, her hand halfway there, when she suddenly paused. She turned to glance at Ning Ning. Sister Ning Ning, you sit in the front. It's fine for you to sit. They'll sit in the back. The back seat of this car is quite small. I have a short journey, so it's fine for me to sit in the back. After Shin Sui Sui finished speaking, she had already climbed into the back seat. Ning Ning didn't insist any further and took the passenger seat. Zhou Mu glanced at the two in the car, not expecting that Shin Sui Sui would voluntarily give up her seat. He took the driver's seat, shifted gears, and slowly drove out in the 911. About 10 minutes later, Shin Sui Sui got out at the school gate. Goodbye, Sister Ning Ning. Goodbye, Sui Sui. Brother Zhou, will you be online later? Yes, I should be. Then I'll wait for you. She smiled, turned, and walked into the school. The 911 continued its journey. That little girl is quite adorable. Yes, she's a little ball of joy. Have you known each other for a long time? For more than half a month, she's the Ning Ning gently said. At first, when I heard you let her drive your new car, I thought she was your new girlfriend. Zhou Mu stared ahead, calmly responding. A car is just a tool. If you need it, feel free to take it for a spin. Ning Ning's cheeks flushed slightly. She recalled the expensive silk scarf Zhou Mu had gifted her along with the last time they had sushi, which cost over 1,000 each. All along, she had been quite confident in her looks, figure, and clean past. Back then, she somewhat felt she was being special treated. But now thinking back, perhaps these gestures were just part of Zhou Mu's daily life. The car turned into the community, and Ning Ning got out. I had a great time tonight, she said. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. This restaurant was quite nice tonight. Next time he'll find another place. All right. After they bid each other goodnight, Zhou Mu gently pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche 911 smoothly blended into the night. Upon returning near the community, Zhou Mu saw an empty parking space by the roadside, quickly turning the steering wheel to back into the spot. He got out, and just after taking 2 steps he noticed a man and 2 women exiting the convenience store ahead. The woman in front was Gu Qingzi holding a convenience store bag, her face filled with helplessness. Following her was another girl looking somewhat inexperienced, likely an intern from a law firm, clutching a file bag. Beside the girl was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Zhou Mu immediately recognized him as Wang Yi, the one he had seen last time outside the law firm. Qingzi, I say this with no other intention, but to hope you can consider it carefully. I understand your suggestion. Don't always brush me off with such polite words. I'm genuinely looking out for you. Thank you very much. It's getting late, I should head back. Then I'll see you downstairs. No need. Gu Qingzi turned around and was about to step away when she looked up and saw Zhou Mu. Her previously furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and her lips unconsciously curled into a slight smile. This change was too evident, clear enough for Wang Yi standing aside to see. You're back so late today, she greeted. Yes, Zhou Mu nodded. What about you? Just off work. I've been back for a while. She paused, pointing to Wang Yi and the girl beside him. I have a document here that they need for tomorrow, so I came. While Wang Yi watched Gu Qingzi chatting with Zhou Mu, his tone was so gentle that the jealousy within him had already spilled over. This ugly loser needed to be taught a lesson. Master Zhou didn't expect to see you again so soon, Wang Yi said with a slightly unfriendly smile. Returning so late, did you go for a ride? The ride-sharing job must be tough, right? I actually quite like this job, but offers freedom, Zhou Mu replied. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. He waited for a retort, planning to use his eloquence to tear down Zhou Mu's words, but it felt like hitting a punch. Gu Qingzi frowned slightly. Lawyer Wang, I've already given you the documents. It's late now, and I need to head back. She then looked at Zhou Mu. Shall we go? Yes, Zhou Mu nodded. Wang Yi felt that the spotlight had been stolen from him by a rideshare driver, and he was infuriated. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out his car key and pressed it. A brand new Porsche 718 parked by the roadside flashed its headlights. Master Zhou, sometimes I think your ride-sharing is more convenient. It can carry 4 people. My car can only seat 2, which is sometimes quite inconvenient. Zhou Mu's foot, which had just stepped forward, suddenly halted. He looked at Wang Yi, smiled, and pointed to another car nearby. Lawyer Wang, why didn't you consider buying that model back there? The back seat of the 911 Carrera is a bit cramped, but it can still fit 4 people. It's much more convenient than your 718. Wang Yi followed his finger to glance back, then turned back his eyes, as if looking at a fool. Master Zhou, do you know how much a 911 costs? Why didn't you buy one? Zhou Mu reached into his pocket, pulled out the key, and pressed the unlock button. I bought one. The air suddenly. Gu Qingzi's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She knew Zhou Mu had strong purchasing power, but she didn't expect he had already bought a 911. Wang Yi's face turned a deep shade of red, and he could no longer say anything. The intern had just witnessed a good show, her lips slightly curling up, but she quickly realized that this expression was inappropriate, and hurriedly lowered her head. Zhou Mu turned his head. Qingzi, let's go. Gu Qingzi's smile was completely unconcealed, even her voice carried a hint of laughter. All right. The two walked side by side into the community. Did you just buy this car? Yes. Gu Qingzi's eyes sparkled as she teased. You're not planning to use it for ride-sharing, are you? Zhou Mu shrugged. This car has too little backseat space. Using it for ride-sharing would lead to complaints from passengers. Gu Qingzi's smile grew even wider. Outside the community, Wang Yi finally came to his senses. He walked feebly towards his Porsche 718, suddenly feeling that his newly bought car was no longer appealing. At this moment, he finally understood why Gu Qingzi, who was so beautiful and capable, would be so close to a rideshare driver. A white moonlight falling in love with a poor loser is merely a novel. He thought of Zhou Mu again. This scoundrel was truly shameless, even going as far as to live directly across from her to woo her. Is this something a person can do? He opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and said nothing. The intern cautiously sat in the passenger seat, lowered her head to look at the file bag in her hands, pretending she hadn't seen anything. As time flows, more than 20 days have swiftly passed. Some things have quietly begun to change. Gu Qingzi's frequency of knocking on the door to deliver snacks has transformed from occasionally to whenever she has the time. After cookies and puddings, there were cakes and egg yolk pastries. One time, when she came over, the takeout that Zhou Mu had ordered from a Michelin restaurant just arrived. He invited her to eat with him, and she hesitated for less than half a second before agreeing happily. The two of them could now naturally sit on the sofa together, sharing delicious food. Zhou Mu would also occasionally return the favor with small gifts for her. She wouldn't accept anything too expensive, but she no longer declined items worth a few hundred. Every time Qin Sui returned from school, she would immediately run to Zhou Mu's room. They played games together and watched movies. One time, perhaps because the movie was too boring, she fell asleep on the sofa resting her head on Zhou Mu's shoulder. It wasn't until the movie finished that Zhou Mu gently nudged her awake. After waking up, the little girl seemed to be in a great mood, insisting that they watch it again. On another occasion, they played games until very late. Downstairs, room 201 emitted that kind of sultry music. Qin Sui's reaction was completely different from Gu Qing's. She seemed to have overheard some major gossip and squatted down trying to hear more clearly. Zhou Mu asked her if she wanted to lie on the floor to listen. She replied that it was too unladylike. After saying this, they both laughed. Zhou Mu's relationship with Ning Ning also underwent significant changes. Ning Ning used to be shy about directly contacting Zhou Mu. Every time she wanted to send him a message, she had to think hard for various excuses. Now she sends messages whenever she feels like it. From sharing short videos to complaining about difficult customers at the store or simply chatting. During one conversation, Zhou Mu suddenly recalled that she had mentioned she had come to some realizations which she had said was a secret. Zhou Mu asked again, and Ning Ning said that what she realized was to live for herself and not for others. Over the course of 20 days, they had arranged to meet for dinner 3 more times. Now their conversations hardly ever touched on Zhang Yao anymore. During this time, Zhou Mu's wealth also steadily increased. The $1 million limit for $0 purchases had been reset. The balance in his bank account combined with the stocks, funds, and financial assets he held had exceeded $5 million. His income from ride-hailing had also reached a new level. Since acquiring the insightful eye, his observational and predictive abilities had significantly improved, with a stable daily income of 1,000 to 1,500 generated in just 2 hours. One afternoon, Zhou Mu received a message on his phone. Shun Anren, do you have time now? An hour later, Zhou Mu arrived at a cafe in the old city. Shun Anren was already seated in a window-side booth, looking much better than when they met at the airport. Sister Anren. Zhou Mu sat down opposite her. Shun Anren looked up and smiled. What would you like to drink? Their hand-brewed coffee is quite good. Then you order for me. I trust your taste. Shun Anren spoke a few words to the waiter, then closed the documents by her side and pushed them aside. Last time you mentioned wanting to invest in some projects and asked me to keep an eye out. She directly got to the point. I happen to have one. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. They had discussed this matter during their time. He wanted to engage in something more interesting rather than just driving for 2 hours every day and placing his money in funds and stocks. What project? He asked. An MCN company that does short videos and live stream sales called Xinyan. Shun Anren took out another document from her bag and handed it to him. The founder is my senior from University Sulan. She used to be a producer at a TV station before venturing into entrepreneurship. Zhou Mu flipped through the document. Currently, her company is in trouble. Several leading influencers under her have been poached by competitors, and the bet agreement signed with investors is about to expire. The revenue has not met the standards, and the investors are demanding to buy back shares. So, the funding chain is broken. Zhou Mu asked. Not yet, but it's close. When she contacted me, she was looking for financing channels. However, our company would definitely not be interested in such a small project worth a few million. So you thought of me. I've looked through the information on Xingyao. This company is not lacking in fundamentals. Most of the team comes from traditional media and has a higher ability to produce quality content than its peers. Shun Anren glanced at Zhou Mu and continued, I don't think they are incapable. They have just faced several setbacks at once, which is suffocating them. As long as they can get through this hurdle, I believe the company will quickly get back on track. While she spoke, Zhou Mu had quietly observed Shun Anren's micro-expressions using his insightful eye ability. He believed she was not just trying to help her senior find a backer, but genuinely had faith in this project and was recommending it to him. What about you? Zhou Mu asked, are you interested in this project? Shun Anren took a sip of her coffee. I think it's promising, but I don't have much money on hand. If you are interested in investing, I can contribute a little. Zhou Mu closed the document in his hand. What if I don't invest? Shun Anren met his gaze calmly. Then I won't invest either. Why? Zhou Mu asked curiously. Her company is currently overwhelmed. Bringing in an investment partner who wants to meddle will only hasten its collapse. Wouldn't my investment be wasted? What about me? Shun Anren smiled lightly. You with your wealth and little to do are the ideal investor. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow and tucked the document away. The project plan estimated Xingyao Media's current overall valuation at $3 million. Even if it allowed him to take 100% ownership, it wouldn't cost him more than a month's income from ride-hailing. Thus, this project was more of a speculative venture for him. Its significance outweighed its practicality. However, he felt it was time to take some proactive steps in his career, to take the first step and deal with the rest later. He'll take it back to study it thoroughly and give you a reply within 3 days. Shun Anren nodded. All right. At that moment, the waiter approached with the hand-brewed coffee. Zhou Mu picked up the cup and took a sip. The taste was indeed quite good. At the same time, in the office of Xingyao Media, Su Lan was answering yet another call from an impatient creditor demanding payment. President Su, this payment has been delayed for 2 months. We'll give you 1 more week. Don't blame us for taking legal action then. Su Lan hung up the phone and glanced at the group photo of all employees taken 2 years ago on her desk. At that time, she believed the future of Xingyao was bright. She had even drafted a plan for an initial public offering in 3 years. But now, more than half the employees had left, and the company was on the brink of collapse. She sighed softly, and then saw her phone screen light up. Shun Anren, I found a potential investor for you. He is interested, and will give you a definite answer within 3 days. Su Lan stared at the text for a long time. This was the only good news she had received in 3 months. Zhou Mu had set out early today to drive for a ride-hailing service. Ever since he acquired the system, he had been targeting the peak hours every day. However, today, he wanted to change his pace. As the master of the system, he should live a more free and spontaneous life, not just be a cog in the wheel. With this thought, he felt lighter as he pressed the accelerator. In the evening, he drove his Porsche to the entrance of Chun Sui Sui School. Last weekend, after losing a game to her, he promised to take her out for a meal, and now it was time to fulfill that promise. Chun Sui Sui had been standing at the school gate peering on tiptoes. The moment she spotted Zhou Mu's car from a distance, she couldn't suppress the smile that spread across her face. Xiaozhou Gij. She opened the car door and got in asking, why aren't you driving your beloved ride-hailing car today? I've already done that. Already done that. She turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. It wouldn't be that you changed your schedule just to take me out to eat, would it? Exactly. Wow, Xiaozhou Gij, you're the best. She paused and asked, what delicious food are you going to take me to eat today? You'll know when we get there. About half an hour later, the car stopped by the roadside in the old town. As the two of them got out of the car, a voice tinged with uncertainty called out from nearby. Zhou Mu. Senior. Zhou Mu turned his head. A few steps away stood a girl in a strappy dress, her figure graceful and her appearance striking. Zhou Mu paused for half a second, recalling who she was. Sun Yue. The most beautiful girl in their university's business school, 2 years his junior, who had joined Longjin Securities as a front desk staff after graduation. A fellow alumnus and former colleague. However, whether during their studies or in the workplace, their conversations had never exceeded 10 sentences. He remembered their last encounter was months ago in the company's break room. He had nodded to her, and she had returned a polite, "It really is you, senior," Sun Yue said, her earlier uncertainty dissipating. "I just walked over from that direction and thought the silhouette looked familiar." I hesitated for quite a while before daring to call out. Her gaze naturally swept over the parked Porsche 911 beside them, and Zhou Mu's attire before return. Long time no see, Zhou Mu nodded slightly. Indeed, it's been a while. Sun Yue took a step forward. You've been gone from work for several months, right? Where are you working now? Just doing some investments. Investments? Sun Yue's eyes lit up. That's impressive. I always thought you were different from the rest, senior. She skillfully took her phone out of her bag, opened her WeChat card QR code, and handed it to Zhou Mu. Senior, let's add each other on WeChat. We're both alumni and colleagues, and we never got the chance to chat properly. I've recently been studying investments as well. Zhou Mu took out his phone, scanned the code, and added her as a friend. Thank you, senior. Sun Yue retrieved her phone and glanced at Chun Sui Sui beside her, saying, I won't disturb you any longer. Let's keep in touch. After Sun Yue walked away, Chun Sui Sui turned to Zhou Mu, mimicking the tone of the woman from earlier. So impressive. I always thought you were different, senior. Zhou Mu chuckled at her antics, gently patting her head. Let's go eat. Chun Sui Sui covered her head and followed him, grinning. The restaurant was a high-end private dining establishment hidden within an old European-style house. Chun Sui Sui picked up a piece of wild yellow croaker and placed it in Zhou Mu's bowl. Xiaozhou Gij, that girl just now looked at you with the same gaze as Anna did at the Porsche Center last time. Almost like. Zhou Mu smiled. If you noticed it, how could I not? Chun Sui Sui glanced at him. You're both alumni and colleagues. Why didn't you add each other on WeChat before? Zhou Mu casually replied. I was driving a ride-hailing car before, not a Porsche. Chun Sui Sui smiled slightly, not pursuing the topic further. Dinner continued. Xiaozhou Gij, you mentioned on WeChat last night that you plan to invest in an MCN. Which one? What's it called? Xingyao Media? Xingyao. Chun Sui Sui frowned, thinking for a long time. I haven't heard of it. It's not very big but has encountered some issues recently. No wonder. Chun Sui Sui took a sip of her drink. The MCN industry is quite deep. Although I haven't signed with a company, I know some people who have. Some companies take a huge cut, leaving the streamers with barely half of their earnings. Others sign you up, but then neglect you, leaving you stranded while you can't stream elsewhere, which is quite a pitfall. Zhou Mu nodded. Continue. Also, some MCNs allocate all resources to the top streamers, leaving smaller streamers with nothing to work with, forcing them to grind it out on their own. However, once the top streamers rise, they have leverage to negotiate with the companies. If they can't reach an agreement, they may switch to another company, leaving the original one in trouble. She paused. The company you mentioned just now has encountered trouble. I assume it must be due to losing their top streamer. Pretty much. That does sound troublesome. Chun Sui Sui looked at Zhou Mu seriously. But since you know there are issues, why would you? If it had no problems at all, it wouldn't be up for sale, nor would it have its current valuation. Investing is the art of balancing risks and returns. Chen Sui contemplated for a moment, nodding. Xiao Zhou Gidger sounding more and more sophisticated. Zhou Mu smiled. In truth, his primary motivation for investing wasn't about balancing risks and returns. He simply felt he should do something more meaningful than just stock trading, and this project seemed promising. An hour later, dinner concluded. The two of them exited the restaurant and discovered it was raining outside, and the rain was quite heavy. The car was parked about 100 meters away from the restaurant, not too far, but not too close, and running over would surely leave them drenched. You wait here, I'll go buy an umbrella from the convenience store up ahead. As Zhou Mu was about to take a step, a fair, slender hand reached out and grasped his hand. Run! Chen Sui pulled him and dashed into the rain. Raindrops constantly pelted their faces and bodies. Her long hair got soaked and clung to her shoulders. Yet she seemed completely unconcerned, laughing as she tightly held Zhou Mu's hand, sprinting all the way. The 100 meters were quickly covered. Once they got into the car, both were already drenched. You crazy girl, don't you fear catching a cold? Zhou Mu said, while pulling out a few tissues to hand to her. Chen Sui didn't take them. Instead, she turned slightly, leaning her face toward the driver's side, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Help me dry off. Zhou Mu laughed, raised his hand, and gently wiped her forehead with the tissue. Chen Sui maintained her position, staring at him without blinking. All done. Zhou Mu retracted his hand, crumpled the tissue, and tossed it into the storage compartment. Not yet. Chen Sui pulled out a few tissues and began wiping the water droplets off his face. The car drove into the rainy night. Chen Sui leaned her head against the car window, watching her blurry reflection on the glass, maintaining a rare moment of silence. Xiao Zhou Gidger. Moi. Just now you held my hand. Wasn't it you who pulled me to run? But you didn't resist. She turned her head, smiling with her eyes bent. Next time I want to run like that again. Zhou Mu chuckled, choosing not to respond. 2 days later at Xingyao Media, Shun Anren brought Zhou Mu to the door of the chairman's office and gently knocked twice. The door opened, revealing a woman in her 30s. She gave off the aura of a career-oriented, strong woman. President Zhou. Sulan extended her hand. Finally meeting you. Anren has told me about you, saying you are the most special investor she has ever encountered. I hope this assessment is a positive one, Zhou Mu said as he shook her hand. Of course it's positive. Sulan immediately invited them into the office. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the conversation got down to business. President Zhou, you've seen our evaluation report. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Zhou Mu took a sip of the coffee on the table and said, as far as I know, Xingyao Media was still one of the leading MCNs 2 years ago. How did it decline so rapidly in the past 2 years? Anren mentioned that several major influencers under your management were poached by competitors. Besides that, are there any other reasons? Sulan smiled wryly and said, things were fine before, but the real problems erupted 8 months ago. Where we are today is a result of the last 8 months. She explained to Zhou Mu some of the mistakes the company made over the past 8 months. These included being undermined by competitors, as well as failures in strategic transformation and the rapid changes in market trends that the company couldn't keep up with. In truth, Zhou Mu was not interested in the past failures of Xingyao Media. He was more curious about Su Lan. Through their dialogue and by observing her micro-expressions with the inside eye, he aimed to gauge her character and determine whether this investment was worth a decisive commitment. From the previous conversation, there was one aspect that greatly satisfied Zhou Mu. This woman knew where her mistakes lay and had the courage to admit them. This is a quality that most women lack. My next plan is to stop investing in the general entertainment sector and concentrate all resources on widening our moat in the areas we excel in. In the future, we will not rely on the solo effects of top streamers, but rather on content quality and collaborative synergies. In other words, we will no longer tie the company's fate to any single streamer. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. When she spoke these words, her pupils did not waver, and her gestures were perfectly synchronized with her speech tempo. This was the kind of fluency that could only come from a deep conviction in her own ideas. The company currently needs at least 1,500,000 to get back on track. Additionally, Sulan hesitated for a moment before continuing. I know our current situation doesn't warrant any extra conditions, but I still feel it's necessary to lay it out clearly. I need investors who won't interfere with the company's daily operations. Zhou Mu smiled slightly and glanced. Shun Anren returned a look that seemed to say, I told you so. Go on, Zhou Mu urged. What I mean is the daily operations, content direction, and personnel arrangements of the company will be decided by me. Investors can make suggestions regarding finances and strategy, but they cannot direct the team over my head. If you find this condition unacceptable. I agree, Zhou Mu interrupted. Sulan was clearly taken aback. No other conditions. What do you want me to propose? Sulan fell silent for 2 seconds. This investor is indeed different. For the next hour, all conditions were finalized. Xingyao Media's post-investment valuation was 5 million, with Zhou Mu investing 1,500,000 for a 30-stake Shen Anren co-investing 250,000 for 5, and Su Lan and her team retaining 65 equity. Zhou Mu sent the draft agreement to Gu Qingxi. Gu Qingxi took half an hour to review it carefully and replied with 3 words no problem. Zhou Mu signed the equity agreement and then transferred 1,500,000 to Xingyao Media's company account. Just after completing these tasks, a system interface emerged in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has achieved a life milestone. First commercial investment, current milestone progress, 324 unlocked privileges 200 yuan housing subsidy privilege description. This fund can only be used for purchasing properties under the host's name, as well as related renovations and furniture. Zhou Mu was momentarily stunned, then took out his phone and opened the banking app. His balance had increased with 2 small goals. This time the system provided a one-time reward, but the amount was quite substantial. He recalled the anxiety he felt months ago regarding rent and layoffs. But now, those once unreachable things were now within reach. Moreover, this was just the beginning. There were still 21 milestones yet to be unlocked. On the way back, Zhou Mu drove while Shen Anren sat in the passenger seat, and the car fell into silence for a moment. What's wrong? Shen Anren couldn't help but ask. You've said very little since signing the agreement earlier. Are you having second thoughts? It's not about being happy or having regrets over this small investment. Zhou Mu paused. I'm thinking about something else. Something else? Does it relate to the investment in Xingyao? Not at all. Zhou Mu, holding the steering wheel, calmly replied. I just suddenly thought of buying a house. Oh. Shen Anren found it hard to follow Zhou Mu's line of thought. How could he think about buying a house right after completing a commercial investment? Did he feel that after making an investment, it was time to celebrate with a new home? Have you set your sights on a particular property? She asked. Not in detail, yet it'll probably be something like Haichen Yipin or Xinbei No. 1. Shen Anren took a deep breath, struggling to find the right words. The properties Zhou Mu mentioned were all well above her small target. She knew Zhou Mu was wealthy, but couldn't fathom just how wealthy he truly was. I actually wanted to remind you of something, she said. Oh, what is it? I think you made your decision too quickly during the equity investment discussion at Xingyao. Being decisive is an excellent quality, but there are people out there who specifically set traps for capital. If you encounter such individuals, your decisiveness might be exploited. Zhou Mu asked, then why did you say earlier that you wanted to remind me? Is this not worth mentioning? Shen Anren smiled and said, for someone preparing to spend hundreds of millions on a house, making a 100,000 investment really doesn't require much deliberation. Zhou Mu chuckled. It's not entirely like that. You trust me, and I trust you. It's that simple. Shen Anren softly responded with an and turned to look out the window. She recalled when Zhou Mu first joined Longjing Securities, he was cautious and diligent, just like other newcomers in the workforce. Back then her impression of him was merely that he was a bit more handsome than the average person. But now, spending hundreds of thousands on luxury items without batting an eye, making a 100,000 investment seemed like a trivial matter not worth pondering. As Shen Anren gazed at her reflection in the window, she suddenly felt that her understanding of Zhou Mu seemed to have just begun. At 9 p.m. that evening, Zhou Mu sent a WeChat message to Gu Qingxi. Are you home? I ordered some late-night snacks. Want to join me? A few seconds later, Gu Qingxi replied. He'll be home in 5 minutes. Wait for me. Shortly after, there was a knock. Gu Qingxi entered wearing professional attire, suggesting she hadn't gone back home, but came directly here. Zhou Mu noticed that she seemed to have just touched up her makeup. I was particularly busy today. Oh, I haven't even had. Gu Qingxi sat down opposite him and naturally picked up the chopsticks. You mentioned late-night snacks. I couldn't help myself before I even got home. Zhou Mu smiled and pushed a plate of king crab dumplings towards her. Start with some main dishes. Gu Qingxi picked up a dumpling, took a small bite, and the juice spilled out, prompting her to quickly reach for a napkin. Be careful, it's hot. Zhou Mu handed her a tissue. Thank you, she replied, wiping the corner of her mouth, a bit embarrassed. I'm just too hungry and my manners aren't very good. If your eating manners are considered poor, then I wouldn't know how to use my chopsticks at all, Zhou Mu teased. Gu Qingxi smiled brightly and picked up another black truffle shrimp dumpling. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance. Now that I'm eating such expensive late-night snacks, I don't feel too burdened by it anymore. Zhou Mu replied, what burden? It's boring to eat alone. Moreover, you helped me review the agreement today. Gu Qingxi sipped her drink, the smile on her face widening. Did you invest? Yeah, I did. 1,500,000. Didn't you need to think about it a bit more? Not necessary. Besides, I can't be a ride-hailing driver for life. Gu Qingxi looked up at Zhou Mu, her eyes bright and playful. Actually, there's something I've always wanted to tell you. What is it? The first time I got into your car, the speed you drove, it nearly made me panic. Zhou Mu chuckled. Didn't you tell me to drive? But that doesn't mean you should drive the ride-hailing car like a plane. They exchanged smiles and Gu Qingzi ladled a small bowl of fish maw chicken soup in front of Zhou Mu. She then lowered her head, taking small bites of the shrimp dumplings. The room fell quiet for a moment. Zhou Mu, moi, does Chen Sui Sui like you? She kept her head down, but Zhou Mu noticed her cheeks had flushed. Why do you ask that? She often comes over to see you and stays for half a day. Were you peeking through the door? No. I just sometimes hear sounds from outside. Her face turned. Zhou Mu didn't respond. Gu Qingzi, not getting an answer, couldn't help but look up only to find him smiling. What are you laughing at? You know, Zhou Mu's smile widened. Sui Sui asked me the same question a few days ago. Gu Qingzi quickly lowered her head again. What did you say? I said it's the same kind of relationship as with you. That's evasive. Never mind, pretend I didn't ask. She fell silent for a moment and set down her chopsticks. The little furball hasn't eaten yet. Ew, I need to go back and feed it. Zhou Mu remarked. You've barely eaten. I'm nearly full. Nearly full means not full yet. Take this plate of dumplings home with you. Gu Qingzi hesitated for a moment before nodding. She took the dumplings from Zhou Mu's hands and turned to walk towards the door. At the doorway, she suddenly stopped, facing away from Zhou Mu, and softly said, I feel it's different. After saying that, she pushed the door open and hurried out. The door closed gently. Zhou Mu leaned back in his chair, reflecting on Gu Qingzi's last words. The same kind of relationship. For Chen Sui Sui, this carefree girl, it didn't seem like an unacceptable matter. But Gu Qingzi, she was different. The next afternoon, Zhou Mu walked into a coffee shop. Across the street was the headquarters of Longjing Securities, where he had entered and exited through the revolving door daily just a few months ago. He came here today to meet Shen Anren. She mentioned that a friend of hers works in high-end real estate and has many listings to introduce to him. Just as Zhou Mu was about to buy a cup of coffee, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure standing at the cash register. Senior. Sun Yue looked at him, her face adorned with just the right amount of surprise. I didn't expect us to run into each other again so soon. What a coincidence, Zhou Mu nodded to her. Here for coffee. Yeah, the free coffee at the company isn't good, so I come here every day. Wait a moment, she paused. Senior, what would you like to drink? It's on me. No, I can pay for myself. A cup of coffee doesn't cost much, there's no need to be so polite with me. As it happened, it was Zhou Mu's turn to order. Then, I'll have a cappuccino. All right. Soon Sun Yue brought 2 cups of coffee and sat down in the chair opposite Zhou Mu. Here's your coffee, Senior. Thank you. What brings you here? Business. I'm waiting for Anren. I need to talk to her about something. You must be very busy now, right? Sun Yue spoke softly. Since I added you on WeChat last time, I've been hesitant to disturb you. Not particularly busy, and most of the time, I'm just idle. The only job I have is driving for ride-hailing, Zhou Mu replied calmly. He didn't mind revealing his identity as a ride-hailing driver in front of those who knew of his capabilities. Senior, you're quite the joker. Just as she finished speaking, the glass door of the coffee shop was pushed open. Shen Anren walked in, followed by a woman in her 40s dressed in a professional suit. Zhou Mu. Shen Anren approached her, gaze pausing on Sun Yue for a brief moment. Anren, I'm getting coffee, and I just happened to run into Senior, Zhou Mu explained. Shen Anren was momentarily taken aback before realizing that Zhou Mu and Sun Yue were from the same university. Both had previously been her subordinates, but they hardly interacted back then. Now Sun Yue was addressing Zhou Mu as Senior repeatedly. Shen Anren turned to introduce the woman behind her. This is Wang Jia, the one I mentioned before. Wang Jia, this is Mr. Zhou Mu. Wang Jia extended her hand with a professional smile. Mr. Zhou, it's an honor to meet you. Zhou Mu shook her hand. Sun Yue understood that they had business to discuss. Logically, she should have stepped aside at this point. However, she was curious about Zhou Mu, and they didn't seem to want her to leave, so she pretended to be oblivious and continued drinking her coffee. Wang Jia took out an iPad from her briefcase and got to the point. Mr. Zhou, Anren mentioned that you want to see high-end properties. I happen to have a few good listings available. However, viewing the high-end properties in Haicheng requires a preliminary asset verification. What's the standard? Zhou Mu inquired. For Haicheng EP New North No. 10 and Hemming Julie, the proof of liquid assets starts at 50 million. Wang Jia turned the iPad screen towards Zhou Mu. This is the developer's requirement, not me making things difficult for you. Zhou Mu nodded, pulled out his phone, opened the banking app, and displayed his balance page, placing the phone on the table. The 3 women glanced at the balance on Zhou Mu's bank account displayed on his phone. Shen Anren and Wang Jia understood that Zhou Mu intended to buy a house, and their reaction was quite normal. Sun Yue, however, was different. Upon seeing the long string of numbers, her first thought was shock, and her second was to discern how many digits it had. 8 digits, 9 digits, or even 10. It was too long. She could only see that the first digit was 2, while the rest were too numerous to count. She quickly realized. The agent named Wang Jia had mentioned earlier that the minimum standard for viewing properties was 50 million, so the number on this bank card could not be 8 digits. At least 9 digits, she thought. My goodness. She secretly pinched her thigh hard under the table. I clearly had so many opportunities to interact with him, but what did I this fool miss? The three of them didn't pay attention to Sun Yue's inner thoughts and chatted a bit more about buying a house, after which Zhou Mu stood up and walked outside. Wang Jia followed him. Sun Yue watched the two disappear from her sight and took a deep breath. She noticed Shen Anren was also preparing to leave, so she hurriedly picked up her coffee and silently followed. As Zhou Mu settled into the driver's seat, his phone rang. What are you doing? Ning Ning's voice came through the receiver. I'm getting ready to look at a house. Looking at a house. Ning Ning's tone carried a hint of curiosity. Are you finally planning to move? It's still early for that. Buying a house doesn't mean you can move in right away. Wait a moment, do you want to come along? Help me out with some advice. Sure. I happen to be free. I was just planning to chat with you. Which property? Let's first check out Himing Jiuli. There was a brief silence on the other end. She had heard of Himing Jiuli, a newly established top property in High City with prices around 2 to 300,000 per square meter. Should I pick you up? Zhou Mu asked. No. No need, I'll take a taxi there myself. You wait for me there. 20 minutes later, Zhou Mu's car arrived at the entrance of Himing Jiuli. In terms of reputation, it couldn't compare to Haichen Yipin or Exine Bay Yihao, but due to being a new development, its actual quality was even higher. At that moment, a taxi also pulled over to the side of the road. Ning Ning stepped out of the car wearing a beige dress, paired with black high heels, exuding a strong sense of elegance. Wang Jia drove herself. At this moment, she was already standing at the entrance waiting. Mr. Zhou, this is... She looked towards Ning Ning. My friend Ning Ning. Hello, Miss Ning. Wang Jia extended her hand and gently shook hands with Ning Ning, her gaze quickly scanning back and forth between the two. Having been in this business for over a decade, she could judge the relationships of visitors at a glance. This pair was neither a couple nor lovers, but their relationship was undoubtedly complex. The woman looked at the man with an unconscious smile in her eyes, slightly leaning towards him when she spoke. This body language was the best explanation. Wang Jia was aware of this, but showed nothing on her face. Mr. Zhou, Miss Ning, please follow me. Wang Jia led the two through the lobby and into the elevator. The elevator had no floor buttons, as she used a black card to swipe at the sensing area, and the elevator automatically ascended. The apartments at Himing Jiuli are 1 unit per floor with direct access to the private foyer. The current available unit on the top floor is the best in all of Himing Jiuli, with a construction area of 720 square meters featuring a sky garden and a rooftop swimming pool. As the elevator doors opened, they directly entered the private foyer. Ning Ning followed behind Zhou Mu, her gaze moving from the marble floor to the oil painting on the wall, and then to the crystal chandelier above that resembled a modern art installation. Working at a luxury goods store, she had seen her fair share of wealthy individuals. However, experiencing such a top-tier mansion in person was a completely different feeling. She stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the river view, momentarily lost in thought. What do you think of this river view? Zhou Mu walked up beside her. It's amazing. She turned to look at Zhou Mu. I used to think that such a house was light years away from me. And now someone is confidently walking me in, and that galaxy seems not so far away anymore. Wang Jia stood a short distance behind them, timely interjecting, Mr. Zhou, Miss Ning, would you like to check out the master bedroom first? You can see the other side of the river view from there, and the master bedroom walk-in closet is independently designed, which women tend to love. When she said that women love it, her gaze naturally fell on Ning Ning, making Ning Ning feel quite comfortable. On the way to the master bedroom, Wang Jia also introduced the kitchen's configuration. There are 2 kitchens, an eastern kitchen and a western kitchen separated. The western kitchen has an island perfect for gatherings with friends. If Miss Ning enjoys baking or making snacks, this western kitchen will be very convenient. Ning Ning didn't deny it, as she just smiled. The 3 of them arrived at the master bedroom. The walk-in closet was indeed stunning. How many items can this closet hold? Ning Ning couldn't help but ask. The designer planned for it to accommodate 600 to 800 pieces of clothing, Wang Jia replied. If that's not enough, there's also a 20 square meter storage room next door that can be combined. Ning Ning silently lamented. 600 to 800 pieces of clothing. How could one possibly wear all that? After leaving the master bedroom, Wang Jia took them to see the study, guest bedroom, home theater, and sky garden. At each room, after introducing the hardware configuration, she would casually add a line like, Miss Ning, how do you feel about the spatial sense here? Or this room has great lighting, perfect for women doing yoga. Ning Ning knew Wang Jia was doing business using sales tactics to intentionally highlight the positive aspects. But it felt really good. Zhou Mu was also very satisfied with this house, but he was not in a hurry to make a decision. He planned to view a few more properties and make a final decision after seeing several houses. After finishing the tour of this house, Wang Jia accompanied them to the car. Mr. Zhou, Miss Ning, feel free to contact me with any questions moving forward. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. I'll go see the next one tomorrow. No problem, Wang Jia replied. As long as you have time, I can arrange it whenever. The Porsche slowly drove away. It's still early, aren't you going to look at the next one? It's not early. Oh, I'll drop you off first, then head home to change cars, and it will be about the right time. What time is about the right time? During rush hour. What else could it be? How strong is your urge to drive? Zhou Mu shrugged. One must not forget their original intentions. Ning Ning slightly curled her lips. After a moment of silence, she suddenly laughed. What are you laughing about? I was thinking, did that Wang Jia think of me as your girlfriend today? Then why didn't you explain early? Explain what? She turned her head to look at him, a faint smile on her face. After all, I'm not at a loss. On Friday, Chen Sui Sui just returned from school and rushed straight to Zhou Mu's room. Little Zhou Gijim back. She tossed her backpack onto the sofa, skillfully sat down in the gaming chair, and then pulled out a delicate white box from her bag, handing it to Zhou Mu. Here, this is for you. Zhou Mu took the box and looked inside. It was an Apple smartwatch. Why are you suddenly giving me a gift? He raised an eyebrow. It's not sudden. No, I've wanted to give you a gift for a long time. I eat and play at your place, and sometimes even swipe your snacks. Do you really think I have such thick skin? Zhou Mu unwrapped the packaging and examined the watch. This watch isn't cheap. You're just a student. Don't spend money so recklessly. It's fine. I still have quite a bit of my New Year's money. She tilted her head slightly. Besides, I'm at least a little internet celebrity myself. Thanks. Zhou Mu put the watch on his wrist. But don't buy such expensive things in the future. You little internet celebrity, only earn a bit here and there. Got it. Got it. Chen Sui Sui turned to face the computer screen. Quick login. Log it. Zhou Mu smiled and opened the nearby laptop. When Chen Sui Sui was there, she always monopolized the desktop computer. They played a few rounds, but Chen Sui Sui was in terrible form today, scoring the lowest in 3 consecutive games. I'm not playing anymore. She pushed the mouse away and slumped back in her chair. I'm just not focused on the game today and my hand feels off. Didn't you just come over shouting to log in? How come your hand feels off now? Of course there's a reason. Chen Sui Sui paused. I don't want to play anymore. I want to watch a movie. Zhou Mu glanced at the time. It was just past 9, still early. What do you want to watch? Anything, just whatever you like. Zhou Mu picked a recently well-rated sci-fi movie, turned on the projector, and then sat down on the sofa. Chen Sui Sui immediately sat down next to him. After the movie played for a few minutes, she suddenly spoke up. How's the house hunting going? I've seen a few more places, including Haichen Ipin and Xinbei No. 1. Have you decided on one yet? Still considering? I'm currently most satisfied with Hemming Julie. Chen Sui Sui nodded and fell silent for a few seconds. Are you going to see them with Ning Ning Jia now? Zhou Mu's gaze remained on the screen. She accompanies me when she's not working. In fact, he had noticed that every time he went to see a house recently, Ning Ning just happened to be off work. Of course, there was no need for Chen Sui Sui to know this. Oh, Chen Sui Sui acknowledged and didn't press further. The movie continued playing, but Chen Sui Sui was distracted. She truly had something on her mind today, neither focused on the game nor the movie. She remembered the first time she knocked on this door just to check on a leak for her mom. When the door opened, she saw a clean and handsome face. Her mouth was quicker than her brain, and she blurted out, "Little Zhou Gij." Later, she found various excuses to come over, using the computer, bringing chocolates, and dragging him to play games. Her skills in the game were terrible, but he never truly complained, only saying, "With your skills you could still be a streamer," and then continued to pick Marco, while asking her to choose Yao Mei to follow. She remembered the day he handed her the key to the Porsche, saying, "Drive slowly. If the car gets scratched, it's fine, but you must be safe." She recalled that rainy night when she first held his hand and ran wildly in the rain while he wiped the droplets off her face. She knew there were other beautiful girls around Zhou Mu. She also knew that those girls' likes and concerns were the same as hers. Chen Sui Sui secretly glanced at him. The light from the screen cast shadows across his face. So handsome. She thought about the conversation they had earlier regarding houses. Could she live in that house in the future? She didn't know, but she was clear that if she didn't take some initiative, the answer to that question would soon become no. Chen Sui Sui caught a glimpse of her hand close to Zhou Mu's, less than 10 centimeters apart. She took a deep breath, her heart racing. Forget it. She couldn't decide who little Zhou Gij liked, but she was sure she liked little Zhou Gij. No, her hand suddenly covered his. Then her fingers slipped through his and gently clasped. Zhou Mu turned his head and glanced at her. Have you thought it through? Chen Sui Sui paused for 2 seconds. She knew what this question meant. It wasn't just about holding hands, it meant he might not only hold her hand. Not yet, she met his gaze, but I want to hold hands. Then you must think carefully. Once you hold hands, you can't easily let go. If I don't let go, then I want. She leaned her head on his shoulder and then felt Zhou Mu grip her hand tighter. On Sunday afternoon, Zhou Mu and Chen Sui Sui walked hand in hand into a Hainan mall. Walking side by side, Chen Sui Sui felt the warmth of their interlocked fingers, and the arc of her lips couldn't be suppressed. Someone had asked, have you thought it through? The night before, but now holding hands no longer required her to take the initiative. Zhou Mu led her straight to a boutique dominated by orange tones. Upon seeing the logo ahead, Chen Sui Sui inexplicably felt a bit nervous. That was Hermes. As soon as they entered the store, a well-made sales associate approached them. She scanned Zhou Mu's designer outfit from head to toe, and her smile suddenly became more sincere. Hello sir, welcome to Hermes. What would you like to see? Just looking at bags, Zhou Mu said. Sure, right. The sales associate led them to the bag section. Zhou Mu's gaze swept over the options and finally landed on a canvas and leather bag. Hermes bags tend to lean towards maturity, but this one had a bit of a collegiate style. Sir, this model is our classic Her Bag 31, with a moderate capacity perfect for daily commuting and school use. It's very popular among young girls. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. We'll take this one up, please wrap it up for me. The sales associate was taken aback. Did he want this one right away? It wasn't uncommon for customers at Hermes to spend millions. But this one, he decided to buy it in less than 20 seconds. What's wrong? Zhou Mu asked. The sales associate showed an apologetic smile. Sir, I'm very sorry. This model, the Her Bag 31, is the only one in the store, and it has already been reserved by another customer. Would you like to leave your contact information? We may get new stock next week, and I can inform you right away. Zhou Mu was silent for 2 seconds and suddenly asked, Do you have any blankets in stock? Blankets? Yes, we have plenty in stock. Give me 10. The sales associate's eyes widened instantly. She had seen many customers willing to buy rare bags from Hermes and choose to purchase other items as well. But this Her Bag 31 did not require a purchase of additional items. If one was willing to spend a bit more time, they could even order directly from the official website. He didn't want to wait. If he liked it, he wanted to buy it. This wasn't a foolish choice. It was undoubtedly a big shot's decision. Sir, did you say 10? Yes. I'll arrange that for you immediately. She turned to prepare the goods, but suddenly stopped, approached Zhou Mu and whispered, Sir, we actually have a Birkin bag in the store. I don't know if you're interested in seeing it. Zhou Mu knew the Birkin bag was Hermes' true flagship. To buy a Birkin bag usually required purchasing a bunch of expensive and impractical items first under the pretext of acknowledging the brand's value. And he had just casually asked for 10 blankets totaling 180,000, directly bypassing that invisible threshold. However, he no longer needed to consider whether purchasing was worthwhile. I won't look at the Birkin bag, Zhou Mu said casually. I still want the one I just looked at. The sales associate hesitated for 2 seconds. Sir, please wait a moment. Oh, I'll ask the store manager for approval. She turned and quickly walked towards the back office. In less than 2 minutes, the sales associate returned, her smile even brighter than before. Sir, the manager said it's fine. This Her Bag 31 is yours. 10 blankets plus this bag. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. The sales associate turned to package the items, and Chen Sui tugged at Zhou Mu's sleeve, lowering her voice. This bag is too expensive. I bought you a smartwatch and you told me not to spend recklessly, but what about you? For a bag adding 10 blankets, it'll cost over 2,000. I'm not like you. Oh, I have money. Chen Sui pouted, but this is too precious. I feel embarrassed to accept it. Zhou Mu glanced at her. This bag has commemorative significance. Chen Sui lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. He was her first boyfriend. This was also the first gift she had ever received from a boyfriend. Yes, it was significant. She didn't say anything more and followed Zhou Mu to the checkout, watching him casually swipe his card to pay over 2,000. Zhou Mu handed the Her Bag 31 and one of the packaged blankets to Chen Sui, instructing the sales associate to arrange delivery for the remaining blankets. 2 of the blankets would be sent to her parents in her hometown, while the rest would be delivered to her own place. Whether these blankets would be enough after buying a big house was still a question. The 2 walked out of Hermes. Chen Sui gently caressed the new bag in her hand, sighing, Mu Gij, is this the power of cash? Her way of addressing him had changed since that Friday night. Zhou Mu smiled. Indeed, it is the power of cash. Chen Sui wanted to say something else. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she spotted 2 familiar figures looking at them. Zhou Mu followed Chen Sujui's gaze. A young couple stood a few steps away. The girl had a high ponytail. Though her features were not as striking as Chen Sujui's, she was still pretty enough to be the class flower, the kind of beauty that would catch people's eyes in the campus. The boy next to her was tall and slender, somewhat handsome, and seemed to be the girl's boyfriend. Lu Yangjie. Chen Sui greeted them warmly. Bai Lu linked her arm with Yangjie and walked over. Her gaze first fell on the intertwined fingers of Zhou Mu and Chen Sui, then shifted to Chen Sujui's other hand. In that hand, she held 2 Hermes shopping bags. A flicker of envy flashed in her eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. Sui, come on, honestly confess, who is this handsome guy? Chen Sui proudly replied, my boyfriend Zhou Mu. She then turned to Zhou Mu and said, Brother Mu, this is my roommate Bai Lu, and that's her boyfriend Yangjie. Hello everyone. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. Bai Lu broke into a bright smile. Hello brother Zhou Mu, I've heard so much about you. Zhou Mu was taken aback for a moment. Heard so much about me. Has Sui mentioned me to you? Not. Bai Lu gave Chen Sui a meaningful glance. But someone suddenly started smiling at her phone recently, so we knew something was up. Lulu, that's enough. Chen Sui shot her a glare. Bai Lu completely ignored her threat and continued, Later someone drove a Porsche to school, and the whole dormitory interrogated her, and sure enough he's a brother. She emphasized the word brother with a teasing tone. Are you guys out shopping too? Chen Sui quickly changed. Yes, Yang Jie's birthday is next week, and I'm here to pick a gift for him. Bai Lu leaned against Yang Jie. He never tells me what he wants, so I have to choose myself. Yang Jie finally spoke his first sentence. Anything is fine. See, Bai Lu shrugged at Chen Sui with a you-know-what-I-mean expression. The four of them chatted a bit more. Bai Lu mentioned they still needed to check out the sports brand area upstairs while Chen Sui said they were about to head back. You'll have to give me a proper explanation when we get back to school tonight. Bai Lu winked at Chen Sui and then waved at Zhou Mu. See you next time, brother Zhou Mu. The two couples headed in different directions. After walking a short distance, Chen Sui suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? I remembered the first time Lilu brought Yang Jie to meet us. A few of us in the dorm secretly asked her why she chose a mute as her boyfriend. Zhou Mu chuckled. Good thing he spoke just now, otherwise I would have thought he was mute too. Chen Sui nodded slightly. Lulu is outgoing, but Yang Jie is very introverted. I wonder if they complement each other. Is Yang Jie from your school too? Zhou Mu asked. Chen Sui shook her head. They are high school classmates and got together back then. They both ended up at Haicheng University, but Yang Jie is not from our school. Zhou Mu nodded and didn't ask further. He had no interest in that quiet person. On the way to drop Chen Sui back at school, they chatted casually in the car. You have 150000 followers, so you're somewhat of a small internet celebrity. But why do you seem so idle every day? Zhou Mu had gained some understanding of the new media industry and knew that being an internet celebrity involved high-intensity content production, with most being extremely busy. Chen Sui pouted. Are you saying I'm too clingy? Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow, just curious. Other internet celebrities are always thinking of content, filming videos and live streaming. They're so busy, they hardly have a moment's rest. You, however, seem to live stream 3 days and slack off the other 2, and I hardly see you post any videos. Chen Sui replied. Actually, I just got lucky. Last year I filmed a video out of boredom in my dorm and uploaded it. I don't know what happened, but that video suddenly went viral, gaining over 100,000 followers overnight. I was stunned at the time, thinking, is this how it gets popular? Later, when I tried to create some serious content, it didn't attract many viewers. Good luck can get your content pushed, and the numbers can look a bit better. Then I realized that those who are truly successful as internet celebrities either know how to create engaging content, or are very outgoing, or they sign with professional MCN companies that have teams planning for them. Zhou Mu looked ahead, lightly tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. I don't have those skills, nor do I want to, so my follower count has remained stagnant. Are you interested in this line of work? Chen Sui asked. Well, I have a bit of interest. Filming videos and live streaming can be quite fun. But if you ask me to work hard on how to gain followers or monetize, I feel like I lack the motivation for that. She turned to look at him and continued. That's why my live stream is so laid back. The viewers are all long-term followers and not many send gifts. I don't mind them being poor, and they don't mind me being bad at games. Zhou Mu chuckled. So do you have any interest in signing with Xingyao Media? Let the company's professional team help you develop your account. Chen Sui asked. Isn't that the company you just invested in? Yeah. I'll listen to you. You can't just listen to me on this. Zhou Mu said earnestly. You need to see if you're interested in it, and whether you want to make it a career. He glanced at Chen Sui, who seemed to be deep in thought, and added, For me, Xingyao Media is just a small business. You don't need to consider my position, just think about whether you want to do this. He thought Chen Sui had a base of followers, was beautiful, and had a good personality. If Sulan could provide her with a good team, her potential was far beyond 150000 followers. However, the decision to sign would still depend on her own willingness. He had a laid-back attitude towards this. Chen Sui pondered for a moment. Can I consider this seriously? Of course, take your time to think it over, no rush. The car stopped at the school gate. Chen Sui unbuckled her seatbelt, but didn't hurry to get out. She turned to Zhou Mu and said, Brother Mu. I want to tell you a secret. A secret? Before Zhou Mu could finish his sentence, Chen Sui leaned over and gently pecked his cheek, then quickly opened them. This is my secret. Goodbye, Brother Mu. She jumped out of the car, waved at Zhou Mu, and then walked towards the campus with her 2 Hermes bags. Zhou Mu watched her figure disappear at the school gate, and the smile at the corner of his mouth slowly faded. He glanced at the time. 1607. It was time to go back and switch to his online ride. Master Zhou should be coming online soon. He lightly pressed the accelerator, and the 911 merged into the flow of cars ahead. At 7 p.m. that evening, Zhou Mu finished his shift. He was contemplating which restaurant to dine at when his phone received a WeChat message. Sun Yue, hello senior, I have a project proposal from the investment banking department of Longjing Securities, which is internal material. I thought you might be interested. Should I bring it over for you to take a look? Zhou Mu, sure. Have you eaten yet? Sun Yue, not yet. Are you planning to treat me to dinner? Zhou Mu, I haven't decided what to eat, yet could you give me a suggestion? Sun Yue, there's a Jiangnan restaurant on Shishan South Road that serves local cuisine. It's quite good. Would you like to give it a try? Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. He knew that Jiangnan restaurant, the food was decent, and the prices were very reasonable. Sun Yue deliberately chose such a restaurant, perhaps trying to save money for the wealthy. Quite interesting. Come to think of it, ever since she saw his account balance at the cafe last time, Sun Yue had become quite proactive, messaging him every few days. Zhou Mu took a ride-hailing car there, and after about 10 minutes he arrived at the restaurant. He entered and found a seat. Just as he received the menu from the waiter, he suddenly felt a gaze upon him. He looked up. At a diagonal table sat a man and a woman. The woman was Zhang Yao. The man was the one who sat opposite her last time at the bar. Zhou Mu glanced at the two and withdrew his gaze. Zhang Yao had noticed him long before, as she had seen him the moment he walked into the restaurant. Seeing Zhou Mu sitting there all alone made her feel. Perhaps it was sympathy, or maybe guilt. Was he coming to eat at this hour? He must have just finished his ride-hailing shift. What's wrong? Asked the man across from her. Nothing, she replied, putting down her teacup and forcing a smile. Just then the restaurant door swung open. Sun Yue walked in. She wore a plain-colored dress, her long hair cascading down, and her makeup was more refined than during work. As she stood at the entrance scanning the room, several male diners looked up and stole glances at her. Zhang Yao's teacup froze in midair. She recognized Sun Yue. She was the universally acknowledged beauty of their business school. Back then the boys pursuing her lined up from the business school to the art school, but she was very selective and only associated with a few well-known rich second generations. What was she doing here? The answer quickly revealed itself. She saw Sun Yue walking toward Zhou Mu. Senior, I'm sorry I'm late. Sun Yue sat down opposite Zhou Mu. It's okay, oh, I just arrived too, Zhou Mu said, pushing the menu toward her. Order whatever you want. Then I won't be polite. Sun Yue took the menu, flipped through it, and then ordered several dishes for the waiter. After the waiter left, she took out a stack of documents from her bag. Senior, this is the project proposal. You can take it home to read for a few days, but remember not to take pictures and post them online. Zhou Mu immediately picked up on the implication. The fact that he could take it home meant he had to return it to her later. He didn't think this was confidential material, otherwise it wouldn't have made its way into their hands. However, Longjing Securities was one of the top brokerages in the country, and their internal materials from the investment banking department still held significant reference value. Thanks. Zhou Mu received the documents. I'll return it to you in a few days. Okay. Not far away, Zhang Yao's mind was in chaos. She couldn't hear what they were saying, but she could see the expression on Sun Yue's face. It was a mix of flattery and a hint of displaying her charm to the man. Was this still the same Sun Yue who was so arrogant in school? As dishes were served one after another, Sun Yue eagerly used chopsticks to serve food to Zhou Mu. Every action was perfectly measured, not overly enthusiastic to the point of discomfort, yet clearly conveying the intent of I am taking care of you. Their sweet and sour pork ribs are the best. I order them every time I come here. Zhou Mu tasted a piece and said, not bad. Sun Yue restrained her smile and lowered her voice. Senior, there's a woman at the table diagonally behind us who keeps looking at us. She seems a bit familiar. Do you know her? Ex-girlfriend. My classmate, so it's normal for you to find her familiar. What a coincidence. Sun Yue seemed a bit surprised and gently covered her mouth. Senior, I'm sorry. This restaurant was my choice. I didn't pick a good place. It's fine. Sun Yue carefully observed Zhou Mu. His facial expressions didn't seem as indifferent as he claimed. She thought for a moment, a subtle smile forming at the corner of her mouth. Senior, do you want me to play a role? Zhou Mu immediately understood her meaning. Do as you wish. All right, watch me. In the next second, Sun Yue immediately switched to a gentle girlfriend mode. She picked up a piece of stir-fried shrimp and held it to Zhou Mu's mouth. Zhou Mu instinctively opened his mouth to catch it. Zhang Yao's chopsticks clattered to the table. The man across from her looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." She picked up her chopsticks, trying hard to make her expression appear normal. The man sitting across from her was her first love, her only boyfriend. After she returned to the shore, she felt they were mismatched, so she chose to break up. But now, she saw Sun Yue using a napkin to wipe Zhou Mu's mouth. She saw Sun Yue occasionally leaning close to whisper in his ear, and then they exchanged smiles. Zhang Yao suddenly felt as if all taste had left her mouth. "Are you feeling unwell?" the man across from her asked with concern. "You don't look too good." "Maybe I'm just a bit tired," she forced a smile. "Then you should head back early." "Okay." Zhang Yao stood up, grabbed her bag, and followed the man towards the cashier. As she passed by Zhou Mu's table, she slowed her pace. Zhou Mu and Sun Yue were deep in conversation, completely oblivious to her passing by. Or perhaps they noticed, but didn't mind her presence at all. Zhang Yao returned to her rented apartment, her mind still filled with the scenes from that evening in the restaurant. Zhou Mu and Sun Yue. Were they together, or were they just pretending? Sun Yue was the goddess of their school back then, and Zhou Mu was hardly on her radar. If it weren't for both of them working at Longjing Securities, she might not even know her senior. Would she play along with him? Impossible. So were they really together? Zhang Yao suddenly thought of a possibility. 2 months ago she told him to break up. At that time she thought he would plead and cling to her, but instead he just replied with a single word okay. Could it be that Zhou Mu and Sun Yue had already gotten together? Did his response of okay mean he accepted it, or was it a release? Zhang Yao felt her mind was a mess. Many questions couldn't be resolved. She took out her phone, opened WeChat, and found Zhou Mu's avatar in their university group. Only he knew the answer. A friend request was sent. An hour. 2 hours. Zhang Yao put down her phone. She would no longer be his friend. Around 7:30 on Wednesday evening, Zhou Mu returned to his rented apartment. He had run for 2 hours today, and with the system subsidy plus his fare, he had gained another 130,000. As he walked upstairs, he noticed a girl in light clothing ahead of him. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned around cautiously only to find a handsome guy, her expression softening significantly. The two of them ascended the stairs one after the other. Zhou Mu saw the girl stop at the door of room 201, taking out her keys. So it was her. He had heard about her for a long time, and today, he finally saw her in person. Zhou Mu continued upstairs, but as he turned the corner of the stairwell, his steps suddenly halted. Chen Sui stood at the door. She was wearing a pink dress today with her hair in a high ponytail and a bulging canvas bag in her arms. Brother Mu, I've finally waited for you to come back. What are you doing here? I finished my class in the afternoon and wanted to send you a message, but then I thought you wouldn't check WeChat while driving for ride-hailing, so I just came over directly. It's so far from school, it's really inconvenient going back and forth. I missed you. Zhou Mu smiled and ruffled her hair. The two entered the room. Today Chen Sui surprisingly did not sit in the gaming chair, but took a seat on the sofa. A few days ago you told me about signing with Xingyao Media, right? I've made up my mind. What have you decided, Oi? I'm signing. As she spoke, she pulled out several printed documents from the canvas bag and handed them to Zhou Mu. What is this? Open it and take a look. Zhou Mu took it and looked inside. There was a resume along with several pages of printed personal account data analysis, including fan growth, curves, distribution of live streaming watch times, and records of the highest online viewers. Each piece of data was marked with its source and analysis conclusions. Zhou Mu was somewhat surprised. You made a data analysis report. This is the company you invested in. If I sign with them, I can't let you down. When did you do all this? These past few days. She paused, her voice lowering a bit. You said that signing depends on my own will. I thought about it for a long time. Then I realized I want to sign. Why, Oi? Because I want to be a useful person. So that in the future if someone asks why Chen Sui is with Zhou Mu, I can say it's because I'm also quite impressive. What if they say that Chen Sui only became impressive because of Zhou Mu? Then I'll say you're right, I was lucky to find a good man. Are you envious? Zhou Mu laughed, noticing that Chen Sui seemed to have matured. When are you going back to school? Why, Oi? I need to arrange a time to take you to the company to sign the contract. I have no classes tomorrow afternoon. Then let's go to the company tomorrow afternoon. Okay. Chen Sui nodded. She didn't say when she would return to school, and he didn't ask further. They both shared an unspoken understanding. Chen Sui turned around and pulled out a bottle of red wine from the canvas bag, presenting it to Zhou Mu as if offering a treasure. It's my dad's collection. Did you steal it? What else could it be? She smiled with her eyes crinkling. Today is a significant decision in my life, so I should celebrate with some good wine. To celebrate, we should drink champagne. Oh, don't mind those details. Zhou Mu took out 2 wine glasses, opened the bottle, poured the wine, and then brought out some snacks that he usually kept at home, placing them on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Chen Sui picked up one of the glasses and brought it to her nose to smell. Brother Mu, how do you tell good red wine from bad? I see those people online saying they can taste various flavors from different red wines. I don't really understand either. Zhou Mu shrugged. Anyway, I can't taste things like clove flavor, smoked flavor, or toasted bread flavor. How you can even taste toasted bread flavor? That's nothing new. I checked with AI. It says sommeliers can even taste flint flavor and chalk flavor. Chen Sui couldn't help but laugh. Then when you often go to high-end restaurants, if others serve inferior wine as good, won't you be the biggest fool? Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. I just can't taste toasted bread flavor. That doesn't mean I can't tell good wine from bad. Red wines priced in the dozens, hundreds, or thousands differ vastly in flavor. Chen Sui looked at the wine in her glass. So what level of red wine do you think my dad's collection is? Zhou Mu raised his glass, took a sip. Chateau Mouton Rothschild, over 4,000 per bottle. It's indeed good wine. Chen Sui looked at him with admiration. Wow, brother, you're amazing. You can guess the price just from a sip. Zhou Mu replied calmly. It's nothing new. I checked it on my phone while opening the wine earlier. Chen Sui. Zhou Mu turned on the projector, selecting a movie as background noise, and the two continued to drink and chat. Brother Mu. Moi. Did you used to sit and drink wine watching movies like this with your ex-girlfriend? What's wrong with you? Why bring up such an inappropriate topic at a time like this? What does it matter? I'm not that petty. You're my boyfriend now, and that's enough. After saying that, she leaned her head against Zhou Mu's shoulder. She had already had 2 glasses and her fair cheeks were flushed with a charming redness. The movie continued, but both of their minds were no longer on it. Do you remember how long we've known each other? About a month and a half. 43 days since I came to check for the... I didn't expect you to remember so clearly. Chen Sui didn't respond. The alcohol made her cheeks hot and cleared her mind of all the tangled thoughts. Brother Mu, last time when we held hands you asked if I had thought it through. Now I have my answer. She turned her head to look at him, her eyes clear and resolute. She leaned closer to him, her beautiful eyes slightly closing. Then, her lips gently covered his. This was her first kiss, awkward, yet filled with reckless courage. She didn't know where to place her arms, but when she felt Zhou Mu's arms tightly encircle her waist, she gently wrapped her arms around his. Their kiss gradually deepened, and Zhou Mu could feel her body soften from its initial stiffness. His hand glided across her waist, causing Chen Sui to feel like her entire being was igniting. From her earlobes to her neck, from her fingertips to her toes, every inch of her skin was burning. Brother Mu. It's too bright. Zhou Mu picked up his phone and turned off the projector. The room fell into darkness. Chen Sui felt Zhou Mu's movements were gentle, as if he were unwrapping a precious gift he dared not break. The air seemed to be peeling away layer by layer. When she felt his lips land on her shoulder, her whole body, that unfamiliar sensation made her both nervous and yearning. The youthful restlessness of the two was infinitely amplified in the darkness. The night was gentle, soaking the room in romantic allure. Uncertain how much time had passed, the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased. Chen Sui curled up in Zhou Mu's embrace, feeling the warmth in every breath. Brother Mu. I love you. Zhou Mu gently placed a kiss on her forehead. At that moment, the system notification chimed in as expected. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved a life milestone, established a new intimate relationship, current milestone progress, 424 unlocked ability, unyielding ability description, the host's physical stamina has been significantly enhanced, now reaching the theoretical peak of human capabilities, enabling sustained high-intensity activities. As the system interface faded from his mind, Zhou Mu immediately felt a warm current surge through his body. The slight fatigue from earlier vanished in an instant, leaving him feeling invigorated. The ability to strengthen his body has finally arrived. He was relieved that he hadn't gone to the gym, or else that time would have been wasted. However, his earlier performance had clearly been adequate, at least longer than the time spent in room 201 downstairs. Was the system looking down on him by granting him this ability at this moment? Brother Mu, what are you thinking? Chen Sui asked, shifting her position and inadvertently stirring discomfort, letting out a soft gasp. Zhou Mu's hand gently caressed her smooth back. Still in pain. Chen Sui shyly buried her head into his chest, pouting, "It won't stop hurting that quickly." Zhou Mu smiled and tightened his embrace a little more. Just as Chen Sui nestled in Zhou Mu's arms, someone lit a circle of heart-shaped candles downstairs at the school dormitory. Sun Hao stood in front of the heart candles holding 11 red roses. A group of students gathered around. Some were cheering him on, some were taking photos and videos, while others simply came to watch the commotion. What's going on? A confession, I heard this guy wants to pursue Chen Sui. Is this dude drinking fake alcohol? She's the campus belle driving a Porsche. How could she like a loser like him? I heard Chen Sui has a boyfriend, and he's quite handsome. That Porsche belongs to him. So why is this loser making such a big deal? The world of simps we don't understand. Sun Hao ignored the curious stares from others and remained silent for a long moment. Finally, he felt his emotions had brewed enough, and looking at Chen Sui's dorm balcony, he shouted loudly, "Chen Sui, I love you." A moment later, a female roommate stepped out onto the balcony, impatiently shouting down to Sun Hao, "Stop making noise, Sui is with her boyfriend tonight, and won't be coming back." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in surprise. Sun Hao stood frozen in place, completely petrified. The next morning, Zhou Mu opened his eyes feeling refreshed. Before last night, he had been sleeping for over 8 hours daily. But today, even before dawn, he woke up naturally. He knew this was the bodily enhancement effect brought by unyielding. His energy was nearly overflowing, hardly needing that much sleep. Chen Sui was still asleep. She curled up in his arms, her breathing steady and soft. Zhou Mu quietly watched her. Seeing this girl who was usually lively now so peaceful was a rare sight. After a while, Chen Sui slowly opened her eyes. "Brother Mu." Her voice still carried the drowsiness of just waking up. "When did you wake up?" "A little while ago." "Don't you usually sleep until noon?" "Today is different." Chen Sui nestled her face deeper into his chest. Her understanding of different was not the same as Zhou Mu's. Zhou Mu glanced at the time. "Aren't you getting up?" Chen Sui snuggled in his arms. "Why should I get up?" "Early class at 8. "I'm not going. On such a special day, I refuse to waste it on an early class." Zhou Mu chuckled and said nothing. He had already anticipated that she would skip class today. Chen Sui lay there for a while longer, suddenly flipping over to sit up and put on her clothes. "What are you doing?" "Making you breakfast." You can cook. I can learn. Chen Sui opened the fridge, took out eggs, and then raised her phone to follow a tutorial on the screen, studying diligently for half a day. Need any help? No. Just sit and wait. About 20 minutes later, Chen Sui brought a plate and gently set it in front of Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu looked down. On the plate were 2 fried eggs, slightly burned around the edges, but the yolks were just right. He took a bite. Not bad. Really? Really? Chen Sui's eyes lit up with joy, and she took a piece of her fried egg to taste, then mumbled, "It is quite good." While they were enjoying breakfast, a rapid knocking sounded at the door. Zhou Mu walked over to open it. Outside stood Gu Qingxi. "Zhou Mu, sorry to disturb you so early." Her speech suddenly slowed, her nostrils flaring slightly. A fragrant scent wafted from the room, the scent of a girl. Her gaze passed over Zhou Mu and landed on the person in the room. Chen Sui sat at the table, a plate of fried eggs in front of her, her hair disheveled, looking like she had just woken up. Gu Qingxi felt a pang in her heart. Since the first time she saw this girl named Chen Sui enter Zhou Mu's room, she had noticed the girl's feelings for him. Several times on her way home, she had heard faint laughter from inside the room, knowing their relationship was growing closer. Gu Qingxi, oh Gu Qingxi, just wait slowly until the end of time. In that moment, she felt a deep regret. Yet she knew her own personality. Even if she had another chance, she wouldn't take the initiative. Qingxi. Zhou Mu's voice pulled her back. Gu Qingxi forced herself to appear completely normal and spoke about serious matters. "I have some urgent matters back home. I need to go now, and I may be gone for several days. If you have time, could you help me take care of Tuanzi? Did something happen at home?" Zhou Mu asked seriously. "Is there any—" "No need, thank you." Gu Qingxi shook her head. "Just taking care of Tuanzi is enough for me to be grateful." "Okay, I'll give you the key." She took out a key from her bag and handed it to Zhou Mu. "I need to catch the high-speed train. Be careful on the way." Gu Qingxi turned and quickly left. Zhou Mu returned to the room, having seen Gu Qingxi's momentary slip of composure clearly. That expression of being concerned, yet forcing calm, stirred something in his heart. However, he thought it was good. In the past, when he had nothing, he thought living a lifetime together with Zhang Yao would be wonderful. But now he knew he had completely changed. As a system host, there was no reason not to embrace a broader life. He wouldn't toy with anyone's feelings, but he wouldn't hold hands with just one person either. What he could do was to be honest and responsible, and whether to stay by his side, let them decide for themselves. Chen Sui had already figured it out, so she became the first. Zhou Mu sat back down across from Chen Sui, casually placing Gu Qingxi's house key on the table. "What happened at Gus' sister's house?" "I'm not sure, she just asked me to help take care of her cat." Chen Sui nodded, not continuing the topic. A moment later, she suddenly remembered something. "Brother Mu, you mentioned yesterday in WeChat that the house has been chosen." "Yes, the one you also think is the best." "Himing Jioli's top floor." "Yes, the location, view, all sorts of comprehensive conditions, that one is the most ideal." "Didn't you say you also like the courtyard villa?" "The villa living experience isn't great." Chen Sui picked up the milk on the table, took a sip, seeming to ponder. Zhou Mu glanced at her and continued, "I've arranged to sign the contract with the developer tomorrow. Do you want to come along?" Chen Sui thought for a moment, then raised her head. "You promised Ning Jia before, right?" "Yes, she has been accompanying me to view houses, and I promised to bring her when signing the contract." "Then let Ning Jia accompany you." Chen Sui tilted her head slightly. "I have finals coming up and can't keep skipping class." In the afternoon, Zhou Mu brought Chen Sui to the entrance of Xingyao Media Company. "Brother Mu, do you still find it strange how I walk?" Quite strange, but it's obvious you haven't fully recovered from your injury. It's all your fault. You can still laugh about it." "I was just joking with you. No one else can tell." Chen Sui paused. "You said that Su Lan is a strong woman, right? Do you think she will agree to this if you just shove me in?" Zhou Mu took her hand and said, "You are very capable. Oh, don't underestimate yourself." Zhou Mu had already clarified the purpose of bringing Chen Sui to Su Lan over the phone. After some pleasantries, Su Lan took the initiative to get to the point. "Sui, I've reviewed your account data in detail. Your fan engagement is considered very excellent among streamers of the same level, and your bullet screen interaction rate is higher than many streamers with hundreds of thousands of followers. Do you know what your fans like about you?" Chen Sui thought for a moment. "Maybe it's because I'm quite genuine. I don't deliberately create drama, nor do I ask for gifts from my fans. There aren't many people in the live stream, but those who remain are old friends." "Right." Su Lan nodded. "This kind of atmosphere is something many big streamers covet. Your greatest advantage is not the number of fans, but the trust they have in you." Chen Sui looked at her without interrupting. "However, the problems are quite apparent." Su Lan continued. "Your content update frequency is too low and your live streaming is inconsistent. In this industry, if you don't advance, you will fall behind. No matter how much your fans like you, they will also drift away if they don't see new content for a long time." "I understand." Chen Sui nodded. Su Lan closed the folder and said, "So before signing, I want to confirm one thing with you. Once you sign, the company will provide you with a team, including professional directors, editors, and operations personnel to help you plan content, but there will also be KPI requirements. Live streaming duration, content update frequency, and commercial promotion cooperation cannot be as laid-back as before. Can you accept that? Zhou Mu coughed lightly twice. Su Lan's gaze turned to him. Chen Sui also turned her head. Let me interrupt for a moment. Zhou Mu put down his coffee cup, his tone casual, but his meaning clear. Sui signing with Xingyao. My thoughts differ somewhat from what you just said. Mr. Zhou, please go ahead. I brought her to Xingyao because I hope she can experience the real operations of this industry, not to learn how to please fans in the live stream. She can have KPIs, but don't box her in with those metrics like revenue, gifts, or streaming duration. Her task is not to earn money for the company, but to learn something. If after signing, she's just changing locations to continue live streaming, what's the difference from not signing? Su Lan was silent for 2 seconds, quickly recalling what Shun Anren had told her a few days ago. Shun Anren said that Zhou Mu had 2 billion sitting in his bank account, and was recently looking at houses everywhere. Now this shareholder and moneybags had come over with his girlfriend. If she continued with the old way of signing streamers, it would indeed be the wrong direction. How could they possibly care about the small gifts from fans? I understand. Su Lan closed the folder in front of her. Sui, I understand Mr. Zhou's intentions. Let's change the positioning. Your KPIs won't be tied to gifts or revenue. The company will provide you with a dedicated director, editor, and operations team, but your role isn't just that of a streamer being served. You can participate in the team's content planning and data analysis, and you can also provide suggestions for modifications. You can continue your live streaming, but the timing and frequency will be up to you. The direction of the live streaming content can be adjusted gradually. Don't your fans love your authenticity? Then let them see your growth. Chen Sui's eyes lit up, and she nodded immediately. I have no problem with that. Su Lan looked at Zhou Mu, a subtle smile on her lips. Mr. Zhou, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Zhou Mu raised his coffee cup and nodded. You're the professional. You have the final say. Su Lan let out a gentle sigh. Next were some procedural signing steps. After completing the signing, Chen Sui went to communicate with the company's content team. Zhou Mu and Su Lan went to the chairman's office. Your girlfriend is very beautiful and quite smart. Zhou Mu smiled but didn't respond. Su Lan didn't continue the topic. She took out a document from the drawer next to her and handed it over. Here are the recent operational data. Take a look. Zhou Mu opened the document, which was filled with various metrics. It's much better than what I saw last time. Su Lan nodded. After your investment funds arrived, the company finally regained its footing. A few directors and operations staff who were preparing to leave saw signs of improvement and have also changed their minds about leaving. I also renegotiated with 3 brands for cooperation. Although the amounts aren't large, at least the cash flow is no longer negative. You've worked hard. Zhou Mu set the document aside. Last time you mentioned that competing company, it was called New Gravity, right? Are they still making small moves? Su Lan's smile disappeared, her tone becoming a bit serious. We no longer have any top streamers that are worth them poaching, but once the company makes some achievements, I believe they will resort to their old tricks again. Can't do anything about them. Su Lan shook her head. Their approach is very simple and crude. They just spend money to poach talent at high prices, grab brand collaborations at low prices, burning money for data without any cost considerations. Everyone in the industry knows this approach, but they have the money. Zhou Mu asked curiously, what's their background? The boss's surname is Wang. Their company originally did traditional media advertising. They entered the new media industry a year ago, burning money like crazy. I'm not afraid of fair competition, but honestly, when fighting a price war with an opponent who isn't short on cash, I find it hard to handle and can only avoid their track as much as possible. A company in traditional media, how many of those have money to burn? Zhou Mu, although an outsider, knew that traditional media companies were nearly dead and should not have much money to spend. Su Lan sighed. Ordinary companies can't afford to burn money, but they are industry leaders. Do you know about the publicly listed company Hope Media? New Gravity is a company under Hope Media. Hope Media. You just said the boss of New Gravity's surname is Wang. Yes. Is it called Wang Ximing? Wang Ximing is their vice president. Do you know him? Zhou Mu frowned slightly, but didn't answer. He recognized Wang Ximing. He didn't just know him. That guy was a super rich second generation from his university, the son of the owner of the publicly listed company Hope Media. Wang Ximing was quite notorious in school, swapping out girlfriends every few years throughout college. Zhou Mu still remembered that in their senior year he accompanied Zhang Yao to a campus event, and Wang Ximing was also present. At that time, that guy ignored his existence and directly told Zhang Yao that he had a private party at home on the weekend and wanted to invite Zhang Yao to come. Zhang Yao didn't go, but Zhou Mu still remembered Wang Ximing's disdain and provocation at that time. He didn't expect that after all this time their worlds would intersect again. Friday. When Zhou Mu and Ning Ning stepped out of the Porsche, Wang Jia was already waiting at the entrance of the Heming Julie sales office. She quickly approached, saying, Mr. Zhou, Miss Ning, the people from the developer are already waiting in the conference room. The contract has been amended according to your previous requests. Please review it again, and if there are no issues, you can sign it. Zhou Mu nodded. Let's go. The three of them entered the sales office with Ning Ning following closely beside Zhou Mu. She was wearing a khaki sleeveless shirt today tied with a bow at the collar and a silver square watch on her wrist that matched the nude nail polish on her fingertips, exuding just the right amount of elegance. It was not her first time here, but today felt different as it was the day of signing. After some routine pleasantries in the conference room, they began the process. The sales director presented a document to Zhou Mu saying, "Mr. Zhou, this is the formal commodity housing sale contract with a total price of 180 million yuan. You have already confirmed the parameters and delivery standards of the property. Today, we mainly need to complete the signing and payment." Zhou Mu took the contract and flipped through it. He had already sent this contract to Gu Qingzi for her to review, so he just needed to confirm it again now. Ning Ning sat beside him, her gaze also fixed on the contract. 180 million. For the vast majority of people, this amount of money is something they would never even see in their lifetime. Now Zhou Mu was about to spend it. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Zhou Mu's profile. They had known each other for several years, yet it felt as though they had only just met. Zhou Mu quickly finished reading the contract, picked up a pen, and signed his name on the last page. Then he transferred 180 million yuan to the developer's account. Full payment. Ding. The housing purchase special subsidy eligibility has been activated with this transaction amounting to 180,000 yuan and a special subsidy balance of 2,000 yuan. The delivery standards for the houses in Hemingjiuli were already luxurious and well-furnished, and the remaining 20 million seemed unlikely to be fully utilized for soft furnishings and partial renovations. No matter. Having money is always better than not having any. The sales director respectfully said, "Mr. Zhou, congratulations on becoming the most esteemed owner of Hemingjiuli. We will process your property certificate as quickly as possible, and it should be ready within about 2 months." Zhou Mu nodded slightly. He knew this was the normal procedure, and getting the certificate in 2 months was quite fast. Wang Jia also stood up saying, "Mr. Zhou, I will oversee the subsequent property handover, parking space allocation, and butler service coordination throughout the process. Thank you for your hard work. It's my duty. By the way, Mr. Zhou, to be honest, in my years as a high-end property agent, I have encountered clients who bought luxury homes worth over 100 million fully in cash. However, it's the first time I've seen someone so straightforward as you." Zhou Mu smiled, saying nothing. Zhou Mu and Ning Ning walked out of the sales office side by side. "How does it feel?" "Nothing special, just feels like a task has been accomplished. You just spent 180. It's fine, I bought a big house. You must treat today." "No problem." They settled back into the car. Zhou Mu started the car, and shortly after driving off, his phone rang. It was a call from Chen Sui Sui. Zhou Mu thought for a moment and pressed the speaker button. "Brother Mu, what are you doing?" "Driving, what's up?" "Lu said that after this semester's finals we should all bring our boyfriends out to gather. Will you be free then?" "No problem. When have you seen me busy?" Brother Mu is the best. I miss you so much right now. Do you miss?" I'm on speaker, and Ning Ning is in the car. "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier?" Ning Ning, "Jim, sorry, I have to hang up now. Goodbye." The call ended. There was a moment of silence in the car, and the answer was already clear. About a minute later, Ning Ning finally spoke up. "When did you and Sui Sui start dating?" "Not long ago." Ning Ning did not ask further. She had only met Chen Sui Sui once when she and Zhou Mu were having a meal, and Chen Sui Sui came to deliver the car keys for the Porsche. At that time, Chen Sui Sui's relationship with Zhou Mu was no better than hers. But now, she had become his. Ning Ning quietly sighed in her heart. In the end, she was still too concerned about her identity as Zhang Yao's friend and couldn't get over that hurdle. "Does Sui Sui know you took me to see the house?" "She knows. Doesn't she mind?" "No." Ning Ning felt very confused, suddenly losing interest in the earlier conversation about where to eat with Zhou Mu. "I'm a bit tired. How about we head back today? We can celebrate another day." "Okay." Zhou Mu replied decisively. Ning Ning leaned back in the passenger seat and turned her face to look out the window. She knew why Zhou Mu used the speakerphone. It was a deliberate way to inform her that he had a girlfriend. Was he trying to deter her? But if it was to deter her, he could simply ignore her. After a moment, Ning Ning spoke again. "You've been taking me to see houses a lot lately, making me overthink things." She spoke very calmly, but Zhou Mu could detect a hint of unwillingness and a touch of self-mockery. Zhou Mu was silent for a few seconds. "You haven't overthought it, you just haven't figured it out yet." Ning Ning was taken aback. She seemed to understand a bit, yet also felt confused. However, since the conversation was already open, she decided to be direct. "Zhou Mu, every time you call me, I will always make time for you. Do you know why?" "I know." Ning Ning hesitated for 2 seconds, took a deep breath. "If I had been more proactive before, would the person beside you now be me?" "The person beside me now is you." "It's Chen Sui Sui, not me," Ning Ning corrected. "You understand what I understand what you mean, but it's you who doesn't understand my meaning." Zhou Mu paused. "If you were in Sui Sui's position and she contacted me, what would you do?" Ning Ning retorted. "Would you continue to keep in touch with her?" Zhou Mu replied without hesitation, "Yes." The car fell silent once more. Ning Ning finally understood Zhou Mu's meaning. He was not choosing between Chen Sui Sui and her, but rather wanting both, and he did not plan to hide it from anyone. The silence lasted a long time, then suddenly she laughed softly. You truly dare to say that? I was just speaking the truth. Does Sui Sui understand your meaning? She has always understood. Ning Ning said no more, and continued to sit in the passenger seat looking out the window until the car stopped in front of her house. She got out of the car, hesitated for a moment, then turned around. You still owe me this meal to celebrate buying the house. You can't back out. Zhou Mu smiled. Contact me when you want to eat. Ning Ning returned home and sat by the bed for a long time. She remembered the awkwardness of meeting Zhou Mu for the first time in a ride-sharing car, recalled the expensive silk scarf he had gifted her, and thought back to the thrill she felt when she said, "Anyway, I won't lose out." She had always believed she was slowly getting closer to him, only to realize now that he had already opened the door, it was she who had been lingering at the entrance. On Saturday, Zhou Mu arrived at the mall where Sun Yue was already waiting for him at the entrance. She wore a misty blue spaghetti strap, dress her long hair gently curled and cascading over her shoulders. Seeing Zhou Mu, she immediately waved at him. Senior. Zhou Mu walked over and handed her the project proposal, saying, I've read it. It's time to return it to its rightful owner. Thank you. Sun Yue blinked and asked, so which project are you interested in? Zhou Mu replied, there are a few promising directions, but I'll consider them later. All right. I have acquaintances in the investment banking department. If you need, I can help you find out more details. Zhou Mu nodded slightly and gestured toward the mall. Would you accompany me to buy something? Sun Yue nodded without hesitation, sure. Zhou Mu had several reasons for inviting Sun Yue here today. Firstly, to return the project proposal. Secondly, to thank her for her impressive performance in front of Zhang Yao last time. Thirdly, to buy some suitable items for his new home at Hemingjulie. Chen Sui was taking her final exams today, while Ning Ning was still caught in emotional turmoil. The only woman he could summon at will was Sun Yue. The two strolled through the mall side by side with Sun Yue, leaning and closed their arms, occasionally brushing against each other. Zhou Mu did not initiate any response, nor did he deliberately create distance. They reached the entrance of the Hermes boutique, and Zhou Mu walked straight in. Sun Yue's eyes brightened as she closely followed him. The sales associate recognized Zhou Mu almost immediately. This was the young boss who casually bought 10 blankets and spent over 200,000 to get a bag that didn't require a purchase requirement last time. Mr. Zhou, welcome back. What would you like to see today? We just received a new batch of products including silk scarves, home goods, and a few rare leather bags. Let's take a look at home goods. Right this way. Sun Yue followed Zhou Mu, her eyes scanning the shelves filled with items priced in the 5 figures, her heartbeat quickening slightly. She knew Zhou Mu was wealthy, but knowing and seeing it in person were two different things. Senior, is there anything your home is lacking? She asked softly. Everything is lacking. Did you buy a new house? Yes. Congratulations. Where? Before Sun Yue could finish her sentence, a commotion came from behind. A woman in a black tight-fitting dress walked in, linking arms with a man. The woman was tall and had a beautiful, delicate face typical of an internet celebrity. The man looked ordinary, but his attire indicated that he was a wealthy young heir. As they entered the store, the man's gaze roamed freely, eventually landing on Sun Yue. Oh, isn't that Yue? What are you doing here? Zhou Mu heard the voice and instinctively turned his head, only to see the other person momentarily taken aback. It was Wang Ximing. Sun Yue's expression darkened instantly upon seeing Wang Ximing. She bit her lip, remaining silent. Zhou Mu knew that Sun Yue had been close to the wealthy second generation during their school days. Wang Ximing was the richest among them, so their relationship was likely not shallow. Wang Ximing seemed to have only noticed Zhou Mu at that moment, sizing him up. You look familiar. Have we met someone? Zhou Mu glanced at him, but did not respond. Oh, I remember now. You are Zhang Yao's boyfriend, right? I saw you during our senior year. What was your name again? He paused. It doesn't matter. Are you dating Sun Yue now? Sun Yue's expression shifted slightly. That's none of your business. Wang Ximing scanned Sun Yue with a lecherous gaze before shifting his focus back to Zhou Mu. Look, it seems you're doing well now. Where are you working? Before Zhou Mu could respond, Sun Yue could no longer hold back. Wang Ximing, are you? Yue, you really are ungrateful. It breaks my heart, he said with a tone full of provocation. I just wanted to kindly remind some people that they shouldn't aim too high and end up empty-handed. Zhou Mu's lips twitched. He had already discerned that Wang Ximing and Sun Yue had a history. The specifics were unknown to him, nor did he care. But this jerk. If you want to mock Sun Yue, do it directly. Oh, why bring your father into this? He had originally intended to come to Hermes to shop with 200 million remaining in his special housing allowance from the system, which could be used for purchasing home goods. Since Wang Ximing had brought the confrontation to him, he wouldn't hold back. Zhou Mu turned to the visibly awkward sales associate beside him, and then shifted his gaze to the home goods display area. Benches, square stools. He paused. And that armchair, don't get these 3, but take everything else. The sales associate's smile momentarily froze, then became even more radiant. This wasn't just buying a few items, he was practically moving the entire show apartment home. Zhou Mu continued in a nonchalant tone. Give me 2 sets of mahjong, and that globe you have, I quite like it, so bring me one as well. All right, mister. Zhou, I'll arrange for my colleagues to prepare these for you right away. The smile on the sales associate's face was now uncontrollable, radiating genuine joy. At Hermes, if you wanted to buy a bag, the sales associate would hardly bother with you. But if you were only purchasing matching items, especially home goods, in the eyes of the sales associate, you were a windfall. Sun Yue stood beside him, watching the sales associate almost skip in excitement, then looked at Zhou Mu and couldn't help but gently tug at his sleeve. Is it necessary to buy so much? Zhou Mu glanced at her. The new house is empty, it needs to be filled. He spoke lightly, but inside he felt equally at ease. After all, it was money, given by the system, earmarked for this purpose. Spending it felt exhilarating, not a hint of regret. Sun Yue thought for a moment, then slipped her hand into Zhou Mu's arm, linking it. Zhou Mu felt the warmth on his arm and glanced at Sun Yue. She winked at him, signaling him to play along. Zhou Mu nodded slightly and continued to stroll leisurely through the store, picking up anything he liked. Meanwhile, Wang Ximing had not left. His internet celebrity companion was trying on a silk scarf, and he leaned against the counter, glancing over occasionally. He thought this kid was just showing off. He was curious how it would end. Mr. Zhou, the sales associate lowered her voice. Last time you came, I mentioned the platinum bag. We just received a Birkin 30, a Kelly 25, and a Constance 19 today. Would you like to take a look? She paused and added in a tone meant only for insiders. In 2 months, we will have a Himalayan bag in the store. I will contact you then. Today, Mr. Zhou was purchasing too many items, and the sales associate thought, if she didn't quickly show enough sincerity, what if Mr. Zhou decided to not buy anything at all, leaving her only with false hopes? She calculated that the total price of the items Zhou Mu had just selected reached 5 million, far exceeding the usual purchase requirements for ordinary BKC series bags. It wouldn't be enough to just bring these out. Thus, she finally drew out the enticing Himalayan offer. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. Let's take a look. Shortly after, 3 bags were neatly displayed in front of Zhou Mu. I'll take all 3 of these. All right, Mr. Zhou, the Birkin 30, Kelly 25, and Constance 19. I'll set them aside for you. Sun Yue felt envious. Each of these 3 bags was a classic that women dreamt of. The things others sought but could not obtain, this man beside her could effortlessly take all 3 with just a casual remark. Zhou Mu's gaze shifted to a bag not far away. Is that a market basket? Yes, Mr. Zhou, that's a picotin lock. Customers usually refer to it as a market basket. In elephant gray, bring me one. Sure. Although the market basket was just an entry-level bag from Hermes, it still cost around 20 to 30,000. It was a substantial thank you gift for Sun Yue for her help last time. Wang Ximing still hadn't left. He saw the sales associate approach the boyfriend of Zhang Yao with a long list in hand, respectfully asking him to take a look. He merely glanced at it and then paid at the cash register. Wang Ximing didn't know how much the man spent, but to have such a long list at Hermes, it had to be at least in the millions. Although he was also a wealthy second-generation heir, he couldn't spend money like that. The internet celebrity beside him also witnessed this scene and immediately felt that the silk scarf in her hand was no longer appealing. She tugged at Wang Ximing's sleeve. Young Master Wang, I saw that the sales associate said, there's another Birkin. Oh, could you buy one for me too? You need to buy matching items. The internet celebrity frowned. Didn't you just say I could pick anything? Wang Ximing replied impatiently. That also depends on how much it costs. The internet celebrity pouted, put the silk scarf she had already chosen back on the counter, and turned to leave. Hey, where are you going? Going home. Aren't you getting the silk scarf? You can keep it and wear it yourself. As the two walked out of the specialty store, Sun Yue's bag had already been replaced with an exquisite Hermes basket. Senior, I never expected you would gift me such a beautiful bag. You provided me with the project proposal and helped me act last time. Oh, I never let people work for free. Thank you, Senior. Today is truly a surprise. I really love this gift. Zhou Mu shrugged his arm. Wang Ximing is no longer around. Sun Yue understood what he meant and immediately withdrew her hand from Zhou Mu's arm. If Zhou Mu had not objected, she would have kept holding on, but if he showed any signs of rejection, she knew to stop. Senior, you gave me such an expensive gift. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. No need, I have plans with my girlfriend tonight. Oh, then let's change it to another day. I'm fine whenever you are. All right, let's leave it at that for today. I will head back now. Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhou Mu returned to his rental apartment. Although he had purchased a new house in Hemingjiu, it still required some minor renovations which were expected to take a few. Today's spending at Hermes mainly utilized the housing subsidy, exactly 5 million, leaving him with a remaining balance of 15 million. Additionally, the 4 Hermes bags were purchased using a zero-cost purchase limit, which did not require the subsidy. Recently, there had been no significant expenses under the zero-cost purchase. After buying the bags, he had a remaining limit of 300,000. With only 8 days left until the next refresh, he needed to spend quickly. He glanced at the bags placed on the sofa. One was for the elderly lady at home, one for Chun Sui, and another. Just then he received a WeChat message on his phone. Ningning, what are you up to? Zhou Mu slightly smiled and quickly snapped a photo to send back. I bought you a Ningning Hermes. You're so nice to me, what do you want? Zhou Mu, recently I know you've been swapping shifts with colleagues to accompany me to view houses, so I wanted to give you a gift. Ningning, at least you have a conscience. Do you know why I always agree to your requests? Ningning, I want the bag, but that doesn't mean I will agree to what you said. Zhou Mu, those are two different matters. Ningning, don't you have to accompany Sui today? Zhou Mu, she has her last final exam today. Ningning, then make sure to spend quality time with your girlfriend this weekend. Oh, I've been working these past 2 days. Next week you can give me the bag, and he'll treat you to dinner. Zhou Mu, sure. That night, as Chun Sui stepped into the rental apartment, she couldn't wait to jump into Zhou Mu's arms. Brother Mu, I missed you so much. Have you finished all your exams? Yes, I'm finally free. She tilted her head back from his embrace, her hair slightly messy with a few strands sticking to her forehead. Zhou Mu brushed aside the stray hair from her forehead. Aren't you going home? I told my parents that I would finish my exams tomorrow. When she said this, her lips curled up, her eyes reflecting a bit of guilt from having done something mischievous, but mostly she couldn't hide her excitement. Zhou Mu smiled and kissed her forehead. Have you eaten yet? No, I came straight here after the exam. What do you want to eat? I'll order. Anything you order, I'll eat. Zhou Mu picked up his phone to order takeout, while Chun Sui went to take a shower, coming out in a loose t-shirt. She was drying her hair when her gaze swept over the computer desk and noticed an orange shopping bag. What's this? It's your Endofterm gift. Chun Sui eagerly opened the gift, her eyes sparkling. Wow, such a beautiful bag, thank you, Brother Mu. She wrapped her arms around Zhou Mu's neck and gave him a deep kiss. Before long, the takeout arrived. The two sat on the sofa eating and chatting casually. Brother Mu, today the director sent me a project proposal asking me to try making a series about the daily life of a game streamer. Previously, I just played around during my streams, but now that I'm seeing a professional proposal for the first time, I think it's really impressive. What do you think of it? I feel that some parts don't quite match my style. I want to go to the company and discuss it with them in the next couple of days. Then go with your thoughts. While professional teams' opinions are important, ultimately, it's your decision. Chun Sui nodded, remembering something. By the way, I've arranged to have dinner with Bai Lu tomorrow night, you remember, right? I remember, no problem. She picked up a piece of crispy pigeon and fed it to Zhou Mu. This is so delicious. Zhou Mu nodded. He now ordered takeout that was at least 1,000 per person. Delicious food was just their basic requirement. If a restaurant couldn't even meet that, it would have closed down long ago. After dinner, Chun Sui quickly tidied up, then climbed onto the bed and nestled into Zhou Mu's arms. The two quietly watched a movie. When I walked out after finishing my exam today, I kept thinking about how you looked when we first met. You had your hair in a high ponytail, and your first question was, are you Xiao Zhou? Haha, right. Then you replied, you're just a little girl, you call me Xiao Zhou. Yeah, I thought to myself, this girl really has a thick skin. Chun Sui playfully punched him and buried her face in his shoulder. Brother Mu, meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. Zhou Mu tilted his head and kissed the top of her head. She lifted her head from his shoulder, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she met his gaze. Then she leaned in and captured his lips with hers. Their emotions ignited with this kiss. This time it was not tentative like their first kiss. They were completely invested from the start. Her lips were warm and soft, pressing against Zhou Mu's as if she wanted to merge all the longing accumulated over the past few days into this kiss. Their breaths intertwined. Zhou Mu's hand slowly moved along her back. Her body was soft and yielding, already prepared to welcome her beloved a second time. Brother Mu. She took his hand and placed it over her heart. This place is all yours. Zhou Mu lowered his head, kissing her forehead before slowly trailing down her cheek to her earlobe, then to her collarbone. Chun Sui closed her eyes. The last time, her biggest feeling was nervousness and initial discomfort. This time she wanted to fully immerse herself and experience the sensation of completely possessing one another. Zhou Mu understood her body language and deliberately slowed down the pace. His kisses first landed on the outer edge of her collarbone, then moved inch by inch along the shallow indentation towards the center. Suddenly, she turned over, propping herself up on Zhou Mu's chest and looking down at him. Her hair fell down, brushing against his cheek. Last time it was all you. Now it's my turn. After saying that, she immediately regretted it, because she realized she had no idea what to do next. Zhou Mu smiled and guided her slowly. Chun Sui felt as if she had been placed in a warm pool with waves coming from all directions, each ripple landing in just the right spot. She couldn't help but wrap her arms around him tightly, merging him with herself. After an unknown amount of time, the room fell silent. Chun Sui lay on Zhou Mu's chest, her fingers curled up without any strength left. Brother Mu. This time, it feels very different. Zhou Mu smiled. Last time he was cautious, this time he didn't have to be so careful. Moreover, with his unyielding strength, he was quite at ease with such matters. After a moment of silence, Chen Sui lay contentedly beside him, a sweet smile forming on her lips. Sui is going to sleep now. Good night, Brother Mu. Good night. In less than half a minute, the girl beside him had fallen into a deep, even breathing. It seemed he had truly exhausted her. He reached out to turn off the light. In the darkness, Chen Sui unconsciously snuggled closer to him. The next day, Zhou Mu, as usual, went to Gu Qingxi's house to feed the cat, change the water, and clean the litter box. Tuanzi had become quite familiar with him, and when this temporary litter cleaner arrived, it would come up to rub against him. Zhou Mu played with Tuanzi for a while, and then took out his phone to video call Gu Qingxi. After ringing 7 or 8 times, the call was answered. On the screen, Gu Qingxi was wearing a plain home outfit, her long hair casually tied up behind her. The background was a white wall looking like a bedroom in an old house. Zhou Mu pointed the camera at Tuanzi. Little Tuanzi, say hi to your mom. Gu Qingxi smiled gently. Tuanzi, do you miss your mom? Tuanzi glanced at the phone and then lowered its head to continue eating. Zhou Mu noticed that Gu Qingxi's complexion was not good, as she appeared a bit haggard, as if she hadn't rested well. Is everything all right on your side? He asked. Just some family matters. If you need help, just let me know. When will you be back? In a few days. She paused. I'll trouble you with Tuanzi for a bit longer. You don't need to worry about Tuanzi. It's very close to me now. That puts my mind at ease. The two chatted casually for a bit before ending the call. Zhou Mu tucked his phone back into his pocket and glanced at Tuanzi again. Yesterday at Hermes, when he was buying a bag, he had thought of Gu Qingxi. However, he understood her personality. Even if she didn't know about his relationship with Sui, she wouldn't accept it. Now she would definitely not accept it. He also had no need to force himself to curry favor. He recalled Gu Qingxi's face from the video earlier. Something significant must have happened in her family. Zhou Mu picked up his phone, wanting to send Gu Qingxi a message. He typed a few words, then deleted them. Never mind. He was an outsider. If she didn't want to speak, he shouldn't keep asking. He put away his phone and turned back to room 301. At the door, he instinctively looked back at the door of room 302. A little over a month ago, in the early hours of the morning, Gu Qingxi stood behind the door, pale and trembling, telling him, I'm very scared. That was the only time she let down her guard in front of him. But now she had put her armor back on. Zhou Mu withdrew his gaze and pushed the door open to enter his room. In the afternoon, Zhou Mu brought Chen Sui to Himing Jiuli. The elevator doors opened, leading directly into a private foyer. Chen Sui stood at the entrance, her gaze moving from the marble floor to the oil painting on the wall, and then to the modern artistic crystal chandelier overhead. Her reaction was exactly like Ning Ning's when she first arrived. Wow, Brother Mu, this is your new home. It's even more beautiful than the house I dreamed of. Zhou Mu held her hand as they walked through the foyer. The floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room offered a breathtaking view of the river. Chen Sui stared at the scenery in a daze. Brother Mu. She suddenly turned her head, looking at Zhou Mu seriously. Will this be my home in the future? Zhou Mu smiled and ruffled her hair. As long as you want this as your home, then it's settled. You can't back out. I want back out. The room was filled with many newly purchased items, the result of Zhou Mu's shopping spree at Hermes yesterday. Chen Sui walked to the dining table and picked up a soup spoon placed on it. This spoon costs over 1,000. For just one. Yes. Don't you think it's beautiful? I just think it's too expensive. Zhou Mu chuckled and led her into the master bedroom. Chen Sui examined everything closely, not missing a single corner. Especially when she walked into the walk-in closet, imagining herself as the future mistress of this space. Her smile couldn't be contained any longer. Finally, they arrived at the sky garden. The river breeze blew against them, and Chen Sui's loose hair danced in the wind. She stood by the railing, gazing at the river view, then suddenly turned to Zhou Mu. Brother Mu. I feel very lucky. So do I. Chen Sui leaned into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her face in his chest. Brother Mu, I love you. Zhou Mu lowered his head and placed a kiss on her forehead. That evening, Zhou Mu and Chen Sui went to a barbecue restaurant in the university town, where they ran into Bai Lu and Yang Jia at the entrance. Sui, over here. Bai Lu waved at them, and when her gaze fell on Chen Sui, her eyes. Chen Sui was wearing a Chanel summer outfit today, with an Hermes Kelly bag slung over her shoulder. Wow, that outfit is really beautiful. It's like it was tailor-made for you. When did you buy it? Bai Lu reached out to touch the fabric. Today, Brother Mu took me to buy it. Bai Lu took a deep breath, her eyes filled with envy. The four of them entered the barbecue restaurant, where Chen Sui's other two roommates were already seated inside. Chen Sui made a brief introduction of Zhou Mu, then took a few shopping bags adorned with the Chanel logo and handed them to Bai Lu and the others. Brother Mu said he wanted to bring a little gift for you all on our first meeting. Bai Lu and the others opened the gifts to find Chanel No. 5 perfume inside. Thank you, Brother Zhou Mu. Oh my gosh, Sui, what kind of fairy boyfriend did you find? Brother Zhou Mu, this gift is too generous. Zhou Mu smiled slightly, sway off, and says you all take good care of her. It's just a little token, and as long as you like it, that's enough. Plates of barbecue were served one after another. Lamb skewers, beef skewers, grilled chicken wings, grilled eggplants, grilled oysters. The iron plates piled high, sizzling with fat on the charcoal fire. As everyone enjoyed the barbecue and chatted, the conversation quickly turned to Chin Sui. Brother Zhou Mu Sui is the campus beauty of our school. Last semester, a rich second generation pursued her for a long time, but Sui didn't even look at him. Speaking of Sui admirers, the funniest one was Sun Hao. On that Wednesday, he set up a heart-shaped candle outside our dorm building. Then Bai Lu came out and shouted Sui is at her boyfriend's place tonight. She won't be back. Haha, that was too classic. The video spread like wildfire around the school. A few girls laughed so hard they pounded the table. Yang Jia suddenly remarked, these simps just love to self-indulge, not realizing their actions may trouble. Bai Lu, leaning on her boyfriend's shoulder, said, Xiao Jia, it seems you have a lot of grievances against simps. Yang Jia shrugged him, just stating facts. Bai Lu, leaning on her boyfriend's shoulder, said, Xiao Jia, it seems you have a lot of grievances against simps. It was me who pursued Brother Mu. Chin Sui proudly linked her arm. Through Zhou Mu's Brother Mu initially found me annoying. I just bought snacks and didn't touch them at all. You came over and flaunted them all at once. Who wouldn't mind? Then why? That's called teasing. Bai Lu couldn't help but push Yang Jia, who was focused on peeling shrimp. Xiao Jia, take notes. A look at how Brother Zhou Mu and Sui show their affection. Yang Jia paused for a moment, placing the peeled shrimp meat onto Bai Lu's plate. Here you go. Bai Lu smiled. Looks like this quiet guy isn't useless after all. As the gathering drew to a close, Zhou Mu stood up to settle the bill at the counter. Although Bai Lu and the others felt a bit embarrassed considering his financial capacity, it would have been inappropriate to suggest splitting the bill at this moment. Moreover, a barbecue only cost a few hundred, while the perfume Zhou Mu had given them earlier cost over 1,000 each. The six of them stepped out of the barbecue restaurant, the night breeze blowing, carrying a hint of warmth from the charcoal fire. Bai Lu and the others were not from Haicheng. After finishing this barbecue, they had to go back and pack their bags to prepare for their return home. Everyone bid farewell. Chin Sui threaded her fingers through Zhou Mu's, gripping tightly as they walked slowly along the tree-lined avenue of the university town. Brother Mu, did you help me fulfill another wish today? Oh, Zhou Mu joked, your wish isn't to treat them to barbecue, is it? Of course not. My wish is to walk like this together. She raised their intertwined hands to keep walking. Zhou Mu tightened his grip on her hand, smiling. Then let's keep walking. Zhang Yao attended a gathering with her colleagues tonight and had a bit too much to drink, feeling slightly tipsy at the moment. Cheng Shi, the diligent worker in her unit who wanted to pursue her, confessed to her tonight. He spoke earnestly, admitting that he had liked her since the first day she joined the company and hoped to walk together with her. Zhang Yao already knew Cheng Shi's feelings. She neither agreed nor rejected him, only saying that she needed to think it over. Cheng Shi was indeed a good catch. He had a stable job, strong professional skills, and good relationships at the workplace. Though not exceptionally handsome, his appearance was still acceptable. However, as she looked at him, her heart stirred not one bit. It felt like a bowl of bland, tasteless water. It was not like this when she was with Zhou Mu. When they were together, there were laughter and arguments, and those emotional fluctuations were genuine, not like now, which felt like a stagnant pond. After the gathering, Cheng Shi offered to drive her home. She politely declined, saying she wanted to take a walk. Cheng Shi didn't press her, and simply said be careful on the way before watching her leave. Zhang Yao walked alone on the street, the night wind brushing against her, dissipating some of the alcohol's effects, but the confusion in her mind remained. She knew that her feelings were greedy, wanting both. But if she wasn't greedy, why would she have broken up with Zhou Mu, who she had been in love with for years? She aimlessly wandered along the road, unsure of why she was heading in this direction. By the time she realized it, she had already arrived at the familiar neighborhood. She and Zhou Mu had lived here for a long time. She remembered every tree and every lamppost clearly. Zhang Yao's footsteps halted a few meters away from the entrance of the neighborhood. She didn't know why she came here. Reason told her to turn back. But having drunk alcohol today, her rational thoughts didn't count. Suddenly, she recalled the two unexpected encounters with Zhou Mu. The first was at a bar where Zhou Mu was sitting next to a mature and refined woman who walked with poise. The second encounter was in a restaurant where the university's most beautiful girl from the business school, Sun Yue, used a napkin to wipe Zhou Mu's mouth. Every time she thought of that scene, she felt uncomfortable. Zhang Yao hesitated for a few seconds while looking towards the neighborhood, then made a decision. She would go in, she would find room 301, and clarify things with Zhou Mu. Just as Zhang Yao resolved to act, a Porsche 911 parked in the roadside parking space ahead. The door opened, and a person stepped out from the driver's seat. It was Zhou Mu. He wore a dark t-shirt and light-colored casual pants, looking much more spirited than before. His sunlight and confidence were even more radiant than during their university days. Then the passenger door opened, and a girl got out of the car. The girl appeared to be around 20 years old, with glowing fair skin, dressed in a Chanel outfit, and carrying a Hermes Kelly bag on her shoulder. Not only was she beautiful and exquisite, but she also exuded brightness and confidence from head to toe. After getting out of the car, the girl naturally reached her hand into Zhou Mu's arm and leaned against him, tilting her head back to say something with a smile. Zhou Mu glanced down at her, the corners of his mouth curving upward, and then he gently ruffled her hair. Together they walked into the neighborhood. Zhang Yao stood rooted to the spot, motionless. At that moment her mind was filled not with sadness, regret, or jealousy, but with countless question marks. After being stunned for about a minute, her gaze shifted to the Porsche 911A, and she suddenly understood something. She didn't know about others, but she was very clear about who Sun Yue was. She was a girl with lofty standards and a blatant materialistic attitude. She only played with the rich and had always shown coldness towards ordinary guys. Why had she been so attentive to Zhou Mu in the restaurant, serving him food and wiping his mouth? The answer was simple. Zhou Mu was wealthy, and not just a little. He had enough money to attract someone like Sun Yue. Zhang Yao had been with Zhou Mu for 3 years, and they had known each other even longer. She believed she understood Zhou Mu's situation well. He was not a loser, but he was certainly not a rich heir. His family situation was probably just at the middle-class level. But what was going on with what she was seeing now? Had Zhou Mu been testing her all along? A cool breeze passed by, and Zhang Yao couldn't help but shiver. She couldn't remember how she made her way back to her rented apartment. When she came to her senses, she was already slumped on the sofa, the city night view outside the window blurred into a haze. She took out her phone, which had several messages from Cheng Shi. She glanced at them, didn't reply, and then dialed. Hello, Yao Yao. Why are you calling me at this hour? What happened? I saw him again today, Zhang Yao said. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. You saw Zhou Mu? Yes, Zhang Yao stared at the ceiling. He was with a girl who looked several years younger than us. Ning Ning didn't respond. She knew Zhang Yao had a lot to say. Do you know? This is the 3rd time I've encountered him during this period. The first time was at a bar, the second time was at a restaurant. Today I took the initiative to find him, originally wanting to ask him something. He was driving a Porsche 911, and that girl was in Chanel carrying an Hermes bag. Ning Ning softly asked, didn't you know he was wealthy before? How could I know? When I was with him he had nothing. I only knew he was working hard to earn money, but his income never covered his expenses. Her voice caught in her throat. How could I know he would become like this now? Ning Ning opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words. Zhang Yao was already shaken by seeing Zhou Mu's Porsche. What if she found out that he had bought a house worth nearly 200 million at Himing Jiuli? How would she react? After a moment of silence on the phone, Zhang Yao suddenly brought up another matter. Cheng Shi confessed to me today. Cheng Shi, that guy from your unit? Yes. Zhang Yao briefly recounted what happened at the gathering tonight. I told him I would think about it. And then I don't know. Cheng Shi has a stable job and good relationships at work, but when I looked at him, I felt nothing. When he said those words to me, all I could think about was Zhou Mu. So, you went to find Zhou Mu? I just wanted to clarify some things with him, but I didn't expect he would have a girlfriend so soon. Ning Ning didn't know what to say. After thinking for a moment, she softly said, Yao Yao, get some rest. Some choices once made cannot be undone. Zhang Yao hung up the phone, staring at the ceiling as tears silently rolled down her cheeks. She recalled the rented room, the evenings when he waited for her to come home, and the nights when she buried herself in study while he quietly turned off the TV. She was unwilling to accept it, as she had to get to the bottom of it. On an evening a few days later, Zhou Mu was driving as usual. The first passenger to get into the car was a woman in her early 30s, accompanied by a little boy appearing to be mother and son. Halfway through the journey, the woman suddenly touched her son's head and asked, little Bao, Mom is going to quiz you on a math problem. The little boy blinked and nodded. If Mom gives you 5 yuan and you borrow another 5 yuan from your sister, how much do you have in total? 0 yuan. The woman fell silent for 2 seconds and raised her palm to gesture. Little Bao, think again. Mom gives you 5 yuan and you borrow 5 yuan from your sister. How much is that in total? She wiggled her 10 fingers in front of her son. 0 yuan. The little boy replied with unwavering certainty. Sigh. The woman exhaled, little Bao, you still don't understand math. The little boy pouted, Mom, it's you who doesn't understand my sister. Zhou Mu, driving in front, couldn't help but chuckle. For the remainder of the journey, the woman was on the phone, seemingly discussing how to handle this familial bullying incident. After a while, the ride-sharing car arrived at the destination. The fare was 18 yuan and 60 cents with a system subsidy of 18,600. Yet what made this ride most valuable was the phrase, Mom, it's you who doesn't understand my sister. Zhou Mu looked at the mother and son leaving in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Now he no longer regarded driving for ride-sharing as work. To him, these 2 hours felt more like an unscripted reality show. Every day he encountered different people performing different scripts. Sometimes it was a comedy, sometimes a tragedy, sometimes a farce. He closed the settlement page and opened the order acceptance mode. He wondered what the next scene would be. Around 7 in the evening, Zhou Mu's ride-sharing car stopped at the entrance of a shopping mall. A few minutes later, Ning Ning opened the passenger door and sat inside. She turned her head. Thank you, Master Zhou, for taking the time to pick me up between your rides. Zhou Mu glanced at her. You've been getting cheekier lately. Ning Ning laughed. Now that you've laid all your cards on the table, I won't pretend anymore. Zhou Mu smirked. Where are you taking me to eat? Ning Ning picked up her phone and sent the restaurant address to Zhou Mu on WeChat. Just up ahead, it'll take no more than 10 minutes to drive. Zhou Mu set the navigation and shifted gears to start the journey. Your gift is in the back seat. Ning Ning turned around and saw a Hermes shopping bag in the back seat. She reached for it and opened it. Inside was an Hermes Kelly bag. You really splurged. It's just a bag. What's there to be stingy about? Are you planning to be this wealthy and reckless in the future? If you have money and don't indulge, what's the point of having money? Do you like this bag? Are you kidding? This is Hermes. Oh, what woman wouldn't like it? Ning Ning's fingers gently traced over the bag, as if she were afraid of damaging something precious. She placed the bag back into its dust bag and looked at Zhou Mu with a pair of smiling eyes. Thank you, boss. Zhou Mu smiled and continued driving. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a Western restaurant. The waiter led them to a private room, and Zhou Mu quickly placed his order, instructing the waiter to serve the dishes promptly. The waiter acknowledged and left the room. Yao Yao has been chatting with me a lot these days. When she said this, she didn't look at Zhou Mu, just lifted her teacup and gently swirled it. Zhou Mu simply replied with an "Oh. Aren't you curious about what she talked to me about?" Not curious. Ning Ning looked into his eyes. She said she went to your neighborhood on Sunday night. She saw you and Sui Sui getting out of the car at the entrance. I know. You know. Ning Ning was taken aback. She didn't talk to you, did she? I saw her. When he got out of the Porsche that night, he caught a glimpse of the figure standing a dozen meters away. His keen insight allowed him to recognize who it was. At that time, Shin Sui Sui was holding onto his arm, tilting her head to joke with him. He didn't turn around or pause. Ning Ning fell silent for a few seconds, and then asked, if Yao Yao confronted you now, what would you do? Zhou Mu leaned back in his chair and thought for a moment. From what I know about Zhang Yao, if I were single, she might come directly to ask me. But since she knows I have a new girlfriend with her personality, she would ask around, but wouldn't come up to me. What could she ask me? Ask me why I agreed to break up back then. Ning Ning nodded slightly. You really understand Zhang Yao. Zhou Mu didn't deny it. After 3 years together, he certainly understood Zhang Yao. She was strong-willed and cared about her pride. The fact that she didn't rush over when she saw him with Chun Sui Sui that night proved that even under the influence of alcohol, her pride still prevailed. She also mentioned something to me. Ning Ning glanced at Zhou Mu. There's a guy at her workplace named Cheng Shi who confessed to her. Zhou Mu remained silent. She said that guy has a stable job, is capable in business, and has a good reputation at work. She observed Zhou Mu's expression. Aren't you curious if Yao Yao accepted him? That's none of my business. So what if Yao Yao wanted to get back together with you now? What would you do? Zhou Mu replied without hesitation. It ended the moment we broke up. After hearing that, Ning Ning fell silent for a while, and then chuckled softly. Aren't you planning to be a romantic hero? You wouldn't want to give your first love another chance. Zhou Mu looked at her seriously and said, some choices once made cannot be undone. Ning Ning's expression froze for a moment. What's wrong? Zhou Mu asked. That night, Yao Yao called me to vent. I also said the exact same thing. At that moment, the waiter pushed in the dining cart. Let's eat, let's not talk about this anymore. Ning Ning nodded. After dinner, the two of them walked out of the restaurant. Zhou Mu drove her back. The atmosphere in the car was much quieter than on the way there, but it wasn't an awkward silence. It was a relaxed atmosphere that only comes after understanding each other. After a while, the car had arrived at Ning Ning's home. Do you have time this weekend? What's up? Ning Ning unbuckled her seatbelt. To help choose a sofa for the new home. Ning Ning turned her head and teased, let your girlfriend accompany you. You have better taste. Zhou Mu spoke the truth. Ning Ning met his gaze for 2 seconds before looking away. This weekend I promised Yao Yao to go shopping with her. She's been feeling down lately. Zhou Mu nodded. Then let's talk later, it's not urgent. Ning Ning got out of the car, said goodnight to Zhou Mu, and walked towards the community, holding the Hermes shopping bag. Just as Zhou Mu was about to shift gears and start driving, his phone screen lit up. Ning Ning next week. Zhou Mu typed one word on the screen, okay. On this day, Zhou Mu sat before his computer observing the stock market trends. A technology stock he heavily invested in plummeted 5 the moment the market opened in the afternoon. Checking the announcements, there was no negative news disclosed. He browsed a stock forum where the atmosphere was lively with a chorus of complaints directed at the company's chairman. Zhou Mu stood up to brew himself a cup of coffee. When he returned, his phone screen was lit up with a message from his mother. Son, Aunt Lee's daughter next door sells secondhand luxury goods. She said that the platinum bag you sent back is particularly expensive and hard to come by. Tell me the truth, how much did you actually make from trading virtual currencies? Don't get involved in anything illegal, okay? Zhou Mu picked up his phone intending to reply, while his eyes caught the stock market trends on his computer. The decline had expanded to 9. With over 3 million in stock, he was facing a loss of nearly 300,000. He quickly put down his phone, no longer in the mood to engage with the old lady. Should he cut his losses? With a 9 drop, stopping now would mean a significant loss. But if he didn't stop the losses, and the stock hit the limit down, what would happen if it continued to plunge tomorrow? He was still indecisive when the market made the decision for him. A flurry of heavy sell orders struck, driving the stock price straight to the limit down. Zhou Mu raised his eyebrows. Although he had always adopted a Zen approach to trading, losing over 30,000 in a single day was not something he could dismiss without feeling pain. 2 days of ride-sharing earnings wasted. Just as he felt somewhat gloomy, a heavenly voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding! Detection host has achieved a milestone in life, first experience of a stock hitting the limit down. Current milestone progress, 524. Unlocking privilege loss is a blessing. Privilege description: if the host's total stock investment yield experiences a loss on that day, the system will provide a 200 compensation. No leveraging in any form, including but not limited to borrowing or financing. Compensation will be directly transferred to the host's bank account after the local stock market closes. Damn! Zhou Mu straightened up abruptly. His trading performance had been mediocre during this period, fluctuating around small gains and losses. Thus, he hadn't taken trading too seriously. But now it was different. A 200 loss subsidy. This meant that from this day forth his trading would either yield small gains or massive profits. The ceiling for ride-sharing earnings with a 1,000-fold subsidy is low, just tens of thousands a day, akin to a fixed salary. But this loss is a blessing, has no ceiling at all. Experiencing a loss now could lead to compensation of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands a day. Once his capital scale grows larger in the future, a daily compensation amounting to billions would be quite normal. This is amazing. Zhou Mu's gaze returned to the computer screen. Just a moment ago, he had been distressed by the large bearish candlestick before him, but now he was hoping for the market to close immediately and lock in the limit down. 1500. He finally endured until market close. The next second. Ding! Detection host's investment loss today amounts to 319106 yuan, triggering a 200 loss is a blessing. Compensation of 638212 yuan, which has been settled in real time to the host's account. Zhou Mu looked at the sudden increase of several hundred thousand in his bank account, feeling elated. He was no longer overwhelmed with joy over the sudden gain of several hundred thousand. But this was different. It was his passport to becoming a top-tier rich person. Moreover, it was a passport that he would inevitably obtain. At this moment, his phone, which was on the table, lit up with a WeChat message. Sun Yue, brother Mu, last time you mentioned you were somewhat interested in that AI short drama project in the project presentation, right? Since last time when she gave him the bag, she had changed the way she addressed Zhou Mu from senior to brother Mu. Sun Yue, I have been reaching out to acquaintances in the investment banking department these past few days to gather information, and I inquired about it for you. They said that the AI short drama team's technology and ideas are quite good, but the overall scale of the project is too small, and Longjing Securities is not interested. The internal review did not pass. Zhou Mu read this message and did not reply immediately. He leaned back in his gaming chair, replaying Sun Yue's words in his mind. Having just unlocked loss is a blessing today. Trading stocks had become an eternally profitable venture for him, profiting during an uptrend and making even more during a downtrend. For him, there was no better investment project in the world than stock trading. However, relying solely on trading couldn't sustain a complete wealth map. Now, if someone asked him how he suddenly had so much money, he could still say he had stumbled upon good luck and made a killing in virtual currency trading. But once his capital scale grew to tens of billions or hundreds of billions, using this excuse would be unbelievable. He needed some visible business arrangements, both to provide a reasonable cover for his wealth and to hope to do something truly meaningful in the future. Thinking of this, he replied to Sun Yue. Zhou Mu, please find out the current situation of this project team for me. Funding plans, valuation team structure, the more detailed the better. Sun Yue replied instantly. Sun Yue, no problem. I will check with my colleagues in the investment banking department to understand more about this project, and I will contact you as soon as I have news. Zhou Mu, thanks. Sun Yue, you're welcome. I'm very happy to help you. Just as Zhou Mu finished chatting with Sun Yue, he suddenly heard familiar footsteps outside in the hallway. Then a knock sounded on the door. He immediately got up to open it. It was Gu Qingxi returning. Zhou Mu, hello. Zhou Mu felt a jolt in his heart. Gu Qingxi had grown distant from him. Thank you for taking care of Tuanzi during this time. I'm back. No need to mention it. Zhou Mu carefully examined her appearance. She looked quite tired. Have you taken care of everything at home? Yes, basically done. I couldn't delay work for so long, and it wouldn't make sense not to return any longer. Gu Qingxi paused for a moment, reaching into her bag to pull out a large plastic bag that seemed to contain food. I brought back some local specialties for you to try. Her intention was clear. It was to express gratitude for taking care of Tuanzi, nothing more. Zhou Mu accepted the plastic bag. Just as he was about to say something, Gu Qingxi's phone rang. He glanced at her phone screen, which displayed the caller ID as younger sister. Sorry, I need to take this call. Gu Qingxi pressed the answer button and stepped back a couple of paces. The hallway was very quiet. and with his ability to perceive, Zhou Mu could clearly hear the content of the conversation. Sister, the hospital said we still need 200,000. Can you think of a way? Mom doesn't let me tell you over the phone. She knows you've already done your best. But if you can't do anything, we're going to lose Dad. The call lasted less than 2 minutes. Gu Qingxi said she would think of a way, and then ended the conversation. Her complexion turned even worse than before, and her fingers trembled slightly. Send me your bank card number, Zhou Mu said. What? Gu Qingxi looked up, seemingly unable to comprehend Zhou Mu's meaning at once. 200,000, is that enough? You? I just heard your conversation, and did you think I couldn't hear? Gu Qingxi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, I heard, Zhou Mu said seriously. Is 200,000 enough? He'll give it to you first. Gu Qingxi shook her head repeatedly. No way, no way. I can't borrow your money. I will find a way myself. Zhou Mu looked at her. What can you come up with? Just now your sister said on the phone that you've already taken out all your money. Gu Qingxi's cheeks flushed slightly. I have a pretty high salary. Zhou Mu interrupted her. I know as an intern lawyer at Hongshuan law firm your monthly income is around 20 to 30,000. But even if we assume you don't eat or drink, can you wait 10 months to gather 200,000 for the hospital? Gu Qingxi's face reddened even more, her tone no longer as firm as before. That is not okay, we are just neighbors. Zhou Mu frowned, his tone much heavier than usual. Gu Qingxi, are you being foolish? You are in urgent need of money, and you know someone very wealthy who is willing to lend you money. Why are you being so reserved? Are you afraid of owing me something? Do you think borrowing from an online loan is a better choice? Gu Qingxi's face turned red to her ears. She lowered her head, stammering, 200,000 is too much. That's only too much for you. For me, what's 200,000? But you have a girlfriend now. She lowered her head further. If you lend me money, what if you two have a conflict? Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. First, Sui is not a petty woman. Don't even mention borrowing. Even if I give her 200,000, she wouldn't say anything. Second, there is only one woman in this world who can manage me, and that's my mom. Gu Qingxi remained silent for a moment, slowly lifting her head. Then, should I write you an IOU? Nonsense, Zhou Mu said. If you don't write an IOU, do you plan to default? Gu Qingxi finally spoke. The next day afternoon, Zhou Mu sat in a cafe across from the headquarters of Longjin Securities, leisurely sipping coffee. After about 10 minutes, Sun Yiwei pushed the door open and walked in. Today she was dressed in a professional skirt suit, holding a brown paper folder. She glanced around the cafe and quickly walked over when she spotted Zhou Mu. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Brother Mu. She placed the folder on the table and sat down opposite him. This is the detailed information about the AI short drama project that I got from a colleague in the investment banking department. Thanks. Zhou Mu took the folder and pushed the iced Americano he had ordered for her across the table. Sun Yiwei picked up the iced Americano, took a big sip, and instantly felt refreshed, the heat of the day dissipating significantly. The colleague from the investment banking department said that this team's technology and experience, as well as their eye for selecting scripts, are all very good. The market is currently hot, but their scale is too small, and during the internal review at Longjin, it was directly rejected. Zhou Mu took out the documents from the folder and flipped through them. They want to raise 2 million. Yes, Sun Yiwei nodded. If you're interested, you can talk to them. The team is in Hongqing, not far from us, about a 2 to 3 hour drive. By the way, when are you free? I still need to thank you for the bag you gave me last time. I'd like to treat you to dinner. Zhou Mu closed the folder. You've helped me a lot. A bag isn't a big deal. Let's find a time next week to have dinner, my treat. Sun Yiwei's eyes lit up and she nodded. Okay, I'll head back. Take your time with the materials. If you have any questions, feel free to message me on WeChat and I'll help you inquire further. With that, she turned and quickly walked out of the cafe. Zhou Mu shifted his focus back to the materials. He recalled what Su Lan had mentioned before, that Xingyao needs to rely on content quality and matrix synergy rather than depending on top streamers. This AI short drama team has a very strong synergy with Xingyao Media in terms of content production, commercial monetization, and technological feedback. He thought for a moment, took out his phone, and sent a message to Shun Anren. Zhou Mu, are you at the company? I'm at the cafe across, and I have a project I'd like you to take a look at. In less than half a minute, Shun Anren replied. Shun Anren, yes. I'll wrap up what I'm working on and come over right away. 10 minutes later, Shin Anren pushed the door open and walked in. Today she wore a white silk short-sleeve shirt and black pants, her hair tied back, looking sharp as ever. However, Zhou Mu noticed a hint of fatigue in her expression. You look quite tired lately. Zhou Mu pushed the materials toward her. Things have been busy recently, Shun Anren replied as she sat down opposite him, not elaborating further, as she directly picked up the materials to read. She read quickly, but Zhou Mu knew that was her usual way, first quickly grasping the key information before going back to examine the details. Sure enough, she paused when she reached the financial statements, reading through them twice. This team has a poor financial situation. She put down the materials. They're running out of angel round funds and are now looking for pre-funding, wanting to raise 2 million. Yes, if their financial situation were good, they wouldn't need to seek funding, Zhou Mu replied after a pause. What do you think of this project? The market is promising and the technology is fine. However, the competition in AI short dramas is extremely fierce now, as standing out depends on luck. What if we partnered with Xingyao? Shun Anren paused, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. I was just thinking the same thing. If we partner with Xingyao, it could create a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. However, Su Lan might not think the same way. The equity issue. Yes, she doesn't have cash on hand. If you want to invest in that team under the name of Xingyao, you would certainly have to initiate an internal capital increase first. At that point, your equity ratio would increase significantly, while hers would be diluted. Even if this project benefits the company, she may not be pleased. Zhou Mu understood that this was human nature. Shen Anren glanced at the time. I have to head back. There's a lot going on at the company today. I'll ask Su Lan about her intentions regarding this project later. She knows content production better than I do. Zhou Mu nodded sure. After Shen Anren left, he checked the time. 3:02 p.m. The stock market had just closed. He had already redeemed all his investment products this morning, and most of the funds he could utilize had been invested in the stock market. After unlocking the loss is a blessing feature, he made money whether stocks rose or fell, turning asset allocation into a joke for him. He opened his stock account to take a look. Today the market fluctuated slightly, and his account overall had a small loss of 0.5. Thanks to the compensation from loss is a blessing, he ended up making a small profit of tens of thousands. Although this amount wasn't much, it felt quite satisfying. He put down his phone and continued to browse the AI short drama project materials. By the time he finished the last page, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Zhou Mu put away the materials, stood up, and walked out of the cafe, taking his seat in the driver's position of his ride-hailing car. It was time for Master Zhou to go online again. The following evening, in the office of the chairman of Xingyao Media, a pile of materials was spread across the desk, the very AI short drama project documents that Sunny Wei had delivered yesterday. Zhou Mu sat across from Su Lan, while Shun Anren sat on the sofa to the side. The three had been discussing this project for over 2 hours. This project taken alone isn't particularly outstanding. Su Lan closed the materials. There are too many teams out there producing AI short dramas. Although they do have some advantages in technology and experience, this advantage is not enough to support the valuation they set for themselves. She glanced at the two and continued, however, if they collaborate with us at Xingyao, there is indeed a lot of potential for imagination. Moreover, from a competitive standpoint, New Gravity is still burning money with traditional models to create content. If we can use AI to reduce costs, they won't be able to keep up no matter how much they spend. Zhou Mu leaned back in his chair, remaining silent. He knew Su Lan still had more to say. Sure enough, Su Lan sighed. But the problem is that the company's cash flow has only just turned positive, sufficient only for daily operations. This AI team wants to raise 2 million. Even if I emptied the company's account, it wouldn't be enough. She looked at Zhou Mu and candidly said, Zhou, I know you have money, but you currently hold 30 of the company's shares. If you invest another 2 million in this project yourself, your shareholding ratio will be too high. My equity as the founder would be excessively diluted and the team would feel insecure. Zhou Mu nodded. For him, both Xingyao and this AI short drama team were small potatoes. Even if he believed in them, he didn't want to invest his time. What he wanted was someone like Su Lan who understood the industry to keep an eye on things for him. Therefore, if Su Lan's and the team's equity were pushed too low, these people would lose their motivation, which would harm the company instead. He had already discussed a win-win solution with Shun Anren before coming here. As long as Su Lan had no objections to the project itself, she would certainly not refuse this plan. Zhou Mu looked at Su Lan and asked, how much can the company borrow from the bank now? Su Lan was taken aback. A loan? Yes, apply for a loan from the bank in the name of Xingyao Media. The borrowed amount will be loaned to all shareholders except for me, you, and your team, and Enran. Are you saying that the company will take out a loan to lend to us for the investment? Exactly. Zhou Mu glanced at Shun and Ran. We discussed this matter before coming here. I will personally fund my share while your share can be funded through the loan. Su Lan fell silent for a few seconds, quickly calculating the figures in her mind. Taking a loan in the company's name would have a very low interest rate. She and her team would borrow under their personal names for the investment, avoiding dilution of their shares in Xingyao, while the equity of the new project would genuinely belong to each of them. This was the share that Zhou Mu had allotted to them. He could fully invest it himself, but he chose not to. Su Lan took a deep breath, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth, and Ran said, she had invited a god of wealth for me, and now it seems she was indeed right. Zhou Mu chuckled. If this project can be finalized, I will still be that idle shareholder. You have to take good care of this place for me. Su Lan nodded seriously. It's my duty. After discussing serious matters, Zhou Mu and Shun and Ran stood up and walked out of the office. It's so late. Oh, let's go have a late-night snack together. Shun and Ran pointed to a room in front of them that still had its lights on. You should go eat with your sway, or I won't be the third wheel, and besides I'm controlling my weight recently, so I can't indulge in late-night snacks. Alright. Zhou Mu slightly nodded, then we will keep in touch. Okay. Shun and Ran watched Zhou Mu walk into the room ahead, then heard a familiar voice from inside Brother Mu. She smiled and walked towards the elevator. Zhou Mu entered the office where Chun Sui Sui was intently reading a stack of planning proposals. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up, saw Zhou Mu enter, and immediately ran over and jumped into his arms. Have you been waiting long? Not too long, I just finished discussing the proposal with the director. Time flies by quickly. She flipped the proposal in her hands to show him. This is the daily series to be filmed next week. The director said my positioning is real and natural. Zhou Mu glanced at it. The proposal was filled with her revision notes. Not bad, looks quite professional. I am not a novice, you know. She tilted her face up, a hint of pride in her smile from being recognized. Zhou Mu reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Let's go, it's time for late-night snacks. I don't want to eat, I want to go home early. It's only 9 p.m. Didn't you say your curfew is before midnight? If you clearly know where I mean to go back to. Chun Sui Sui pouted. Summer vacation is really troublesome. I was freer before school started. During school you wouldn't be skipping class every day either. Zhou Mu laughed as he ruffled her hair. Then let's go back. Chun Sui Sui almost hung onto his arm, happily saying home. As they walked out together and just sat in the car, Zhou Mu's phone screen lit up. Ning Ning, I have no classes next Tuesday. Shall we go sofa shopping? Zhou Mu will pick you up next Tuesday. He put down his phone, and Chun Sui Sui casually asked, is there something going on? Zhou Mu shook his head. It's Ning Ning. I had previously arranged to go sofa shopping with her. Her taste is quite good. She just told me that she is free next Tuesday. Chun Sui Sui was silent for 2 seconds. Sister Ning does have good taste. I thought her clothing coordination was very tasteful the last time I saw her. Zhou Mu glanced at her. Are you jealous? Chun Sui Sui deliberately pouted. Very jealous. Hurry home. I need to properly discipline you. Zhou Mu lifted his chin. Just keep your voice down when you beg for mercy later. Chun Sui Sui made a face at him, and then they both laughed together. On Tuesday, Zhou Mu and Ning Ning arrived at a high-end custom home furnishing venue located at the old P. Ning Ning was wearing a dark dress today adorned with a pearl necklace and carrying the Hermes Kelly bag that Zhou Mu had gifted her. You look like a wealthy young lady today, Zhou Mu remarked. Is it too old-fashioned? She asked. I meant young lady, not old lady. Ning Ning shot him a glare. The two entered the venue. It did not resemble a furniture store at all, but rather an art. A design director from Italy was responsible for receiving them. After exchanging a few pleasantries in broken Chinese with Zhou Mu, he was about to take them to see the finished sofa area when Ning Ning suddenly spoke up. May I ask what the abrasion resistance of this fabric is? She was referring to a piece of deep gray velvet fabric. The design director was taken aback. He did not expect this beautiful woman to ask such a professional parameter. Zhou Mu was also somewhat surprised. He had originally planned to just sit and drink coffee, flipping through catalogs and leaving everything to the designer. The design director replied, the Martindale test exceeds 100,000 cycles, so you need not worry about daily wear. Ning Ning pointed to another piece of fabric that looked almost identical. What about this one? This is a natural linen blend. Its abrasion resistance is slightly lower, but it has better breathability. Ning Ning nodded. Our main sofa will be placed in the top floor living room of Himing Jiuli with south-facing floor-to-ceiling windows that receive ample sunlight in the afternoon. If we choose velvet fabric, will it fade? The design director's eyes widened slightly. Clearly this was a truly knowledgeable customer, not one of those wealthy individuals who only say, I want the most expensive. For the next half hour, Ning Ning directly discussed the depth and ergonomics of the sofa with the design director in fluent English, even taking out a measuring tape from her bag to measure the seat depth and backrest angle of the sofa on site, then drawing a simple floor plan on her notebook in accordance with the living room area of Himing Jiuli. When did you do all this homework? Zhou Mu asked. After you told me to come as a consultant, Ning Ning replied, without looking up, continuing to draw the layout in her notebook. The design director watched this scene and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Miss Ning is the most professional client I have seen this year, Mr. Zhou. You have an excellent eye. Ning Ning's cheeks turned slightly red. Zhou Mu said nothing, but merely turned his head to glance at her. He had known Ning Ning for many years and was aware that she was extraordinary, not just an ordinary bank teller or a luxury store sales associate. Ning Ning continued discussing the proposal with the design director, ultimately deciding on the fabric and color. She explained that this color would present a low saturation blue under the midday sun, and at dusk, it would turn gray, perfectly matching the two lighting modes of the Himing Jiuli living room. Throughout the process, Zhou Mu made only one decision: you decide. Leaving the home furnishings club, the sky had completely darkened. Zhou Mu brought Ning Ning to a restaurant near the Bund that specializes in fusion cuisine. Ning Ning had seen this restaurant online, where the average expenditure is around 2,000 to 3,000, making it one of the most upscale restaurants in Haiqing. She turned her head, saying, "You're becoming more generous with me lately." Zhou Mu shrugged. "When have I ever been stingy?" Ning Ning smiled. When you were with Yao Yao, you never spent more than 100 per meal when you treated us right. Zhou Mu raised his eyebrows. That was a matter of financial capability, not attitude. They took a seat by the window. Last weekend I accompanied Yao Yao shopping. Her complexion had deteriorated a lot. That's just how she is, Zhou Mu said casually. She thinks too much and does too little. Ning Ning replied. She's been asking around about you. Asking about me, eh? How could she ask me? She doesn't even know we're in contact. After saying this, Ning Ning's face visibly turned red. Zhou Mu chuckled. Why are you blushing? After she broke up with me, we only started contacting each other. I didn't do anything wrong to her. Ning Ning quickly covered her cheeks with her hand, as if she thought that would cool her down. I never wronged her. Besides, we really haven't done anything. She paused and looked at Zhou Mu. I noticed you're not avoiding the topic of Yao Yao today. Zhou Mu replied nonchalantly. It doesn't matter, there's nothing to avoid. Just as Ning Ning was about to speak, a voice from beside them interrupted. Ning Ning, it's really you. Ning Ning looked up and immediately stood up. Sister Lin, hello. Zhou Mu sized up the newcomer. She was a woman around 40, well-maintained, and looked like a wealthy lady. Zhou Mu, this is Sister Lin Ingzi, one of our major clients at the store. Sister Lin, this is Zhou Mu, my friend. Lin Ingzi extended her hand with a perfectly timed smile. Mr. Zhou, pleasure to meet you. Zhou Mu stood up and shook her hand. Hello, Sister Lin. Ning Ning and I are old friends. We met when she was at the bank. She's a very outstanding girl. While speaking, Lin Yingzi's gaze quickly scanned the Hermes Kelly bag beside Ning Ning and Zhou Mu's outfit, seemingly already forming a judgment. What industry are you in, Mr. Zhou? He's an investor, Ning Ning answered quickly. By the way, he's Oh, Mr. Zhou lives at Jade Bay too. I just bought a place at Himing Jiuli and haven't moved in yet. I happened to bring Ning Ning out today to help me choose a sofa. Lin Yingzi's smile instantly deepened. She lived in Jade Bay, one of Haiqing's upscale residences. The Himing Jiuli, separated by just one street from Jade Bay, is Haiqing's top-tier housing. Anyone who could buy a house at Himing Jiuli undoubtedly had considerable financial power. Lin Yingzi took out a beautifully designed business card and handed it over. I opened a winery, Jiuqi Winery, in the suburbs of Haiqing. It's usually not open to the public, only receiving friends. Mr. Zhou, when you have time, you're welcome to bring Ning Ning over. I've got a few nice vintages stored. Zhou Mu accepted the card. Thank you, Sister Lin. I'll definitely visit when I have the chance. Lin Yingzi pulled out her phone again. If it's convenient, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send you the location of the winery later. Zhou Mu nodded, took out his phone, and added her as a friend. Then it's settled. Lin Yingzi winked at Ning Ning. Ning Ning, you'd better keep an eye on Mr. Zhou. Ning Ning's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Yingzi didn't linger, nodded to both of them, and turned back to her seat. After Lin Yingzi left, Ning Ning lowered her voice. Sister Lin is quite a popular customer in our store. She is polite to everyone and doesn't act high and mighty. I heard she has extensive connections in Haiqing's wealthy circles. Zhou Mu teased. She just asked what industry I'm in. Why didn't you say I drive for ride-hailing? Ning Ning rolled her eyes at him. I don't have your thick skin. What's wrong with driving for ride-hailing? Professions shouldn't be divided by status. Then you tell her yourself next time. Zhou Mu smiled. He knew Ning Ning wanted to introduce him to useful people, which is why she directly mentioned he was an investor in his housing situation. In elite circles, what people value is the exchange of resources. Rather than speaking grandly, it's better to showcase strength directly. He picked up his glass. Ning Ning also picked up her glass and gently clinked it against his. After dinner, the two left the restaurant, the summer evening breeze bringing a hint of the river's coolness. Ning Ning took a deep breath. The night breeze made her feel a bit more alert, but the slight drunkenness from the alcohol hadn't dissipated. Zhou Mu looked at her. Shall we take a walk? Ning Ning nodded. Let's go. The two walked side by side along the riverside path, their pace neither fast nor slow. There should be quite a few girls around you who actively seek your attention, right? What do you think? Zhou Mu countered. I heard from Yao Yao that the first time she met you, you were with a very beautiful and graceful woman. What do you think? Zhou Mu countered. I heard from Yao Yao that the first time she met you, you were with a very... Ning Ning suddenly stopped walking. Zhou Mu, I admit I have a good impression of you. I might really like you a bit. But if you see me as a trophy, then you've got the wrong person. She took a deep breath and continued. Moreover, I have a question. Are you seeking me out because you're unwilling to let go of Zhang Yao? Zhou Mu looked at her for 2 seconds and smiled. What are you laughing at? I think you've had fake alcohol tonight. One moment I'm a trophy, the next I'm a substitute. We've known each other for 3 years, not 3 months. Ning Ning pouted. Even if it's fake alcohol, it's still the drink you treated us to. Zhou Mu looked at her seriously. You are far more excellent than you think. Ning Ning was taken aback for 2 seconds, bit her lip, and her eyes seemed to redden for a moment, but she quickly turned her face away. When she turned back, she had already donned a slightly proud expression. I know I'm excellent. I'm pretty smart, and... She paused. You know. Zhou Mu certainly understood. Ning Ning has never had a real boyfriend. He said in a teasing tone, Then what did you mean by trophy and substitute earlier? Ning Ning glared at him. It's all your fault for treating us to fake alcohol. The two exchanged smiles. The river breeze blew over, carrying moisture and the sound of distant fairy whistles. The two stopped. Zhou Mu turned to look at her, and Ning Ning also raised her head, meeting his gaze. This time she didn't shy away. Zhou Mu extended his hand. Ning Ning lowered her head, her lips curling up as she reached out to grasp it. The next evening, Zhou Mu knocked on Gu Qingxi's door holding a document. I recently set my sights on an AI short drama project. This is the investment contract. I'd like you to take a look and see if there are any issues. He handed over the folder. Gu Qingxi took the folder, opened it, and quickly flipped through the contract. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. It's not something that can be explained in a few words. Please come in. Zhou Mu entered the room, and the cat immediately approached him, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. The room was as tidy as before, but a faint aroma of instant noodle seasoning lingered in the air. Gu Qingxi sat down at the table and began to examine the contract carefully. Zhou Mu crouched down to scratch the cat's chin, eliciting continuous gu-gu-gu sounds from the little creature. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Gu Qingxi then remembered she had ordered takeout, quickly getting up to open the door, taking the plastic bag and swiftly closing the door. Zhou Mu glanced at the plastic bag where the words Pin Hao Fan were particularly eye-catching. You eat this? Zhou Mu frowned. What's wrong? It's quite convenient. Gu Qingxi placed the plastic bag in the corner of the coffee table. This takeout only costs 15 yuan, and it's filled with technology and harsh realities. I think it tastes pretty good. Zhou Mu replied. You, a lawyer from a prestigious firm, eating Pin Hao Fan. You're tarnishing your firm's reputation. Saving money doesn't mean you have to skimp like this. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Gu Qingxi quickly changed the subject. Do you have superpowers or something? Last time you heard me on the phone, and this time I brought something in, and you caught a glimpse and even saw the price. Zhou Mu ignored her remark, took out his phone, and began to order food. What are you doing? Gu Qingxi guessed his intention. I want to eat a late-night snack. Let's order something together. No need, I'll eat what I ordered. Zhou Mu replied. I've already placed the order. You need to eat properly. You can't just eat instant noodles and Pin Hao Fan all the time. If you ruin your health, who do you think will help you with that 200,000 yuan you owe me? Gu Qingxi was momentarily speechless, wanting to argue, but finding it difficult to counter. She had come to understand Zhou Mu well, and knew he was intent on treating her to a meal, a generous offer she couldn't refuse. She lowered her head and resumed reading the contract. Zhou Mu had satisfied his craving for cat petting and casually sat on the sofa browsing on his phone. About half an hour later, the takeout arrived. Zhou Mu got up to open the door and returned with 3 bags bearing the logo of Wenji Yanbao Restaurant. Gu Qingxi remembered that when she first met Zhou Mu, he ordered from this very restaurant. The bowl of rock sugar bird's nest porridge he had given her was still fresh in her memory. Zhou Mu placed the bags on the table and began to take out each dish: abalone with sauce, black truffle shrimp dumplings, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Did you order too much? How can you finish all this? It's better to have too much than not enough. Zhou Mu handed her a pair of chopsticks. Let's eat first. Gu Qingxi silently accepted the chopsticks and sat down opposite him. She wondered if it was because he had lent her 200,000 yuan, but she felt that Zhou Mu was much more dominant when talking to her than before. Yet this kind of dominance, she found it quite charming. As they ate and chatted, Gu Qingxi, though saying she felt embarrassed, couldn't stop once she took the first bite of the black truffle shrimp dumpling. Zhou Mu asked her about her recent work, and she mentioned how she had taken a long leave and was now overwhelmed with work. She then inquired about Zhou Mu's plans, and he briefly explained his intention to invest in an AI short drama team. By the way, Gu Qingxi pretended to ask casually, when did you start seeing the landlord's daughter? Not long ago, Zhou Mu said as he cut a piece of soft-boiled dried abalone with his knife and fork, placing it into Gu Qingxi's bowl. Their abalone is exceptional, try it out. Gu Qingxi didn't hesitate and picked up the abalone slice to taste it. Very delicious. She glanced at Zhou Mu and then redirected the topic. When are you planning to treat me to wedding candies? I don't plan to get married, or why would I treat you to wedding candies? Aren't you two quite close? She comes to see you every day. She's very pretty and matches you well. How do you know she comes to see me every day? Zhou Mu asked. Every time she reaches the door, she shouts for Brother Mu to open it. I'm not deaf. She paused. You're not planning to be a scumbag and toy with the girl's feelings, are you? I'm just not getting married. That doesn't mean I'm irresponsible. You're a lawyer. Tell me, what necessity is there for someone like me to get married? Theoretically, choosing not to marry allows you to avoid hell, but you may also miss out on heaven. And practically, Gu Qingxi smiled sweetly. Practically speaking, I haven't figured out how to convince wealthy people to get married yet. Half an hour later, the late-night snack ended with a large portion of food still remaining. Gu Qingxi set down her chopsticks. You can take the rest home. I haven't touched any of it. I don't eat leftovers. I want eat anything that hasn't been touched. Then what about all this leftover? You handle it as you see fit. First help me finish reviewing the contract. Okay, I'm almost done. Gu Qingzi wiped her hands and returned to the sofa to pick up the contract. Overall, there aren't any major issues, but a few clauses need my attention. She picked up a pen, quickly circling several sections in the contract and writing brief comments beside them. Here regarding the intellectual property clause, the current wording is not favorable to the investors. And here the exit mechanism for the founding team isn't clearly outlined. If a core member leaves midway, how will their shares be handled? These need to be supplemented. After she finished speaking, she looked up and found Zhou Mu watching her. What's wrong? It's nothing. You're making a lot of sense. We'll have them revise it tomorrow. On Friday at noon, inside a restaurant, Sun Yue placed a peeled scanby into Zhou Mu's bowl. Muga, thank you for remembering to treat me to a meal. You helped me with those materials and used quite a bit of favor. A meal is nothing in return. Zhou Mu regarded Sun Yue as a pretty vase. In his heart, she could never be compared to Chun Suisue, Gu Qingzi, or Ning Ning. However, Zhou Mu also knew that as a receptionist, Sun Yue had put in considerable effort to gather those project materials and inquire about such detailed information. Out of courtesy and reason, he should show some appreciation. Moreover, a pretty vase is quite pleasing to the eye. The two chatted casually while eating. As they were both alumni and had been colleagues, there was naturally no shortage of topics. Unknowingly, it had already passed 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhou Mu casually opened the stock market app on his phone to take a look, and his selected stocks were all in a sea of green. Sun Yue noticed it as well and asked, Mugu, you must be an expert, right? Can you teach me what stocks to buy? Every time I buy they drop, and every time I sell they rise. I've lost quite a bit of money. Zhou Mu smiled and turned his phone screen to show her. The screen displayed his stock account with 8 million in funds, all invested in a single stock, which was currently down by 8. With my stock picking skills, would you dare to buy alongside me? Oh my God, you've lost over 60,000 in a day. Sun Yue widened her beautiful eyes. I thought you were making a fortune from your expression earlier. If I lost that much, I would want to end it all. Haha, not to that extent. It's normal for stocks to fluctuate. They were up 5 points yesterday. Do you usually buy such high volatility stocks? Yeah, I can accept fluctuations, but I can't stand stocks that only move up or down by a penny or two in a day. But with so much money, isn't it risky to invest everything in one stock? Why not diversify your assets? Zhou Mu raised his chin slightly. Only cowards diversify, real men invest boldly. Sun Yue smiled. You're reckless with your wealth, so I am resigned to my poverty. Zhou Mu chuckled and checked the time. You have to work this afternoon, so it's about time I take you back. Thank you, Mugu will take you up on that. The two left the restaurant and returned to the car. Zhou Mu looked ahead, driving calmly. Sun Yue, sitting in the passenger seat, brought up some trivial matters from the company. By the way, Mugu recently and Ran has not been having a good time at the company. She knew that Zhou Mu and Shun Anren had a good relationship. Oh. Zhou Mu's hand paused slightly on the steering wheel. What's going on? Lu Ziyuan messed up a task and made Ran take the blame. This news has spread widely in the company and many people feel sorry for her, but Longjing Securities is what it is. You understand, everyone only cares about their own interests. Also, not long ago, Ran was supposed to take a position at the branch office, but was suddenly replaced. Did you know? Yeah, I know, but I'm not clear on the reasons. We can only speculate on the reasons. Sun Yue lowered her voice. The night before Ran was to start at the branch, manager Wei asked her to attend a social event. Then the next day the appointment went to someone else. Everyone is guessing that she must have offended manager Wei. Zhou Mu knew that Sun Yue was referring to Wei Ping, the general manager of Longjing Securities. He had seen him a few times when he was at the company. In his 50s, he always wore dark suits, spoke little during meetings, and appeared serious and stern. And Ran is not the kind of person who lacks discretion. How could she offend the general manager at such a critical moment? Sun Yue hesitated, as if choosing her words carefully. Mugu, there are things you might not know. Manager Wei seems serious on the surface, but actually. She bit her lip. He has made inappropriate suggestions to female employees several times. He asked me to go to his office after work, saying he could promote me to a better position. I don't like this old man. I always play dumb and get through it. Anyway, I'm just a small receptionist. He can't do anything to me. I guess in Ran's social event was a similar situation. And Ran must have rejected that old man's unreasonable request, so she was retaliated against. Zhou Mu had long noticed that Shun Anren seemed troubled during this period. However, she has her boyfriend, and as an outsider he couldn't overreach. Sun Yue saw that Zhou Mu was silent and jokingly added, Mugu, you don't have a recording device in your car, do you? If manager Wei hears these words, I'm done for. What are you afraid of? Zhou Mu glanced at her. Didn't you say you're just a small receptionist, and he can't do anything to you? That's true, but speaking ill of the boss behind their back is never good, and besides, these are all speculations. At this point, the Porsche had already stopped at the entrance of Longjing Securities. Mu, good time flies when I'm with you. Sun Yue unbuckled her seatbelt and waved to Zhou Mu. Thank you for treating me to a meal. Next time it's my turn to treat you. Bye. Yeah, bye. After Sun Yue left, Zhou Mu didn't start the car immediately. He leaned back in his seat and tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel. That bastard Wei Ping would definitely keep making things difficult for Shen Anren. Lu Ziyuan, that sycophant, was also troublesome. Shen Anren's upward mobility here was almost blocked, but for Zhou Mu it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. His business landscape was slowly unfolding, but he didn't want to get Shen Anren's upward mobility here was almost blocked, but for Zhou Mu it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. His business landscape was slowly unfolding, but he didn't want to get too deeply involved. Shen Anren was the person he had long set his sights on to help manage his career. Moreover, from a personal emotional perspective, he didn't want Shen Anren to suffer indignity. Shen Anren was the person he had long set his sights on to help manage his career. Moreover, from a personal emotional perspective, he didn't want Shen Anren to suffer indignities at Longjing Securities. However, now was not the time. Xingyao had just stabilized, and the AI short drama project had not yet landed. With the current resources at hand, asking Shen Anren to work with me would be putting her in a difficult position. He needed to wait until his resources were substantial enough to make her very tempted, then everything would fall into place naturally. He had the system, and that day would not be far off. Just as Zhou Mu was about to make up his mind, preparing to shift gears and accelerate, he caught a glimpse of a woman by the roadside staring at him. As the woman recognized him, her face instantly broke into a smile. "Oh, Zhou Mu, is that really you?" Zhou Mu recognized the woman by the roadside, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Her name was He Ting, his university classmate with whom he had a close relationship. However, after graduating, everyone had been busy with their own lives, and they rarely kept in touch. "What are you doing standing by the road on such a hot day?" Zhou Mu asked as he unlocked the car door. He Ting naturally opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt with the same carefree attitude she had during university. "A Porsche 911, Zhou Mu, you've really made it. I saw it by the roadside and was afraid I recognized the wrong person." She looked around the interior and exclaimed, "You're the only one from our class to come out like this." "Just lucky," Zhou Mu replied as he shifted gears and started driving. "Where are you headed?" He Ting gave him an address, and Zhou Mu nodded. "I'll take you there." "Is it on the way?" "Even if it's not, I have to take you. With your talent for gossip, if you tell our classmates that Zhou Mu has money and doesn't recognize people anymore, wouldn't my reputation be ruined by you?" He glanced at her. "Besides, you fastened your seatbelt, so it seems like you're not planning to get out. You understand me, let's go." As the car merged into traffic, He Ting turned to him, her face full of curiosity. "Zhou Mu, what exactly are you up to these days? How did you suddenly come into a fortune? Have you heard of virtual currency? 100-fold leverage, are you brave enough? Is that for real? 100-fold leverage. Doesn't that mean you'd go bankrupt with just a slight fluctuation? As long as you understand, not everyone has my luck." He Ting was half convinced. As an adult, she understood that some things shouldn't be pried into too deeply. The car fell silent for 2 seconds. He Ting hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "What happened between you and Zhang Yao? You've heard about it. A few days ago, she suddenly called me, beating around the bush for a long time, and finally asked if I knew what you were doing now and who you were with. That's when I realized you two had broken up. I heard she also contacted several classmates from university. It was a couple of months ago. You didn't just abandon her, did you? Is that what she said, or is it your guess?" "It's my guess because I see you're doing well. You seem to have a problem. Do you believe I could throw you out of the car right now? Look at you getting all worked up. Hey, why are you stopping the car? Get out." "Zhou Mu, I'm sorry. Sister, you're older than me by a month. Please don't discuss me, okay? I won't say anything. Please continue driving, Mr. Zhou." The car merged back into traffic, and they started discussing a new topic. "Are you investing now?" "Yeah, and you? Are you still at the same company?" "I switched jobs at the end of last year." He Ting waved her hand. "I'm now at a chip company called Qinshin Semiconductor, providing chip IP design services." "Chip design?" Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that a money-burning venture?" "Who says otherwise? Our company is still small, but everyone in the industry is optimistic." "Small scale? Optimistic? Why?" "Because you're working there." "Shut up. It's because our CTO Duan Beichen is recognized as a technical genius, one of the best. Investors are willing to pour money into it just because of him." Zhou Mu pondered for a moment and asked, "Did you just come from Longjing Securities?" He Ting nodded. "The company plans to go public in the next 3 years and asked me to collect some information to understand the situation." "What's your current valuation?" "Currently valued at 50 million, and we're in Series A financing. Are you interested? I could take a look. Since you're taking me to the company, why not come in and check it out?" "Sure." About 20 minutes later, the Porsche stopped in front of an office building in a high-tech industrial park. He Ting led Zhou Mu into the company. Inside felt like a high-tech company with a scale of 60 to 70 people. "They'll take you to meet General Manager Jia." He Ting lowered her voice. "Our CEO Jia Yahui comes from a business background and has exceptional communication skills." Zhou Mu nodded. The CEO's office was at the end of the corridor. He Ting knocked twice on the door, and a strong voice from inside said, "Come in." Jia Yaohui in his early 40s had a square face and broad forehead, dressed in a dark blue polo shirt. When they shook hands, he had a firm grip and an infectious smile. After listening to He Ting introduce Zhou Mu as an old classmate in investment who has already invested in several projects, his eyes visibly lit up, and he immediately invited Zhou Mu to sit on the sofa, instructing his assistant to brew tea. What area of investment is Mr. Zhou involved in? Our company is currently in Series A financing and is in contact with several institutions. Jia Yaohui sat down opposite, his tone warm and sincere. Zhou Mu picked up his teacup and took a sip. I'm interested in any good projects. Jia Yaohui nodded. Our Qinshin is currently working on the upstream IP design of the chip industry chain, and the entire sector is on the brink of an explosion. In recent years, domestic semiconductors have been propelled by policy, and the demand for domestic alternatives is extremely strong. He began to talk enthusiastically. He spoke from industrial policy to technical routes, from market scale to competitive landscape, effortlessly presenting data with a logically coherent argument that left no obvious flaws. Zhou Mu listened, nodding slightly, his expression neutral. However, empowered by his insight, he gleaned far more information from observing Jia Yaohui's microexpressions than what was verbally communicated. He could tell that Jia Yaohui probably spoke more lies than truths. However, it wasn't unusual for business dealings to be a mix of truth and deception. Zhou Mu casually asked, I heard from He Ting that your CEO Mr. Duan is particularly impressive. Is he in the company today? Jia Yaohui's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Mr. Duan is busy with a critical debug in the lab downstairs, and it's not convenient to interrupt. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. Mr. Jia, I have a general understanding of the situation. I need to think carefully about the investment matter and will contact you again if I have further interest. Jia Yaohui warmly escorted him to the door, repeatedly emphasizing that time waits for no one and several institutions are competing for shares. Zhou Mu nodded with a smile, making no commitments. Once back in the car, he mentally reviewed the details of them. The impression Jia Yaohui left on him was that of someone very skilled at making grand promises. However, the actual progress of Qinshin Semiconductor and whether the technology was as good as stated had been deliberately blurred. He was genuinely interested in the chip industry, and chip design was a light asset model, making it the best entry point into that sector. Yet he hadn't even met the technical soul Duan Beichen that He Ting mentioned. In a chip company, the core is technology, and the heart of the technology is that person. Without meeting Duan Beichen, he couldn't determine whether the company was worth investing in. Zhou Mu thought for a moment, picked up his phone, and sent a message to Shun Anren. Do you know about Qinshin Semiconductor? In the Gaokou Park, the company has two owners. The CEO is called Jia Yaohui, and the CTO is called Duan Beichen. Within a minute, Shin Anren replied, I haven't heard of it. There are many scam companies posing as high-tech these days, so you should be careful. It was Saturday. Chen Suisui arrived early in the morning. She wore a girlish pink dress today, her hair tied in double ponytails, radiating an overwhelming sweetness. Brother Mu, the company is off today. I want to spend the whole day with you. I don't have much on my plate either. Want me to? No, it's scorching outside. She clung to Zhou Mu like a little limpet. I want a kiss. Zhou Mu leaned down and gave her a peck, then a new idea struck him. Want to play a new game with me? Sure, what game? An hour later, Chen Suisui stood in the bathroom, brushing her teeth furiously. Zhou Mu flashed a mischievous grin. All right, that's your third time. Chen Suisui stuck her tongue out at him. You're bullying me again. I asked if you wanted to learn a new game, and you said yes. Stop it. She rushed over, pummeling his chest with her tiny fists, her strikes as gentle as a massage. Zhou Mu laughed, caught her hands, and pulled her into his embrace. As they frolicked, Zhou Mu's phone rang. It was Shun Anren. Chen Suisui peeked out from his arms, glanced at the screen, and tactfully stepped back a couple of paces. Hello. Zhou Mu, about the Qinshin Semiconductor matter you mentioned yesterday, I managed to dig up some info. Do you have time now? I do. How about we meet at Xingyao? Sulan also wants to discuss the Kameng Culture investment with you. Sure. Kameng Culture was that AI short drama team. Sulan had been handling this project, and negotiations were nearly complete. After hanging up, Zhou Mu turned to Chen Suisui beside him. It was Anren about an investment. I know. Go ahead, business comes first. He'll be good at home. Zhou Mu planted a kiss on her forehead. All right. An hour later, Zhou Mu had just arrived at the Xingyao Media Building. As he was about to enter the elevator, a crisp female voice called out from behind. Hold up. He reached out to stop the closing elevator doors. A pretty girl in a sleeveless top hurried in, holding a milk tea in one hand and a phone in the other, live streaming. Thanks, handsome. Guys, I almost got caught in the elevator, but this handsome guy saved me. Huh. She looked up at Zhou Mu, clearly startled, then quickly flipped her phone over and pressed it against her chest. Are you President Zhou? You know me? Zhou Mu asked. It really is you. The girl beamed with excitement. Im Jiang here. I signed with Xingyao not long ago. I saw you from afar in the hallway during your last visit to the company. Zhou Mu gave a slight nod. What kind of content do you create? beauty, and daily vlogs. I was at a small company before, but their cut was too steep, so I jumped. She flipped her phone back and waved at the screen. Guys, this is our company's investor boss. Handsome, right? I'm logging off now. Talk later. She ended the stream, turned to Zhou Mu and grinned. Just giving the company a little free publicity. Zhou Mu smiled. You've got potential. The elevator arrived. See you, President Zhou. MMC you. That girl had spark in a pleasant manner. A natural fit for this line of work. Zhou Mu turned and headed toward the chairman's office. Su Lan and Shun Anren were already inside. Shun Anren had a printed document spread before her, while Su Lan was flipping through a project proposal. Zhou Mu sat down on the nearby sofa. Shun Anren cut straight to the chase. I asked a few colleagues. Duan Baichen, the CTO of Chongqing Semiconductor, is indeed a recognized tech guru in the industry. He's highly regarded. So why did he leave to start his own venture? Zhou Mu asked. He had a disagreement with the big company over technical direction. The exact reasons aren't clear outside. But one thing is certain, that guy only cares about tech. He ignores everything else. So Chongqing Semiconductor is basically Jia Yaohui's one-man show. Indeed. I've also asked around about Jia Yaohui. Opinions are mixed. Some say he's capable and skilled in operations. Others say he's all talk, an outright swindler. Zhou Mu pondered for a moment. What's your take on their company? Shun Anren shook her head. Even a professional due diligence team might not get to the bottom of something like this. With just hearsay, we can't make an objective assessment. She paused, then continued, my advice is to be cautious. There are too many companies flying the high-tech banner these days. Some are pure scams. Some start with good intentions, but can't sustain themselves and turn into scams. If 1 in 10 actually survives, that's a good rate. Zhou Mu nodded thoughtfully. He was interested in the chip industry, but he wasn't in a rush. Even if all of Jia Yaohui's promises were real, even if Chongqing Semiconductor was about to go public, so what? Compared to his loss, his blessing, eternal golden finger, all that was nothing. I understand, he said. Let's put it on hold for now. No hurry. Shun Anren nodded and added, you should look into it a bit more. Seeing their discussion on chips wind down, Su Lan slid the project proposal across the table to Zhou Mu. President Zhou, I've finalized everything with the Kameng culture team exactly as we discussed. Zhou Mu flipped through the proposal. Is the signing date set? Su Lan nodded. Next week in Hangzhou to sign in person with their founding team. Are you and Anren coming? Zhou Mu waved a hand. You're the expert on this. You go ahead. I wouldn't be much help. Shun Anren also shook her head. I've got a lot on my plate at the company lately, and I don't know much about short dramas. Alright, I'll go alone then. Su Lan closed her laptop. They'll report back when I return. The three chatted for a while about the company's recent operations. About half an hour later, Zhou Mu and Shun Anren took their leave. As they stepped out of the office building, Zhou Mu's footsteps came to a halt. By the plaza in front of the building, Jiang Qier stood next to a Ferrari. A man was beside the car saying, Jiang Qier had her arms crossed, looking uncomfortable. Do you know who that guy is? Zhou Mu asked. Shun Anren glanced over and shook her head. No. Wang Ximing, Vice President of New Gravity Media. Him? The son of the Hope Media chairman. Yeah. That woman is our company's Jiang Qier, right? Shun Anren frowned. What's he up to? Poaching talent right outside our building. Didn't Su Lan say it before? That guy's like a fly. He catches a whiff of any pretty female influencer and comes buzzing over. Shun Anren thought for a moment and turned to Zhou Mu. What do you plan to do? Zhou Mu lifted his chin. Let's go check it out. Zhou Mu walked directly in front of the two. Jiang Qier, seeing Zhou Mu, instinctively took 2 steps towards him and hurriedly explained, Mr. Zhou, I just came out of the company. This person claims to be the owner of New Gravity Media and wants to discuss a collaboration with me. Zhou Mu nodded towards Wang Ximing. Hey, you down there, what are you doing bothering our company streamer? Wang Ximing squinted slightly as he recognized the person. After being slapped in the face last time at Hermes, he had investigated and learned that Zhang Yao's ex-boyfriend was Zhou Mu. Who would have thought that fate would bring them together again today? So it's Zhou Mu, right? I heard recently that Xing Yao was on the verge of collapse, but managed to bring in a big fool as an investor. That big fool is you. Yes, the big fool you mentioned is indeed me. I play with a little money casually, unlike you who calculates every expense down to the last detail. You even hesitate to buy a bag for your female companion. Wang Ximing felt the sting of the words, and his face flushed. That woman is just a little internet celebrity playing around. Does she deserve a platinum bag from me? Nearby Jiang Qier frowned slightly upon hearing this. Zhou Mu smiled faintly. That's why I praised you for being good at accounting. I don't have that skill. I can't even remember how much I spend each day. It's all a muddled account. Wang Ximing thought he couldn't keep following Zhou Mu's lead and quickly changed the topic. I think Jiang Qier is an exceptionally talented streamer, so I'm asking if she's interested in joining our New Gravity. With the meager resources of Xing Yao, what can you offer her? Don't delay her career. He turned to Jiang Qier, his tone becoming particularly earnest. Here, you are the most promising newcomer this year. Choosing a good platform is very important. The resources of New Gravity are not something a small company like Xingyao can compare to. As long as you're willing to come, I will personally assign you a dedicated team. The contract can be signed at any time, and we will cover any breach of contract fees. Jiang Qier remained silent. Wang Ximing thought she was hesitating and added fuel to the fire. And as you can see, we have several million-level top streamers under New Gravity. The platform resources can easily be directed to you. What can you get by sticking with Xingyao? Just a few small streamers keeping each other warm. Jiang Qier looked at Zhou Mu and then at Wang Ximing, biting her lip. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. I know New Gravity is very strong, but a big platform may not be suitable for me. Mr. Su of Xingyao has been particularly good to me and has made detailed plans for me. I won't leave Xingyao. Zhou Mu had been a bit worried that Jiang Qier might suddenly switch sides and embarrass him, but now it seemed, well, he should reward her when the opportunity arises. He turned to Wang Ximing. Hey, why are you still lingering here? Do you want to compete with me in spending money? I'm afraid those few coins in your pocket won't be enough for the game. Wang Ximing's facial muscles twitched slightly. This Zhou guy had spent millions at Hermes without blinking last time, making him feel quite overwhelmed. He felt quite dissatisfied, but the other party's strength was there. New Gravity was backed by Hope Media, and its financial power was not something a small company like Xingyao could compare to. But every transaction for a listed company has to go through processes. He could mobilize many resources, but couldn't splurge money like Zhou Mu did. What was more crucial was that he didn't know how much money Zhou actually had. He had been a broke loser in school. How could he now seem wealthier than him? Zhou Mu looked at Wang Ximing's fierce yet cowardly demeanor and found it quite amusing. He knew that if it really came down to spending money, a few million was certainly within Wang Gongzi's reach. However, one was spending his own money while the other was spending the system's money. They were fundamentally different in confidence. Zhou Mu, just wait. Wang Ximing's performance at this moment was like that of a powerless villain in a novel, throwing down a harsh word before quickly getting into the car and leaving. Zhou Mu withdrew his gaze and turned to Jiang Qier. You performed well just now. Jiang Qier smiled sweetly. Mr. Wang's tone was quite unpleasant. I prefer you, Mr. Zhou, as a handsome and capable boss. Zhou Mu slightly curled his lips. I will mention this to Mr. Su. As for the company's resources, you will definitely not be neglected. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Jiang Qier nodded vigorously, then glanced at Shun Anren beside Zhou Mu. I have something to attend to, so I will leave first. She waved goodbye to Zhou Mu and Shun Anren before leaving. Shun Anren had been quietly standing beside them, not interjecting at all. At this moment, she crossed her arms and wore a meaningful smile. What are you smiling about? I feel like you're becoming more and more like a boss. She paused. Do you have some past with Wang Ximing? Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. Is my demeanor that obvious? Shun Anren replied. For a streamer, you've only signed for a few days. You personally argue with the boss of the other company. Isn't that obvious enough? Zhou Mu spread his hands. I was just explaining things to him. Shun Anren looked at him. Sometimes I really don't understand how much confidence you have. Zhou Mu joked. I'm not bragging, I'm genuinely impressive. Shun Anren chuckled softly and changed the topic. The two walked side by side to the parking lot and got in. Recently, have you encountered any issues at the company? Zhou Mu asked. You seem different from before. Oh. Shun Anren instinctively touched her cheek. You noticed that? My boyfriend didn't even catch it. So that means something is actually going on. Shun Anren was silent for a couple of seconds before speaking. Do you remember when we met at the airport last time? You drove me back. Zhou Mu nodded. Of course I remember. Shun Anren pondered her words carefully. Wei Ping has been making things difficult for me since I rejected some of it. Wang Ximing brought Zhang Yao to a Western restaurant. What do you want to talk about? Zhang Yao asked. Zhou Mu, Wang Ximing said, swirling the red wine in front of him. You've been with him for so long, you should know him well. Zhang Yao did not respond. What does his family do? Does he have a background that I don't know about? Zhang Yao shook her head. His family is just an ordinary one. An ordinary family. Wang Ximing squinted slightly. Are you sure? I've been with him for 3 years. Do you think? Wang Ximing stared at her for 2 seconds, then leaned back against the chair. Then where does he get his money? Zhang Yao did not answer. She had asked herself this question countless times, as she wanted to know. Do you know that he recently bought a house in Hemingjiuli? Wang Ximing said this while observing Zhang Yao's expression. Full payment penthouse, 180 million. Zhang Yao's eyelashes trembled suddenly. She saw Zhou Mu driving a Porsche, saw Sun Yiwei being attentive to him, and saw that girl in Chanel linking arms with him. She had thought that her ex-boyfriend must have made some money. But what does it mean to own a penthouse worth 180 million in Hemingjiuli? You don't know? Wang Ximing looked at her, a subtle curve forming at the corner of his mouth. It seems he has kept you in the dark. Zhang Yao gulped down her red wine with vigor. Wang Ximing did not press further, merely waiting quietly, as if waiting for her to digest the news. After a while, Zhang Yao spoke. Do you really want to know why he has money? Of course. I don't know either. Wang Ximing was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. So when you broke up with him, he was still nothing. Zhang Yao remained silent, but Wang Ximing read everything from her silence. This woman had accompanied Zhou Mu during his lowest point, and then let go just before he was about to rise. Interesting. Wang Ximing raised his glass, took a sip, and his gaze fell on Zhang Yao's face over the rim of the glass. He had known Zhang Yao for quite some time. He thought she was beautiful in college, the kind of beauty that was understated yet captivating. Back then she was Zhou Mu's girlfriend, and he only had an ordinary level of interest in her. There were many female college students more beautiful than her, one less didn't matter. But now it was different. She was Zhou Mu's girlfriend. If he could win this woman over, would it not make Zhou Mu feel uneasy? Zhang Yao, he put down his wine glass. Actually, I thought you were quite special back in college. You were Zhou Mu's girlfriend, so I couldn't say much. Now that you two have broken up, I feel there's some things I can say. Zhang Yao placed her glass on the table calmly, saying, I came here today to talk about Zhou Mu. As for anything else, I am not in the mood for that now. Wang Ximing was rejected, but the smile on his face did not fade. He found those women who came on to him uninteresting, rather it was this kind of woman who required effort that intrigued him. It's fine, he shrugged. I was presumptuous today. Zhang Yao stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. They'll see you off. No need, I can take a taxi myself. She did not look at him again and turned to leave the private room. Wang Ximing sat alone in the room, swirling the remaining red wine in his glass. Zhou Mu, an ordinary family, a house worth 180 million in Hemingjulie. Where did his money come from? Wang Ximing downed his glass of wine. No matter how Zhou Mu's money came about, there was one thing he was certain of. This person had become his rival. As for Zhang Yao, he certainly would not give up so easily. This woman, in terms of looks, did not even rank among his women. But the more she maintained an attitude of keeping others at a distance, the more it fueled his desire for conquest. Most importantly, she was Zhou Mu's first love. Zhang Yao returned home, not turning on the lights, collapsing onto the sofa. She stared at the ceiling, her mind filled with Wang Ximing's words. Hemingjulie. Full payment penthouse, 180 million. She recalled that 30 square meter rental apartment. She remembered Zhou Mu's bewildered expression after being laid off. She remembered him running ride-sharing every day. At that time, she felt he had no future and was not worthy of someone like her who had successfully entered the system. Getting ashore meant cutting ties with one's affections. It wasn't just her, many people did the same. She told herself that breaking up was the most rational choice. But now, Zhou Mu bought the most luxurious apartment in Haicheng, while she, his girlfriend of many years, had to learn about it from others. Zhang Yao turned over, burying her face in the sofa cushion. The phone screen lit up for a moment. It was a message from Cheng Shi asking if she was home. She did not reply. She did not want to face Cheng Shi or anyone else. She suddenly thought of a question: if they had not broken up, would she now be the owner of that apartment in Hemingjulie? On this day, Zhou Mu sat in front of his computer, the stock market data flashing on the screen. He was currently fully invested in a fundamentally poor stock. This stock fluctuated daily like it had been injected with a stimulant, either soaring or plummeting. This was precisely the type of stock Zhou Mu favored. What fundamentals, what technical analysis? It was all nonsense to him. Regardless of whether it went up or down, he earned just the same as long as the volatility was large enough. 3:00 p.m. The stock market closed. That junk stock surged 8 today, yielding over 700,000 in profit. Zhou Mu glanced at his account. 10.05 million. The first 10 million of his life came easily. Just then a light blue interface slowly unfolded. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved a life milestone. The first 10 million. Current milestone progress 624. Unlocked privilege. Unlimited finance privilege. Explanation: all funds and financial accounts under the host's name will be exempt from the highest dimension of financial rules. Any form of transfer, payment, circulation, or foreign exchange trading will not be subject to restrictions or regulation by any financial institution, government, regulatory system, international law, or physical rules in the current world. Zhou Mu's eyes lit up. The 1,000-fold subsidy from his ride-sharing would be processed through the system, and there would be no issues regarding the source of funds. However, as his financial scale increased and his other sources of income grew, some things when unchecked posed no problem, but once investigated they would be hard to explain. This unlimited finance privilege was unlocked just in time. For the wealthy, unrestricted funds were definitely a trump card. This time the last bit of worry was also perfectly resolved. He leaned back in the chair, let out a long breath, and then saw the phone screen on the table light up. Ning Lin Ingzi came to my shop today. Oh, she said tomorrow night her winery will have a wine party. She invited some friends and asked if you have time to attend. During the evening, Zhou Mu and Ning arrived at the Jochi winery. The winery is situated on a gentle slope in the suburbs of Haicheng, featuring a European estate style. Ning wore a champagne-colored satin gown today, elegant and poised, perfectly showcasing her delicate collarbones. Zhou Mu glanced at her, his gaze revealing an unreserved admiration. This gown seems tailor-made for you. It suits you perfectly. I think so too, Ning replied with a smile. But Lisa and the others said it's too conservative and suggested I wear something with a deep V neckline. Lisa and the others don't know what they're talking about. They don't have your discerning eye. Oh, don't you men prefer women in more revealing outfits? That's for enjoying other women in revealing clothes. If for my own woman, it's enough just for me to see her. Oh, stop it, she murmured softly, a hint of blush creeping to her ears. Who said I'm your woman? She linked her arm with Zhou Mu's and watched as their shadows stretched long in the sunset, unable to contain the smile on her face. The two entered the winery. From a distance, Lin Yingzi spotted them and hurried over. Ning Ning, you finally made it. She warmly took Ning Ning's hand and turned to Zhou Mu. Mr. Zhou, I've saved a great spot for you. Come, let me show you around first. Just as Zhou Mu was about to thank her, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. On the east side of the lawn, Wei Ping was holding a glass of champagne, chatting with two middle-aged men. He was dressed in a dark gray casual suit, his hair neatly styled, maintaining the demeanor of a serious gentleman. At that moment, he turned his head and his eyes met Zhou Mu's. Zhou Mu felt the young man looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen him. In such upscale social gatherings, the attendees were all individuals of certain social standing. Out of politeness, he slightly nodded at Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu ignored him and turned away. Wei Ping's smile froze on his face, seemingly taken aback by the rudeness of the young man. Do you know him? Ning Ning asked softly. He is the general manager of Longjing Securities. That's not a minor character. He greeted you, and you didn't even acknowledge him. I don't rely on him for a living, so why should I bother? Zhou Mu said disdainfully. That guy is a morally upright old lecher. Oh, I wouldn't have guessed. Old lechers don't wear labels, so of course you wouldn't notice. The two whispered as they followed Lin Yingzi on a tour around the winery. This vineyard was planted 7 years ago with half Cabernet Sauvignon and half Merlot. Lin Yingzi pointed to the neatly arranged grapevines down the slope. The winemaker was invited from Bordeaux, but the wine always carries a unique flavor of Haiqing, probably due to the sea breeze. How many bottles can this winery produce in a year? It depends on the vintage. A good year can yield 20,000 bottles, while a poor year can only produce half of that. Lin Yingzi then brought them to the main building's tasting area. It was quieter than the lawn, with warm lighting and walls adorned with the winery's collection of vintage bottles, the air filled with the subtle aromas of oak and tannin. Zhou Mu's gaze swept around and suddenly stopped ahead. A woman sat there alone. She had a face that was unforgettable. Her brows and eyes were gentle, her demeanor calm. With a slight turn of her eyes, she exuded a composure and elegance that had accumulated over the years. Her figure felt like a warmth and fullness nurtured by time, her skin impeccably maintained, revealing no sign of age, yet her every gesture carried the poise of a mature woman. Lin Yingzi followed Zhou Mu's gaze and smiled. President 1, you arrived quite early. I was just going to personally greet you at the door. When he stood up and gently hugged Lin Yingzi. The masalt from your winery needs to be changed. The acidity isn't sufficient, and the minerality is overshadowed by the oak barrels. Lin Yingzi shook her head helplessly. You always do this, critiquing my winery's wine as soon as you arrive. When he smiled slightly, that means I consider you family. Her gaze naturally shifted to Zhou Mu and Ning Ning. Lin Yingzi promptly introduced the three of them. This is President Wen He from He Capital. She manages the assets of several established families and is usually elusive, but I finally managed to invite her today.
我们相信每一个灵感都值得被看见。
Miss Ning, that shirt of yours is a lovely color. Is it custom made? Yes, a friend made it for me. When he said with a smile. Miss Ning, your taste is also admirable. The necklace compliments you perfectly. Thank you, President Wen. I should be a bit older than you, so you can just call me Sister He. Lin Yingzi, seizing the moment, suggested, since everyone is here, why don't we open a good bottle? I have a bottle of 1996 Salon in my cellar of Blanc de Blanc champagne, which pairs perfectly with today's seafood. When he shook her head, that 1996 Salon has too high acidity, but it's better to start with a bottle of 2008 Dom Perignon. The sea prawn sashimi paired with the 1996 Salon would overshadow the sweetness of the prawns. The 2008 Dom Perignon would be just right. Lin Yingzi laughed. All right, I'll go with your suggestion. I feel embarrassed as the owner of this winery. Ning Ning softly said to Zhou Mu, sister, he is quite professional. Zhou Mu nodded. As the women chatted, he found it hard to interject. Before long, guests began to move from the lawn into the winery. Lin Yingzi arranged the seating with Zhou Mu and Ning Ning seated next to one, while Wei Ping and the two middle-aged men from the lawn were on the other side. The servers brought out the cold dishes, sea prawn sashimi, with lemon vinaigrette, truffle foie gras, with toasted bread, and a small dish of Spanish ham wrapped in melon. The wine was personally selected by Lin Yingzi, a Sancerre Sauvignon Blanc, with a refreshing acidity that pairs perfectly with seafood. Zhou Mu forked a piece of sea prawn and brought it to his mouth. Ning Ning tasted a bit of the foie gras and leaned towards Zhou Mu softly. This foie gras is well made, not greasy. As they were quietly chatting, Lin Yingzi approached with a wine glass. She winked at Zhou Mu and lowered her voice. There's a fun little game coming up. Ooh, everyone went crazy with it in Zhou Mu raised his glass to clink with hers. What game? A guessing game. It's all about luck, Lin Yingzi said with a meaningful smile, offering no further explanation. Dinner progressed slowly in a relaxed atmosphere. The dessert was creme brulee with almond crisps. Ning Ning gently tapped the caramel shell with her spoon and scooped a small spoonful to offer Zhou Mu. Try it. Zhou Mu lowered his head and took a bite. Not too sweet, just right. The dusk deepened. Lin Yingzi glanced at the time, stood up, and walked to the long table. Behind her, two servers began to arrange bottles of red wine on the long table. The guests' attention turned forward, knowing that the main event of the evening was about to begin. Lin Yingzi's fingers gently rested on the wine bottle in front of her. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the wines participating in tonight's first round of guessing. The first bottle is from the left bank of Bordeaux, a 2015 vintage from a mid-range estate with soft tannins and dominant fruit aromas, priced at around 3,000. The second bottle is from Childs Mapo Valley, a 2018 vintage primarily Cabernet Sauvignon with a full-bodied taste, priced just over 2,000. She continued to introduce each bottle from mid-range wines costing 1,000 to prestigious estates priced in the tens of thousands, a total of 16 bottles. Finally, her fingers paused on the bottle in the center. This bottle is the 1982 Chateau Lafite Rothschild from the Pauillac region, the king of tonight's first round of guessing. Let's see who will be fortunate enough to take it home. Zhou Mu didn't know much about red wine, but he certainly recognized the 1982 Lafite. After introducing the 16 bottles, Lin Yingzi signaled the waiter to carefully wrap each bottle in black silk, covering them from the neck to the bottom, and then tied them securely with the same black ribbon, turning the 16 bottles into identical black packages. The rules of the guessing game are simple. Each guess costs 10,000 with a maximum of 3 guesses at a time. If you guess the king of wine correctly, the game ends. If you don't guess it, the wine you chose is yours, and I will replace it with the same wine, and the guessing continues. The guests whispered among themselves, eager to participate. Lin Yingzi took 2 steps back and gestured. The first round of guessing begins now. Who would like to try their luck first? The first to raise his hand was Wei Ping. He stood up, adjusted his collar, and walked to the table, scanning the 16 black silk packages. These 3. The waiter stepped forward and opened the 3 packages he selected in front of everyone. 2 bottles of Chilean Cabernet Sauvignon and 1 bottle of a Bordeaux mid-range estate with a combined value of less than 10,000. The guests burst into amused laughter. Wei Ping laughed heartily. A good start. All 3 bottles are genuine, worth it. He guessed 3 bottles, spending 30,000, but the wines were worth less than 10,000, clearly a loss. However, he had to maintain his face, and being the general manager of Longines Securities, 30,000 was not a big deal for him. Others stepped up one after another. Some guessed 1 bottle, while others chose 3 at a time. The results varied. Zhou Mu did not go up to guess. He didn't care whether he would lose 10 or 30,000, but he wanted to leave an impression on the distinguished guests gathered at this wine event. He observed silently. His keen insight allowed his sensory abilities to far exceed those of ordinary people. Each time someone finished guessing, Lin Yingzi instructed the waiter to replace the wines and wrap them in black silk again. The new packages that came in and the old packages appeared identical to others, but he could discern the slightest differences. So he did not rush to act, he only needed to wait. He waited for others to finish their elimination process. About 10 minutes later, the long table still held 16 bottles of wine. Some bottles had already been guessed twice, but the king of wine remained unguessed. However, Zhou Mu had a clear idea. Among the 16 bottles, only 3 had never been guessed, and the king of wine was among them. He raised his hand and walked to the table. Lin Yingzi smiled and asked, Mr. Zhou, how many bottles do you wish to select? Zhou Mu confidently pointed to 3 packages, saying, these 3. The waiter stepped forward and opened them one by one. The first bottle was a Bordeaux regional wine priced just over 1,000. The second bottle was a classic Chianti from Italy priced around 3,000. As for the third bottle, the waiter unwrapped the black silk, revealing the wine label. 1982 Chateau Lafite Rothschild Pauillac. The entire room fell silent for half a second, then erupted into gasps and applause. Lin Yingzi exclaimed in disbelief, Oh my Mr. Zhou, you are incredibly lucky. Ning Ning's eyes widened, unable to suppress the smile on her face. She knew Zhou Mu had been observing closely, and she thought he wouldn't see anything, yet he managed to guess the king of wine immediately. Returning to his seat, Ning Ning happily linked her arm with his. You are really lucky. What luck? This is skill. What skill? Do you have X-ray vision? Zhou Mu smiled, but said nothing. The second round of guessing began, and the process was the same as the first, with 16 bottles wrapped in black silk. This time the new king of wine was quickly guessed, and Zhou Mu had no opportunity to act. In the third round of guessing, the new king of wine was a bottle of Romanée-Conti. After several rounds of guesses and eliminations, Zhou Mu locked onto his target again, and this time, it was very clear. He raised his hand and stepped forward. "This bottle," he said. The waiter stepped forward to unwrap the package, and the black silk fell away. Romanicani. The audience erupted once again. What luck is this to secure such a decisive bottle? When his gaze fell on Zhou Mu, she didn't applaud or gasp, but the way she looked at him changed. She had noticed earlier that Zhou Mu was always observing intently, not rushing to act. And every time he did act, he would surely guess correctly. This was not luck. In the 4th round of guessing, the king of wine was guessed after the 10th bottle was eliminated. The 5th round of guessing was the last round of the night. In this round, over 20 bottles were guessed, but the king of wine still did not appear. Zhou Mu continued to observe. There were still 4 bottles he could not determine, and according to the rules, he could guess a maximum of 3 bottles at a time. He didn't want a 75 probability, he wanted 100. Zhou Mu was observing the wines while she wanted to see if he could still secure the king of wine with his next guess, but after waiting a long time, he still did not make a move. "Mr. Zhou," when he leaned slightly forward and smiled, saying, "Why aren't you guessing? Can't drink anymore." Zhou Mu glanced at her and suddenly had a new idea. "You guess 2 bottles, and I will guess 2 bottles, and we'll see who can get the king of wine. How about that?" "Oh." When his eyes brightened, "Are you that confident?" It's uncertain when one person guesses. If Ms. When guesses alongside, then there's assurance. When he smiled charmingly, "All right, you help me choose 2 bottles." Zhou Mu's eyes scanned the long table in front of him, confidently stating, "The 7th and 9th bottles from the left." Without hesitation, he stepped forward and pointed to the 2 bottles Zhou Mu indicated. "These 2, open them." The waiter stepped forward to unwrap the packages. The black silk fell away. 2009 Petrus. The crowd erupted in applause. When he did not return to her seat, but sat down opposite Zhou Mu, she looked into his eyes, smiling. "How did you?" Zhou Mu picked up his glass and took a sip, saying, "Just a feeling." When he asked again, "Can you sense that the king of wine is among these 2 bottles?" Zhou Mu smiled, saying, "If you guessed incorrectly, I would sense that the king of wine is in the other 2 bottles I guessed, but you were luckier than me." When his lips curled slightly, she stared at Zhou Mu for a long time. "I wouldn't take someone else's love. It was originally yours to guess. That bottle of Petrus is yours." Zhou Mu shook his head, saying, "Having Ms. Winomi a favor is more worthwhile than taking a bottle of Petrus." When he looked at Zhou Mu, the corners of her eyes deepening with a hint of smile. "Mr. Zhou, let's be friends," she said, pulling out a business card and pushing it towards him. "Just call me when he or sister he from now on." Zhou Mu took the business card and replied, "Then don't call me Mr. Zhou anymore, sister he." When he smiled and nodded, then stood up to return to her seat. Ning Ning glanced at Zhou Mu, contemplatively sipping from her wine glass. As the wine party came to a close, the night had deepened. Zhou Mu and Ning Ning bid farewell to Lin Ningzi. Lin Ningzi escorted them to the door, holding Ning Ning's hand and saying, "Come by often when you have the time," then winked at Zhou Mu. "Mr. Zhou, you really stole the show today. Next time you come, I can't let you participate in the guessing game." Zhou Mu chuckled. "Then next time, just be responsible for drinking." As they walked out of the winery, a black Maybach was quietly waiting at the entrance. This was the car arranged by Lin Ningzi. She said the winery was in a remote location and it wouldn't be convenient to drive after drinking at night, so they arranged transportation for the guests. The 2 of them sat in the back seat as the car smoothly drove away from the winery. Ning Ning leaned back against the seat, letting out a long sigh. "Tired?" Zhou Mu asked. "Not too bad, just a bit sore from wearing high heels all night." She turned her head to look at him. "You seem to hit it off well with Sister He today. We only chatted a bit, and you can tell we hit it off. I heard from Sister Lin that she manages the money of several well-established families. She's quite impressive." Sister Lin also said she's 36 years old. "She really doesn't look it." 36. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. "She really takes good care of herself." "It's not just about taking care of herself. That kind of temperament comes from within. She speaks neither too fast nor too slow, and when she smiles, there are just a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes, which adds to her charm." "You observe quite carefully. Aren't you observing carefully? I saw you staring at her the whole time." Ning Ning curled her lips. She knew that regardless of whether it was social etiquette or not, a woman with such charm would naturally attract more than a few glances from any normal man. The car turned into Ning Ning's neighborhood and stopped downstairs. Zhou Mu walked Ning Ning into the community, holding hands as they walked slowly. Arriving at the entrance of the building, Ning Ning turned to look at Zhou Mu. "Zhou Mu, thank you," she paused. "I used to feel like I had nothing to do with these occasions, but now it doesn't seem so distant anymore." "It was never distant to begin with," Zhou Mu said as he looked at her. Ning Ning felt his gaze and knew what he wanted to do, but she had her own thoughts. She saw Zhou Mu gradually leaning closer, her heart secretly racing, and she hurriedly looked down. "Zhou Mu, moi. We agreed I won't get jealous and you won't take advantage of me for now. We're just holding hands." Zhou Mu chuckled. All right. He knew that Ning Ning still had her concerns. To bear the fact that her boyfriend had other women was a psychological adjustment that couldn't happen overnight. Moreover, Ning Ning was not the kind of woman who would easily give herself away. If she were, Zhou Mu wouldn't be interested. Such women were too easily obtainable for him now, and thus lacked appeal. Ning Ning looked at his smile, and suddenly felt that her earlier rejection wasn't as justified as she thought. She hesitated for half a second, then stood on her tiptoes, and quickly pecked his cheek. "Good night." She turned and hurriedly ran into the building, not looking back. Zhou Mu raised his hand to touch the spot on his cheek, where she had kissed him, smiled, and turned to walk out of the community. As he returned to his rented room, it was nearly midnight. He took out his phone, and on the screen was a message from Chen Sui Sui. "Are you back? Just got back. Are you still? I miss you. I'm coming to find you now. At this hour, isn't it past the curfew for your house? My parents are asleep. I'm sneaking out. Wait for me. I'll be there soon." Before long, Chen Sui Sui arrived. She lived in the neighboring community, just a 5-minute walk away. "Brother Mu, did you have fun at that winery with Ning Ning tonight?" "It was my first time there too. It was quite a novel experience." "Wow, you're amazing. You can guess the wine king every time. How do you do it?" "As long as you are careful enough, you can spot the flaws. It can't be that simple. Why can't others see it?" "Because others aren't your brother Mu." Chen Sui Sui smiled sweetly upon hearing this. She was now Zhou Mu's closest person and naturally knew that he had many exceptional qualities. Zhou Mu pointed to several bottles of red wine on the table. "Last time we secretly drank your dad's cherished wine. This time you should take a bottle back." Chen Sui Sui remembered that night, when she hid her dad's treasured wine in her arms, and came to this small. She didn't know much about the quality of red wine, she just felt that it added a sense of ceremony, and gave her more courage, and then she naively and resolutely gave her first kiss, and first time to this man in front of her. It's fine, old Chen didn't notice. She tilted her head slightly. Besides, what's wrong with his daughter and son-in-law drinking a bottle of his wine? "This is a matter of etiquette," Zhou Mu said. "These 4 bottles of wine, we'll keep 2 for ourselves. The other 2 are top-notch, you choose one. This bottle is the 1982 Lafite, and that one is the Romanicani. Which one do you want?" "I want the 1982 Lafite," Chen Sui Sui said without hesitation. "What's this Romani? What Connie? I've never heard of it. You really can't appreciate the finer things. Hey, are you calling me a wild pig?" She paused and asked, "Is that Romani, whatever, very expensive?" "6 figures, I suppose. But once you've picked it, you can't change your mind. They'll send this bottle of Romanicani home to my dad." "Oh my, that's so expensive." She raised her chin. "Good thing I didn't choose wrong." Zhou Mu smiled and ruffled her hair. After finishing the discussion about the red wine, Chen Sui Sui jumped onto the bed. "Brother Mu, I want to sleep." Zhou Mu understood what she meant and deliberately asked, "Are you really going to sleep, or just pretending to sleep?" Chen Sui Sui knelt on the bed, her hands around Zhou Mu's neck, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "Yes." The next second she took the initiative to kiss him. Zhou Mu's hand slipped under the hem of her clothes, touching her warm skin at her waist. Her body was no longer unfamiliar with his touch, but every time still felt like new electric currents coursing through her skin. She trembled slightly, pressing herself closer to him. "Brother Mu, I want to take charge." Without waiting for Zhou Mu to reply, she gently pushed him down onto the bed, straddling him with her long hair, cascading down, resting on his chest. She leaned down, mimicking the knowledge he had taught her, starting from his forehead and slowly moving down. Time passed, and everything quieted down. Chen Sui Sui curled up in Zhou Mu's embrace, her face displaying the laziness and satisfaction after the event. "Brother Mu, I'm really going to sleep now." Go to sleep." Zhou Mu gently patted her back. Good night. Hold me a little tighter." Zhou Mu hugged her closer and turned off the lights. In the darkness, the girl's breathing quickly became steady and deep. The next day at noon, a knock on the door echoed. Zhou Mu opened the door to find Gu Qingxi standing outside, holding a brown paper envelope. "It's payday." She handed over the envelope. "Inside is 20,000 yuan. I'm returning some to you first." "Cash?" "Yes. Who still takes cash these days? I asked you several times for your bank account number, but you never gave it to me. I had no choice but to bring cash. Such private information like a bank account number can't be given out easily, can it? Once you gather enough money, just pay me back in one go. I don't have the time to count coins." Gu Qingxi paused for a moment. "But this is all in hundreds." Zhou Mu shrugged. "To me, it's just small change. Take it back for now. I'm not short on this. We'll talk when you're really in a better financial situation." Gu Qingxi wanted to say something more, but Zhou Mu had already changed the topic. "Aren't you working today?" "I am working. I finished some errands outside in the morning and happened to be nearby, so I decided to stop by." "That's perfect. I'm going out for lunch and need a companion. Sui Sui has gone to the office. Come with me." Stop with the excuses, let's go." Gu Qingxi was half pushed and half dragged out the door. She realized that she no longer had any ground to argue against Zhou Mu's just happening to or perfect timing, as every time they debated, the outcome was always decided by him. The two arrived at a nearby Hong Kong-style tea restaurant. Zhou Mu quickly ordered the dishes, handed the menu to the waiter, and then looked at Gu Qingxi. How is your dad's health now? He's recovering quite well after the surgery. Last week my sister took him for a follow-up and the doctor said all his indicators are improving. That's good to hear. Does he need further treatment? He needs some rehabilitation training for a while, but the most difficult stage has passed. I really owe you for this. Here we go again. Zhou Mu waved his hand. Let's not talk about this while eating. Dishes began to arrive. While eating and chatting, Zhou Mu asked her about her recent work. Gu Qingxi mentioned that she took on a new commercial dispute case. The opposing company was quite troublesome, but her partner said it was a great opportunity for experience. Halfway through the meal, Gu Qingxi suddenly stood up. I'm going to the restroom. She left her seat, but didn't head towards the restroom. Instead, she turned and went to the cashier. Hello, I'm here to settle the bill for table 21. The cashier typed a few keys on the computer, then looked up. Table 21 has already been taken care of. What? The gentleman who came with you settled it earlier. Gu Qingxi was taken aback for 2 seconds before turning around to head back. You? Why did you pay so early? Zhou Mu chuckled. You think I can't see through your intentions? Gu Qingxi said shyly. I borrowed your money and keep eating your food, it's not right. Zhou Mu teased. Gu Qingxi, how broke have you become? Eating good meals and instant noodles every day, yet treating me a billionaire to lunch. Is that right? Gu Qingxi's face flushed red to her ears. All right. Zhou Mu laughed. Hurry and eat. Once you're done you can go back to the law firm, and I'll head home to continue lounging around. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. The screen displayed Shun Anren. He answered the call. Hello. Zhou Mu Sulan was supposed to meet with the people from Kuming Culture this afternoon to sign a contract in Hangzhou. But she just called me and said there was a sudden urgent matter at the company, and she can't leave. Oh, what urgent matter? A problem has arisen with a new streamer the company just signed. She didn't handle the non-compete agreement from her previous platform properly, and they suddenly sent a lawyer's letter requesting breach of contract compensation. The opposing legal team is currently at the company, and Su Lan needs to negotiate with them. What about Kuming Culture then? They were scheduled to sign at 4 in the afternoon, and the founder is waiting at the company. Su Lan wants the two of us to go over and sign the contract. Are you free this afternoon? I took a leave. Okay, I'm on my way to pick you up. They'll be waiting for you at the company. And after hanging up, Gu Qingxi asked, what happened? Zhou Mu replied calmly, we have to go to Hangzhou this afternoon to sign a contract. Let's go, we'll take you to the law firm on the way. Gu Qingxi nodded and followed him out of the restaurant. The two got into the car, and Zhou Mu shifted into gear and started driving. Seeing Zhou Mu focused on driving, Gu Qingxi secretly made a small move. Hey, Zhou Mu said, if you hide the money under the seat, I won't acknowledge it, so don't regret it later. Gu Qingxi's cheeks flushed slightly. I saw you were driving, how did you notice? Zhou Mu continued to look ahead. Don't mind how I found out, take the money back and wait until you gather 200,000 to pay it all off at once. Gu Qingxi obediently put the envelope containing 20,000 yuan back into her bag. Your monthly salary should be over 20,000, right? Yeah. Then you plan to pay back 20,000 and not live your own life. Rent, daily expenses, and your dad's recovery all require money. I have a plan. What plan could you have? Just sticking to frugality, right? Zhou Mu paused. This little amount means nothing to me. You can pay it back slowly, no one is rushing you. Gu Qingxi fell silent for a few seconds, finally whispering, thank you. Zhou Mu dropped Gu Qingxi off at the law firm, and then drove to Longjing Securities, where Shun Anren was already waiting at the door. She sat in the passenger seat, and the first thing she said was, Su Lan just called again, asking if we were on our way. Zhou Mu checked the time. It takes 2 to 3 hours to drive to Hangzhou. We should be fine before 4. Shun Anren nodded, then sniffed. Was there a woman in the car just now? Yes, your nose is quite sharp. Women's sense of smell is very keen, and I can tell it's not Chen Sui Sui. It's my neighbor across the hall. We had lunch together, and I offered her a ride since she was heading to work this afternoon. No need to explain to me. I won't tell Sui Sui. I only care about my own boyfriend, not anyone else's. Just as she finished speaking, Chen Sui Sui call came in. Zhou Mu pressed the speakerphone. Brother Mu, what are you up to? Driving. I'm heading to Hangzhou with Anren to sign a contract for the company. So sudden. Did you have lunch? I just had lunch with Qingxi. Did Gu Jie stay at home for lunch today? Yes, she had something to discuss with me. Or are you coming back today? Hangzhou isn't far. Once the contract is signed, alright, I'll wait for you. Drive safe. Oh, I'm hanging up. After ending the call, Shun Anren raised her eyebrows. Looks like I was overthinking it. The car drove past the highway entrance, and the view suddenly opened up. Shun Anren received a WeChat message. After reading it, her brows furrowed slightly. Su Lan said that Kuming has temporarily added a co-founder. Temporarily increasing personnel, and still a co-founder. Yeah, that's not standard procedure. Zhou Mu said, nothing, just press the accelerator a little deeper. In Hangzhou at the Kuming Cultural Media Company, Zhou Mu and Shun Anren sat on one side of the long conference table, facing Hyundai, the founder and CEO of Coming Cultural. Previously, it had been Hyundai discussing investment matters with Sulan, and their communication had been quite harmonious. Beside him sat a man in his 30s named Sun Lei, the co-founder of the company. The terms of the contract had already been confirmed point by Sulan and Hyundai. Signing was merely a formality, or at least that was what Zhou Mu believed. Sun Lei opened the investment contract before him. Mr. Zhou, I have discussed with Mr. Han, and some terms of the original contract need to be adjusted. Shun Anren's eyebrows twitched slightly. What terms? Zhou Mu asked. We believe the valuation set for our company previously was too low, and we hope to adjust it from 5 million to 8 million. The conference room fell silent suddenly. Shun Anren paused in her flipping of the contract. Hyundai lowered his head beside her, as if he were guilty of something, and dared not look up. 8 million. Zhou Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. Then the post-investment valuation would be 10 million, and if we invest 2 million, we would only hold 20 of the shares. Sun Lei nodded. Yes, the document to your left contains detailed explanations regarding the valuation adjustment and outlines why we are worth 8 million. You can take a look first. Zhou Mu did not look at the document, but turned to Hyundai. Mr. Han, why didn't you mention these conditions when you spoke with? Hyundai opened his mouth and Sun Lei answered for him. Mr. Zhou, in business it is quite normal to negotiate terms at the last moment. You are already in Hangzhou, it wouldn't do to have come all this way for nothing, would it? Zhou Mu stood up calmly. Anren, let's go. Shin Anren picked up her bag without hesitation and stood up with. Sun Lei was taken aback. Mr. Zhou, we can discuss any issues. Zhou Mu glanced at him. You can discuss slowly, my time is more valuable than your valuation. He turned and walked towards the door. Shun Anren followed behind, her high heels clicking sharply on the floor. In the elevator, Shun Anren finally spoke. Did you sense something? Zhou Mu shrugged. I didn't sense anything, I just wanted them to understand who is in charge. Shin Anren was startled for a moment, then her lips slowly curved into a smile. You are becoming more and more like a domineering CEO now. Just as they walked out of the office building, Zhou Mu's phone rang. Mr. Zhou, hello, this is Hyundai. Oh, please give us an extension of 1 day. We will discuss this internally and definitely give you a response tomorrow. Zhou Mu pressed the speakerphone button so that Shin Anren could hear as well. We can wait for you for 1 day, but our investment amount remains unchanged and the equity ratio must be adjusted to 30. This. I had previously discussed with Mr. Su that your post-investment equity ratio would be 28.5. That was the ratio before I left your company. I expect a response by 1 p.m. tomorrow, and that is final. After hanging up, the two exchanged glances and Shun Anren said, You leaving has scared them senseless. If they lack the confidence to raise the price at the last minute, do they think they can bully us without facing some consequences? What if they do not accept the conditions you just proposed? Then let them find new investors, they need the money.
我们相信每一个灵感都值得被看见。
Shun Anren nodded slightly, looking at Zhou Mu. So are we going back? No, it's too tiring to go back and forth. Let's stay in Hangzhou for a night. If I can't drive, then I can't, it's just 1 day. The snowball effect of his belief that suffering losses can be a blessing was becoming increasingly apparent. Zhou Mu's obsession with ride-hailing cars had diminished. Missing out on a day might mean losing over 100,000, but it doesn't matter. He would not become a slave to money, he wanted to be his own master. The two arrived at a top-notch 5-star hotel in Hangzhou. This place is too expensive, the company has a budget. Not spending the company's money, Zhou Mu interrupted. I'm treating. He booked 2 suites, each costing 4,000. Shun Anren knew that Zhou Mu was extravagant, but she couldn't help but gasp inwardly. A standard room costing over 1,000 was already quite good. Why choose such an expensive suite? As night fell, Zhou Mu and Shun Anren dined in the hotel's Chinese restaurant. My first business trip was to Hangzhou when I first joined the company. Shun Anren took a sip of the red wine in front of her. At that time I was so excited I couldn't sleep, feeling like I was finally a respectable professional. And now? Zhou Mu asked. Now just hearing about business trips gives me a headache. She paused. But today is quite nice, a handsome guy is treating, and it's my first time staying in such a good room. Zhou Mu smiled, raising his glass to gently clink with hers. After dinner, the two walked along the stone path towards the lakeside. This hotel has a private lakeside, quiet and serene, providing an excellent nighttime experience. The two walked side by side for a while, neither speaking. It was not an awkward silence, but rather a tacit understanding between them as they enjoyed the tranquility. When they reached the pavilion by the lake, Shun Anren stopped, staring at the lake in a daze. Lately I've been thinking, if I leave Longjin, what can I do? Has Wei Ping been making things difficult for you again? Yes, a few days ago he approached me saying the company is undergoing organizational adjustments and asked if I would be willing to go to the logistics department. What do they want you to do in the logistics department? Manage the cafeteria and cleaning. What else? Shun Anren sighed lightly. I never would have thought he was that kind of person. Zhou Mu was silent for 2 seconds before saying, I've heard that he is inappropriate with female employees. Shun Anren nodded. I may be a bit slow. I always thought he was a caring leader, but now I realize he had ulterior motives. However, the finance industry is like this. Unless you have a background or resources, you have to either accept various rules or remain at the bottom. So what are your plans now? Zhou Mu asked. Naturally, I cannot accept those rules. She was silent for a moment. But I feel very unwilling. I don't think I've done anything wrong. Leaving would mean admitting defeat. Zhou Mu thought for a moment and said, have you considered that competing with a group of unworthy people is a waste in itself? Shin Anren looked at him for a while, and when she realized she was being a bit out of line, she quickly turned her head back to the lake. Maybe you're right, she said softly, but the people around me, including my parents and boyfriend, all advise me not to think too much and to settle down in Longjing. Does your boyfriend know about this? Yes, he knows, but... Shun Anren suddenly paused here. Zhou Mu waited a few seconds. Seeing that she didn't continue, he couldn't help but ask, but what? Shun Anren fell silent for a few seconds before finally saying, my boyfriend is a bit like the Zhou Mu. Oh, Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. That Zhou Mu from before. Serious, diligent, and well-behaved. Zhou Mu continued, what about the current Zhou Mu? Shun Anren smiled gently. You understand it yourself. He said as long as he does his job well and doesn't have conflicts with Wei Ping, everything will be fine. The innocent will be cleared of suspicion, and Wei Ping can't do anything to me. Zhou Mu was quiet for 2 seconds before speaking. What he said isn't wrong. Shun Anren turned around, leaning against the railing to look at him, seemingly surprised. If the same thing happened to your girlfriend, would you advise her to remain silent too? I wouldn't. Zhou Mu replied firmly. Even though the Wei family hasn't gained anything, I would still think about how to deal with him, and it must be dealt with. Then why did you say just now that my boyfriend's idea isn't wrong? Because he is not me. Zhou Mu gazed at the distant silhouette of Leifeng Pagoda. Most people are helpless in the face of power. The evening breeze blew across the lake, carrying a hint of cool moisture. Shun Anren tucked a strand of hair blown by the wind behind her ear and sighed softly. This is the current Zhou Mu's answer. What about the Zhou Mu from the past? I would advise her to resign. Zhou Mu turned to look at her, suddenly chuckling self-deprecatingly. But I feel she wouldn't accept my advice. Shin Anren pondered for a moment and laughed. Zhou Mu curiously asked, what's up? After hearing me speak for a while, are you feeling better? She shook her head. After hearing you speak, I feel more confused. Zhou Mu shrugged. Looks like I'm not suited for counseling work. No, Shun Anren said. I think your words make a lot of sense. As she finished speaking, she straightened up. Let's go, I want to go back and rest. The two walked back along the path they came from. Anren, you are excellent. You don't need to confine yourself in a box. If one day you decide to leave, I will definitely support you. What does support mean? The literal meaning. Shun Anren was silent for a long time before gently nodding. I understand. I'll think about it again. The two returned to the floor where their guest rooms were located, and the two rooms were adjacent. Shun Anren pushed open the door, hesitated for a moment. What's the plan for tomorrow? Wait for Han Day's response. If he doesn't reply by 1 o'clock, we'll go back. She thought for a moment and asked, are you having breakfast tomorrow? Of course, with such an expensive hotel fee, it would be a waste not to have breakfast. Shun Anren smiled. Then call me when you go for breakfast tomorrow. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. Okay. The next morning, Zhou Mu woke up very early. He took a shower, checked the time, and went to knock on Shun Anren's door. The door opened, and Shun Anren was already ready. Did you sleep well last night? In such an expensive hotel, how could I not sleep well? She paused. I was worried you would oversleep, but I didn't expect you to get up so early. Sleep is not a necessity for me. Let's go. The two arrived at the dining room, and just after sitting down, a gentle voice came from the side. Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu turned his head. When he was standing a few steps away holding a cup of coffee. Sister He. Zhou Mu stood up. What a coincidence. It is quite a coincidence. One He's gaze naturally shifted to Shun Anren, and she smiled slightly. It seems that wherever you go, you have excellent friends by your side. Shun Anren understood that when he might have misunderstood her relationship with Zhou Mu, so she stood up and extended her hand. Hello, my name is Shun Anren. I am Zhou Mu's friend and also a partner in his investment project. When he shook her hand, and when he in asset management. Miss Shun has a great temperament, just like Zhou Mu. Both are people who can be remembered at first glance. Shun Anren exclaimed in surprise. You are Wen He from He Rue Capital. When he smiled and nodded. That's me. I've long admired your name. Finally meeting you today. I didn't expect you to be so young and beautiful. Miss Shun is truly flattering. No need to be so formal. Just call me Sister He. Okay, Sister He, then you can call me Anren. Zhou Mu finally seized the opportunity to speak, asking, why did Sister He come to Hangzhou as well? I came here to look at a project at chip company. What about you? Same. Zhou Mu pulled out the chair next to him and gestured for Wen He to sit. Originally, we were supposed to return to Haiqing yesterday, but something unexpected happened. When he sat down in the chair, placing her coffee on the table, Unexpected events are common, in cooperation one side always feels they are at a disadvantage. Zhou Mu recalled the matter of Qinshin Semiconductor, knowing when he was here to look at a chip company, she should have some understanding of the industry, so he directly asked, "Sister, have you heard of Qinshin Semiconductor?" Qinshin Semiconductor. When he thought for a moment and shook her head, "I haven't heard of it. Is it a new company?" "It's a small company focused on chip IP design. I heard they have a tech expert named Duan Beichen." "Oh, Duan Beichen, I have seen him before." When he considered her words, the chief scientist of Yuan Longxin Technology, a technical genius, but apart from technology, talking to him about anything else is like playing the lute to a cow. Duan Beichen is now the CTO of Qinshin Semiconductor. Some time ago I spoke with their CEO Jia Yaohui. Their company is seeking financing and asked if I was interested, but I felt Jia Yaohui is someone who talks big. "I don't know Jia Yaohui. Do you need me to ask about him for you?" "If it's convenient, could you ask? If it's not, then it's just a small project not worth too much thought." When he nodded slightly, "I understand your meaning. I'll ask later, and if I have any news I'll contact you." "Thank you, sister." "You're welcome. I still owe you a favor." At that moment when his phone rang, she glanced at the caller, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. "Sorry, I need to take this call." She answered the phone, chatted for a few minutes, and the smile on her face never faded. After the call ended, she flipped her phone over and placed it on the table. "My daughter is studying abroad in the United States. She said she wants to come back for summer vacation in the next few days." "Sister, he has a daughter." Shin Anren was somewhat surprised. 17 years old. "Oh my, I really can't tell." When he glanced at the time and stood up, "I have to go. I still need to meet with a client." "Okay, goodbye, sister." Shun Anren stared at her back for a few seconds until she disappeared at the entrance of the dining room before turning back. "This woman is really too outstanding. Beautiful, gentle, tasteful, and has such a big career." Shun Anren paused. "What surprised me the most is that her daughter is actually 17. I'm surprised too." Zhou Mu knew when he was 36, but he didn't know she had a 17-year-old daughter. Shun Anren pondered for a moment, looking at Zhou Mu. "Weren't you worried at all about her snatching the deal when you talked to her about Qinshin Semiconductor?" Zhou Mu looked at Shun Anren and said, "The mere scraps from Qinshin Semiconductor are hardly worth my attention, let alone someone like when he who manages assets worth hundreds of billions. How could she possibly be interested?" Shun Anren nodded. "You're right, I was overthinking it." She took a sip of her coffee, suddenly recalling something, and set her cup down to look at Zhou Mu. "Speaking of which, haven't you been investing a bit too frequently lately? Xingyao has just stabilized and you're still negotiating with Meng Culture. Now you're also planning to invest in the chip sector." "Just enjoying the excitement." "Oh, I've only invested in Xingyao." Zhou Mu replied, "Are you planning to develop into a professional investor?" "With my current status, it's hardly enough. I need to reach at least the level of sister." Zhou Mu joked, and a hint of a smile appeared on Shun Anren's lips. The two continued their breakfast. Zhou Mu checked the time, noting that there were still several hours until 1 in the afternoon. "Shall we go for a walk?" "Sure," Shun Anren replied. "I was just thinking the same thing. Do you have any suggestions on where to go?" "Let's go to Lingyin Temple. I want to pray, and my luck hasn't been great lately." Zhou Mu smiled and was about to agree when his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number from Hangzhou. He answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Zhou." "Hello, I'm Zhao Chen, the former technical partner of Meng Culture. I heard you are in Hangzhou. Can we meet to chat? I believe there are some matters regarding Handai and Sun Lei that you need to be aware of." "How did you get my number?" "It was given to me by Director Su. She said you are a trustworthy investor." "Mr. Zhou, there are some things I hope you can know before signing the contract." Zhou Mu thought for a moment. "Are you coming to me?" On the other end of the line, there was a brief pause. "If it's convenient for you, it would be best if you come here. I have some materials that will clarify everything for you." After hanging up, Zhou Mu put his phone back in his pocket. Seeing him lost in thought, Shun Anren asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Mu replied, "Lingyin Temple can wait. We have a more important person to meet." Zhou Mu and Shun Anren followed the address to an old residential complex in the western part of the city. Zhao Chun was already waiting at the entrance. He led them into a building. "Mr. Zhou, Ms. Chen, please come in." It was an ordinary residence, about 100 square meters, with the living room converted into an office area. A few old desks were crammed together with computers on them, and several boxes of instant noodles and drinks piled against the wall. Inside the room sat 6 people, both men and women, all in their 20s or 30s. Upon seeing Zhou Mu and Shun Anren enter, they stood up, their expressions a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Zhao Chun made a brief introduction. All 7 of them were the earliest members of Meng Culture's technical team, with some responsible for AI model training, others for editing, and some for content generation. When Handai and Sun Lei initially brought us on board, they claimed the company belonged to everyone and each person had a share. Zhao Chen picked up a stack of documents from the table and handed them to Zhou Mu. "These are the agreements we signed back then, along with our salary records. We worked for half the market salary, toiling until 2 or 3 in the morning every day. Later, when they built up the company and secured the first round of financing, they turned their backs on us, claiming that the shares initially promised were merely verbal agreements without legal validity. When we protested, they directly called security to have us thrown out of the company. A woman nearby said indignantly, "All the early works of Meng culture were created by us, yet now these works have become their trademark, and we have no connection to them at all." Zhao Chen pulled up some original documents from the computer and pointed out their creation dates. These were all earlier than the release dates of Meng culture's AI short drama products, and the data was complete. Zhou Mu calmly said, "I am not a judge, there is no point in showing me this." Zhao Chen adjusted his glasses and pulled up a segment of an AI-generated anime short film. "Mr. Zhou, this is something we recently created. What do you think?" Zhou Mu and Shun Anren looked at it. The image quality and transition smoothness were exceptional, showing a clear quality difference from the cheap AI-generated content available on the market. Zhao Chun continued, "Although we are few in number, we can comprehensively cover the entire process of AI short dramas and animations. Half of the current technical backbone of Meng culture was trained by us. They claim to have a complete technical team, but the core of it all is built on the foundation we left behind. I contacted you mainly for two purposes. The first is to let you know what kind of people Hyundai and Sunlei are. One pretends to be honest and plays the good cop, while the other is slick-tongued and plays the bad cop. If this is how we were deceived in the beginning. The second is to hope that Xingyao will invest directly in our team. Everything you need in AI short dramas and animations we can handle, and the quality of the content we produce will surpass that of Meng culture." Zhou Mu and Shun Anren did not expect to encounter such a situation during their visit to Hangzhou. They exchanged glances, already forming their plans. Zhou Mu looked at Zhao Chun and asked, "Director Su should know about your situation, right?" Zhao Chun nodded. "I learned about this from a former colleague at Meng culture last night. I found Director Su's contact information early this morning and explained the situation to her. She told me to reach out to you saying you could make the decision." Zhou Mu pondered for a moment and said, "This matter has come up suddenly. We need to go back and discuss it with Director Su. We might also send professionals to assess your true capabilities later." Zhao Chen quickly replied, "Of course we will not let Mr. Zhou and Ms. Shen down." After leaving the residential building, it was already close to noon. Shen Anren asked, "What do you think about Zhao Chun?" Zhou Mu thought for a moment. "So far I think he's quite good. Their small team seems reliable." Shen Anren then asked, "And Hyundai and Sunlei?" Just as Zhou Mu was about to speak, his phone rang. It was a call from Hyundai. He put it on speaker. "Mr. Zhou, I discussed it with Sunlei, and we can each make some concessions, adjusting the valuation to 650,000. What do you think?" The other end was silent for 2 seconds, seemingly waiting for Zhou Mu's response. Zhou Mu said nothing and hung up the phone directly. He looked at Shun Anren and said, "Some people don't deserve a second chance." Shin Anren's lips curved slightly. "Mr. Zhou, you're becoming more assertive. Shall we go to Lingyin Temple now?" Shin Anren hesitated for a moment. "Forget it, let's go home. Not planning to pray anymore." Seeing Zhao Chun and the others crammed into such a small space, while still persevering to do what they want, I suddenly feel that my own grievances don't seem so important anymore. Zhou Mu nodded gently. "All right then, let's head back to Haiqing." Returning to Haiqing just past 3 in the afternoon, Zhou Mu took Shun Anren to Xingyao Company to discuss Zhao Chen's team with Su Lan. The three quickly reached a conclusion. Su Lan would personally go to Hangqing next week for an inspection. If feasible, they would invest. If not, the project would be cancelled and Kimu Culture would no longer consider it. As the two left Xingyao, it was still early in the day. Shun Anren sat in the passenger seat, glanced at Zhou Mu, and joked, "You won't go back to driving for ride-hailing today, will you?" Zhou Mu shifted gears and started the car. "I took a day off yesterday, and now I'm eager to get back to it." Shun Anren couldn't help but laugh, though she knew about Zhou Mu's peculiar obsession and found it amusing. "We just got back from Hangqing, and you've been driving for so long. How come you don't look tired at all?" Zhou Mu shrugged. "If there were a marathon now, I could walk in and win the championship." A man with unwavering confidence, Zhou Mu was just like that. Shun Anren took it as a joke and didn't press further. The car quickly arrived at her neighborhood entrance. She waved goodbye to Zhou Mu as she got out. Back at his rented room, Zhou Mu had just closed the door when he received a WeChat message. "I inquired about Qinshin Semiconductor for you. I know an investor who funded their angel round. He's currently on a business trip out of town. When he returns, I'll arrange a meeting with him. Feel free to ask him anything you want to know." Zhou Mu thanks Hejia. No need to be polite. "I also want to ask you how to accurately find the Wine King Sum." Zhou Mu, "I can teach you, but I'm afraid Yoko Jia won't let me off the hook." He sent a laughing emoji. After chatting, Zhou Mu glanced at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. He wasn't joking with Shun Anren. He was indeed going to drive for ride-hailing. 5:05 p.m. The first passenger got in. It was a couple in their 30s coming out from the same company, looking like colleagues or possibly a married couple. Zhou Mu glanced at the rearview mirror. The woman turned her face towards the window, looking sulky. The man leaned sideways, constantly trying to appease her in a low voice. After a few minutes, the woman finally spoke. Where did you go last night? I was out drinking with friends, all guys, not a single woman. All guys. The woman scoffed. Then why didn't you answer when I called you on video? There were too many people around, it wasn't convenient. So there were women around, that's why it wasn't convenient, right? The man seemed to have something he couldn't say. However, the woman was relentless and grew increasingly angry. Could you stop making a fuss? The man's tone had turned somewhat cold. In making a fuss? Why don't you explain? If you dare to do it, why don't you dare to say it? The man was genuinely angered now, not caring that the driver was present. He shouted, your husband was sitting right next to me, how could I answer? The car fell silent suddenly. Zhou Mu pulled over. He wasn't trying to kick the couple out, but rather they had arrived at their destination. The couple in the back seat felt embarrassed and quickly got out. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow as he watched their figures disappear in the rearview mirror. Today's in-car reality show was quite interesting. After finishing his ride-hailing shift, Zhou Mu had a meal outside, returning to his rented room just after 8 in the evening. As he lay on the sofa, his phone lit up. It was a WeChat message from Sun Yue. A photo accompanied by a sentence. The photo showed a man and woman sitting in a restaurant. The man was Wang Ximing and the woman was Zhang Yao. She wore a plain dress, her hair casually down, looking a bit fatigued. Sun Yue, brother Mu, I saw this today while dining out with friends. Is this girl your ex-girlfriend? Previously, Sun Yue wouldn't have remembered Zhang Yao, but after accompanying Zhou Mu to act in a restaurant, she remembered her clearly. Zhou Mu, yes. Sun Yue, how did she end up with Wang Ximing? He's not a good person. Zhou Mu, it has nothing to do with me. The other side was silent for half a minute before sending a new message. Sun Yue, that's true. You two have already broken up. I just thought you should know. Zhou Mu, Sun Yue, then you go ahead. Ooh, I won't disturb you anymore. Zhou Mu put down his phone. He didn't care who Zhang Yao was with now, nor did he have the right to care. However, Wang Ximing now seemed like nothing more than a clown in his eyes, truly not a good choice. Zhang Yao's taste was getting worse. Forget it, or it had nothing to do with him. He opened his computer and quickly became immersed in the world of gaming. Zhang Yao exited the restaurant, the night breeze blowing away some of the drunkenness, but her inner agitation remained. Wang Ximing had invited her to dinner, claiming he wanted to discuss Zhou Mu's matters. She went thinking she might hear some new information. However, throughout the meal, he repeated what she already knew. Zhou Mu has money now. Zhou Mu bought a mansion. Zhou Mu has other women around him. It was just a few sentences repeated over and over while he emphasized that he was only reminding her out of kindness. After the meal, Wang Ximing offered to give her a ride, but she declined. He suggested another date, but she didn't respond. Tonight she had a little to drink. Not much, but just enough to make a decision she had thought about for a long time, but had never dared to make. She was going to find Zhou Mu. This thought had been circling in her mind for an unknown number of days. But every time she remembered that it was she who had initiated the breakup, and she who had deleted Zhou Mu's WeChat, her courage would vanish instantly. But today she couldn't hold back any longer. She called for a ride-hailing car. Leaning against the car window, she watched the streets retreating outside like those days she could never return to. Soon she arrived at that familiar old neighborhood. She was a bit worried that Zhou Mu might not live here anymore. However, when she saw the Porsche 911 parked by the roadside along with that domestically produced new energy car that she and Zhou Mu had used countless times, she finally confirmed that Zhou Mu was still here. This time she did not hesitate and walked straight into the complex. Third floor apartment, 301. The window was lit. That day when she secretly dragged her suitcase out of here, she thought she would never come back. But who could have imagined that at this moment, she yearned to return here more than ever before. Zhang Yao approached the hallway, arriving at the door of apartment 301. She looked at the door, raised her hand, and then let it drop. She hadn't returned the key when they broke up. That key was still in her bag, but she didn't take it out. Regardless of whether Zhou Mu had changed the locks, she knew she no longer had the right to open this door. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yao took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened. She stood outside the door frame, while Zhou Mu stood inside the door frame. This was their first face-to-face meeting since their breakup. Zhou Mu stood behind the door, his expression showing no change at the moment he saw her. He simply gazed at her, quietly devoid of surprise, anger, or happiness, as if he were looking at a stranger. Zhang Yao's lips moved, but no words came out. She had prepared a whole introduction, yet at the sight of Zhou Mu, everything got stuck in her throat. Zhou Mu turned and walked into the room, while Zhang Yao kept her head down, following him inside. She looked around. It was still the same room where she had lived for more than 2 years, but everything inside had changed. From the furniture to daily necessities, everything was top brand. Several luxury t-shirts were carelessly tossed on the sofa, a pile of Hermes shopping bags piled in the corner, and the fruit bowl on the table was classic Tiffany blue. Zhang Yao remembered complaining more than once that this shabby house was too small and too old. But now anything taken from here was worth more than her monthly salary. She took a deep breath, turned to Zhou Mu, and forced a smile. Recently, I've often dreamed of still living here, still arguing with you over trivial matters. You came to find me just to talk about dreams. Zhou Mu replied flatly. Zhang Yao fell silent for a few seconds. Recently Wang Ximing has been looking for me. Wang Ximing is just a waste, Zhou Mu said dismissively. Zhang Yao nodded. I know he's a waste, and I know his purpose for looking for me, because I am your ex-girlfriend. When she said the words ex-girlfriend, her tone was evidently uncomfortable. Zhou Mu did not respond. Yet he found it hard to understand Wang Ximing's line of thought. He had already broken up with Zhang Yao. Even if Wang Ximing were to win her over, he would merely be a rebound. Desperately trying to obtain something he didn't care about was truly wasted effort. Zhang Yao continued, I went to see him because he is the only one willing to talk to me about you. Now even when I try to talk to Ning Ning about you, she doesn't want to say much. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. Ning Ning isn't unwilling to talk to you, she's afraid to talk to you. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Zhang Yao spoke up again, I heard you bought a house in Heping. That waste told you. He told me about the house. Yes, the waste was right, the house is still in soft furnishing, and I will move in after a month or two. Zhang Yao looked up, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance that she herself didn't notice. We've been together for 3 years, oh why did you hide this from me? You're obviously so wealthy. You know we've been together for 3 years. Zhou Mu interrupted her, I earn money for both of us to spend. I was laid off, and now have to drive for over 10 hours a day. What were you doing then? But you have problems too. You never talk about your pressures, and bear everything alone, making me feel like everything was taken for granted. If you don't say anything, how would I know? You've always known, you just pretended not to know. Zhang Yao's face paled for a moment, but Zhou Mu's words were not finished. You think I'm a pauper, and that I don't deserve you. So when I was at my lowest, you chose to leave, even deleting me from WeChat. Now you come to ask me why I hid things from you. Zhang Yao's eyes turned red. It's not like that. Then what is it like? If I were still that pauper Zhou Mu, would you? Zhang Yao was momentarily speechless, pausing for several seconds before saying, you are too unfair to me. You could have let me know you have the ability. You could have shown me hope. But you said nothing. Zhou Mu looked at her and said word by word, it's not about seeing the results and then putting in effort, it's about putting in effort and then being worthy of seeing the results. Zhang Yao's body shook suddenly. She lowered her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. I know I was wrong in the end, but you can't deny all the good just because we ended badly. Zhou Mu looked at her again. Zhang Yao, don't you understand yet? The one who denies all the good before is you. The room fell into silence once more. Zhang Yao looked down, raised her hand to wipe her eyes, her shoulders trembling slightly. Yes, it was her who had come ashore, her who had been disdainful, and her who had denied all the beautiful moments. Now what right did she have to blame him? After a long time, she finally spoke with a choked voice, Zhou Mu. I was wrong. Can we start over? In the past, when their feelings were intense, she would call him Zhou Mu. She took a step forward, wanting to embrace Zhou Mu. I know you still have feelings for me. The things you said earlier were because you still can't let go. Zhou Mu stepped back, not allowing her to touch him. Zhang Yao, you should know I have a girlfriend now. He looked at her. Are you asking me this question now with the intention of being a... Zhang Yao's lips trembled, her hand frozen in midair. A mistress? They were each other's first loves. Oh, why would Zhang Yao want to be a mistress? But before Zhang Yao could say anything, Zhou Mu pointed to his heart. There won't be a place for you here anymore. Zhang Yao's face instantly turned pale. Just a moment ago, she was still hesitating. She felt she had been at fault first. If Zhou Mu agreed to reconcile, could she accept him having a mistress? But now, Zhou Mu said there would be no place for her anymore. Not to mention being the main partner, there was no place for her even as a mistress. She could no longer hold back and burst into tears. She was truly heartbroken. At that moment, someone gently knocked on the door. Zhou Mu went over to open it. It was Gu Qingxi. She stood at the door holding a document, and upon seeing the scene inside, she was clearly taken aback. The woman in the room was not Chen Sui, but had red and swollen eyes, clearly having just cried. She realized she had come at the wrong time. Sorry, I'll go back first and come over later. It's fine. Zhou Mu nodded slightly at her, then turned to Zhang Yao. We agreed to only talk for 10 minutes, and it's almost time. Zhang Yao looked at Zhou Mu, then glanced at the stunning woman at the door, suddenly understanding why Zhou Mu still lived in this old shabby place. The current Zhang Yao was still the old Zhang Yao, but the current Zhou Mu was no longer the old Zhou Mu. She knew she had become a complete outsider. Everything here had nothing to do with her. Zhang Yao said nothing further, lowered her head, and quickly walked toward the door. When she brushed past Gu Qingxi, her footsteps paused for a moment, then she walked out. When she reached the corner, she couldn't help but look back. The door to room 301 was already closed. That door which locked away 3 years of youth for him and her was closed just like that. The following evening, Zhou Mu and Ning Ning finished their dinner and stepped out of the restaurant. Now, whenever they walked together, Ning Ning would naturally take his arm. Last night, Yao Yao came to my place. She was sobbing uncontrollably. In all the years I've known her, I've never seen her cry like that. Zhou Mu didn't respond, simply letting her continue. It took her a long while before she could speak. She said she had ruined everything. Ning Ning let out a soft sigh. Seeing her like that really broke my heart. She turned to look at Zhou Mu. Yao Yao isn't a bad person. Zhou Mu nodded. I never said she was. She just made the wrong choice. Zhang Yao hadn't cheated or committed any moral transgression. She was merely like many others, selfish and self-serving, believing she had made a wise decision. Ning Ning frowned. Right now my biggest fear is that Yao Yao will see us together. Why do you keep bringing that up? We got together after I broke up with her. It has nothing to do with her. But seeing her so heartbroken makes me feel incredibly guilty. Have you forgotten your own regret? Me? What do I have to regret? Zhou Mu looked at her, his gaze meaningful. If I had been more proactive back then, would I be the one by your side right now? Ning Ning froze for a few seconds, then a blush instantly crept across her face. She lightly tapped him a couple of times, feigning anger. You? How can you still bring that up? What Zhou Mu had just said were the very words Ning Ning had spoken in the car on the way back from buying the house that day, the first time she learned that Zhou Mu was with Qin Sui Sui. Zhou Mu laughed and caught her hand. So you've already regretted it once. What's there to agonize over? Ning Ning shot him a glare. Shameless. They continued walking, chatting about trivial matters from the past. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Ning Ning's apartment building. It was an old-fashioned 7-story apartment. Ning Ning pulled the access card from her bag and tapped it on the sensor. The iron door clicked open. She pushed the door open, then turned to look at Zhou Mu. You've walked me all the way to my doorstep. Aren't you leaving? Zhou Mu prompted. Aren't you forgetting something? Ning Ning knew what he was referring to. The peck on his cheek last time was just the beginning, but once something like that starts, there's usually only one way forward. He'll give you two choices. She gave Zhou Mu a mysterious look. 1, I do it like last time. 2, I invite you up to my place to have a look. I choose 2. Let's go. Ning Ning lived on the 3rd floor. After entering the apartment, Zhou Mu changed into slippers and let his gaze sweep across the room. The room wasn't large, probably under 40 square meters, but it was decorated with incredible warmth. It seemed as though every item was placed exactly where it belonged. It perfectly matched Ning Ning's aesthetic. Zhou Mu sat down on the sofa. Ning Ning poured him a glass of water and sat down beside him. My parents bought this apartment for me. They thought it was unsettling for me to rent a place alone in Haicheng, so they spent most of their life savings. My dad said that a girl should have her own home. No matter what happens in the future, she'll always have a place to come back to. Your dad is right. Yeah. So even though this place is small, it means something special to me. She paused. When Yao Yao was crying here yesterday, I felt so grateful that I have my own home. It's always better to cry at home than in a rental. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. There you go again. She's a civil servant now holding a golden rice bowl. Why are you still worrying about her? Besides, she hasn't lost anything. The breakup was her decision. Ning Ning pouted, feeling that what Zhou Mu said was probably right. The room fell silent for a moment. Zhou Mu, moi, what if I hadn't gotten your ride that night? Would our paths have never crossed? Zhou Mu turned to look at her. There are no what-ifs in this world. Only consequences. Ning Ning felt a little shy under his gaze. She lowered her head, her pretty face blushing. They were inches apart. He could see her eyelashes fluttering slightly, a clear sign of nervousness. He slowly cupped the back of her neck and leaned in. Ning Ning trembled slightly, then closed her eyes. Zhou Mu kissed her. Her lips were soft, and there was a timid response, no resistance, just a gentle press against his. The kiss deepened. He wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Ning Ning felt as if she were completely sinking into the kiss. After a long moment, their lips parted. Ning Ning rested her forehead against his chin, not daring to meet his eyes. Zhou Mu. Her voice was barely a whisper. You're the first person to ever kiss me. Zhou Mu gently patted her back, saying nothing. I always thought a first kiss should be something special. And what do you— I was so nervous my mind went blank. I don't know what it felt like. Again. No. Ning Ning buried her face deeper. You're trying to take advantage again. Zhou Mu laughed and pulled her closer. Meanwhile, on the other side of Haicheng, Zhang Yao was sitting in her rented apartment. Last night she had cried for a long time at Ning Ning's place, and Ning Ning had comforted her for just as long. They had been high school classmates and both had gotten into universities in Haicheng, though not the same one. A few months ago she had passed the civil service exam, while Ning Ning had just left her job at a foreign bank to become a sales associate at LV. Back then she didn't understand Ning Ning's choice and secretly looked down on the job. Luckily Ning Ning wasn't the type to hold grudges and didn't mind the cold shoulder she had received. Now she was grateful to have such a close friend in Haicheng. It was Sunday. She hadn't gone to work and had spent the whole day thinking at home. Finally some things became clear. She had voluntarily given up the penniless Zhou Mu, and the wealthy Zhou Mu had become irrelevant to her the moment she let go. She was still the successful Zhang Yao who had landed a stable job. Giving up was her own choice. In reality, she hadn't lost anything. Zhou Mu hadn't sought revenge either. Thinking about this, she felt a sense of relief. Zhang Yao picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Ning Ning. After waiting for a while, Ning Ning didn't reply. Feeling a bit bored, she opened a photo Ning Ning had sent her that afternoon. The person in the photo was her sitting on Ning Ning's sofa, hugging a pillow and crying her heart out. Seeing that she was in a better mood today, Ning Ning had sent this secretly taken photo from last night to tease her. This little devil. A smile tugged at the corner of Zhang Yao's mouth. She zoomed in on the photo, wanting to see how ridiculous she had looked last night. Then she noticed an orange box in the corner of Ning Ning's cabinet, mostly covered by a cloth. But the brown ribbon logo tied around the box was still visible. It was an Hermes ribbon. After Zhou Mu returned, Ning Ning picked up her phone and took a look. 10 minutes ago, Zhang Yao had sent her a WeChat message asking what she was doing. Just as she was about to reply, a new message came in. Zhang Yao, have you struck it rich recently? Ning Ning felt a tightness in her chest upon reading the message. She suspected that Zhang Yao might have discovered something, but she didn't know what it was. After some thought, she decided to Ning Ning, I dreamt I won 5 million last night. Did you find out? Zhang Yao sent a picture. It was a Zhou Mu screenshot of the photo she had sent Zhang Yao earlier, clearly showing the brown satin ribbon embossed with the Hermes logo. Zhang Yao, you've been very secretive using Hermes without telling me. Seeing Zhang Yao's tone, Ning Ning breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she had only accidentally discovered the box. Zhang Yao's sudden visit yesterday had caught her off guard, and she had hastily hidden the Hermes Kelly bag in the wardrobe. As for the Hermes box, she had considered it. She had covered it with a cloth and then rushed to open the door for Zhang Yao. In her haste, she hadn't covered it properly, leaving a corner exposed. Zhang Yao had been crying all night and had not noticed. She had been comforting Zhang Yao and hadn't paid attention either. It would have been fine, but her own playful act of sending Zhang Yao a picture of her embarrassing moment had led to this accidental slip. She didn't know how to respond. Should she say it was a fake? But Zhang Yao would find out about her, and Zhou Mu eventually. Should she say it was a gift from Zhou Mu? That was even less acceptable. Zhang Yao had just come to terms with things she absolutely couldn't let her know now. Just as she was hesitating about how to respond, Zhang Yao sent her the answer. Zhang Yao, come clean, have you gotten a boyfriend? Ning Ning thought for a moment and decided to reveal a little. Ning Ning, yeah, it's been a short while. I'm afraid the relationship isn't stable, so I haven't told anyone. Zhang Yao, wow. This is incredible. Ning girl has finally developed feelings. Zhang Yao, is he handsome? He must be rich, right? Is this Hermes a gift from him? Ning Ning, yeah, it's alright. Zhang Yao, when will you bring him out to meet me? Ning Ning, let's talk about it later, it's still too early. Zhang Yao, too early. He's already sending you Hermes, the relationship must be significant. How far have you two progressed? You haven't lost your virginity, have you? Ning Ning, stop it. You're getting ridiculous. We've just started dating, ew, how could it possibly be that far? Zhang Yao's curiosity was piqued, and she kept asking. However, Ning Ning was afraid that discussing more would reveal too much, so she claimed she was going to sleep and would tell her more in person next time. After finally sending Zhang Yao off, Ning Ning set her phone down and sighed deeply. She didn't want to hurt Zhang Yao, but at this point she could no longer let Zhou Mu go. A few days later, Zhou Mu leaned back in the Herman Miller gaming chair with the computer screen displaying real-time stock market data. It was another day of steep declines. The market dropped over a point with more than 3,000 stocks falling, and the stock forum was filled with despair, with everyone cursing harshly. In the past, if Zhou Mu lost money in the stock market, he would certainly curse as well. But now it was different. On one hand, he couldn't possibly lose money trading stocks. On the other hand, he would definitely control a listed company in the future, and at that time he too would become an object of scorn for the shareholders. Your position determines your perspective. All these shareholders really lack quality, and no wonder they lose money. Zhou Mu closed the stock forum and shifted his attention back to his stock account. He was still fully invested in a junk stock, which didn't perform very well today, only dropping 3, not at all resembling a junk stock. 1500 the market closed. Ding. Detected that the host incurred an investment loss of 355168 yuan today. Triggering the loss is a blessing 200 compensation of 710336 yuan, which has been settled in real time to the host's account. Zhou Mu took a sip of the coffee on the table. His asset appreciation speed had noticeably accelerated. On average, he could earn about 4 to 500,000 yuan each trading day from the stock market and ride-hailing income. Once the snowball grows larger, earning $1 million a day would be just around the corner. As he was thinking, his phone rang, showing an incoming call from Sulan. Hello. Zhou Mu, I just returned from Hangzhou, and the deal with Zhao Chen's team is basically settled. Do you want to come to the company to hear the details? Is it complicated? Not complicated. Then just tell me over the phone. Okay. Sulan carefully considered her words. In short, we want Zhao Chen's team to come to Haiqing and join our Xingyao company with salaries at industry standards plus stock incentives for their team. As long as they meet performance assessments, they can gain equity. Sounds good. What do Zhao Chun and the others say? They said they would think about it, but from their expressions it should. All right, you're the chairman. Oh, it's your decision. Then let's leave it at that. I'll call and Ran later. Good. Ending the call. Zhou Mu recalled the investment in Xingyao. So far he had only invested 1.5 million, and the results seemed promising. The company had gotten on the right track, and Su Lan was a reliable person in charge. Although there were occasional small matters requiring his presence for someone with plenty of free time like him, these were diversions in life, rather than burdens of work. At that moment his phone rang again. This time, it was a video call from Chun Sui Sui. Zhou Mu answered, and on the screen Chun Sui Sui had her hair tied in a high ponytail, with the company office in the background. Her face was flushed, looking very excited. Brother Mu, I have good news to tell you. My fans have surpassed 5,000. So soon. Yeah, the daily life of the gaming streamer I'm filming is very popular among everyone. Then let's celebrate tonight. No, I have to work overtime. The director said I should produce more content while it's trending. Are you planning to become the overlord of content? I want to be someone worthy of Brother Mu, so of course I have to work hard. She paused and I realized that creating this content and being liked by so many people is genuinely a joyful thing, just like when you took me gaming and we won. That was so much fun. As soon as Chun Sui Sui finished speaking, it seemed someone was calling her from behind. She turned back to respond and said to Zhou Mu, Brother Mu, I can't chat anymore. The director is calling me again. I'll tell you more details when I return tonight. Bye. The screen went dark. Zhou Mu looked at his phone, a smile still on his face. This girl used to say she wanted to be a laid-back internet celebrity, but now she has become very competitive. However, he knew that Chun Sui Sui was not trying to please anyone, as she had found something she enjoyed doing. Zhou Mu pulled back his thoughts, glanced at the time, and realized it was still early. He was about to play a few rounds of games to pass the time when his phone rang again. This time, it was a call from Wen He. Hello, Sister He. Do you have time tonight? The investor I told you about, Liu Xin, has returned to Haicheng. If you're free, we can have dinner together. Alright, I'll book a restaurant right now. No need to I have a place. Just come over. That evening, Zhou Mu arrived at a restaurant located in an old Western-style house. There was no sign outside, but once he pushed the door open, he was greeted by a hidden paradise. The waiter guided him to the innermost private room. When he was already there, engaged in conversation with a man in his 40s. The man had a square, slightly dark face, wearing a deep blue polo shirt with a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. Zhou Mu, this is Mr. Liu Xin, whom I mentioned to you. When he rose to introduce Mr. Liu, this is Mr. Zhou Mu, an investor interested in the chip industry. Liu Xin stood up and shook hands firmly, saying, Mr. Zhou, it's a pleasure. President Wen mentioned that you guessed the Wine King correctly at Juchi Winery. That is quite an impressive skill. It was just luck, Zhou Mu replied modestly, taking a seat beside Wen He. Mr. Liu is a renowned figure in the investment world. That is real skill. Oh, what skill? It's all tears, Liu Xin said with a tone of self-deprecation. 9 out of 10 projects are pitfalls, and the remaining one is still digging a pit. When he smiled slightly, Mr. Liu is too modest. You participated in the angel round of several internet projects in the country. Any one of them would earn more than other investors could in a lifetime. Liu Xin waved his hand dismissively. A hero should not speak of past glories, those are old stories. The investment landscape is becoming increasingly difficult. He paused and looked at Zhou Mu. Mr. Zhou, President Wen said you are interested in Qinshin Semiconductor. Zhou Mu nodded, mainly interested in this industry. Then let me give you a heads up, it's best not to touch it. Is it that serious? It's serious enough that I want to call the police. Liu Xin lowered his voice. Jia Yaohui is too talkative. When I invested, he had a whole set of explanations, from industrial policies to technical routes, from market size to competitive landscape. I thought I had encountered a business genius back then. What happened later? Later I found out he was just a storyteller. Liu Xin's tone turned noticeably angry. The financial data is completely opaque. Every time I want to see the accounts, he evades the issue. Last month, I sent someone to the company to stay for a week and discovered serious financial issues. Oh, financial issues. Doesn't that involve illegal activities? It's possible. I've handed this over to my company's legal department to handle. I've invested a lot, and this small project is wasting a lot of my time. Oh, it's really infuriating. Zhou Mu pondered for a moment. What about the technology? Isn't it said that their CTO Duan Beichen is recognized as a technical expert in the industry? Liu Xin nodded. Duan Beichen's technology is acknowledged, but he only cares about writing code and drawing circuit diagrams. He ignores everything else. I've talked to him twice, and each time his assistant had to drag him out of the lab. When I asked him about the company's matters, he looked bewildered and said it was all managed by old Jia. When I tried to ask in more detail, he started talking to me about chip architecture. I couldn't understand what he was saying and kept dozing off to hint him to stop, but he still dragged on for over an hour. When he chuckled lightly at this, that does sound like Duan Beichen's style. Liu Xin sighed. What can you do with someone like that? If you scold him, he really has the ability. If you ignore him, the company will be emptied by Jia Yaohui, and he won't even know. Zhou Mu said, such geniuses probably only focus on their own goals. Everything else seems trivial. Liu Xin nodded. That's how it is. I feel that if Duan Beichen's wife ran off with someone, he wouldn't think it's worth his time to delve into it. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. He had just met Liu Xin, but from their conversation and his actions and expressions he could tell he was a person of character. When he put down his chopsticks and looked at Liu Xin, Mr. Liu, you mentioned earlier that the legal department is already handling this. What are your plans going forward? What can we do? Liu Xin shrugged, collect enough evidence, and then report it. If Jia Yaoi is done for the company, might go down with him. Won't the money you've invested just go to waste? Not all of it will go to waste, at least we can force him to return all the money he took. Zhou Mu quickly went through the situation in his mind. Jia Yaoi has financial issues and Liu Xin is ready to flip the table. Duan Beichen is the real technical core, but he doesn't take charge. The company is currently a mess, but messes often come at the lowest price. Has Mr. Liu considered kicking Jia Yaoi out? I have considered it, but that issue is quite troublesome. On the surface, Chengxin Semiconductor still looks decent. Jia Yaoi, this fraud, is adept at managing the company and deceiving people. If we kick him out, all the problems will be exposed immediately, and it will only collapse faster. By then, if it goes bankrupt, there will be nothing left. When he laughed, Mr. Liu, your business is large. Do you really care about this little bit of loss? As a businessman, you have to account for the big and small numbers. Liu Xin paused before continuing. Chengxin has a solid foundation. If capable people take over, it's not beyond saving. But with this mess now, which capable person would be willing to come in? It might just be pushing them into the fire pit. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. He did have a candidate in mind, but as Liu Xin just said, it could be pushing them into danger. Chengxin isn't his company. There's no need for him to rack his brains over it. The three of them chatted about some casual topics. Liu Xin and one he discussed a new energy project their two companies had recently invested in. It had nothing to do with Zhou Mu, so he just listened casually. The only impression he had was that the invested company was in Luqing, which was a company from his hometown. About half an hour later, when he checked the time and stood up saying, there's a meeting early tomorrow, so let's call it a day. Liu Xin also stood up and shook hands with Zhou Mu saying, Mr. Zhou, it was a pleasure today. Regarding Chengxin, please consider it carefully. However, I advise you not to touch it, or it's not worth it. Zhou Mu smiled. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Liu. I will consider it carefully. When he and Liu Xin left first while Zhou Mu received a phone call and was the last to exit the private room, he walked down the long corridor towards the door. As he passed by the doorway of a private room, the door was just pushed open from the inside, and a waiter emerged carrying an empty tray. Zhou Mu instinctively glanced through the door crack and suddenly froze. Inside the room sat 7 or 8 people, with a middle-aged man who looked very distinguished seated in the main position facing the door. Wei Ping sat beside him, leaning sideways and speaking to him. Lu Ziyuan was seated at the lower end, occasionally nodding in agreement with a sycophantic expression. Shen Anren was also in the private room. She sat on the other side of the middle-aged man with a glass of red wine in front of her that had hardly been touched. Her expression was very unnatural, and Zhou Mu knew she was enduring. Zhou Mu did not hesitate. He took out his phone and quickly typed a message. I'm also here dining and saw you. A few seconds later, Shen Anren replied. Wei Ping and Lu Ziyuan dragged me here, saying they were hosting important clients. Zhou Mu frowned and sent another message. How long do you plan to force yourself? About half a minute later, Shen Anren replied. I can't hold on anymore. Zhou Mu looked at the message, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Would you like me to help? This time Shen Anren replied immediately. Yes. Zhou Mu put his phone back in his pocket, forcefully pushed open the door to the private room, and walked straight to Shen Anren's side. Let's go. Shen Anren nodded, standing up without hesitation. The people in the private room exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what was happening. Wei Ping put down his chopsticks, his tone growing cold. Shen Anren, this is an important company event. Where do you think you're going? Zhou Mu did not wait for Shen Anren to respond, and answered for her directly. She is going home. Zhou Mu. Lu Ziyuan jumped up. I warn you, don't interfere in our company's internal affairs. Leave immediately. Zhou Mu stared at him for 2 seconds. Lu Ziyuan, am I giving you face? You, a mere director, think you can talk? Lu Ziyuan's face turned pale, but with so many important clients present, he couldn't make a scene with Zhou Mu here. Moreover, for some reason, Zhou Mu's gaze just now made him feel a bit uneasy. Shen Anren, Wei Ping said sternly, if you walk out that door today, don't ever come back to the company again. Old Wei. Zhou Mu raised his chin slightly. You're just a Buchuan? What are you pretending to be a big shot in front of me? Do you think being the general manager of Longjing Securities is impressive? Tomorrow I will make your stock price drop to the limit, or just keep your eyes wide open. He naturally took Shen Anren's hand and left the private room without looking back. As they stepped out of the old villa, Zhou Mu released Shen Anren's hand at an opportune moment. Anren, it seems I am going to get you fired. Shen Anren shook her head. It's fine, I have been considering resigning for the past few days. You have helped me make up my mind. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. A rubbish company is not worth staying in. Come with me in the future. Whatever your salary at Longjing, I will double it for you. Let's talk about it later. I want to take a break for a while. I've been too tired lately. Taking a break is good. Oh, let me know when you have thought it through. The two fell silent for a moment, and then Shun Anren suddenly broke into a smile. My. Zhou Mu asked curiously, you can still smile. I finally understand why those good girls get pursued by guys with yellow hair. Why, oi? The way you just confronted Wei Ping and Lu Ziyuan. She paused, a blush rising on her face. What I mean is seeing them speechless just now was so satisfying. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. So I have become the guy with yellow hair. I was just making a comparison. Shun Anren's blush deepened, quickly changing the subject. By the way, when you said you would make Longjin Securities stock price drop to the limit tomorrow, you were just boasting, right? Who said I was boasting? I am serious. Zhou Mu glanced at her. But tomorrow is Saturday. Shun Anren couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhou Mu, moi. Thank you. Zhou Mu smiled. I have to go back, but I'll give you a ride home on the way. Shun Anren nodded. On Monday at Longjin Securities in the general manager's office. Wei Ping leaned back in his chair, his expression calm, revealing no hint of emotion. Lu Ziyuan stood opposite him, still wearing that obsequious expression. General Wei, I have looked into that kid's background in detail these past few days. He is from Luqing, and his family situation is quite ordinary. Continue. He joined our company right after graduating from university. When he worked under me, I often scolded him, and he didn't dare to make a sound. Why did you often scold him? Forget it. Wei Ping waved his hand, knowing what kind of person Lu Ziyuan was. Get to the point. Lu Ziyuan sighed in relief and continued. Later I fired him, and he couldn't find another job, so he started driving for a ride-hailing service. Then somehow he suddenly became wealthy. Wei Ping frowned, unable to connect the dots between driving for a ride-hailing service and becoming wealthy. He recalled that night at the winery when Zhou Mu had correctly guessed the wine king, twice hitting the mark every time. He still found it incredible. Lu Ziyuan glanced at Wei Ping cautiously, saying, do you think it's possible he made his fortune through cryptocurrency trading? He thought Zhou Mu's speed of getting rich was even faster than engaging in illicit activities. The only plausible path would be through cryptocurrency trading, taking extreme leverage to gamble recklessly. Wei Ping non-committally replied, hard to say. He suspected Zhou Mu became wealthy through cryptocurrency as well, but as a senior leader, he wouldn't casually express his thoughts like Lu Ziyuan. What's going on between him and Shun Anren? Shun Anren is the administrative supervisor, and she was also his superior before. I suspect they got together while working at the company. Wei Ping remained silent. He didn't know much about Shun Anren, but was aware that she had a boyfriend and didn't seem like a frivolous woman. General Wei, Lu Ziyuan continued. I also found out that this kid is currently trading stocks, and his stock account is open with our company. Oh. Wei Ping's eyes brightened noticeably. Tell me more. I asked the advisor managing his account. He currently has over 10 million in funds exclusively trading junk stocks, and mostly only holds one stock at a time. So high risk. Is he making profits or losses? Some gains and some losses. Lu Ziyuan paused. Right now he is fully invested in a stock called Yongxin Environmental Protection. Yongxin Environmental Protection. Wei Ping furrowed his brow, seemingly searching his mind for information about this stock. Lu Ziyuan observed Wei Ping's expression and added, Yongxin Environmental Protection was initially sponsored by us when it went public. The industry has been sluggish these years and the performance is quite poor, but they have many concepts and their stock price frequently fluctuates, making it a popular speculative stock in the recent market. Wei Ping squinted slightly, waiting for Lu Ziyuan to continue. Lu Ziyuan continued, Yongxin Environmental Protection has done well in terms of market value management, partnering with outside institutions, and can basically control the board. I know their chairman. If we speak, he will definitely cooperate actively. That kid Zhou seems like a gambler. If Yongxin Environmental Protection experiences continuous declines, do you think he can afford to take the loss? Wei Ping understood Lu Ziyuan's intention. We are a licensed institution, we cannot engage in illegal activities. He picked up his teacup, blowing at the tea leaves floating on the surface. However, we have a responsibility to urge the listed companies to operate legally, and we can check if there are any undisclosed news. Additionally, you mentioned earlier that Yongxin Environmental Protection's performance is poor. We can ask analysts to reassess if it is indeed overvalued and adjust the rating accordingly. We as researchers value objectivity and independence. We cannot wait until investors lose money and then be blamed for not timely warning about the risks. Damn, this old fox is truly skilled. Every word he says is about fulfilling responsibilities. Lu Ziyuan felt deep admiration in his heart. General Wei, you are right. We must be responsible to investors. I will arrange it right away. Wei Ping waved his hand. Go ahead and handle it. A few days later, Zhou Mu leaned back in the Herman Miller gaming chair, answering a phone call. Zhou Mu, came Shun Anren's voice from the receiver. I've completed my resignation procedures. When you pulled me away that night, I thought there would be many troubles, but when I got to the HR department, it turned out to be quite small. If you hadn't caused a scene, they would have been more than grateful and wouldn't dare to give you any trouble. Zhou Mu paused. What does your family say? It's fine. My boyfriend thinks I'm too impulsive and has different views, but it's nothing. Her tone was very restrained without complaints or confessions, merely stating a fact. But it's all good now. Shun Anren's voice became lively again. I booked a flight for tomorrow, planning to travel and unwind. Alone? No, I'm taking my parents. We never had time before, and now that I finally have a break, I should spend more time with them. Hearing you say that, I feel like I should call home and check in right away. Haha, then hurry up and call. I need to go prepare for the trip. Okay, let's talk when you get back. Bye. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Mu's gaze returned to the computer screen in front of him, which displayed real-time stock market data. The stock price of Yongxin Environmental had not fluctuated at all, firmly pressed down to its limit. The catalyst for this limit drop was an announcement from last night. Yongxin Environmental had undisclosed major related transactions and external guarantees involving over 300 million yuan, leading to investigations of the company and responsible individuals. Immediately after, Longjing Securities Research Institute released the latest rating adjustment report, downgrading Yongxin Environmental from neutral directly to reduce, slashing the target price by 60%. The report was harsh, stating that the company had significant defects in internal control and major uncertainties in its ability to continue operations. The two announcements, one after the other, directly caused Yongxin Environmental to open today with a limit drop, and at this moment, there were still millions of hands sealing the limit. It seemed that one limit was definitely not enough. Zhou Mu stretched lazily. It had been a while since he had seen a limit drop, and today it finally came in big. Looking at the account balance, showing a floating loss of over 1 million today, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Waiting for the market close, over 2 million in compensation would automatically arrive. Just as he was thinking, his phone rang. Brother Mu, I'm ready. When are you leaving? We're leaving now. Great. I'm waiting for you downstairs. Zhou Mu shut down the computer, casually picked up the car keys from the table, and went out. Downstairs, Qin Sui was already waiting beside the Porsche. She happily ran over and linked her arm with Zhou Mu's. Let's go get the marriage certificate. Real estate. Zhou Mu and Qin Sui arrived at the service window, where a woman in her 40s took Zhou Mu's ID card and began retrieving the relevant information on the computer. He Mingjiu. She paused, looked up, and reassessed the young man in front of her. A young female colleague sitting in the adjacent window subconsciously turned her head upon hearing those 4 words, scanning Zhou Mu and Qin Sui. Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment. I will enter your information into the system. The staff member withdrew her gaze and continued her work. In a moment, the red booklet was passed out from the window. Mr. Zhou, here is your property certificate. Please verify the information. Zhou Mu took it, flipped through it, and said, no problem, thank you. You're welcome. Congratulations, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. Originally thinking the property certificate would take at least 2 months, he didn't expect it to be ready so quickly in just a month and a half. He handed the property certificate to Qin Sui and stood up. Qin Sui held the red booklet, looking at it over and finally carefully placed it into her Hermes bag. After the two left, the young female colleague at the adjacent window immediately leaned over. Sister Wang, was that handsome guy just now the owner on the property certificate? Yes, I didn't expect someone so young to own such a property. He looks about my age. The young female colleague's tone carried undisguised envy. That girlfriend of his dressed in Chanel, carrying an Hermes bag. I've seen that bag online. One bag of hers is worth half a year's salary for us. Half a year. The young female colleague sighed lightly. That's an Hermes Constance bag, including the matching items. We wouldn't be able to afford it with a year's salary, even if we saved up and didn't eat or drink. I wish I had a boyfriend like that. Stop sighing, call the next number. Just as Zhou Mu and Qin Sui walked out of the hall, a light blue interface slowly unfolded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved a life milestone, owning the first property. Current milestone progress 724. Permissions unlocked. 0 cost purchase 2. 0 permission description. Any purchases made by the host will receive 100 compensation, capped at a total amount of 5 million. Top tier customer status activated. The host is not restricted by merchant threshold rules in any consumption scenario. Permissions reset every 30 days. Zhou Mu's eyes lit up. The 0 cost purchase limit had increased 5-fold, and now he wouldn't be restricted by merchant threshold rules when shopping. This is great. Even rich people face challenges when shopping. Those top luxury brands set various thresholds to create scarcity, and it's not just a matter of throwing money around. Customers are required to show sincerity, maintain patience and communication, and even while spending money, they have to bow down. Now with 0 cost purchase 2. 0, whether it's Patek Philippe or Himalaya, he can buy whatever he wants. However, Zhou Mu felt that the next thing he should buy is still a car. That Porsche 911 feels like sitting in a prison in the back seat. Under normal circumstances, it can only accommodate 2 people. He didn't realize it when he bought it, but now it has become somewhat inconvenient. With the limit now raised to 5 million, he can buy most luxury cars. Brother Mu, what are you thinking about? Him thinking about what car to buy next. Buy a car. You've only had that Porsche for a little over 2 months. You've grown up, it's time to have your own car. This Porsche will belong to you from now on. Chen Sui blinked her big eyes and the corners of her mouth slowly curled up. She did not refuse or say it's too expensive. She knew that when Zhou Mu said something it was a decision already made. Moreover, between them there was no need to split things so clearly. She buried her head in his embrace, rubbing her face against his chest. Zhou Mu smiled and gently patted her back. Today the property certificate has arrived. Oh, let's go home and take a look. There's someone you should meet. Chen Sui raised her head, curious. Is it a man or a woman? Zhou Mu replied, of course it's a woman. Oh, in this house besides me no other men are allowed. Chen Sui roughly guessed who Zhou Mu intended to introduce her to and nodded lightly. Over an hour later the two arrived at Himing Jiuli. The elevator ascended directly to the top floor private foyer. Chen Sui gazed at the crystal chandelier in the foyer, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Now she felt an increasing sense of belonging to this house. She was not dreaming, she was the mistress of this home. The housekeeper Yang Qian was already waiting in the foyer. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, dressed in a plain professional outfit, her hair tied back neatly with a subtle yet exquisite makeup. When she smiled, 2 shallow smile lines appeared at the corners of her eyes, giving her a comforting appearance. Mr. Zhou, welcome home. Zhou Mu nodded slightly and introduced, Chen Sui, my girlfriend. Yang Qian, she will be our housekeeper from now on. Miss Chen, hello. Hello, Sister Yang. Zhou Mu took Chen Sui's hand and led her into the room, while Yang Qian followed, reporting the progress of the interior decoration. There were 3 more housemaids at home. 2 were responsible for daily cleaning, and the other cooked. Zhou Mu and Chen Sui walked around the house, which was neatly arranged with everything requiring no concern from the owner. After Yang Qian finished her report, she withdrew. Chen Sui quietly asked, where did you find Sister Yang? She seems very professional. Zhou Mu replied. Lin Yingzi recommended her, saying she is discreet, meticulous, and never oversteps her boundaries. Lin Yingzi. Is she the owner of that winery? Yes, her connections are extensive. Knowing her friend is truly valuable. She may not think so. Oh, why not? You won the Wine King from her. She must feel she lost out by knowing you. Zhou Mu chuckled as he ruffled her hair. She looks at the bigger picture and runs a large business. Why would she concern herself with such trivial gains? The two entered the master bedroom. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows faced the river, view unobstructed and breathtaking. Chen Sui stood by the window for a moment, then suddenly asked, Brother Mu, when do you plan to move in? The furnishings will likely take another month to complete. I plan to move in after everything is done. Chen Sui pondered. Actually, I was quite happy in 301 too. Zhou Mu teased. Of course you were happy. There was food, fun, and entertainment activities. Chen Sui shot him a glare. She understood what he meant by entertainment activities. At that moment the afternoon sun poured in, illuminating the brand new bedding. Chen Sui had a thought, walked to the door, locked it behind her, then returned to sit by the large bed, looking up at Zhou Mu. Brother Mu, do you remember the first time I asked you a question when I came here? You asked if this would be your home in the future. Do you remember what you said? I said as long as you are willing, this place is your home. So do I count as the mistress of this place? Of course. Chen Sui's smile gradually broadened. She reached out to grasp Zhou Mu's wrist, pulling him towards the bed, her intentions clear. I'm going to do what a mistress should do now. Zhou Mu understood that this girl intended to assert her claim. Regardless of what the future held today, she would be the first mistress of the master bedroom. He sat beside her and teased, aren't you shy even in broad daylight? Chen Sui turned and straddled his lap. What's there to be shy about with my own husband? She wrapped her arms around his neck and initiated a kiss. The air became slightly thick, and as their breaths intertwined, the straps of the girl's dress silently slid down. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, falling on her collarbone and smooth back. The mattress was soft, her body sank into it, long hair cascading over the pillow, her face flushed, yet her eyes remained open, sparkling as she looked at him. Zhou Mu leaned down, enveloping her completely in his embrace. After an unknown amount of time, she descended from the clouds, curled up in his arms, the blush on her face still lingering. Brother Mu, moi, I feel so happy. Zhou Mu lowered his head and placed a kiss on her forehead. In the evening the two arrived at the sky garden. The river breeze blew from the water surface, the lights of the bund in the distance had yet to be lit, and the sky was a deep blue on the verge of darkness. Beside the garden was a sky pool about 20 meters long, the water glimmering with ripples in the dusk. Zhou Mu initially chose this house largely because he liked this exclusive sky garden and the sky pool. This pool is stunning. Chen Sui turned her head, her eyes sparkling. Next time I want to swim here. You can do that now. But I didn't bring a swimsuit. Then don't wear one and no one can see you. Chen Sui shot him a glance, but the corners of her mouth were lifted. She took Zhou Mu's hand and walked to the railing, leaning against him. The lights of the bund in the distance lit up in sequence, casting long and short reflections on the river's surface. That night, when Chen Sui returned home and pushed open the door, she sensed that something was off. Chen's father sat on the sofa holding a cup of tea, his face ashen. Chen's mother sat at the dining table, her arms crossed over her chest, fuming. "Dad, Mom, did you two have a fight?" No one responded. Chen Sui changed into her slippers and walked into the living room, glancing at her father and then her mother. "What happened?" Chen's father slammed the teacup down on the coffee table. "How can you even ask what happened? Just now you were with that guy downstairs, and both your mother and I saw it." Chen Sui was taken aback for a moment, then recalled how Zhou Mu had just sent her downstairs, and during their goodbye, they shared a passionate kiss. "That is my boyfriend." "Your boyfriend, eh?" Chen's father suddenly stood up. "Isn't he just our tenant Xiao Zhou?" "Exactly. You still choose to be with him. Do you know he has a girlfriend?" "They've lived together for a long time," Chen's mother exclaimed angrily. "They broke up a long time ago." "That doesn't matter." Chen's mother maintained her stance without a hint of softness. "Even if he's single now as an outsider, he doesn't even have a house in Haicheng and can only rent our old and shabby place. What can someone like him offer you? Our family situation, while not wealthy, is at least above average. You are so beautiful and so many boys have pursued you since childhood. Why choose a tenant from our family? You have been pampered and raised with care. Now you want to endure hardship with a tenant. Sui, your father and I aren't saying you must find a billionaire or a high official, but your partner should at least meet certain standards, right? We hope you can have a stable future. Can you understand?" Chen's father immediately followed up. "I don't care where your relationship is at, you must break up with that guy immediately." Chen Sui pouted slightly, realizing that some things needed to be laid bare. Chen Sui looked at her parents and calmly said, "Why do you oppose? Is it because you think he doesn't have money and isn't worthy of me?" Chen's father took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Sui, this isn't about being classist." He turned to his daughter, speaking earnestly. "People from completely different economic backgrounds together are bound to be unhappy. Your views on money and values are entirely different, and there will be many conflicts in the future." Chen's mother nodded. "Your father is right. What can someone who has to rent a place provide you for the future?" Chen Sui replied, "He has his own house. Just bought a house." Chen's mother was taken aback. "In Haicheng?" "Yes, in Haicheng." "Where?" Chen's father asked. "Songjiang." "Fengxian." Chen Sui shook her head no. The glimmer of hope in Chen's father's eyes was extinguished. As an old Haicheng resident, he considered houses in Songjiang and Fengxian to be eyesores. If it wasn't in those areas, it could only be in Jinshan or Chongming. So can those two places even be considered houses? He was about to speak when he saw his daughter pull out her phone, open her album, and turn the screen towards them. "This is his house." The couple focused their eyes. The photo showed a panoramic view of a living room taken from inside with enormous floor-to-ceiling windows revealing an unobstructed river view and the silhouette of the bund visible outside. "Call him and break up immediately." Chen's father's tone turned stern again. "This kid has poor character." Chen Sui was stunned. "Why?" Chen's father pointed at the photo. "Is this a house?" This photo was clearly taken in a hotel. Chen Sui raised her eyebrows, thinking her dad had seen more of the world. "Is that all? Let me show you a few more." She scrolled through the photos from the bedroom to the cloakroom, from the sky garden to the rooftop pool. The living room fell silent for a full 10 seconds. Chen's mother asked, "Which development is this?" "He Ming Jiuli." Chen's father frowned. "Is he working as a security guard there? Is he trying to deceive you into thinking the house is his? There are many con artists these days." Chen Sui almost laughed in anger. "Do you think a security guard has stuff like this?" She pulled out the trump card from her album. It was a photo of a property certificate with a red cover, and the open page clearly printed Zhou Mu's name with the address stating He Ming Jiuli. Chen's father put on his reading glasses, leaned closer to the screen, read it word for word, and then fell silent for quite some time. "Is this certificate real? It can't be AI generated, can it? I went to the real estate center with Brother Mu today to get it, and I just came back from He Ming Jiuli with him." Chen's mother took the phone and looked again. The anger on her face was completely replaced by shock. "How much is this house?" "Not expensive." Chen Sui lifted her chin. "Just 180 million, all paid in full." Chen's father's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Chen's mother opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. The earlier words about suffering with the tenants still hung in the air, and now she couldn't utter a single word. Chen Sui continued, "There are some things I didn't dare to tell you before, but now it's time to lay it all out." She walked into her room and quickly brought out a large pile of items to place before her parents. An Hermes Kelly bag, a Cartier, a ring, of Van Cleef Arpels necklace and bracelet, a Chanel outfit. "These are all gifts from Brother Mo. When I told you before, I said they were fakes, but actually he took me to buy them at the counter. They are all genuine." The couple, it turned out that during this time their daughter wasn't just running around aimlessly, she had indeed fallen into a nest of fortune. Chen Sui watched her parents' astonished expressions, becoming more and more excited. "Actually, these small gifts are nothing much. Let me show you something big. She reached into her bag and pulled out a set of keys. The key to a Porsche 911. Brother Mu is going to change cars. He said his Porsche 911 will belong to me from now on. Chin's father asked, I've seen a Porsche parked by the roadside recently, very new. Is that his car? No. That's your daughter's car now, it's mine. The couple exchanged glances, suddenly feeling that this young Zhou seemed... Chin's mother gently reproached, you child, why didn't you mention your relationship with Xiao Zhou earlier? So that your father and I could be prepared mentally. Chen Sui proudly raised her head. Did you give me a chance to say anything? You cut me off as soon as I walked in. Chin's mother coughed lightly and turned her head away. Your mother is just worried about you. Chin's father interjected, his tone much softer than before. Chen Sui turned to look at her father. Comrade Lao Chen, have you noticed that something's missing from your wine cabinet? Chin's father was momentarily stunned, then walked over to the wine cabinet, opened the door, inspecting each bottle, and then stopped. Where's my bottle of Matai? Chen Sui smiled mysteriously, returned to her room, and took out a bottle of red wine. I stole that bottle of red wine to celebrate something with Brother Mo. He only found out later and criticized me for stealing Dad's wine, then gave me this bottle to return to you. Chin's father knew a bit about red wine. Seeing the label on the bottle his daughter held, his pupils widened in shock. 1982 law fight. Chin's mother asked, but I heard Xiao Zhou seems to be driving for a ride-hailing service. What's going on? He basically drives for 2 hours every day. He says watching all kinds of people and situations inside the car is very interesting. However, his main business is investments. The media company I'm currently signed with is one he invested in. It turned out he drives for the experience of life. The couple thought this young Zhou was truly impressive, able to be wealthy yet humble. Chin's father put his reading glasses back on and carefully examined the bottle of 1982 Lafite. After a while he cleared his throat. Sui. You could ask Xiao Zhou when he's free to have him come out for a meal. What meal is there to eat? Chin's mother interrupted. Invite Xiao Zhou to our home. I've always thought that young man is quite handsome. He matches well with our Sui. Chen Sui raised her chin, wearing a proud expression. Clearly both families were mismatched, yet why weren't they mentioning it now? Chin's mother saw through her daughter's thoughts and shot her a glare. Next time, don't make out downstairs. It's not good for the neighbors to see. Chen Sujui's face turned red instantly. Just a moment ago, she had been acting like a victor, but this remark brought her back to reality. The next day, Ning stood at the entrance of the community as a rideshare car stopped in front of her. The backseat window rolled down, revealing Zhou Mu's face. Get in the car. Ning opened the door and sat inside, turning to glance at him. Why aren't you driving today? It's inconvenient. Mysterious, where are you planning to take me? You'll know when we get there. Ning didn't press further and naturally held Zhou Mu's hand. About 20 minutes later, the rideshare car arrived at the AMG Center in Haicheng. Why did you bring me here? To buy a car. Buying another car. Yes, it's a necessity. Let's go inside and take a look. The two entered the showroom, where a male sales consultant in his 30s dressed in a dark suit quickly approached, his gaze sweeping over them. The man wore a dark t-shirt, the brand hard to identify, but the quality was excellent, while the woman carried a Hermes Kelly bag exuding an outstanding aura. He internally rated this pair of clients highly, and his smile grew more genuine. Good afternoon, sir and madam. Welcome to AMG. Which model would you like to see? G63, Zhou Mu said. Sir, the G63 is currently out of stock and requires a waiting list. The waiting period is about. Check for me using my phone number. The sales consultant immediately understood. The inquiry was not about availability, but rather a statement of superiority. For any brand, out-of-stock status applied to ordinary customers. For true elite clients, conditions had to be created for them. He walked to the front desk and entered Zhou Mu's phone number into the system. No results found. The sales consultant turned back to Zhou Mu, a flash of disdain crossing his eyes. Sir, we couldn't find your information in the system. What? Zhou Mu was taken aback. The zero-cost purchase explanation was clear: elite customer identity activated, allowing the host to bypass any merchant restrictions in any consumption scenario. This shouldn't have happened. Zhou Mu pondered for a moment and asked, what number did you just input? The sales consultant repeated the phone number he had just entered and realized he had mistakenly entered Zhou Mu's phone's last 4 digits, 6,586, as 6,856. Damn it, was that intentional? Zhou Mu cursed inwardly. The sales consultant went back to the front desk to input Zhou Mu's phone number again. This time the system displayed a privilege label he had heard of before, but never seen: global VIP customization. This was the headquarters VIP. Clients with this identity were not only exempt from quota restrictions, but could even fly to Germany's G production factory for personalized customization. As long as there was a G63 in the Longwa region, it would be prioritized for him. The sales consultant took a deep breath. It seemed they had encountered a truly remarkable client today. When he returned to Zhou Mu, he respectfully said, Mr. Zhou, I sincerely apologize. It was my misunderstanding. You are our most esteemed global VIP customization client. There is no need to wait in line. This model currently has 4 color options available, and there are vehicles in stock ready for delivery. Would you like to take a look at the specifications first? Ning Ning stood beside him, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Although she wasn't selling cars, she was very familiar with the membership systems in the luxury goods industry. Ordinary customers, VIPs, VC. Each level was a threshold, and having money was merely the most basic part of this system. Her boyfriend, however, had effortlessly surpassed all thresholds at this moment. She knew her boyfriend was impressive, but didn't expect him to be this impressive. Zhou Mu turned to Ning Ning. Which color do you like? You're buying the car, and you're asking me what color I like. You choose. Ning Ning glanced at the specifications. Let's go with this matte night black low profile. Zhou Mu nodded. Then the sales consultant quickly calculated and quoted a figure. The base price plus purchase tax and insurance totals 3.08 million. Zhou Mu took out his bank card and made a full payment. Ding. Zero-cost purchase privilege activated. This transaction amounts to 3080187 yuan. The system fully compensates 3080187 yuan. Current zero-cost purchase balance 1919813 yuan. 2 hours later, the two settled into the brand new AMG G63. Ning Ning leaned against the leather seat of the passenger side, feeling completely supported. She glanced around the interior and let out a gentle sigh. This car is definitely more comfortable than the 911. Zhou Mu chuckled. Shall we take it for a spin? Ning Ning looked at him. You decide. The car drove out of the AMG Center and onto the Riverside Road. Ning Ning watched the riverside scenery quickly receding outside the window and casually asked, at this price point, shouldn't business people choose Maybach or Bentley? Why did you choose the G? Zhou Mu kept his eyes on the road, responding casually, at my age, if I drive a Maybach or Bentley, people would think I'm... Ning Ning couldn't help but laugh. You drive rideshare as a driver every day, and now you're complaining about being a Bentley driver. Zhou Mu shrugged. Work is work, life is life. They're two different things. Ning Ning tilted her head to look at him, her smile growing more pronounced. Half an hour later, the G63 stopped at Ning Ning's doorstep. Is this your idea of taking me for a spin? I asked if you wanted to go for a spin. You said to let you decide, so I did. I don't want to go for a spin, or I want to go to your house, he said calmly. Ning Ning rolled her eyes. This guy was getting bolder. The two went upstairs. Ning Ning closed the door behind her, just turning to say something, when Zhou Mu's kiss landed on her lips. She didn't push him away, closing her beautiful eyes to experience this intimacy for the second time. Unlike the last time when her mind went blank, this time, she could clearly feel the warmth of his lips, the rhythm of his breathing, and the warmth radiating from his palm against her waist. Zhou Mu's hand slowly moved up from her waist. Ning Ning's eyelashes fluttered, her breath momentarily disrupted, but she didn't pull away or open her eyes. Their kiss deepened. Zhou Mu's hand continued upward, gently gliding along her spine, his fingertips finally brushing against the edge of her lingerie. In the next second, his tongue was gently bitten. Ouch! That hurts. If I don't believe it, I bit lightly. Zhou Mu lightly flicked her forehead. You're ruining the mood. Ning Ning shot him a glare and playfully complained, every time you push your luck, if I don't give you a warning, do you really think I Ning Ning am easy to bully? Zhou Mu laughed as he pulled her back into his embrace. Ning Ning tilted her face upward, looking at him softly, asking, did I really hurt you just now, eh? Zhou Mu nodded. In truth, it didn't hurt at all, but he wouldn't admit it. Ning Ning hesitated for 2 seconds before actively kissing Zhou Mu's lips, her movements incredibly gentle. The two kissed again. After a moment, hey, keep your hands still. If you go any higher, he'll really get angry. Okay, just stop where we were before. After a moment, why are you moving again? I'm not going up. Going down is not allowed either. Longjing Securities General Manager's office. Wei Ping was seated in his usual position in the general manager's chair, though his expression was not very pleasant. Are you saying he is engaging in retaliatory replenishment every day? Yes, I'm puzzled too, Lu Ziyuan replied. His positions remain unchanged with every rise. But once there is a decline, more money will be transferred to his account the next day, and the amount he adds each time is equivalent to the losses incurred from the drop. Wei Ping furrowed his brow. It seems I have underestimated his strength. Lu Ziyuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, his available funds should far exceed what is in his stock account, which is why he operates this way. I just don't know what his reasoning is behind it. Wei Ping thought for a moment. Maybe it's superstition. Lu Ziyuan agreed that it was likely the case. Stock investors are among the most superstitious groups in the world. Basic beliefs like the color of clothing need not be mentioned. Some even pay attention to which foot they step out with first when leaving home. Wei, sir, Lu Ziyuan said respectfully, that kid has incurred a floating loss of over 6 million in the past half month. What do you think we should do next? Wei Ping waved his hand. We are only supervising the listed companies we endorse to operate in compliance. As for how the stock price moves, that is a matter for the market. Additionally, you mentioned earlier that his account is with our company. In terms of compliance, client information must be strictly confidential. What shouldn't be known by others should not be widely shared. After all, he is still our client, and we must be responsible for every client. Lu Ziyuan was momentarily stunned, but soon understood. This meant to keep all previous actions under control and leave no evidence. You are very thorough in your considerations, Wei. I will take care of it right away. After Lu Ziyuan left, Wei Ping squinted slightly. He felt he had taught that young kid a lesson, yet it seemed like there was no real lesson to be learned. He sensed something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Meanwhile, on the other side of Haiqing, Zhou Mu was busy calculating his accounts. He had made a killing in the past half-month. When Yongxin Environmental plummeted, he profited immensely. When Yongxin Environmental rebounded retaliatorily, he profited again. Currently, he faced a floating loss of over 6 million, but his actual earnings over the past half-month exceeded 10 million. Having faced too many losses recently, he suddenly felt that the income from ride-hailing, which amounted to tens of thousands daily, was no longer appealing. Just as he was contemplating this, his phone rang. It was a call from Gu Qingxi. Hello Qingxi, what's up? I have prepared the legal documents for Zhao Chun and the others to join Xingyao. Should I deliver them to the company or bring them to you tonight? Bring them to me tonight. Alright, see you tonight. That evening, Gu Qingxi arrived at room 301 with the relevant documents. She sat down on the sofa, opened the documents, and explained the clauses that needed revision one by one. I think this non-compete clause is too lenient and does not impose any real restrictions. Then let's revise it. Also, the conditions for exercising the stock incentive are set too low, which is not beneficial for your company. I suggest raising it by at least 20. Fine, you decide. Gu Qingxi suddenly closed the document and looked at Zhou Mu. Can you be a bit more serious? Whatever I say, you just agree. Because you are the professional and I am an amateur. Aren't you afraid I'll take advantage of you? You wouldn't. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she lowered her head and reopened the contract. At that moment, the room suddenly plunged into darkness. Is there a power outage? Zhou Mu turned on the flashlight on his phone and looked out the window. It seems the entire neighborhood is out. Gu Qingxi sat silently on the sofa. Zhou Mu curiously asked, what's wrong? I'm afraid of the dark. But the flashlight is on. That flashlight shining on my face is. It's a bit creepy. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. He hadn't noticed before, but from this angle it indeed looked rather eerie. He placed his phone on the table and sat down next to Gu Qingxi. It's so hot. In this summer heat without air conditioning, it's unbearable. Maybe the power will come back soon. Who knows? I'll go check 2 rooms. Let's go sleep at a hotel tonight. No need. Just wait a bit longer. The two fell silent for a moment. Zhou Mu spoke up. How's your dad's health? He's recovering very well and can walk by himself now. Gu Qingxi paused. Zhou Mu, thank you so much. Stop saying that. Zhou Mu waved his hand. I often ask you to look over documents and draft contracts, but you're much more polite than I am. Gu Qingxi smiled. I'm more polite than you. Zhou Mu glanced at the time. The power had been out for over 10 minutes. The air was filled with the distinctive stickiness of a summer night. Gu Qingxi tugged at her collar and wiped away the beads of sweat pooling at her temples. Zhou Mu picked up the tissue box from the table, pulled out a few sheets, and handed them to her. Thank you. Gu Qingxi reached out to take them. In the darkness, their fingers gently brushed against each other at the overlapping tissues. Zhou Mu felt her finger tremble slightly, not pulling away, just a gentle shiver. She then took the tissues. A moment of silence followed. A while back when your ex-girlfriend came to find you. Gu Qingxi paused. She was quite intense. Once we broke up, there was no need to keep lingering on to entangle further. How long did you two date? 3 years. That must have been quite deep. Deeper than you think. What happened then? What you saw is what happened afterward. Zhou Mu took out 2 bottles of Perrier from the fridge, opened one, and handed it to Gu Qingxi. Gu Qingxi accepted it and drank several gulps. What about you? Zhou Mu asked. Me. You asked me about my ex-girlfriend, now shouldn't I ask about you? Gu Qingxi's cheeks flushed slightly. I've never had a boyfriend. Zhou Mu laughed. That's not something to be ashamed of. Why are you blushing? Gu Qingxi was taken aback. It's so dark. Can you see me? Did you only discover today that my observational skills are exceptional? That's not I realized it a long time ago. Zhou Mu glanced at the half bottle of Perrier left in Gu Qingxi's hand. Next time you're thirsty, just go to the fridge yourself. I don't think of you as a guest anymore, so I'm not always that attentive. Gu Qingxi nodded gently. At that moment, Zhou Mu's phone screen lit up. It was a video call request from Chen Sui. Brother Mu, is there a power outage on your side? Yeah, did yours not go out? I have a little power here. Look, the lights are still on. Hey, those of us living in resettlement housing are truly being bullied. You say that as if you're poor. Chen Sui leaned closer to the screen. Is someone next to you? Zhou Mu tilted the phone slightly to the side. Gu Qingxi instinctively sat up straighter and nodded slightly at the screen. Sister Gu. Chen Sui's voice brightened. You're here too. I came to deliver documents to Zhou Mu. Gu Qingxi hurriedly explained. The neighborhood suddenly lost power, and I I'm afraid of the dark, so I'm just sitting here for a while. Chun Sui looked as if she understood everything. Brother Mu, this weather without air conditioning is unbearable. If the power doesn't come back, you should take Sister Gu to open 2 rooms, but don't just stay at home and stifle. Zhou Mu raised his eyebrows. You're quite considerate in making arrangements. Of course, Chun Sui beamed. Sister Gu, I'll leave my brother Mu in your care. He can be unreliable at times. He's quite reliable. Gu Qingxi said softly. Zhou Mu smiled. Alright, my phone battery is low. If we keep chatting, you won't be able to find me later. Chun Sui nodded. Got it. Bye, Sister Gu. The screen went dark and the room fell into darkness again. Gu Qingxi remained silent for a moment, finally speaking softly. Does she mind? Mind what? That you're spending time with another girl at night? And talking about opening a room. She paused. Does she know you won't act recklessly? She knows I won't do anything sneaky. Zhou Mu's tone was casual. No matter what I do, I won't hide it from her. Gu Qingxi was taken aback, feeling that this statement carried significant weight. Just then the light above flickered back on, and the air conditioning hummed to life. The power is back. Gu Qingxi seemed to suddenly realize she was too close to Zhou Mu, instinctively shifting away slightly. I should go back. She stood up and paused at the door, not turning back. Zhou Mu, moi. Good night. Zhou Mu suddenly remembered that it had been a long time since Gu Qingxi had said good night to him. You too. On this day, Zhou Mu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of Himingjiu Li, gazing at the river scene shrouded in twilight. Yang Qian followed beside him, reporting the progress of the finishing touches on the soft decoration item by item. The custom bookshelf for the study will be ready tomorrow. Only the floral arrangement for the sky garden needs about 10 more days. Just go ahead with your arrangements. All right. Yang Qian noted down Zhou Mu's instructions one by one, then gently turned to leave without further interruption. Just as Zhou Mu settled down on the sofa by the window, his phone rang. It was when he. Hey sister, is it good news or bad news calling me at this hour? It depends on how you define good and bad. When his tone remained as calm as ever. At Qinxinjia, Yaoi knows that Lu Xin is gathering evidence. He proactively approached Lu Xin, saying he is willing to withdraw from the company and asking Lu Xin for leniency. What about the financial black hole that Jia Yaoi has emptied out? Naturally, he has to pay it back using his shares in Qinxin. What did Lu Xin say? He has checked the fundamentals of Qinxin and found that it possesses considerable technological achievements, so it would be a shame to let it go down like this. Jia Yaoi's willingness to leave gracefully is the best outcome for everyone. However, Lu Xin also mentioned that with Qinxin's current scale, it isn't worth him personally getting involved. So he has 2 options, either find someone to take over Jia Yaoi's position, or let the company fend for itself. Zhou Mu pondered for a moment. If he wanted to enter Qinxin, now should be the best opportunity. Sister, I would like to conduct due diligence on Qinxin. Make sure to investigate thoroughly. In this industry, what others say is often just empty talk. You need to check it out yourself. When he paused, but I must say this up front, I'm just providing you with information. If you find it good and invest, don't blame me if you incur losses. How could that be? Zhou Mu replied, besides Changxin's valuation isn't that high right now, or it's just a small amount of investment. That's good. I'm just afraid that those investors who have staked their entire fortunes will panic at the slightest You should consider this carefully. You will need to conduct the due diligence yourself. I can help you set up a meeting with Lu Xin, and someone will need to negotiate Jia Yaoi's exit conditions. Sister, thank you. Now it's my turn to owe you a favor. I'll just remember it, I don't charge interest. After hanging up, Zhou Mu leaned back on the sofa, staring out at the last remnants of twilight sinking below the horizon across the river. Jia Yaoi's willingness to withdraw, Lu Xin's desire not to prolong the situation, and Duan Beichen's disengagement. All of these were good news for newcomers entering the scene. Thinking of this, he picked up his phone and dialed. Shun Anren's voice came through the receiver. Hey Zhou Mu, what made you think of calling me? You've been out for more than half a month. I wanted to ask how your trip was going. It's been fantastic. I've traveled all over Yun province. Now my parents and I are in Shangri-La, and this morning we went to Meili Snow Mountain and saw the sunrise over the Golden Mountain. It was breathtaking. I heard that seeing the sunrise over the Golden Mountain brings good luck. Good things will happen to you next. Just going around has really lifted my spirits. When do you plan to come back? He'll be back in Haicheng tomorrow. I've already booked my flight. Shun Anren changed the subject. Zhou Mu, after you get back, he'll treat you to a meal as a thank you for all the help you've given me. Thank you for what? Thanking me for facilitating your unemployment. Thanking you for helping me make up my mind. All right. I also have something to discuss with you. What is it? Let's talk when you get back, but it's hard to explain over the phone. How about tomorrow evening? He'll be in Haicheng by the afternoon and can come out after sending my parents home. Don't you need to rest a bit? Not necessary. All right, then see you tomorrow evening. After ending the call, a question arose in Zhou Mu's mind. Having traveled for so long, doesn't Shun Anren need to catch up with her boyfriend when she returns? Forget it, that's not his concern. He recalled his own relationship with Shun Anren. From the supervisor who handed him coffee at Longjin to the friend who helped him create his first financial plan, then to the unfortunate soul who was temporarily replaced, and finally to the woman he pulled out of the private room that night. After going in circles, she should now become his partner in managing his career landscape, right? Zhou Mu had dinner at Himing Jiu Li before leisurely heading out. Now he casually makes tens of thousands in a single day in the stock market. During significant rises or falls, making $1 million is effortless. Thus he has grown increasingly indifferent towards driving for ride-hailing. He has truly come to treat it as a way to experience life. After activating the order acceptance mode, he quickly received his first order. The pickup point was at the entrance of an old community. He parked the car, and after a short wait, 3 people emerged from the hallway, a middle-aged woman and 2 young adults in their 20s. The 3 of them got into the back seat together. As the car merged into the evening traffic and fell quiet for a moment, the young woman in the back suddenly spoke up. "Are you excited about getting married tomorrow?" The man smiled, excited. "Will you still treat me this well after we're married?" "I will treat you even better than now." The young woman smiled, seemingly satisfied with this answer. At that moment, the middle-aged woman spoke up. "You better treat my daughter well, as she is my only daughter." The man straightened up slightly, sincerely replying, "Don't worry, Auntie, I will take good care of your daughter after we get married." The middle-aged woman smiled faintly. "You're getting married tomorrow, and you still call me Annie." The air fell silent for a moment. The man reached out to wrap his arm around the middle-aged woman's shoulders, saying, "All right, dear." Zhou Mu's fingers on the steering wheel paused slightly. Immediately after, the middle-aged woman turned to the young woman sitting on the other side and said, "You should change how you address him. You can't call him bro anymore." The young woman nodded and shyly called out, "Dad." Zhou Mu kept his eyes on the road, nearly unable to maintain his composure. He glanced at the middle-aged woman in the rearview mirror and silently thought, 3 words truly impressive. The car arrived at the destination, and the 3 of them got out walking towards a nearby mall. Zhou Mu watched the 3 of them leave, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. This job, if it weren't for the need to make a living, was truly quite interesting. Zhou Mu completed a few more orders, having just finished 2 hours of driving, when a WeChat message popped up on the screen. "Sun Yue, Brother Mu, I heard something very important that concerns you. Can we chat when you have time?" Zhou Mu arrived at a bar where Sun Yue was already waiting in a booth. Her cheeks were flushed, likely from having consumed some alcohol. Zhou Mu sat down opposite her, asking, "What made you think of inviting me to a bar today?" Sun Yue smiled and replied, "Brother Mu, I was supposed to have dinner with someone else, but after dinner I wanted to see you." Zhou Mu could tell she was somewhat tipsy, so he ordered a bottle of Dom Perignon. The champagne had a low alcohol content akin to drinking soda in a bar. "Who did you have dinner with? You've had quite a bit to drink." "Zhang Kai, you should know him, right? He's an investment advisor at the company." "I know him. He's the one who opened my stock account. He has been pursuing me for a long time, always saying he wanted to treat me to dinner, but I never agreed." "So why did you agree today?" Sun Yue looked at him and said, "Because he gossiped with me and mentioned something about you." "What did he say about me, eh?" Zhou Mu asked. Sun Yue, with a hint of tipsiness and pride in her gaze, replied, "He said you are quite remarkable now, with over 20 million in your stock account." "It's just over 20 million, you know my situation. What's so gossip-worthy about that?" The champagne was served, and Zhou Mu signaled for the waiter to leave, pouring a glass for both of them. Sun Yue took a sip from her champagne glass. "If that were all he said, I wouldn't have bothered with him." She placed her glass down and lowered her voice. "But then he said something else." "What did he say, eh?" Zhou Mu frowned, prompting her to continue. "I asked him who was watching you, but he wouldn't say. So I agreed to have dinner with him today. I wanted to extract information from him." "Did you get anything out of him?" She fanned her flushed cheeks with her hand. "He has a poor tolerance for alcohol and tried to get me drunk, but after just a few drinks he was completely wasted. Then I asked about you, and he told me everything." "What did he say?" "Lu Ziyuan knows that your stock account is under his name and has been looking for him lately, using his advisor privileges to monitor your holdings and cash flow. He also said that some time ago, after Lu Ziyuan discovered you were holding a full position in Yongxin Environmental Protection, not long after Longjin Securities submitted a significant event report to the regulators indicating that Yongxin Environmental had undisclosed information, and they also downgraded Yongxin Environmental's rating. During this time, Lu Ziyuan watched your account daily, clearly with intent." Zhou Mu raised his champagne glass and took a slow sip. "So that's how it is." He thought it was just his good luck to have encountered Longjin Securities' due diligence window guidance. He didn't expect it was a trap set by the wealth-bringing child. They attempted to drive him to lose money, but instead he profited massively. Moreover, this involved multiple administrative powers. Lu Ziyuan, as an administrative director, was insufficient. The mastermind behind it had to be Wei Ping. "Brother Mu." Sun Yue noticed he had been silent for a while and couldn't help but speak up. "Are you considering how to get back at them?" Zhou Mu set his glass down, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I was just thinking if Lu Ziyuan is still watching my account." Sun Yue shook her head. Zhang Kai said Lu Ziyuan is still paying attention, but not as closely as before. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. He wasn't afraid of being targeted, he was more concerned if he wasn't. If only they would strike again like they did with Yongxin Environmental. These two softies are truly useless giving up so quickly. He felt there was still room for maneuvering in this situation and needed to think of a way to make the two wealth-bringing children exert a bit more effort. By the way, Brother Mu, Sun Yue reminded him, you absolutely must not go directly to Zhang Kai. It's already a violation for him to disclose client holding information. If you ask him, he will definitely deny it to his death. Zhou Mu nodded, I understand. Zhang Kai is willing to speak tonight, partly to show off in front of Sun Yue, and partly because alcohol has loosened his tongue. If it comes to discussing serious matters face-to-face, he would definitely be the first to retract. Keep an eye on things for me. Zhou Mu picked up the wine bottle and poured some more into her glass. If anything comes up, let me know. Of course. Sun Yue raised her glass, saying, when have I ever let you down? The two of them chatted about some idle topics. After finishing a bottle of champagne, Sun Yue's flush had deepened even more. It's quite late, let me take you home. Sure, thank you, Brother Mu. They came out of the bar, and the night was deepening. Zhou Mu led Sun Yue to the car, and she glanced at the domestic new energy vehicle, bursting into laughter. Brother Mu, have you been experiencing life again today? Yes, never forget your original intention. Sun Yue smiled, saying, I really admire you. Zhou Mu opened the passenger door and took out a light green velvet box from the front storage compartment, handing it to Sun Yue. This is for you. Sun Yue was momentarily stunned receiving the box and opening it to find a Van Cleef Arpels 4-leaf clover necklace. Her eyes instantly brightened. Wow, it's so beautiful. Zhou Mu smiled slightly. A few days ago when he was shopping with Ning Ning, he had spotted a necklace. At that time, Ning Ning was torn between two different colors of mother of pearl, so he bought both. Later, Ning Ning only wanted one, leaving this one over, which was just right for Sun Yue. She provided such important information, so she deserved a reward. Brother Mu, put it on for me. Sun Yue handed him the necklace, turned around, and lifted her long hair. Zhou Mu unclasped the chain, wrapping his hands around her neck. As he fastened the necklace, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against her collarbone, causing her to shiver slightly. The 4-leaf clover pendant rested perfectly in the hollow of her collarbone, with the sheen of white mother of pearl complementing her skin, slightly flushed from the alcohol. Does it look good, Oi? She turned around, looking down at the pendant on her chest, before raising her gaze to meet his. It suits you perfectly. Thank you, Brother Mu. Sun Yue naturally leaned in, giving Zhou Mu a perfectly timed hug. At that moment, the driver Zhou Mu handed the car keys to him, and he and Sun Yue climbed into the back seat. The car drove off smoothly. Sun Yue leaned against the seat, turned her head to glance at Zhou Mu, then, fueled by the alcohol, gently rested her head on his shoulder, her hair brushing against Zhou Mu's neck. Then she wrapped her arms around his, naturally holding them against her chest. Zhou Mu felt two soft mounds pressed against his arm, separated only by a thin layer of fabric. The former campus goddess was now beside him, as gentle as a kitten. Zhou Mu understood Sun Yue's thoughts well, though she never concealed them. She liked handsome men, and even more so wealthy ones. And Zhou Mu fit both criteria, which is why she wanted to get close to him. But she also didn't want to appear cheap. She was well aware that for a man like Zhou Mu, there were plenty of beautiful and proactive women. The saying cheap goods are not good always holds true. Sun Yue subtly shifted her position, yet held Zhou Mu's arm a bit tighter. Zhou Mu glanced at her. She had her eyes closed, but her eyelashes were gently fluttering. Those pretending to sleep cannot hide their fluttering eyelashes. The next evening, the river sang at Jili. Shun Anren stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the river view shrouded in dusk across the bank. After a long moment, she turned around. This house of yours is even more beautiful than those I've seen in short videos. Zhou Mu slightly curled his lips. I think so too. I originally said I would treat you to dinner to thank you for helping me make up my mind. But here I am mooching off your meal, making me feel rather shameless. You've been out for more than half a month, you've probably grown tired of the restaurants out there. For your first meal back, you should have some home cooking. Zhou Mu paused. My family's cook auntie is excellent at making home dishes, you'll know once you try. Shun Anren replied, then I'm in for a treat today. The nanny brought the last dish, a scallion oil yellow croaker, to the table, and the two moved to the dining room. Shun Anren picked up a piece of fish, took a bite, and nodded repeatedly. Delicious, this Annie really knows her craft. Zhou Mu poured some red wine into her glass. If you think it's good, you can come often in the future. Are you giving me a long-term meal ticket? Shun Anren glanced at him. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. I already gave you a meal ticket last time, but it's up to you whether you want to accept it. Shun Anren understood Zhou Mu's meaning. They chatted while eating. When Shun Anren talked about her experiences during the journey, her eyes sparkled, contrasting sharply with her demeanor when she was at Longjing. The moment I saw the sunrise over Meili Snow Mountain, I suddenly felt all my worries vanish. Zhou Mu responded, hearing you say that makes me want to go see it too. You don't need to go. Oh, why not? I see you don't seem to have many worries. Haha, it seems like you're right. Zhou Mu raised his glass. You look completely different now than before. Shun Anren also lifted her glass and gently clinked it with his. I used to waste too much time on unworthy matters, making things difficult for myself. Thank you for taking me out that night. So how do you plan to thank me? Shun Anren smiled, then her tone turned serious. I want to hear what you have to say. Zhou Mu set down his glass. I've recently become interested in a project related to chip design. He briefly explained to Shun Anren about Qinshin's semiconductor. Shun Anren fell silent for a few seconds. You want to invest in Qinshin's semiconductor and have me manage it? Yes. Zhou Mu, I don't know much about the chip industry. That's not my area of expertise. Your area of expertise is administration and management. Oh, what difference does it make what type of company it is? Shun Anren raised her glass and slowly took a sip. Do you trust me? Trust in those you employ. She looked seriously at Zhou Mu, then smiled charmingly 2 seconds later. I'm willing. However, I must make it clear that if I follow you to work, you must be reliable and not treat it casually. You may have money, but I'm betting my career prospects on you. Zhou Mu raised his glass. With all my wealth, I still insist on driving for ride-sharing, serving the public daily. Is there anyone more reliable than me? Shun Anren clinked her glass with his. The more I hear you, the less reliable you sound. You already agreed, but it's too late to regret now. No regrets. Then cheers. Cheers. The two of them downed the red wine in their glasses. In the next couple of days, you should prepare and familiarize yourself with the Qinshin materials, then conduct due diligence on Qinshin. Whether to invest or not will depend on what you see first. Okay, you'll start tomorrow. Shun Anren paused, then picked up her phone. I need to make a call. Oh, I have to report this matter to my leader. Isn't your future leader me? Shun Anren smiled. You're the leader outside, but there's another one at home. He's still on a business trip today. Zhou Mu understood. Oh, she was referring to her boyfriend. It turned out he was on a business trip, which explained why Shun Anren came to him first after returning from her travels. Shun Anren walked to the window and spoke on the phone with her boyfriend for a few minutes before returning to the dining table. Zhou Mu asked, did your leader approve? No approval needed. He previously agreed with me that I must report and notify him of important matters immediately to fulfill my duty of informing. Is it only a duty of informing? That rule was set by him. He thought I was too nosy. Zhou Mu replied, you're too nosy. Shun Anren smiled. The more familiar I am with someone, the more I tend to be meddlesome. After discussing the serious matters, they chatted about some trivial topics. As night deepened, the lights on the river became increasingly dazzling. When Shun Anren stood up to say goodbye, she took one last look at the night view outside the floor-to-ceiling window. That building is the Longjing Tower, right? Yes. It's the first time I've seen it from this angle. How? Shun Anren looked at Zhou Mu. Not as good as yours. Zhou Mu smiled. That's right. The next evening, Gu Qingzi managed to leave work on time. As she walked up the stairs and just took out her keys, the door across at 301 opened. She was startled and instinctively hid the plastic bag behind her. Don't hide it. Oh, I saw everything. Didn't I tell you not to eat instant noodles? I haven't eaten them in a long time. What about the meal kit? Gu Qingzi didn't answer, which was tantamount to admitting it. Zhou Mu looked at her. I thought lawyers were good at talking nonsense. Why does your answer show all over your face? Didn't you go driving for ride-sharing today? She changed the subject to ease her embarrassment. I didn't feel like serving the public today. Zhou Mu paused. Let's go. Huh? Where? Come with me to eat. I was just waiting for you to come back. Oh, I have something to discuss. Gu Qingzi was taken aback for a moment, then obediently followed Zhou Mu. They arrived at a nearby old 5-star hotel's buffet restaurant. Gu Qingzi looked around. What made you think of coming to a buffet today? Zhou Mu replied, it's close, convenient, and their buffet food is quite good. Gu Qingzi didn't think much about it. She took a plate and followed Zhou Mu to get food. Zhou Mu made a round at the food station and returned with only 2 king crabs and a bit of fruit on his plate. Gu Qingzi had a bit more food on her plate than Zhou Mu, but it was still limited. Zhou Mu glanced at it and couldn't help but exclaim, why did you take so little? I saw you took so little, so I felt embarrassed to take more. We've eaten together many times. Do you still need to hold back in front of me? Moreover, not eating to the point of being stuffed at a buffet would be foolish, right? Don't just call me out. What about you? Gu Qingzi pouted. What I have is just an appetizer. Then I'm also an appetizer. The sky outside had completely darkened. Zhou Mu and Gu Qingzi sat by the window with several plates of food in front of them. The appetizers had ended and the main course had just begun. Gu Qingzi took a sip of her drink and looked up. What did you want to talk to me about earlier? Zhou Mu put down his fork. I've been looking into a project, Qinshin Semiconductor, which specializes in chip design. There are some internal issues in the company that require due diligence before entering the market. Chips. That doesn't align with Xingyo's content business at all. So, I need professionals to help me review it. And Ran will take care of the business and finance aspects, but I would like to ask for your help with the legal and compliance side. And Ran is the partner you had at Xingyao, right? I've seen her name several times when reviewing contracts before. Yes, that's her. She will be my business partner from now on. Gu Qingxi nodded slightly. I will do my best. When do we start? In the next couple of days, I will arrange for you all to meet. As for the fees, it will be according to your firm's standards. We're friends, so no payment is needed. Besides, you already owe me 200,000. This isn't just a matter of helping for an hour or two in your spare time. Chengxin's situation is quite complex, involving intellectual property contract risks and labor disputes, each requiring a considerable amount of time. Moreover, if a formal equity investment is involved in the future, the counterpart shareholders or regulatory agencies will require a formal legal opinion, which will also need to go through the firm's authorization process with a seal of approval. This isn't just a personal favor between you and me. Gu Qingxi fell silent for a moment, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. When did you become so familiar with the rules of my profession? Zhou Mu raised his glass and said lightly, I have a neighbor who is a lawyer. I learned from her. Gu Qingxi lowered her eyelashes. Then let's go with what you said, but I won't charge for my part. Zhou Mu nodded. All right, send me the firm's authorization agreement later. Dinner continued, and they talked about some recent happenings. Zhou Mu recounted an incident from a few days ago while driving a ride-hailing car where he encountered a dramatic mother-daughter duo and a young man. Gu Qingxi laughed until her stomach hurt. She also mentioned a bizarre case her law firm had recently encountered, but the level of strangeness did not compare to Zhou Mu's little story. She then asked Zhou Mu about the progress of his new home renovation. When she heard that he would be moving out in a few days, her expression dimmed noticeably. Zhou Mu said he would take her to see his new home. She did not refuse, but her smile seemed somewhat forced. Dinner ended, and they walked back. During the walk, Gu Qingxi became much quieter. When they reached the door of their respective rental apartments, Gu Qingxi was about to say good night to Zhou Mu when she saw him pull out a card and hand it to her. What is this? It's a membership card for the buffet at that hotel we just visited. No. Gu Qingxi waved her hands repeatedly. That's too expensive, I can't accept it. The hallway fell silent for a moment. Zhou Mu grabbed Gu Qingxi's hand and pressed the card into her palm. Qingxi, I am moving away. He looked at her. In the future, there won't be anyone supervising your meals. If you miss a meal with this membership, you lose out. Make sure to eat well, and don't just rely on instant noodles and prepackaged meals. Gu Qingxi looked down at the membership card in her hand. Her lips moved, but no words came out. Her eyes, however, turned red. She tightened her grip on the card, turned around, and waved her hand behind her. Then she quickly opened her door and went inside. She didn't say goodnight, fearing that if she spoke, her voice would break. The next afternoon, Gu Qingxi followed Zhou Mu to Himingjulie. The elevator rose to the top floor, and the moment the door opened, a large private foyer came into view. Gu Qingxi's gaze lingered on the artistic crystal chandelier above, and she unconsciously held her breath. Walking through the entrance, a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows laid the river view bare before her. She stood by the window for quite a while. Approaching the entrance of the cloakroom, she took a glance inside, but did not enter. This cloakroom is bigger than my entire rental apartment. Want to take a look inside? No need. If I keep looking, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Zhou Mu then led her to the sky garden. The river breeze blew over, and she stood silently by the railing for a long time. Can we see the community where we live from here? Yes, Zhou Mu pointed in the distance. It's right over there. Gu Qingxi glanced in the direction he indicated, and then smiled. I won't be able to just knock on the door to get your late-night snacks anymore. You can come anytime. She nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. If I were you, I would have moved in on the first day after buying the house. Zhou Mu chuckled and led her back to the living room where they sipped coffee while waiting for someone. About half an hour later, Shen Anren arrived. Hello, I'm Shen Anren. Gu Qingxi. She shook hands with her. I've seen your name while reviewing contracts before. It's nice to finally meet you in person. Shen Anren smiled. I've heard Zhou Mu mention you to a lawyer from a prestigious firm. For this due diligence, we'll rely on you to oversee the legal and compliance aspects. Gu Qingxi nodded slightly. I will do my best. After some small talk, Zhou Mu began to discuss business. Qinshin Semiconductor specializes in chip IP design. The founder and CTO Duan Beichen is the technical core, but the former CEO Jia Yahui has financial issues and will be stepping down soon. Before entering the market, I need to confirm that this company, aside from its technology, is clean in all other aspects. He turned to Shen Anren. You will lead the commercial due diligence. We need to look into the equity structure, debt situation, cash flow, and the equity transfer plan after Jia Yaoi's departure. Shen Anren nodded, understood. He then looked at Gu Qingxi. You will handle the legal compliance. We need to address intellectual property ownership, existing contract risks, labor disputes, and any undisclosed litigation. We cannot leave any hidden dangers. All right. Shen Anren pulled out a document from her materials and handed it to Gu Qingxi. This is the basic situation of Qinshin. I take a look first. Gu Qingxi received it and quickly flipped through a few pages. The two began discussing several key points in the materials. Zhou Mu leaned back on the sofa, watching them quickly enter work mode, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. About an hour later the discussion came to a pause. Shin Anren packed up her materials, and Gu Qingxi also stood up. They took the elevator down together, passing through the lobby and walking toward the community gate. As they walked they chatted about Qinshin. Shin Anren said she would quickly organize a framework for the commercial due diligence, and Gu Qingxi nodded, saying she would start the legal review as soon as she received the materials. When they reached the community gate, Gu Qingxi and Shin Anren both slowed down their pace simultaneously. A few steps ahead a woman was getting out of a taxi. She was wearing a beige sleeveless dress, holding a Hermes Kelly bag in one hand and a phone in the other, looking down at something. In the next moment Ning Ning raised her head, her gaze meeting that of Gu Qingxi and Shin Anren. They did not know each other, but their eyes briefly crossed, as if they read some mutual appreciation for a beautiful woman from each other's expressions. Then the three of them brushed past each other. Ning Ning withdrew her gaze and sent a message to Zhou Mu on her phone. "I'm downstairs." After sending, she adjusted the strap of her bag and walked towards the entrance of Himing Julie. Ning Ning walked through the entrance, her gaze sweeping across the living room. She had visited Himing Julie many times, observing the gradual filling of details in the once empty living room. Every change was noted, yet each time she came the house still gave her a different feeling. She followed Zhou Mu into the study. "Help me choose a painting," Zhou Mu said, sitting down at the desk and pointing to the computer screen that displayed the homepage of an art gallery. With over 2 million left from the housing subsidy, they had already purchased everything needed for the home. He planned to use the remaining money to buy a few paintings. In a lavish mansion worth 180 million, he certainly felt embarrassed to hang up trinkets worth only a few dozen yuan. Ning Ning walked to his side, leaning down to look at the screen. "Have you found anything you like?" "No, I don't understand any of it," Zhou Mu replied honestly, "so I need your help as an art student." Ning Ning sat down beside Zhou Mu, starting to seriously select paintings. "How did you find this gallery?" "I asked AI, and it listed several well-known galleries in Haicheng. I looked them over and felt that this one's artworks match my aesthetic. This gallery is quite famous. The owner comes from Guomei, and the selected artists have real skills, not those relying on gimmicks for hype." Zhou Mu leaned back in his chair, watching her focused expression. "Why do you keep staring at me while looking at the paintings?" "I may not understand art, but I can understand you." Ning Ning rolled her eyes at him, shifting her gaze back to the screen. After a moment she pointed at the screen. "I think this one is quite good." The screen displayed an oil painting of a river scene, the river surface shimmering under the dusk light, with the distant city skyline dyed warm orange by the sunset. "Why, look at the left side of the water surface. It uses a multi-layer glazing technique. This kind of treatment will change with the natural light over time." Ning Ning elaborated extensively on the merits of the painting, but in Zhou Mu's ears, it was just 2 words: choose it. Zhou Mu looked at her. "Why didn't you pursue art back then?" "Just these few pieces, but we still need to visit the gallery to see the actual works," Zhou Mu replied. "Then you'll accompany me tomorrow." Ning Ning nodded. After choosing the paintings, Zhou Mu stood up, took her hand, and walked out of the study to another door. "Let's open it and take a look." Ning Ning grasped the doorknob and gently pushed it open. The room was spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the river. "This room has good lighting. When you come in the future, this will be your room." The size of the vanity was determined by the color scheme of the sofa you chose earlier. "The walk-in closet is empty, waiting for you to fill it." Ning Ning was stunned for a few seconds, then turned her face away. "Who would want to live here with you?" Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach, yet after speaking, she secretly reached out to touch the surface of the vanity. "Don't like it. I don't like it," she said, the corners of her mouth curled up, unable to deceive even herself. Zhou Mu walked over his hand, gently resting at her waist, then lowered his head to kiss her. Ning Ning's beautiful eyes slightly closed, her arms slowly wrapped around his neck. She had learned to respond actively now instead of being as shy as before. She felt his hand against her waist, fingers tracing along her skin inch by inch. Zhou Mu's hand stopped at her back, fingertips brushing against the clasp of her lingerie. Her breath became erratic, but she didn't push him away. Instead, the arms around his neck tightened slightly. Suddenly the world spun, and Ning Ning's body softened, sinking into the mattress. His kiss moved from the corner of her lips to her chin, slowly trailing down the curve of her neck. Ning Ning tilted her head back, eyes closed, lips slightly parted, her breath sounding particularly clear in the quiet room. Warm breath brushed against her skin until she felt Zhou Mu's hand sliding down her waist, trying to undo the last line of defense on her body, at which point she snapped back to her senses. She pressed down on his hand and softly said, "Zhou Mu, moi, you promised me." She had silently allowed him to go further, but not down. Zhou Mu chuckled. "All right, this is your room. You, the homeowner, get the final say." Ning Ning broke free from his embrace, straightened her rumpled collar, her face still flushed. She glanced at Zhou Mu, smiled mysteriously, then took out a deep green velvet box from her bag and handed it. "A gift for you." Zhou Mu took the box, opened it, and saw a men's watch, a Rolex Greenwich model with a blue-black ceramic bezel and an Inter Milan bezel. He looked up. Why give me such an expensive gift? Ning Ning smiled. You've given me so many gifts, I should show my appreciation too. Zhou Mu knew that this watch was worth around 1,000. This amount was nothing to him, but for an ordinary office worker like Ning Ning, it would probably require her to spend all her savings from the past few years. He looked at Ning Ning seriously. Don't spend money like this in the future. Whether you buy gifts or not, it's all the same to me. You have your intentions, and I have mine. Ning Ning pursed her lips. But don't worry, my financial situation doesn't allow me to express my intentions for a while now. Zhou Mu smiled, extending his hand towards her. Ning Ning understood, took the watch out of the box, wrapped the strap around his wrist, and gently pressed the clasp with her fingertip. All right. She examined it, raised her eyes. One day when I win the lottery and get 5 million, I'll buy you a Patek Philippe. For now, you'll have to make do with this. Zhou Mu pulled her into his embrace. Ning Ning rested against his chest, silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke softly. Yao Yao said she has already rejected the guy from her workplace who was pursuing her. She mentioned that the guy's conditions were actually quite good, but she just didn't feel anything. Zhou Mu casually remarked, why is she telling you this? Probably because she feels bored and wants someone to talk to. She also said that she used to think being suitable was the most important, but now she realizes that suitability and affection are two different things. She's still the Zhang Yao who wants it all. Ning Ning pressed her face against Zhou Mu's chest. She felt her boyfriend's words were correct, but didn't want to speak ill of her best friend. After a moment, she straightened up from his embrace. Task completed. Oh, I need to go back now. Didn't we agree to go to the gallery tomorrow? Yes. Then if you go back now, you'll just have to come again early tomorrow. Isn't that redundant? Why does it have to be me coming over early tomorrow? Ning Ning pouted. I'm doing this voluntarily. Shouldn't you be the one to come to my house to pick me up? It's also a hassle for me to make a trip. Zhou Mu paused. Stay here tonight. Ning Ning hesitated for 2 seconds, stood up, and said hesitantly, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Zhou Mu smiled. This time I get to decide. Ning Ning turned around. Then you promise you won't sneak in at midnight? Zhou Mu raised his chin. I always keep my word. In the deep of night, the lights on the river outside had dimmed significantly, with only a bedside lamp illuminating the room. Zhou Mu leaned against the headboard while Ning Ning rested her head on his arm, snuggling into his embrace. Do you remember what you said the first time you came here to look at the house? I said I used to think houses like this were light years away from me, and now the galaxy is right next to my pillow. She laughed at her own words. Such a cheesy line. You called it cheesy yourself. Ning Ning gently tapped him. I still remember when you first took me home. At that time you were driving a ride-hailing car, and I was secretly watching your profile from the back seat. I thought Zhou Mu is so pitiful, dumped by Yao Yao, and now driving a ride-hailing car. What happened later? Later I realized I was the one who was pitiful. How were you pitiful? Because you tricked. Zhou Mu gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. How could someone as honest as me ever trick you? Ning Ning raised her face to look at him. You stole my heart. Do you know how long I struggled at the beginning? You were Yao Yao's ex-boyfriend, and every time I secretly thought of you, I felt guilty. On one hand, I felt sorry for Yao Yao. On the other hand, I was afraid you would look down on me and think I was the kind of woman who steals her best friend's boyfriend. Zhou Mu asked with a smile. How did you come to terms with it later? Later I thought I didn't steal as she didn't want you, so why shouldn't I? So I was picked up by you. Yes, just like that. She gathered her arms and pressed herself close to him. And I want to hold on to you tightly, never letting go. Zhou Mu lowered his head and kissed her lips again. Ning Ning closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck, responding passionately. In the quiet bedroom, only the sound of their intertwined breaths remained. Zhou Mu's kiss gradually moved downward. Ning Ning closed her eyes, her fingers running through his hair, her body gradually relaxing under his touch. Zhou Mu's kiss fell on her shoulder, and the strap of her nightgown slid down. Turn off the light, she said softly. Zhou Mu instantly understood what she meant and reached out to turn off the last distance between them gradually disappeared. Ning Ning's breathing became more and more chaotic, but she knew she was ready. From the moment she agreed to stay here, she had already prepared herself. Zhou Mu's hand continued to move down her waist, and this time she acquiesced. She felt a bit nervous and a bit expectant, her body trembling slightly, every inch of her skin turning warm under his touch. Then, wait a moment, turn the light back on. Zhou Mu curiously lifted his head and turned the light back on. Ning Ning propped herself up, her expression shifting from tension to embarrassment. What's wrong? Zhou Mu asked. I think I started my period. Zhou Mu looked down at the bedsheet. Ning Ning buried her face in the pillow, her voice muffled. Don't look. So embarrassing. Zhou Mu paused for 2 seconds, then laughed. We have everything at home. You can just ask Sister Qian for it. I have sanitary pads in my bag. Ning Ning's voice was very soft, her face nearly bleeding from embarrassment. She had been prepared, but did not expect to be interrupted so awkwardly. She hurriedly put on the nightgown that had been thrown aside. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, she almost fled into the bathroom of the suite. Zhou Mu leaned against the headboard listening to the sounds from the bathroom, recalling Ning Ning's embarrassed expression, just now a slight smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth. It really is true that good things take time. After a while, Ning Ning returned to the bed. She was quiet for a moment before suddenly speaking. Are you disappointed? Disappointed about what? Just earlier. Zhou Mu chuckled. Are you going to leave me? Ning Ning replied without hesitation, of course not. Then, that means you're mine sooner or later. Zhou Mu leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. There's still plenty of time ahead. You're not allowed to leave tonight. Who said I couldn't sneak in at midnight? That was before, and you've already come in. You said you couldn't sleep and wanted me to keep you company. I don't care. She leaned her face against his shoulder. I still want you to accompany me all night long. Zhou Mu held her tightly in his arms. Then I must charge interest. Well, you can't do anything to me tonight. Zhou Mu smiled mischievously, turned off the light again, and left behind a sentence. That's not necessarily the case. The next day, breakfast was set in the glass house of the sky garden. Morning light poured down from above, and the outline of the bund was faintly visible in the mist. A sumptuous breakfast was laid out on the dining table. Ning Ning sat across from Zhou Mu, one hand holding a fork while the other gently rotated her wrist. This motion had repeated several times since she sat down. Yang Qian walked over with 2 cups of coffee, her gaze sweeping over Ning Ning's rotating left wrist. Miss Ning, is your hand uncomfortable? Ning Ning, as if she had done something guilty, shook her head repeatedly. No, it's just a bit, sir, nothing serious. We have some common external medicines at home, including a spray for promoting blood circulation and pain relief patches. Do you need me to bring them over? Ning Ning's face turned visibly red. No need, really no need, thank you, Sister Qian. Yang Qian's gaze lingered on Ning Ning and Zhou Mu's faces for a moment, seeing one embarrassed and the other smirking. She gently placed the coffee on the table, turned around, and left a bit faster than usual. The glass house fell silent for 2 seconds. What are you laughing at? Ning Ning glared at Zhou Mu. It's all your fault. You're too modest. If I was just lying down and all the good stuff was done by you. You. Ning Ning's face burned all the way to her ears. You clearly said it would be over soon. Zhou Mu stifled a laugh. Do you want me to massage your wrist? That's what you should do. Ning Ning said this, but her hand had already reached out. Zhou Mu held her hand, his thumb slowly massaging her wrist. Ning Ning's embarrassed expression gradually relaxed. Zhou Mu, do you think Sister Qian might think too much? It's fine. How is it fine? Since Sister Qian came to our home, she is family. Secrets at home cannot be hidden from her, nor is there a need to hide them. Ning Ning gently nodded. The morning light grew brighter, and the river breeze blew in from the railing of the sky garden, carrying a hint of coolness with moisture.
我们相信每一个灵感都值得被看见。
Ning Ning stood in the independent exhibition area on the 2nd floor of the gallery, facing the Jiang landscape oil painting they had previously selected online. Look at the surface of the water. The artist used multiple layers of glaze. Each layer was applied only after the previous one dried, creating thickness in the water's surface, which appeared differently in the morning and evening. She paused. Printed reproductions can never achieve this effect. Zhou Mu stared at it for a few seconds, shrugged. To me, they all look about the same. Ning Ning smiled and said, you can't handle fine brand. Zhou Mu teased in a low voice, so are you fine brand? Ning Ning turned her head and shot him a glare. For the next hour or so, the initiative was entirely in Ning Ning's hands. She led Zhou Mu to look at the paintings, explaining what was good about each one and where they fell short. After listening to her, Zhou Mu felt that his appreciation for art had seemingly improved by more than just a notch. It seems you have a genuine love for fine arts. Of course, why else would I major in fine arts at university? I thought you only did it because your grades weren't enough to get into anything else. Lack of grades was one of the reasons. Ning Ning replied shyly, I can still tell the difference between Qing Bei and Hai Mei. Zhou Mu smiled, but didn't respond, a vague thought forming in his mind. Ning Ning then looked at a few more paintings and made some requests to the gallery owner, ultimately selecting 5 pieces, all created by renowned artists and with potential for appreciation. Zhou Mu swiped his card to pay. The total for the 5 paintings was over 2,300,000, with the housing subsidy balance automatically deducted. There was still over 300,000 left in the housing subsidy, which would be enough to buy some daily necessities for the family. After leaving the gallery, Ning Ning glanced at the time. Take me back to the store, I should be getting to work soon. The two got into the car. Zhou Mu suddenly asked, what are your plans for the future? Ning Ning was taken aback and momentarily at a loss for words. She certainly couldn't be a sales assistant forever, but she didn't know what her future plans were either. The only clear answer was that she wanted to become Mrs. Zhou, but she couldn't very well say that out loud. Zhou Mu continued, what do you think about me opening a gallery or a private collection? Ning Ning turned to him, you're not joking, are you? I'm in investments, isn't that what investing is about? But these things are quite deep waters. So you should work hard to help me manage it so I don't get taken advantage of. Ning Ning pursed her lips and turned to gaze out the window. We'll talk when you actually open one. Zhou Mu took Ning Ning to a mall. After having lunch with some time left before she had to work, they decided to wander around. They entered a Rolex boutique. The sales assistant looked up and saw Ning Ning. Her gaze first paused, then landed on the wrist of the young man she was with. The blue-black ceramic Inter Milan watch was the same one she had sold a few days ago. She remembered how Miss Ning had lingered at the counter for a long time before finally choosing that Inter Milan watch. The first time she swiped her card, her balance had been insufficient, and she had to use several cards to gather enough money. Now that very watch was on the wrist of the young man, beside her, clearly an important figure in her life. Sir, Miss Ning, please take your time looking around. Would you like me to introduce the new models? Before Zhou Mu could speak, the store door was pushed open again. A man in his 50s entered, dressed stylishly and wearing a serious expression. Seeing him, Zhou Mu inexplicably thought of Wei Ping. The man was accompanied by a woman in her 20s who was quite pretty. She clung to the man, seemingly unbothered by the unusual stares around her. After entering the store, the man's gaze fell on Ning Ning. He paused for a moment, then smiled slightly at her. The woman beside him also noticed Ning Ning, and a complex expression flashed across her face. Ning Ning said nothing, merely nodded indifferently to the two of them before turning back to continue looking at the watches. Do you know them? Zhou Mu asked. They were former clients of the bank. The woman is a colleague of mine from the bank, Ning Ning replied. The man is the chairman of a Hong Kong-listed company, and he had hinted at me a few times, but I rolled my eyes at him. The woman always compared herself to me at the bank, targeting me at every turn. Later, she actively approached this man. Just as she was speaking, the two were already walking towards them. The man looked at Ning Ning and kindly said in a tone reminiscent of a senior, Ning Ning, long time no see. Why did you leave the bank? I thought highly of you when you were there. Ning Ning nodded slightly. Thank you, Chairman Wang. Everyone has their own aspirations. The woman's gaze swept from Ning Ning's face to Zhou Mu's, then back to Ning Ning's. Ning Ning, it really has been a long time. This is your boyfriend? Yes, my boyfriend, Zhou Mu. Ning Ning turned to Zhou Mu. This is Wang Hongye, chairman of Shiwang Media, and this is my former colleague Zhao Wan. Chairman of Shiwang Media? He's the father of that Wang Shiming, isn't he? Wang Hongye's gaze briefly swept over Zhou Mu's face as he casually asked, what industry is Mr. Zhou in? I'm in investments. Zhou Mu looked at him and replied in a tone suitable for peers, speaking of which, Chairman Wang and I have some ties. Wang Shiming and I are from the same graduating class, and he is quite familiar with me. When Zhou Mu said quite familiar, he held back a laugh, having not encountered that rascal for quite some time. However, to Wang Hongye, it carried a different implication. Although he saw that this young man was well-dressed, he knew that when his son was in college, if the Wang family claimed the second position, no one could claim the first. So he felt that this young man was trying to cozy up to him by using his son as a reference. So you're Shiming's classmate, that's quite good. His gaze swept briefly over Zhou Mu's face, then lingered on Ning Ning for a moment before slowly moving away in a way that felt uncomfortable. Zhou Mu suddenly recalled the look Wang Shiming had given when inviting Zhang Yao to a private party back then. Wang Hongye's previous gaze was exactly like that of Wang Shiming at the time, arrogant, dismissive, and greedy. Zhao Wan looked at Ning Ning, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her lips. Ning Ning, you always had high standards when you were at the bank. So many suitors didn't meet your criteria. Now that you've found a boyfriend, I suppose Mr. Zhou must be exceptionally outstanding, right? Before Ning Ning could respond, Zhou Mu said Ning Ning said that as long as I'm good to her, that's enough. That's not enough. Zhao Wan tightened her grip on Wang Hongye's arm and leaned against his shoulder. For a man, what's the use of just saying nice things? He needs to have real ability. Like my husband, the chairman of a listed company, wherever he goes, others have to show him some respect. Her gaze swept over Zhou Mu's wrist. The Inter Milan watch is just a slight upgrade from the entry-level models. She had formed a rough judgment of Ning Ning's boyfriend's financial standing. He had a bit of money, but not much. As for the Hermes bag that Ning Ning carried, she had noticed it too. She was certain it was a fake. A mere sales assistant like Ning Ning definitely couldn't afford it. Her boyfriend, who wore the Inter Milan watch, couldn't afford it either. Zhou Mu looked at Zhao Wan in surprise. I've known Wang Shiming for many years. I didn't expect his mom to be so young. Zhao Wan's smile suddenly froze. Wang Hongye glanced at Zhou Mu again, his brows slightly furrowing. Zhao Wan withdrew her gaze from Ning Ning and turned to the sales assistant behind the counter. Has the lady's watch I ordered arrived? The sales assistant nodded eagerly. Miss Zhao, it has arrived. They'll get it for you right away. She turned and walked into the back room, and a moment later emerged with a deep green velvet tray on which lay a rose gold diamond-studded lady's watch. Zhao Wan picked up the watch slowly, put it on her wrist, and examined it from various angles for a few seconds before raising her wrist to show Ning Ning. Ning Ning, what do you think? Ning Ning glanced at it indifferently. It's quite pretty. Seeing her lukewarm reaction, Zhao Wan's smile grew wider as she extended her wrist toward Wang Hongye. Darling, do you think it looks good? Wang Hongya nodded slightly, but his gaze involuntarily flickered toward Ning Ning. Zhao Wen noticed this detail and her smile stiffened for a moment, but she quickly resumed her composure. Darling, I like this one. Wang Hongya said nothing more and took out his bank card to hand to the sales assistant. At this moment, Zhou Mu's gaze was fixed on the independent display case in the most prominent position of the store. Inside was only one watch. The outer circle of the dial was set with colorful gemstones, the gradient hues transitioning from red to purple, resembling a frozen rainbow under the spotlight. This is a Rainbow Daytona. Among all Rolex series, it is the most prestigious bar none. I want this. He pointed to the display case. The sales assistant was taken aback, her expression turning difficult. Sir, this Rainbow Daytona is for display only and is not for sale. Zhao Wen, still harboring resentment from Zhou Mu's earlier taunt about her being Wang Ximing's young mother, took this opportunity and said in a sarcastic tone, Mr. Zhou, this Rainbow Daytona is worth $3 million in the secondary market, and even having the money doesn't guarantee you can buy it. You're clearly aware of this and are pretending to want to buy it. Her meaning was obvious, mocking Zhou Mu for pretending to be a big spender, knowing full well it was not for sale. Zhou Mu ignored her and simply said to the sales assistant, check my information. He provided his phone number to the sales assistant. She walked to the front desk and entered Zhou Mu's number into the system. In the next second, her pupils dilated slightly, and she quickly straightened up and walked back to Zhou Mu. Mr. Zhou, I sincerely apologize for not serving you promptly. You are our VVIP customer, and this Rainbow Daytona is fully within your purchasing rights. As her words fell, the entire store fell silent. Zhao Wen, who had planned to say a few more sarcastic remarks, had her expression freeze. Wang Hongya appeared unaffected on the surface, but subtly glanced at Zhou Mu several times. Ning Ning was equally stunned. She had already been shocked when they bought the G-Class last time, but the G-Class was not particularly rare. However, this Rainbow Daytona was different. Anyone in the luxury goods industry knew its weight. The sales assistant continued respectfully, Mr. Zhou, if you wish to purchase this Rainbow Daytona, we can process it at the public price for you. How much? 1.08 million. Zhou Mu took out his bank card. He'll take it. Ding. The zero-cost purchase privilege is activated. This purchase amounts to 10800 yuan, and the system fully compensates 10800 yuan. The current zero-cost purchase balance is 297615 yuan. Zhao Wen's mouth twitched. A brand new Rainbow Daytona could be sold for $3 million in the secondhand market, but he got it for just over $1 million, effectively making a profit of $2 million. What frustrated her even more was that her darling Wang Hongya could never buy this watch on the spot. Yet Ning Ning's boyfriend bought it right in front of her. She wanted to compete with Ning Ning in everything, but found herself outclassed in every regard. The sales assistant carefully took the Rainbow Daytona out of the independent display case and was about to package it when Zhou Mu raised his hand. He took the Rainbow Daytona, held Ning Ning's hand, and placed the store's treasure on her wrist. The strap is a bit long, I'll have them adjust it later. Ning Ning looked down at the rainbow on her wrist, her expression changing from shock to emotion, eventually transforming into a gentle smile that was only revealed to Zhou Mu. Zhao Wen stood frozen, staring at the Rainbow Daytona on Ning Ning's wrist, something she had never dared to dream of, and then glanced down at her own lady's watch worth over 300, suddenly feeling it was no longer appealing. Zhou Mu had now reached the level of a master of pretense, knowing when to show off and when to hold back. He took Ning Ning's hand, not even glancing at Wang Hongya and Zhao Wen, and walked straight out. As they left the Rolex store and walked a short distance, Ning Ning suddenly said, "This Rainbow Daytona is too expensive. I don't want it. You should wear it." Zhou Mu looked at her with a half smile. "Then why didn't you say that in the store?" Ning Ning lifted her chin. "I wanted to irritate Zhao Wen." Zhou Mu laughed. "Then you can keep irritating her in the future. This watch was originally meant to be a gift for you." Ning Ning hesitated for a moment and lowered her head. "I'm worried that Sui will be unhappy if she finds out. Sui will support any decision I make." Zhou Mu paused, raising the hand adorned with the Inter Milan ring. "You have your intentions, and I have mine." Ning Ning looked up at him and suddenly stood on her toes, gently placing a kiss on his lips in front of everyone. Zhou Mu teased, "Is your hand still sore?" Ning Ning playfully punched his chest. "I won't tell you." That night, Wang Hongya returned home to find Wang Ximing half reclining on the living room sofa, scrolling through his phone. Wang Hongya sat down on the sofa opposite him and got straight to the point. "Do you know Zhou Mu?" Wang Ximing paused, his finger on the screen. "Zhou Mu? Dad, how do you know him?" "I ran into him outside today. He said he was your classmate and knows you well." "Damn that bastard Zhou." "Cough. Watch your language." Wang Ximing angrily threw his phone onto the sofa. "I wish I could peel his skin off." Wang Hongya frowned. No wonder he felt something was off when Zhou Mu mentioned being very familiar. Now, seeing his son so furious, he understood what was going on. Wang Ximing continued, "That guy was a poor loser in college, had a girlfriend named Zhang Yao who was decent looking. After graduating, he worked at Longjing Securities, but got fired then ran off to drive a rideshare car. Recently, I don't know what kind of luck he's had, but suddenly he's got money to burn. He rambled on recounting his experiences of being slapped in the face by Zhou Mu. That guy plays by his own rules, spending money like it's water. What's his background? I've checked, but I couldn't find. His family is just an ordinary one from the area near Luqing. I heard he made his money by trading cryptocurrencies with high leverage, but I don't know if it's true or not. Wang Hongya fell silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, a cryptocurrency trader became wealthy. Among billions of people, there are always a few who are exceptionally lucky. But a newly rich person can't become a Rolex VVIP, let alone buy a rainbow Daytona at the public price in a store. Wang Hongya glanced at his somewhat pampered son and said no more, rising to head toward the study. He recalled the look the young man had given him in the store, devoid of any hesitation or discomfort toward elders or those in higher positions. That was the gaze of someone truly self-assured. On the day of the official move, Zhou Mu leaned against the headboard, scrolling through his phone for a long time. He had originally thought about whether to create some sense of ritual for the move. Yet when the moving day arrived, he felt no sense of occasion at all. His parents were in Luqing, and he had no relatives in Haiqing. He had a few friends, but it wasn't necessary to make a fuss over such matters. Moving alone meant simply changing where he slept. He only took his clothes and the computer on the table. Gu Qingxi stood at the door, watching him unplug the last power cord and cradle the computer tower in his arms. "I'll move this myself," Zhou Mu pointed to the screen. "There are important study materials inside." Gu Qingxi paused for a moment, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Can you be more serious?" "I thought you wouldn't understand," Zhou Mu replied with a smile. Gu Qingxi turned her face away, her ears still red. "I work at a law firm. I've practically seen everything but a ghost." "Don't talk nonsense. Now that I'm moving out, only you and Tuanzi will be left on this floor," Zhou Mu said. Gu Qingxi instinctively covered her mouth. Zhou Mu walked to the door with the computer in his arms, then turned back for one last look. This place held many of his memories, and now he was about to leave. "I've already paid a year's rent here, and there are still over 6 months left until it expires. After your rent is up, you can just move here directly." He placed the key in Gu Qingxi's hand. "Your things are still here," she said softly. "I don't want any of it. If you think it's useful, keep it. If not, just throw it away for me." Gu Qingxi said nothing, just stood by the doorframe looking at the items he had left behind. The Herman Miller gaming chair, the complete set of Tiffany tableware, the Hermes blanket. He had said he wanted none of it. She recalled the first time she knocked on this door, bringing 2 boxes of milk to thank Zhou Mu for helping her find Tuanzi. That day she received the first gift he had given her. The 228 yuan rock sugar bird's nest porridge from Wenji Yanbaoqi restaurant. Later she would make desserts for him, while he would always send her various lovely gifts under the guise of convenience. Then later he helped her chase away a thief, solved her urgent financial problem of 200,000, and kept her company talking all night during a blackout. Now this man was leaving. He was truly about to leave her circle of life. "Zhou Mu, moi, can you put down your computer?" Zhou Mu was taken aback, placing the computer on the ground. The next moment, Gu Qingxi stepped forward and, her face pressed against his chest, without looking up, she said, "Thank you for always taking care of me." Just as Zhou Mu raised his hand, Gu Qingxi had already released him. He raised an eyebrow. "I haven't even hugged you yet." Gu Qingxi forced a smile, turning away from him. "Hurry up and go, Sui Sui is still waiting for you downstairs." Zhou Mu cradled the computer again. He noticed Gu Qingxi's shoulders trembling slightly. "It's not like we won't see each other again. You still have my due diligence project in your hands. There's no escaping that." He gently patted her shoulder twice. "I'm leaving." Gu Qingxi nodded, saying nothing. She was afraid that if she spoke, her voice would shatter. Zhou Mu went downstairs, his footsteps gradually fading away. Gu Qingxi touched her arm, which had just left Zhou Mu's embrace, then walked into room 301. The room still held his scent. Gu Qingxi walked to the bedside, pressed her face against the pillow. She felt something flowing down her cheek. Her tears finally could not be restrained. That night at the new home restaurant in Heping-Juli, the dining table was laid with a feast prepared by the nanny. Scallion oil, big yellow fish, braised pork, sautéed seasonal vegetables, fish maw, chicken soup. Chen Sui Sui sat across from Zhou Mu, picking up a piece of braised pork and placing it into his bowl. "Brother Mu, I originally thought you would invite many people over today. For such minor matters, it's unnecessary to waste everyone's time." Zhou Mu spoke casually. In fact, all his close relationships were with women and gathering everyone together. "Well, that wouldn't be good." Chen Sui Sui asked again, "What about Ning Ning? Aren't you inviting her? Wouldn't she be unhappy?" "I told Ning Ning, and she chose not to come herself." "Huh? Why?" "She said if she came, would I accompany her, or you?" Chen Sui Sui put down her chopsticks and pondered. "Ning Ning is indeed more thoughtful than I expected." Zhou Mu looked at her. "You don't mind?" "If I minded, you wouldn't listen to me. What else could I mind?" Chen Sui Sui pouted. "But today is the first day of moving into the new house. I want to monopolize you." "You've already monopolized me." Chen Sui Sui lifted her chin. After dinner, Chen Sui Sui sent a message in the family group. Tonight at Brother Mu's new home, he prepared a room for me, and I won't be going back. Chen's father and mother didn't reply, but their silence was an answer. Chen Sui Sui put away her phone and leaped into Zhou Mu's embrace. All done. They didn't say anything. They asked me when Xiao Zhou would come over for dinner. Well, didn't I tell you? I get nervous around elders. I was just joking. Last time you said you weren't going, so I found a good excuse for you. Besides, you bought them so many things they wouldn't dare say anything, would they, eh? Why are you siding with them? You're all my family. Oh, I'm just being reasonable. Zhou Mu affectionately ruffled her hair. Night gradually deepened. After Chen Sui Sui finished showering, she came out wearing a loose white nightgown, walked to the bedside, lifted the covers, and slipped in. Her legs naturally draped over his waist, the hem of her nightgown slightly hiking up with the movement, revealing a segment of her fair thigh. Hubby. Moi. This is our first night officially in the new house. Zhou Mu smiled, placing his hand on her waist, his palm against her smooth skin beneath the nightgown, then slowly moving downward. Chen Sui Sui closed her eyes, her fingers running through his hair, her breathing gradually becoming erratic with his movements. The shoulder strap of her nightgown slipped off her shoulder. She bit her lip, gently matching his rhythm. The next morning, Zhou Mu woke up to find Chen Sui Sui no longer beside him. He stepped out of the room and saw her tying on an apron, standing in front of the kitchen island with a spatula in hand. Yang Qian and a nanny stood beside her, quietly reminding her. Seeing Zhou Mu approach, Chen Sui Sui called out, "Brother Mu, I'm here to make you breakfast today." Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow, knowing that today's wonderful breakfast was bound to go awry. He sat down in the dining room, and just as he settled in, he received a WeChat message on his phone. "When do you have time tomorrow? Let's go play golf. I'll introduce a beautiful lady to you." Zhou Mu thought for a moment and typed a reply on his phone, "I'll follow your lead." He wasn't unfamiliar with Wen He now, but they weren't particularly close either. When he suddenly saying he would introduce a beauty to him made him feel it was probably more than just a simple. The next day, Zhou Mu arrived at the golf club when he had already been there. She wore a crisp white stand-up collar golf shirt and light gray pleated skirt pants. Her hair was tied back in a low ponytail, clean poised, and strikingly different from her usual gentle demeanor. Beside her stood another woman, evidently at least 10 years her senior, calm and bearing with impeccably preserved skin. Zhou Mu, when he waved him over, then stepped aside to introduce him. "This is Jiang Sini. You may call her Sister Sini. She is one of China's foremost private collectors." "Sister Sini, this is Zhou Mu." Zhou Mu extended his hand politely. "It's an honor to meet you, Sister Sini." Jiang Sini shook his hand, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment. "When he told me you've repeatedly identified the finest vintages at Sakiko's winery, each time without fail. I have few passions in life, but I greatly value friendship with those possessing exceptional discernment." Zhou Mu replied modestly, "It's just luck." Jiang Sini smiled faintly. "Luck, too, is part of one's capability." When he chuckled softly, "All right, let's not linger here. Shall we head inside?" The three began walking toward the... Zhou Mu fell half a step behind, inwardly chiding himself. Yesterday, when he had texted him about introducing a beautiful woman, he'd even imagined she might be presenting him with her daughter. After all, one he herself was stunning, as surely her daughter would be nothing short of extraordinary. Yet the so-called beauty turned out to be Jiang Sini, undoubtedly handsome in her youth, her features still elegant, but calling her a beauty now felt like poetic license. Still, forging a connection with a top-tier collector was no small advantage. As they walked, when he said to Jiang Sini, "Zhou Mu says he's never played golf before. Let's skip the course today and head straight to the driving range." "That's perfectly fine. I'd welcome the chance to practice myself." Jiang Sini nodded. Zhou Mu added, slightly embarrassed, "I don't even know how to hold the club." "No worries. I'll teach you," when he assured him. They arrived at the driving range, where she demonstrated the proper grip and stance. Zhou Mu took the club and assumed the posture she'd shown, surprisingly natural. "Now try swinging." When he swung smoothly, striking the ball dead center, the white sphere arced gracefully through the air. Zhou Mu mimicked her motion. The club swept past the ball, stirring only wind while the ball remained unmoved. Jiang Sini's lips curved faintly upward. She quickly raised her water glass and took a quiet sip. Zhou Mu drew a slow, steadying breath and centered himself. His inside eye's precise perception of distance, angle, and force could translate seamlessly into this motion. He raised the club once more. Thwack! The white ball launched forward, its trajectory straight and true. When he arched a brow, "You truly have never played before." Jiang Sini set down her glass and gave a subtle nod. Young people do learn swiftly. Zhou Mu swung again and again. His rapid progress left both women quietly astonished. At that moment, two figures passed by. Wei Ping wore a dark golf shirt and carried his clubs. Beside him walked a young woman in her 20s. Zhou Mu instantly recognized her as a junior employee from Longjing Securities. Wei Ping paused upon spotting one he and Jiang Sini, then plastered on a smile. "President Wen." "President Jiang." What a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here. When he offered only a reserved nod, Mr. Wei, good day. Jiang Sini responded with polite brevity, Mr. Wei, it's been some time. Her tone was neutral, clearly signaling no desire for further exchange. Wei Ping's gaze shifted to Zhou Mu, and his smile stiffened for a fleeting instant. That boy again. The young woman beside him flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Though Zhou Mu had long since left Longjing Securities, if he were to gossip, even casually, her reputation would suffer. A junior staffer appearing on the golf course with the general manager during work hours would raise eyebrows. But when she noticed Jiang Sini, evidently much older than Zhou Mu, her tension dissolved. She offered him a quiet, knowing smile. I understand you, and you understand me. Zhou Mu felt profoundly exasperated. Damn it. Do you take me for some kind of blank slate puppet? Wei Ping's eyes flickered over Zhou Mu's still awkward grip, and a faint smirk tugged at his lips. Your grip is rather unconventional, Mr. Zhou, self-taught I presume. Zhou Mu straightened up and glanced coolly at him. How I hold the club. Is that any concern of yours? You Buchuan? No, Wei Buchuan. Wei Ping's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated such brazen disrespect. He shot Zhou Mu a venomous glare, then nodded curtly to one he and Jiang Sini. President, when President Jiang. I must excuse myself, urgent matters await. Without another word, he turned and strode away. The young woman, still bewildered, hurried after him. Zhou Mu watched his retreating figure, eyes narrowing slightly. He wondered whether his jab had struck hard enough, and hoped the old man would retaliate, swiftly delivering his counterstrike without delay. Then he turned his gaze back to one he and Jiang Sini. Sister Sini, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. When he smiled lightly, if you mean calling him Wei Buchuan, well, that wasn't entirely inaccurate. Jiang Sini's lips lifted faintly as she asked Zhou Mu, you two have history. He nodded. Had you not been present, I'd have spoken far more plainly. When he laughed softly, wasn't that plain enough? Zhou Mu shrugged. Not a single profanity, so hardly qualifies as cursing. After finishing their round, the three entered the clubhouse's private lounge. Zhou Mu lifted his teacup and sipped thoughtfully before asking, Sister Sini, when did your collecting journey begin? My family has been in this field for generations. I couldn't pinpoint exactly when I started. Jiang Sini paused, then continued, but I recall my first serendipitous find clearly. I was 19, studying in France. At a flea market, I bought a delicate blue and white porcelain bowl for 50 francs. Later it was authenticated as an imperial Qianlongera piece. From that moment onward, I was utterly captivated. Porcelain ink paintings, jade Western oil paintings. I've collected for decades, gradually amassing a modest but meaningful collection. When he interjected, Sister Sini is far too modest. Her collection ranks among the top 5 in all of China's private holdings. Jiang Sini merely smiled, neither affirming nor denying. Zhou Mu recalled his earlier conversation with Ning Ning about founding a private museum. A long-term aspiration he'd never rushed. Yet now, having met Jiang Sini, many practical questions suddenly seemed ripe for consultation. Just as he prepared to speak when he beat him to it. By the way, Zhou Mu, before you arrived, I sang your observational acuity to the heavens. Sister Sini remained skeptical. So I proposed a little game to test you. Would you care to give it a try? Zhou Mu nodded. I suppose I can tempt fate once more. When he turned to Jiang Sini, who gave a slight nod, and withdrew from her handbag an exquisitely crafted brocade pouch, its surface adorned with subtle, intricate patterns. Jiang Sini opened the dark patterned pouch and gently poured 3 ancient coins onto the tea table. Zhou Mu, these 3 coins were ones I casually collected from the antique market a while ago. 2 of them are replicas, but one is real. She arranged the 3 coins in a line, pointing to the leftmost one, and saying this one is the real one. Zhou Mu glanced over and nodded. Seeing he didn't say anything, Jiang Sini gathered the coins in her palm, overlapping her hands, and giving them a gentle shake before laying them out again on the tea table. The 3 coins were similar in size, their patina almost identical. Now can you help me identify which one is real? When he held the teacup, her gaze sweeping over the coins without speaking, only a slight smile gracing her lips. Zhou Mu lowered his head to look at the 3 coins on the table, and in less than a second, he pointed to the middle coin. This one is real. Jiang Sini asked why. Zhou Mu picked up the coin, stating the thickness of the recessed and raised areas is different. A flash of surprise crossed Jiang Sini's face. Even she couldn't tell the real from the fake with just a glance. Yet Zhou Mu identified it right away and even knew where the differences lay. How did you do that? She asked incredulously. I would need to know in advance where the subtle differences are, otherwise I'd have to examine them closely with a magnifying glass. But you only glanced at them. Zhou Mu replied, you mentioned earlier that this one is real, so I could recognize it. When he put down her teacup and chuckled softly, now you believe it. Jiang Sini put the 3 coins back into the pouch and looked at Zhou Mu again, marveling with your keen eyesight. It's truly a pity you're not in the collection business. Zhou Mu replied calmly, to be honest, Sister Sini, I know nothing about collecting. However, my girlfriend studies art and truly loves artworks. Last time at the gallery she talked to me for over an hour, and only then did I realize how much intricacy there is to a painting. Jiang Sini caught the implication in his words and took out a business card from her bag, handing it to Zhou Mu. It only had her name and a phone number on it. You're welcome to bring your girlfriend to my Eason studio when you have time. This is my personal number. Oh, just call this phone. Zhou Mu accepted it with both hands, solemnly putting it away in his pocket, saying thank you, Sister Sini. When he glanced at Zhou Mu and asked, is your girlfriend referring to Ning Ning? Zhou Mu nodded. I didn't expect sister. When he lifted her teacup, saying the most important thing in investment is recognizing people. If you can't even discern people, you'd be a fool in this profession. The three continued chatting for a while. Jiang Sini received a call saying there was something at home and stood up to leave. Zhou Mu noticed when he was still seated enjoying her tea, so he stayed on. After Jiang Sini left, when he put down her teacup and turned to Zhou Mu, asking, what do you think of Sister Sini? Zhou Mu pondered for a moment, saying, pretty good. She speaks in a calm manner, clearly someone involved in the arts. When he nodded slightly, Sister Sini is well known in the collection world. Her willingness to give you her personal number is a recognition of your eye for value. There aren't many people in this world who she finds interesting. Zhou Mu fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing, saying, Sister, when you mentioned introducing a beautiful woman to me yesterday, I thought you were referring to your daughter. When he shot him a sidelong glance, saying, you're thinking too much. You already have a girlfriend. Oh, why would I introduce my daughter to you? Zhou Mu raised his hand, saying, I'm not thinking too much, but you who are overthinking. When he was slightly taken aback, and then smiled. To be honest, Sister Sini was quite beautiful when she was younger. She still has a lot of grace now. Beauty is in the bone, not just the skin. When he mused, you'll understand this when you reach my age. Zhou Mu replied, you're not that much older than me. Haha, you really know how to speak. When he glanced at the time, and stood up, saying, let's go, I should head back now. Zhou Mu nodded and followed her out of the lounge. Just as they reached the door, his phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Sun Yue. Sun Yue, brother Mu Lu Ziyuan just asked Zhang Kai to check your stock holdings again. Zhou Mu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the fish to be ready to bite the hook so soon. The next day at the He Ming Julie study, Zhou Mu was sitting in front of the computer looking at stocks when his phone rang. The caller ID on the screen read Longjin Securities Zhang Kai. Hello, President Zhou. Zhang Kai, we are old colleagues. You don't need to be so formal. Just call me by my name. No, this is a matter of politeness. Zhang Kai's voice lowered a notch. I'm calling to inform you that your access to the Hong Kong Stock Connect has been opened and you can trade at any time now. Alright, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time. You are my important client. It should be me treating you to. Zhou Mu could almost picture Zhang Kai's expression at that moment. This person was a pawn of Wei Ping and Lu Ziyuan, but he was a tool unable to act independently. There was no need to hold any resentment towards him. Moreover, if it weren't for him, the Jianggan stealing books act wouldn't have been possible. I have something else to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Zhou Mu took the initiative to end the pleasantries. Alright, you take care. The call ended. Zhou Mu's gaze returned to the computer screen. Last time he had Sun Yue keep an eye on Lu Ziyuan's movements, it turned out to be worth the wait. After the commotion at the golf club yesterday, Wei Ping immediately couldn't sit still and sent his underling Lu Ziyuan to keep an eye on his stock account. During this time, he had been contemplating how to make good use of these two money-bringing children. They wanted to give him a lesson, but could only make small moves in the stock market. And since the domestic stock market has limited short-selling methods, it's hard for them to fully exploit their space. Hence, he needed to pave the way for the two of them. To the Hong Kong stock market. There are more ways to short sell and no limits on price fluctuations. Short sellers, dumpers, financial fraudsters, major shareholders, offloading. For someone like Wei Ping, there are plenty of legitimate teaching tools to exploit. To facilitate their teaching, he didn't open an independent Hong Kong stock account, but activated the Hong Kong Stock Connect under his Longjin Securities account. He needed his holdings to be exposed under their noses. Next, he just needed to select a sufficiently poor stock from the Hong Kong Stock Connect targets and dump all his funds into it. Would the prey willingly step into the trap, while those two self-righteous hunters could still refrain from firing? Zhou Mu opened his watch list, flipping to the Hong Kong stock section, his gaze sweeping over one stock after another. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. Hope Media. The company of Old Wang and Xiao Wang. Yes, that's the one. At the headquarters of Hope Media, Wang Ximing excitedly pushed open the door to the chairman's office and almost rushed in. Dad, good news. He had barely finished his sentence when he suddenly choked. In the office, Zhao Wen was standing beside Wang Hongya, her body slightly bent, and the distance between them was a bit too close. Hearing the noise, Zhao Wen shot upright as if scalded and took a couple of steps back. Hello, young Wang. She forced out a rather unnatural smile. Wang Ximing frowned slightly. Doesn't your What are you doing here at this hour? Zhao Wen chuckled awkwardly. I have a document that requires Chairman Wang's signature, so I brought it directly. Wang Hongya coughed twice. Well, Xiao, I've signed it. You can take the document back first. If there's anything, you can contact my secretary. All right, Chairman Wang. Zhao Wen hurriedly gathered the documents on the desk and almost fled. Wang Hongya, sitting behind the desk, glanced at his son. Did you not know to knock before entering? Aye. No matter what, knock next time. Wang Ximing took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing the earlier scene. He quickly walked to the desk and placed his phone down. Dad, take a look at this first. Wang Hongya focused his gaze. It was the stock price chart of Hope Media. The trend was steadily rising, already gaining over 10 points with large orders continuously flooding in. When did this start? It surged right at the market open today. I've been watching it all morning, and the buying momentum is quite strong, with the trading volume simultaneously increasing, as if large funds are systematically entering the market. Wang Hongya pondered for a moment. Have the securities department investigate the sources of the large purchases today. After a pause, he added, also check which institutions have been researching us recently. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. Wang Ximing turned and walked out of the office. Wang Hongya leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest. He was well aware of Hope Media's situation over the past couple of years. The traditional media business had declined, the transition to new media had been bumpy, and the stock price had dropped 2/3 from its peak, with little significant fluctuation in the past few months. Last month, the company also planned to ride a wave of hype by announcing the AI strategy, but the market's reaction was tepid. Today's bullish candlestick was rather perplexing. Has the market finally reacted? But the reflex arc couldn't be that long, right? He picked up the teacup on the desk and took a sip, deciding not to think too much. A rise in stock prices is ultimately a good thing. At Heming Jiuli, Zhou Mu entered a buy order on the keyboard again. Now that the capital volume had increased, buying stocks had become much more complicated than before. If the purchase volume is too large, causing significant fluctuations in the stock price, it would trigger regulatory red flags and come under close scrutiny. Although the system had legalized, his source of funds being monitored by regulators was certainly not a good thing. Moreover, causing abnormal fluctuations in stock prices could lead to legal issues. Currently, he had over 32 million in the stock market. He planned to buy 10 million today, with the remainder to be completed in the next 2 or 3 days. At this moment, the study room door was pushed open and Ning Ning walked in. I'm here. He'll be ready soon. I'm a bit nervous. What's there to be nervous about? You don't know how esteemed teacher Jiang Xini is in the circle. You don't know how esteemed your man is. Zhou Mu stood up, casually grabbing the car keys. Let's go. I heard that her Eason studio has many treasures. I want to see the world too. Eason studio was located in the suburbs of Haicheng, entirely transformed from an old factory. The ground floor served as the exhibition hall, while the second floor was Jiang Xini's home. There were also 2 underground levels used as storage. Ning Ning stood in front of a blue and white lotus-patterned vase, slightly bending down to look through the glass for a long time. This vase's shape is really beautiful. The proportions of the neck and body are particularly pleasing, and there are no unnecessary lines overall. Jiang Xini's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. Good eye? This was made during the Yongle period. It was the first piece of porcelain I collected. You are very accurate. The shapes of Yongle blue and white are indeed exquisite, more delicate than Xuanda, and more reserved than the Yuan dynasty. I read about it in a book. They say Yongle porcelain is the art of lines. Seeing the real thing today, I truly feel this way. Jiang Xini looked at her with great interest. Have you studied porcelain? Ning Ning replied shyly. I majored in fine arts in college and learned some basic art history, but I haven't had much contact with porcelain. I haven't touched it much since then. Jiang Xini said, a good aesthetic foundation won't be lost. What you just said about the art of lines is something many who have played with porcelain for decades might not be able to articulate so precisely. The 3 of them continued walking further in. Ning Ning stopped in front of a landscape ink painting by Pan. This painting. The composition is very risky. The rock is pressing on the eagle's head, yet the eagle is charging upward with the center of gravity completely off, but it looks perfectly harmonious. Jiang Xini said, look at this area of white space. Master Pan's risks aren't reckless. Beside each risky stroke, there's a saving stroke hidden. That's his true brilliance. Ning Ning was taken aback for a moment, then looked back at the painting. So that's how it is. Thank you, Sister Xini. I completely missed this detail. Jiang Xini looked at Ning Ning, her gaze filled with increasing admiration. At first she thought Zhou Mu was just bringing his beautiful girlfriend to casually browse around. Now she realized that Zhou Mu was indeed here to look around, and his girlfriend had a genuine love for art. If you are willing, you can come often. I enjoy chatting with young people who are truly interested in art. Ning Ning nodded vigorously. Thank you, Sister Xini. I will definitely come. Zhou Mu, standing beside, couldn't interject and didn't want to. He just quietly appreciated. After some time of being influenced, he found that he seemed to have entered the field a bit. Initially, he only skimmed through these collections, but now he could somewhat discern what was good about them. Jiang Xini then took the 2 of them around several exhibition areas. Ning Ning asked a lot of questions along the way, and Jiang Xini answered them all carefully. Unknowingly, over 2 hours had passed. Sister Xini, it's time for your running session. Jiang Xini's personal trainer appeared at the door. She was a woman in her 30s dressed in all-black sportswear exuding the aura of an athletic champion. Zhou Mu curiously asked, Sister Cindy, do you run at a fixed time every day? Jiang Cindy nodded. Next week is the Haicheng Marathon, and I've signed up for the full course. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. Marathon. Full course. Isn't that hard to run? Jiang Cindy stood up and jokingly replied, in terms of observation skills I may not be as good as you, but in terms of stamina, young man, you're far behind. Zhou Mu suddenly remembered that after unlocking unyielding aside from competing with Sui Sui in the bedroom, he hadn't properly tested the upper limit of this ability. He just felt like he had endless energy every day, but he didn't know what the theoretical peak of humanity really meant. Running a marathon. It seemed like it could be worth a try. Zhou Mu looked at Jiang Cindy and asked, Sister Cindy, I want to run a marathon too. How do I sign up? Jiang Cindy was taken aback and replied, do you usually have a habit of running? Zhou Mu shrugged, does running from the bedroom to the living room count? Jiang Cindy laughed. I've heard your house is quite big, but that distance is far from enough. I want to give it a try, Zhou Mu said. Seeing his serious expression, Jiang Cindy nodded. I have a direct spot from a sponsor. He'll sign you up right away. Then he'll trouble you, Sister Cindy. Not a bother at all. She glanced at Ning Ning. Ning Ning, are you going to run? Ning Ning shook her head repeatedly. I get out of breath just running 800 meters. That's perfect then, Zhou Mu said as he put his arm around her shoulder. You wait for me at the finish line. Why would I wait for you? To see you being carried off? Wait for me to win the championship. Ning Ning rolled her eyes at him, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Jiang Cindy watched the two of them bicker. The fine lines of laughter at the corners of her eyes deepened. The two said goodbye to Jiang Cindy and returned to the car. Ning Ning turned to Zhou Mu. Are you serious? Are you really going to run a marathon? When have I not been serious? Zhou Mu replied. But I see you lying around every day. Your exercise amount is even less than mine. I swim at home every day now. That's just playing in the water, she said, slightly frowning. A marathon is 42 kilometers long. I'm worried your body can't handle it. Zhou Mu grinned mischievously. You'll witness it tonight. Ning Ning's face flushed. This is a serious matter. What I said is also serious. He pressed the gas pedal. Let's go home. Ning Ning hesitated for a moment and softly said, let's go to my place. In the evening, Ning Ning tied on an apron and busied herself in the kitchen. Zhou Mu leaned against the doorframe, watching her. Are you sure you don't need my help? No need, you just sit. And Ning Ning didn't turn around her knife, slicing green peppers into thin strips. The kitchen is small. If two people stand here, there's no room to move around. When did you learn to cook? I could do it before college, Ning Ning replied, placing the sliced peppers into a plate. She casually cracked 2 eggs against the bowl's edge. My mom said if girls can't cook, they will starve later on. Looks like you really know what you're doing, Zhou Mu commented. Ning Ning turned her head to glance at him, her lips curling into a smile. Go sit down, it'll be ready soon. Dinner was laid out on the small table in the living room. Steamed sea-bass scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cucumber salad, and kelp pork rib soup. All were the most common home-cooked dishes. Ning Ning served Zhou Mu a bowl of rib soup and placed it in front of him. Give it a try. Zhou Mu took a sip. The broth was light, yet flavorful. How is it? It tastes like home. Ning Ning lowered her head, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. After dinner, they cleaned up the dishes together and then sat on the sofa in the living room. They both understood what would happen tonight, yet felt no urgency as the moment approached. By the way, Ning Ning took out an art album from the cabinet. All the works in here are things I drew before. Zhou Mu flipped through the pages, eventually stopping at an oil painting of a library corridor. This one is the best. Why, oi? The feeling of light and shadow is just right. It looks like it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ning Ning was taken aback. How do you know it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Zhou Mu pointed at the patch of light and shadow spread across the floor in the painting. The sunlight comes in from the west window, covering a large area. It's not as direct as noon nor as slanted as dusk. It's probably around 2 or 3 o'clock. Ning Ning's smile gradually widened. Oh my, the last time I went to the gallery with you, you didn't understand anything. How did you improve so quickly? Being close to those who excel helps one improve. Zhou Mu paused. Moreover, this tests observation, not aesthetic judgment. Ning Ning chuckled and closed the album. Zhou Mu protested. I haven't finished looking yet. Not letting you see it anymore. She put the album back into the cabinet. Actually, my drawing skills are quite average. Back in school, teachers said I have great composition sense and a talent for aesthetics, but my execution always lacks that little bit. She put the album back into the cabinet. Actually, my drawing skills are quite average. Back in school, teachers said I have great composition sense and a talent for aesthetics, but with the topic concluded, the two suddenly fell silent. Ning Ning leaned into Zhou Mu's embrace, feeling his palm gently stroking her back. She looked up at him. Do you know why I chose to be here today? Because this is your territory. Ning Ning nodded, and then initiated a kiss on Zhou Mu's lips. The two kissed for a while, and then Ning Ning pulled back slightly, resting her forehead against his chin. Zhou Mu, moi. Thank you for waiting for me all this time. Zhou Mu did not answer, but pulled her up from the sofa, leading her into the bedroom. She stopped by the bed, turned around, and faced away from him. Help me unzip the zipper. Zhou Mu's hand touched the zipper at the back of her dress. The sound of the metals separating was particularly clear in the room. Ning Ning felt her ears burning, but she was ready. The dress slipped down from her shoulders, pooling around her. The bedside lamp in the room was on, casting a warm glow on her bare shoulder blades, outlining a gentle curve. She took a deep breath, turned around, and gazed at him. There was tension in her eyes, but no evasion. Then she raised her hand and pressed it against his chest. Your heartbeat is also very fast, she whispered. Zhou Mu chuckled. You seem quite bold today. Ning Ning lowered her gaze and smiled, the corners of her lips curving slightly. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Zhou Mu wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Ning Ning closed her eyes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him again. This time her kiss was no longer tentative. As they fell onto the mattress, Ning Ning's long hair spread out on the pillow. Zhou Mu's palms slowly slid down from her waist, his fingertips gently grazing her ribs. Her skin felt as if it had been ignited under his touch. Ning Ning closed her eyes, feeling the final distance between them fading away. Her arms wrapped around his back, her fingers interlaced between his shoulder blades, her body arching slightly. Zhou Mu, she said softly. I did it. It was my own choice. Her voice was light, but each word was serious. I completely entrusted myself to someone I love. Zhou Mu lowered his head and placed a kiss on her forehead. This was his response to her complete promise. Ning Ning said nothing more, burying her face into his chest. The sound of his heartbeat resonated steadily in her ears, gradually intertwining with her own heartbeat. She felt at ease, gently closed her eyes, and her breathing became long and even. In the office of the general manager at Longjin Securities. General Manager Wei, I have found out about the new moves of that kid. He has been buying shares of Hope Media through the Hong Kong Stock Connect, accumulating over 30 million so far. Oh, Hope Media, Wang Hongye's company. Wei Ping pondered for a moment. Why is he buying this stock? Well, I haven't had time to investigate further. However, Hope Media has seen a significant decline over the past year, with its traditional business suffering and the transition to new media not going smoothly. Perhaps that kid is simply attracted by the low stock price. I see he specializes in trading junk stocks and has been quite reckless. Lu Ziyuan lowered his voice further. The third shareholder of Hope Media is Peng Xiang from Blue Whale Capital. 6 months ago, Hope Media conducted a private placement, and Peng Xiang subscribed to a significant amount. As a result, he got trapped and has been unable to exit, and now his subscribed portion has just been unlocked. Wei Ping squinted slightly. Peng Xiang is a well-known speculator, notorious for his ruthless and cunning tactics in the capital market. Since that kid with the surname Zhou has heavily invested in Hope Media, it might be possible to use Peng Xiang to create some leverage. He does not have a deep-seated hatred for Zhou Mu, but there are still grievances. That kid once embarrassed him in front of an important client by taking away Shen Anren. The second time at the golf club, he publicly mocked him as Wei Buchuan, which not only made him lose face, but also caused a female subordinate, who had already prepared herself mentally to back out at the last moment. He must seek revenge for this humiliation. Wei Ping picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Peng Xiang participated in the private placement 6 months ago, and now he's trapped just as it gets unlocked. With his personality, would he be willing to accept this? Lu Ziyuan cautiously asked, What do you mean? Wei Ping waved his hand. I don't mean anything. I just think that Peng Xiang never suffers losses without retaliating. Lu Ziyuan understood. Wei Ping, the old fox, always spoke in riddles, waiting for others to spell it out. General Manager Wei, I was thinking if Peng Xiang has enough chips in hand, we could use him to short Hope Media, which would put that kid with the surname Zhou in a difficult position. You don't even know his background. It's the same as last time. In the end, he only suffered minor injuries, which is meaningless. Wei Ping paused. Some things cannot be done perfectly in one go. Lu Ziyuan was stunned for 2 seconds and finally understood the old fox's intention. This was about leveraging Peng Xiang to manipulate Hope Media and to gradually wear down Zhou Mu. General Manager Wei, I can contact Peng Xiang and invite him out for a meal. Whom we can also communicate with Wang Hongye on this matter. No problem. When do you have time? I can arrange it on my end. Wei Ping slowly raised his head and stared at Lu Ziyuan for a few seconds, making Lu Ziyuan's heart race. Peng Xiang is just a wild card in the speculation game. Isn't your position as the director of Longjin Securities enough to handle this? Do I have to personally intervene? No, that's not what I meant. I know how to arrange it now. Wei Ping withdrew his gaze and thought for a moment. Old Zhao is about to retire, and many people in the company are eyeing that position. Your qualifications are still a bit lacking, but it's not without a chance if you strive for it. Lu Ziyuan's eyes lit up. Old Zhao is the assistant to the general manager, a position higher than his current director role. If he could take that position at his age, the future position of general manager would not be so far out of reach. General Manager Wei, you can rest assured I will definitely handle this well. Wei Ping nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. Xingyao Media, Su Lan pushed a copy of the latest performance report of the company in front of Zhou Mu and Shen Anren. Last month's revenue increased by 306 compared to the same period last year. We currently have a total of 52 signed streamers and content creators, including 2 with over 1 million fans and 7 with over 5,000. In terms of brand cooperation this quarter, we added 12 commercial clients, 3 of which approached us proactively. Our current pricing is already 1.5 times that of other MCN organizations of the same scale, but customer acceptance is very high. They are attracted by our content quality and fan loyalty rather than just pure traffic. Shen Anren quickly scanned the report, her gaze stopping at one column. This beauty brand's cooperation period is 6 months. Isn't it usually a quarterly contract? Su Lan nodded. The other party requested to sign for 6 months because the ROI for the first 2 months far exceeded expectations. Zhou Mu leaned back against the chair. How are Zhao Chun and the others doing now? Su Lan replied. Their performance is great. They recently developed an automatic editing and intelligent dubbing module, which has increased our content production efficiency by at least double. Moreover, the accuracy rate of AI-generated subtitles and dubbing is very high, requiring basically no manual review. Additionally, they just completed a new AI comic drama sample. Please wait a moment. I will bring the tablet to show you. Su Lan stood up and left, and the office fell silent for a moment. Shen Anren turned to Zhou Mu. Did you see the email I sent you this morning about the latest progress of the due diligence on Qinxin? I saw it was very detailed. It seems you and Qingxi are cooperating quite well. She is very smart as she understands everything the moment we communicate and works meticulously. What was the issue with the contract dispute with the supplier you mentioned earlier? That was also Qingxi's merit. Jia Yaoi signed clauses that had serious flaws at that time. She took 2 days over the weekend to review all the contracts that Qinxin had over the past 3 years and identified the problems. Shen Anren paused and looked at him. All the girls around you are very outstanding. Zhou Mu teased. Are you secretly flattering yourself? Shen Anren smiled. I'm 2 years older than you, so I can't call myself a girl. At this moment, Su Lan returned with the tablet. She tapped a few times on the screen, bringing up a beautifully crafted AI-generated animated short, giving off a cinematic feel. Zhou Mu and Shen Anren finished watching the 5-minute animation, feeling as though they struck gold during their last trip to Hangzhou. By the way, Su Lan looked at Zhou Mu. There's something I want to discuss with you. What is it? Zhou Mu asked, noticing her somewhat shy expression. You aren't planning to borrow money from me, are you? Su Lan chuckled awkwardly. Not borrowing money. It's like this. We recently signed a client for a swimsuit brand, and they requested to shoot a set of promotional content with a pool theme. Our directors and photographers have checked several venues, but none of them seem suitable. Now it's peak season, and there are many people in the pool, making it difficult to shoot. Zhou Mu raised his eyebrows. Are you suggesting to borrow my house? Su Lan nodded. Not for too long, just half a day will do. It will also show everyone the strength of the boss. The filming team will be kept to a minimum, and all equipment will be well protected. Nothing will be damaged. The main star will be Jiang Qier, whom you also know. Additionally, there are 2 very beautiful new streamers. Zhou Mu thought for a moment and nodded. Then let's do it tomorrow afternoon. Who made me their boss? Su Lan's eyes lit up, then it settled. She thought for a moment and added, they will all wear bikinis tomorrow. Zhou Mu said seriously, I know they are doing this for work. Su Lan put away the tablet and exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Anren. The next afternoon at Heming Jiuli, Su Lan, accompanied by the filming crew, walked through the private entrance, and everyone wore the same expression of astonishment. While President Zhou's home is even more beautiful than a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel. My goodness, I seriously underestimated President Zhou's capabilities. Jiang Qier followed behind, holding her makeup bag. She didn't know much about Zhou Mu, only that he seemed to be an investor with a 30% stake in Xingyao and was Chen Sui's boyfriend. Standing in this house, she finally understood why Wang Ximing had dared not make a sound in front of Zhou Mu last time. Su Lan turned her head. Qier, what are you daydreaming about? The makeup room is over there. Hurry up and prepare. Jiang Qier snapped back to reality, stuck out her tongue, and followed the makeup artist toward the makeup room. Zhou Mu glanced at the people present today. From the photographer to the lighting crew to the makeup artist, they were all women. He looked at Su Lan. Why are all the staff women today? Su Lan wore a subtle smile. Sui mentioned to me before that apart from you, no other males are allowed. Zhou Mu smiled slightly. That was just a joke between me and her. Are you saying my dad or her dad can't come? Su Lan checked the time, noticing that everyone was almost ready, then said to Zhou Mu, let's go supervise the work together. Me? Is that appropriate? You're a shareholder, and it's your home. What's inappropriate about it? She glanced at Zhou Mu. But if you don't want, you've put it so sincerely, how can I not go? Let's go. Zhou Mu went to the Sky Garden and sat down on a lounge chair by the pool. The first to start filming were the 2 new hosts. One had twin ponytails, followed a sweet style, and wore a light pink bikini. As she posed by the poolside, she occasionally glanced over at Zhou Mu. Once their eyes met, she immediately broke into an overly sweet smile and waved gently at him. Zhou Mu merely nodded politely. The other host followed a mature and cold style, tall and wearing a black. She spoke little, but each time she walked past Zhou Mu from the poolside, her steps would unconsciously slow down and the sway of her waist would increase just the right amount. Once she accidentally dropped her sunscreen at Zhou Mu's feet. When she bent down to pick it up, the black straps created a deep shadow across her chest. Sulan watched them flaunt their charms without any reaction. Having been in this industry for a long time, she was already used to it. Jiang Qier wore a dark green bikini today, and when she stepped out, the eyes of the entire filming crew were drawn. Her figure was excellent, embodying a healthy and well-proportioned silhouette with long legs. Jiang Qier walked to the pool's edge, her gaze naturally falling on Zhou Mu as she walked straight toward him. President Zhou, with you supervising today, I must perform well. Zhou Mu smiled slightly. By the pool, the photographer was already in position. Jiang Qier stepped barefoot into the shallow water, splashing droplets onto her smooth calves. She stood firm and naturally struck her first pose. Okay, Qier, lift your chin a little. Yes, just like that. Relax your gaze a bit more. Jiang Qier complied, adjusting her pose, but by the third set her brows involuntarily furrowed, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Qier, open your eyes, don't squint. The photographer lowered his camera. Jiang Qier rubbed her eyes. Sorry, She adjusted her pose again, but couldn't last 3 seconds before her eyes involuntarily squinted again. The photographer took several shots and shook his head while reviewing the previews. These shots all have closed eyes, they can't be used. Qier, bear with it, the sunlight is indeed a bit strong. Jiang Qier nodded, blinking hard, trying to keep her eyes wide open. But when the photographer raised the camera again, her eyelashes started to tremble uncontrollably. Wait a moment. Zhou Mu stood up from the lounge chair. He had noticed that Jiang Qier's squinting frequency seemed to be related to the angle of the reflector's movement. He walked over to the reflector, and upon closer inspection, he found a very fine crack at the edge that would be missed unless one was close. The sunlight passing through that crack caused irregular refraction, hitting the spot where Jiang Qier stood, which was why she couldn't keep her eyes open. There's a crack here, let's replace it. A few staff members gathered around, staring for a while before finally spotting. The photographer gave Zhou Mu a thumbs up. President Zhou truly has sharp eyes. Jiang Qier stood in the pool, arms crossed over her chest, watching Zhou Mu walk back to the lounge chair. She said nothing, just slightly curved the corners of her mouth. The subsequent filming process went smoothly. Jiang Qier's eyes steadily faced the camera, no longer involuntarily squinting. Zhou Mu leaned back on the lounge chair, feeling that it was enough after a while. So, he took out his phone to check the Not long ago, he had been continuously buying shares in Hope Media, and with some momentum from trend followers, the stock price had risen by over 20. However, after he exhausted his shares, those stuck above started to sell off, and in an instant the stock price nearly fell back to its original position. Back and forth, the retail investors who bought at the same time as him were equivalent to riding an elevator. Meanwhile, he profited from both the rise and fall, making over 10 million. However, the fluctuations in Hope Media's stock price had decreased in recent days, and he needed to make several trades daily to maintain market liquidity and keep the stock active. In the evening, just as the filming concluded, Chen Sui arrived. She had just started school and came direct. She walked over to Zhou Mu and saw Jiang Qier coming out of the pool. Chen Sui glanced at her and said, "Wow, Qier, that swimsuit looks amazing on you." Jiang Qier smiled shyly. It was provided by the brand. During the shoot, I changed into several bikinis, and it felt natural flaunting in front of President Zhou, but now that the main character is here, I feel a bit embarrassed standing in front of her boyfriend like this. Chen Sui asked again, "How did the shoot go today?" Jiang Qier replied, "Almost had an accident. Thankfully, President Zhou has sharp eyes and noticed the problem with the reflector." Chen Sui turned her head and glanced at Zhou Mu. His gaze is always sharp when he's looking at beautiful women. Jiang Qier laughed and said she would go change first and left. Sulan teased Sui. President Zhou had quite the feast for his eyes today. Chen Sui raised her chin. The venue was lent to the company for free. If I don't take a good look, wouldn't that be a waste? Sulan smiled and shook her head. The filming crew packed their equipment and gradually left. The once bustling Tianji pool returned to tranquility with only the deepening dusk and the gentle breeze from the river. Chen Sui suddenly asked, "Who has a better figure, Qier or me?" "Of course you have the better figure." "Oh, I think Qier has a very good figure. She's slim where she should be and has curves where she should. What she has you have too, and you're exclusively for my eyes. How can she compare to you?" Chen Sui's lips curled slightly as she leaned into Zhou Mu's embrace. The last sliver of sunset slowly sank below the horizon. At the entrance of a private club in Haiqing, Wang Hongya Pengxiang and Lu Ziyuan stepped out, their faces flushed with the effects of alcohol. Wang Shiming, as the younger generation, followed behind the three. Peng Xiang said, Brother Wang, I've already discussed this with old Lu several times. As long as our three parties work together, just wait to see the good show. Lu Ziyuan, following alongside, nodded in agreement. Wang Hongya slightly inclined his head, a smile on his face that was difficult to decipher. The driver pulled up the black Maybach to the entrance. Wang Hongya nodded to the two, then let's leave it at that for now and gather again another day. Wang Shiming sat in the back seat next to his father, and as the door closed, the pleasantries from outside were blocked out. The car glided smoothly into the night, and the interior fell quiet for a moment. Dad, are we really going to cooperate with Peng Xiang to short our own company's stock price? Wang Hongya did not answer his son's question, pondering for a moment before bringing up another matter. I can't understand why that kid named Zhou wants to buy our stocks. Who knows? I suspect it's just random. Didn't Lu Ziyuan just say that Zhou is buying blindly with no logic at all? Wang Hongya furrowed his brows slightly, truly unable to think of a reason. Want to seize control. Zhou Mu's current resources are far from sufficient. Want to invest or speculate? The reasoning doesn't hold up. Dad, what do you plan to do next? Are Peng Xiang and Lu Ziyuan's promises of a triple win just a ruse to fool us? Wang Hongya glanced at his son, feeling that this kid seemed to have grown a bit, knowing to first consider whether it might be a trap rather than recklessly charging ahead as before. We can cooperate with him for now. Wang Hongya paused. Peng Xiang promised to short first, and then go long, benefiting from both sides. If the promise can be fulfilled, it will be advantageous for us to cooperate. But what if he can't deliver? If he can, our losses are limited. If it fails, we can just part ways. Wang Shiming remained silent for a few seconds, trying to digest his father's words. Wang Hongya continued, in the early stages, we can cooperate by releasing some negative news to drive the stock price down. Our stock is already low, a little more won't hurt. The key is whether he can fulfill his promises and raise the stock price from the lows. He had other plans in mind, but there was no need to let his son know. Wang Shiming nodded thoughtfully. Dad, Zhou Mu is clueless about his origins. I've checked several times and can't figure out how much money he really has. If even that old fox Wei Ping can't track him down, how can you? Wang Hongya waved his hand this time. It's Wei Ping who wants to take action against him. We are just cooperating. If we win, everyone benefits. If we lose, it won't matter much to our Wang family. That old fox Wei Ping won't get involved personally. Wang Hongya is no fool and will keep himself clean. You must keep this matter confidential. Don't speak of it to anyone. I'm not brainless. I know what's important. Wang Hongya nodded slightly, his gaze falling outside the car window. To him, Zhou Mu was not worth the effort to deal with. But now the old fox had delivered the candy right to his lips, so naturally he wouldn't refuse. Moreover, giving that arrogant young man an unforgettable lesson was something he was very willing to do. Let's see how Peng Xiang's first shot goes. If it really goes as he says, repeatedly harvesting that kid, it wouldn't be bad. Wang Shiming nodded emphatically. On Sunday morning at 5:30 at the starting area of the Haiqing International Marathon, the sky was not yet fully bright, and the silhouettes of buildings along the Pujiang River were faintly visible in the morning mist. Zhou Mu stood amidst the crowd in the full marathon gathering area, dressed in a deep gray quick-dry outfit, performing warm-up exercises with style. Beside him was Jiang Xini, clad in a black compression suit, her hair neatly tied back, rotating her ankles. Sister Xini, what's your best time? 4 hours and 2 minutes. So this time it's very likely you'll break 4 hours, right? That's the goal. Oh, I hope to. Wait a moment, she reminded. This is your first race. Don't push yourself too hard. Just treat it as experience. Zhou Mu smiled confidently. He was the man with the best physical fitness in the world, and a mere marathon felt trivial to him. However, he wasn't that familiar with Jiang Xini, so he decided to save the bragging for after the race. The starting gun fired. The crowd surged forward like a tide from the starting line. For the first 5 kilometers, Zhou Mu ran with utmost ease. The morning breeze blew over from the river, cool and moist. He felt as if he were strolling, while many around him began to gasp for breath. His breathing was steady, as if he were meditating. The sense of vitality from his endurance made him feel like he could run like this for an entire day. At the 10-kilometer mark, Jiang Xini glanced at him. Your breathing is still steady. Zhou Mu nodded. Not bad. Jiang Xini's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, but she said nothing. At the 15-kilometer mark, Jiang Xini had already been left far behind, but Zhou Mu began to feel something was off. His stamina remained abundant, and his breathing was still steady. However, the muscles in his calves began to tighten, and the impact on his knees and ankles with each landing was accumulating little by little. At 30 kilometers, Zhou Mu felt his feet protesting fiercely. To lessen the impact on his body, he had no choice but to slow down his pace. At 40 kilometers, the number of spectators on the sidelines increased, their cheers growing louder. Zhou Mu felt signs of cramping in his calf muscles, and every step he took felt like it was on fire. He felt he could endure the pain, but with only the last 2 kilometers left, he had to crawl over the finish line. At 3 hours and 58 minutes, he crossed the finish line. He was far from the champion, but he performed above average, stronger than most marathon enthusiasts. Zhou Mu didn't collapse onto the ground. His stamina was still abundant. At that moment, a pale blue interface slowly unfolded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved a life milestone, completing a full marathon for the first time. Current milestone progress 824 unlocking privilege, awakening power privilege description, the host's strength and agility receive deep enhancement, now reaching the theoretical peak of humanity, with overall bodily strength greatly improved. He felt a warm current surging from his chest flowing through his veins to his entire body. Every muscle fiber slightly trembled, and the aching knees and feet that had been hurting were completely soothed in an instant. He clenched his fist, feeling a completely different sense of power. Suddenly, he wanted to run again. At this moment, Chen Sui stood outside the fence in the finish area, having been thrilled to see Zhou Mu cross the finish line just now. However, she could only wait outside for Zhou Mu to come out by himself. Next to Chen Sui stood her roommate and best friend Bai Lu. Bai Lu's boyfriend Yang Jia also participated in the marathon today, so she was waiting at the finish line with Chen Sui, but Yang Jia's whereabouts were still unknown. How come Zhou Mu looks like nothing happened after finishing the race? What kind of physical condition is that? Bai Lu exclaimed incredulously. Yang Jia is still somewhere lying down. Chen Sui was no longer a naive girl. Upon hearing Bai Lu's words, she understood immediately. She tilted her chin slightly and said, "Guess." Bai Lu raised an eyebrow and replied, "How can I guess something like that?" "Quickly say." Chen Sui extended a finger. "No way." Bai Lu found it hard to believe. Zhou Mu can finish a marathon so easily. That thing took only a minute. Go to hell. Chen Sui elbowed her. "What I meant was at least an hour." Bai Lu suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes nearly popping out. "An hour? An hour?" Chen Sui nodded. "Holy crap." Bai Lu cursed, feeling envious in her heart. "How many times did you two do it in one night?" Muga said, "As long as I don't surrender, he will go all out at any time." "Damn, that's too much." Chen Sui glanced at her friend. "What about you guys?" In the past, she would have felt embarrassed to ask such things, but now she thought her curiosity should be satisfied. Bai Lu hesitated for a moment and extended 3 fingers. 30 minutes. Chen Sui blinked her big eyes. "Xiao Yang, is that bad?" "Chen Sui, are you even speaking human language?" Bai Lu glared at her. "Do you think that's possible? Could it be?" Chen Sui couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh." Bai Lu sighed. "I really want to castrate that young guy tonight." Chen Sui shook with laughter. Lu, please. Stop talking. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts." Meanwhile, Zhou Mu was about to step out when he spotted Jiang Xin leaning against the railing drinking water. "Sister Xin, how did you do?" 3 hours and 59 minutes, finally breaking the 4-hour mark. Jiang Xin looked delighted and was about to say more when she suddenly froze. "Why do you look particularly good?" Zhou Mu shrugged. "It's either a rare talent or a momentary glow." Jiang Xin smiled. "I've been running for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen you like this." Zhou Mu chuckled. "Sister Xin, someone is waiting for me outside. I'll take off now. I'll visit Xin Zhai for guidance another day." Jiang Xin nodded. "Always welcome." As Zhou Mu exited the competition area, the first thing he saw was Ning Ning standing ahead. She held a thermos, and upon seeing him come out, immediately twisted the lid and handed it over. "This is ginseng soup I made for you." "Who is your man? Does he need to drink this?" "My man needs at least 1 sip." Zhou Mu accepted the thermos. "You didn't add goji berries, did you?" Ning Ning smiled meaningfully. "I didn't dare to put any." Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow, took the thermos, drank a couple of sips, and then handed it back. Ning Ning took the thermos back, twisted the lid tight, then stepped forward, opened her arms, and gave him a big hug. "I'm all sweaty. I don't mind." She pressed her face against his shoulder. "I told you I would wait for you at the finish line." Zhou Mu felt a warmth in his heart. Just as he was about to say something, Ning Ning pointed in another direction. Sui is over there. I just saw her." "Did you greet her?" "No." Ning Ning shook her head lightly. "She has a friend next to her, seems to be a classmate. It's not very convenient for me to go over like this, and I don't know how to introduce myself." She paused, then urged, "You should hurry to Sui. She's been waiting for you for a long time." Zhou Mu looked at her and asked, "What about you?" Ning Ning replied, "I'll wait for you here." Zhou Mu took out the G63 car. "Can you wait for me in the car?" Ning Ning nodded okay. At that moment, Chen Sui was immersed in her best friend's secret topic. Bai Lu was about to continue probing when she suddenly felt someone approaching. She instinctively turned around and found Zhou Mu standing in front of her. A few strands of his hair were damp with sweat, but he looked no different from usual in other respects. No, it wasn't that he looked the same, but rather his mental state seemed better than usual. Was this how one should look after running a full marathon? Bai Lu recalled what Sui had just said about 1 hour as a base and wondered if this man was even human. "Zhou Mu," she exclaimed, her voice higher than she had anticipated. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. "Did Yang Jia finish?" Bai Lu replied, "I just saw him cross the finish line. He should be out soon." Zhou Mu asked, "What were you two talking about just now? I saw you both laughing so exaggeratedly from afar." Chen Sui leaned in and linked her arm with Zhou Mu's girl talk. "Boys shouldn't pry." Zhou Mu The three chatted for a bit longer before finally spotting Yang Jie staggering towards them looking disheveled and as if he could barely stand. Bai Lu hurriedly went to support her boyfriend's arm. What happened to you? Yang Jie replied weakly, in the last 2 kilometers, I pushed too hard. Bai Lu originally thought it was impressive that her boyfriend could finish a full marathon. But now compared to Zhou Mu next to her, why did she feel a sense of disappointment? Zhou Mu greeted Yang Jie, then took Chen Sui-Sui's hand and said, I'll take you to meet someone. Chen Sui-Sui understood and waved to Bai Lu and Yang Jie. Lu Yang Jie, we're leaving now. Bai Lu nodded while Yang Jie was too exhausted to even lift his head. After taking a few steps, Chen Sui-Sui curiously asked Mu Gu, why do you look so relaxed? You don't seem like someone who just finished a marathon. Zhou Mu raised his chin slightly. You still don't know my strength. I haven't even fully exerted myself today. Chen Sui-Sui recalled the earlier conversation with Bai Lu and lowered her voice. Lulu just told me that Yang Jie's thing only lasted 3 minutes. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. What were you two talking about? Just girl talk? What's so strange about that? Besides, I'm not a little girl anymore. What did you say to her? She asked me first, and I told her you go for at least an hour, and Lulu was so eager she almost drooled. You little girl. Zhou Mu laughed and gently patted her head. The two chatted while walking, quickly arriving by. Chen Sui-Sui habitually opened the passenger door. Just as she was about to get in, she noticed someone sitting in the back seat. Sure enough, Ning Ning was there. Today she finally didn't have to pretend not to know. The eyes of the two women met in the air. Sister Ning Ning. Sui-Sui, long time no see. Ning Ning smiled. I saw you earlier. You had a classmate next to you, so I didn't greet you. Chen Sui-Sui didn't get into the passenger seat, but opened the back seat and sat next to Ning Ning. Muga, take us home. He Ming Jiuli. Yang Qian turned instinctively when she heard the door open. She saw Zhou Mu walking in front with Chen Sui-Sui and Ning Ning following behind, the two women linking arms like a pair of flower sisters. She certainly knew the relationships between Zhou Mu, Chen Sui-Sui, and Ning Ning. She just hadn't expected to see all three together going home. She quickly regained her composure and slightly bowed. Sir, what do we need to prepare for lunch? Zhou Mu said to keep it the same as usual. Yang Qian nodded and quietly stepped back. Chen Sui-Sui pulled Ning Ning towards her room. Sister Ning Ning, Mu Gu said you have the best taste. I just bought a dress, but I don't know how to match it. Can you help me look? Ning Ning was pulled along, glancing back at Zhou Mu, who nodded. He watched the two figures disappear at the end of the hallway, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. That night the river sang 9 miles. Zhou Mu stepped out of the bathroom bare-chested. Ning Ning had just finished drying her hair and was half laying on the bed wearing a moon-white silk nightgown. The moment her gaze fell on Zhou Mu, she suddenly found it hard to look away. She had seen Zhou Mu without a shirt many times. But at this moment, he stood at the bathroom door, warm yellow light pouring from behind him, outlining the lines of his shoulders and arms, causing her breath to catch. It wasn't the deliberately sculpted blocky muscles found in gyms, but rather a more natural and fluid contour. The curve of his chest muscles perfectly supported the proportion of his upper body, while the lines of his abs, gently hidden beneath his skin, were not the hard, chiseled chocolate blocks, but clearly visible in every detail. The mermaid lines on either side of his waist extended downwards. What's wrong? Zhou Mu asked while drying his hair, walking towards the bed. Don't move. Ning Ning got out of bed, walking barefoot to stand in front of him. Her gaze swept from his collarbone down to his abs, then back up to his shoulders. Then she moved behind Zhou Mu, her fingers trailing down his spine, feeling the smooth texture of his muscle. Zhou Mu laughed. Are you done inspecting? Ning Ning looked incredulous. I haven't seen you for just 2 days in your body. What happened? I'm just joking. I mutated after running a marathon. I mean it seriously. I am serious. Zhou Mu wrapped his arms around her waist. Do you like it? Not really. She said this with her palms still pressed against his chest, unwilling to pull away. If you don't like me, then go to sleep. No way. Ning Ning stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. Her hands slid from his chest to his shoulders. She could feel the strength in his arms tightening. Zhou Mu's physique was already good, but today it was simply. When they parted, Ning Ning's breathing was slightly unsteady. Boldly she reached out and untied the knot of his bath towel. The towel fell to the floor. She looked up at him, her cheeks slightly flushed, but her gaze unwavering. Tonight, she whispered, her fingers slowly trailing down the center line of his abs. You can't escape. She was gently pressed into the mattress. The ties of her silk nightgown had already loosened during the previous tug, sliding down her shoulders and pooling at her waist. Zhou Mu leaned down, kissing her collarbone, moving inch by inch along the shallow indentation. Ning Ning closed her eyes, her arms wrapping around his back. She could feel the muscles in his back tightening and shifting beneath her palms, each rise and fall carrying an indescribable strength. Her breath was disrupted by his rhythm, breaking into soft gasps. She could feel every breath he took, every muscle movement tightly connected to her. When a moment came, she couldn't help but arch her back, her fingers deeply embedding in his spine. She suddenly realized that her previous understanding of the word perfection was still shallow. After a long while, everything quieted down again. Ning Ning curled up in Zhou Mu's embrace, her forehead resting against his collarbone, feeling as soft as if she had just been pulled out of warm water. Hubby. Her voice carried a hint of post-coital languor. I originally thought I was already 100%. What about now? Still 100%, but better. Zhou Mu smiled proudly. After a moment of silence, Ning Ning, tonight Sui Sui let you go to me. I want to thank her, but I don't know how to say it. Sui Sui seems carefree, but she is actually very sensible. Zhou Mu paused, and she was here last night, so today she probably wants to rest a bit more. Ning Ning was taken aback. But you went to run a marathon at 5 in the morning, and you were with her last night. Zhou Mu smiled confidently, no pressure. Ning Ning rolled her eyes at him. Look at you, so proud. Zhou Mu lifted his chin. This is strength. They fell silent for a moment. His hand slid from her back to her waist, his palm resting against the skin at her side. Next time you can go with Sui Sui. What? I said next time you can have a meal with Sui Sui. She mentioned wanting to try that new hot pot place last time. You startled me. Oh, I thought you were thinking of something else. What do you think I was thinking? Nothing, you better just say we're having a meal together. Zhou Mu laughed and pulled her into his embrace. Want to do it again? Ning Ning quickly shrank her head into the blankets. I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep now. What kind of character is this? You were the one who took the initiative before, and now you put on clothes and turn your face. I surrender. No surrender accepted. Ning Ning thought for a moment and helplessly said then. Like our first time, she placed her hand on Zhou Mu's lower abdomen. Zhou Mu gently touched her lips with his finger. Today I'll teach you some new knowledge. A few minutes later, Ning Ning half-heartedly glared at him, her eyes seeming to say, just wait. Then blushing, she buried her head deep into the blankets. Meanwhile, at a couple's hotel near the university town, the atmosphere in the room had shifted from intense to a subtle quiet. Bai Lu lay on her back on the bed, staring at the lamp, her gaze vacant. Is it over? Yang Jie panted beside her, wiping the sweat from his forehead. I wasn't in good condition. Bai Lu glanced at her phone, and then turned the screen towards him. Didn't you say you would give me a surprise today? Is this what you call a surprise? Yang Jie scratched his head. I didn't recover after running a marathon today. Bai Lu said irritably. I told you to rest well, but you dragged me to the hotel. Are you both bad and love to play? I sprinted too hard in the last 2 kilometers today. Yang Jie tried to defend himself. Bai Lu patted his shoulder seriously. Xiao Yang Sui Sui, said her brother Zhou Mu. Can you not compare? I didn't compare you to him. Bai Lu looked at her phone's battery. I compared you to the speed at which my phone charges. It takes 5 minutes to charge from 5% to 20. Yang Jie opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. Bai Lu looked at his awkward expression and suddenly smiled. All right, being bad and loving to play isn't just you. Next time don't sprint so hard in the marathon, rest well after running. Yang Jie was stunned for 2 seconds, and then nodded vigorously. Bai Lu turned off the lamp. Time to sleep. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning. In the darkness, Yang Jie mumbled. I'll start practicing squats tomorrow. Bai Lu chuckled. What are you laughing at? Nothing, just practice hard, Xiao Yang. I'll be waiting for you. Days later, Zhou Mu leaned back on the sofa in the study with 2 freshly printed documents laid out before him. Shun Anren sat in the single sofa to his right with her laptop open, the screen filled with a dense checklist for due diligence. Gu Qingxi sat opposite him holding a pen with numerous modifications marked on the documents in front of her. Shun Anren opened the file and said, let's start with the overall situation. The equity structure of Qinxin Semiconductor was cleaner than anticipated. Jia Yaohui held a 37% stake, and after his exit all his shares had been transferred to the representative designated by LVXIN. LVXIN currently holds a 25% stake and is the actual controller of Qinxin. Duan Beichen's shares have not been altered, remaining at 21% from the startup phase. The remaining shares are scattered among early employees and a co-investment institution, with none holding a significant proportion, and there are no hidden complex equity structures. Zhou Mu nodded and looked across the table. Gu Qingxi pushed a document over, saying from a legal perspective the core patent ownership has been confirmed. All the invention patents under Duan Beichen were signed with a service invention agreement upon joining Qinxin, and the copyright ownership is clear. This aspect is very clean. Then what is not clean? Shun Anren exchanged a glance with Gu Qingxi. Labor disputes. Shin Anren pulled out a page from the document. Jia Yaohui owes some employees Social Security and Housing Fund during his tenure. The amount is not large, about over 400,000. According to labor laws, regardless of whether Jia Yaohui has left or not, the company must cover this amount. LVXIN has already promised he will take responsibility, but it is still undecided when it will be implemented. Additionally, there are outstanding payments to suppliers. There are small debts owed to 3 technical service providers totaling less than 200,000, all from orders placed at the end of last year. Jia Yaohui has been dragging his feet on payment, arguing that the deliveries did not meet standards. I reviewed the contracts, and there are indeed disputes over the terms, but the other party has delivery confirmation letters. Zhou Mu contemplated. These were minor issues, and they were irrelevant to him. If he were to invest in Qinshin, he would certainly have these cleared up. What about Duan Beiqin? Have you talked to him? We had a conversation once. Shun Anren said he was shocked by Jia Yaohui's actions to empty the company, and when discussing the issue of new shareholders coming in, he said he doesn't care who comes as long as it doesn't affect his laboratory. Zhou Mu slightly nodded. This is indeed very much in line with Duan Beiqin's style. He stacked the documents together and glanced at Gu Qingzi and Shun Anren. With clean intellectual property, a clear equity structure, and aside from the small pitfalls dug by Jia Yaohui, there are no major holes in the finances. The core technical personnel are competent and won't cause trouble, so what are your recommendations? Shun Anren pondered for a moment and replied, from a business perspective, it is worth investing. Gu Qingzi added, legally, as long as the labor debts and supplier disputes are handled cleanly, there are no substantial obstacles. Zhou Mu nodded. All right. Have LVXIN handle the bad debts, and once it's resolved, we will step in. He checked the time, stood up, and said, it's about time. You two stay and have dinner together. Shun Anren shook her head. I can't. It's my boyfriend's birthday today, and I need to go spend time with him. You certainly should go and accompany him. Zhou Mu looked at Gu Qingzi. Then it will just be the two of us eating together. I also. But you don't have a boyfriend. State, it's been a long time since we've had a meal together. Well, okay. Shun Anren glanced at the two, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. That evening the nanny prepared a table of her best homemade dishes. Gu Qingzi picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork rib with her chopsticks, took a small bite, and then looked up at Zhou Mu. How is it? Delicious. It has a taste of home. My mom doesn't have this skill. Zhou Mu paused. You haven't been eating. Gu Qingzi glanced at him. Poor, not foolish. Since you gave me a year-long buffet card for a 5-star hotel, why would I still eat takeout? Moreover, even takeout, no matter how cheap, still costs money. Zhou Mu chuckled. The two continued to eat and chat, with most of the topics revolving around their daily lives when they were in the rental house. When I first moved out, did you feel anything different? It just felt particularly quiet. I wasn't used to it at first. Zhou Mu asked again. What about later? Gu Qingzi lowered her gaze. You know, I like quiet. Zhou Mu looked at her, a slight smile on his lips.
我们相信每一个灵感都值得被看见。
By the way, do you know someone named Peng Xiang? Peng Xiang. No impression. Why? I heard he is a famous speculator. Since you usually trade stocks, I thought you would know. I haven't even paid attention to who the chairman of the Securities Regulatory Commission is. Why would I care about a wild speculator? What happened? Why bring him up all of a sudden? It's nothing, but it's just quite a gossipy case. Hurry up and tell me. I love gossiping. Insider trading. A woman sued Peng Xiang, and they had previously been in a romantic relationship. Zhou Mu casually nodded, signaling her to continue. Gu Qingzi put down her chopsticks. This woman is an employee of Peng Xiang's company, already married with a 3-year-old daughter, yet she still became his mistress. Peng Xiang had her open several securities accounts in her name, claiming to help her manage her finances, but in reality, he was using those accounts for insider trading. Later the matter came to light, and the regulators began to investigate insider trading. Peng Xiang severed all ties with her and accused her of being a corporate spy who stole company secrets, filing a report against her. She is now facing multiple charges. Furthermore, her husband has found out about this and has already filed for divorce. Zhou Mu reclined against the back of his chair, casually saying, this woman has a family and still fools around as she deserves it. Gu Qingzi nodded. The woman herself also says she deserves it. Is she now just wants to end it all with Peng Xiang? Does she have any evidence? The only thing she can provide is a timeline she wrote herself, which has no legal bearing. This lawsuit is practically a lost cause. What a pity. What a pity for what? If it truly were dogs biting dogs, mutually assured destruction would benefit society. Now only one of those two scoundrels is dead, while the other remains free. Isn't that a pity? Gu Qingzi laughed. I think so too. As the meal drew to a close, Gu Qingzi checked the time and prepared to. Zhou Mu also stood up. Let's go, we'll take you back. Gu Qingzi waved her hands repeatedly. No, just. Zhou Mu had already walked towards the door. I haven't driven a ride-hailing vehicle in days. I want to experience life today. Let's go. Gu Qingzi did not decline further. After all, it was always convenient for him. Zhou Mu brought Gu Qingzi to the Hemming Jili parking lot. Gu Qingzi immediately spotted the familiar domestic new energy vehicle, polished to a shine as if it had just been waxed. To the left of the new energy vehicle was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and to the right was a Lamborghini Huracan, all 3 cars parked side by side. The corners of Gu Qingzi's mouth couldn't help but curve upward. Zhou Mu glanced at her. What's wrong? I find this combination quite interesting. My car is much more expensive than these. He opened the car door, saying, I just worry about them scratching it. Gu Qingzi chuckled at his remark and got into the passenger seat. Zhou Mu started the car and drove towards the residential area where Gu Qingzi lived. The cabin fell silent for a moment. You worked well with and ran on that due diligence report. It was Sister and Ran who led it well. Gu Qingzi said softly, I just did what I was supposed to. Zhou Mu glanced at her, finishing 3-year contracts in just 2 days over the weekend. is more than just what you were supposed to do. Gu Qingxi lowered her eyelashes and fell silent. About 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of the community. Gu Qingxi unfastened her seatbelt. Thank you. Thank for what? For always taking me along. Zhou Mu smiled. Gu Qingxi pushed the car door open and walked into the community. As she reached the entrance, she turned back for a glance and waved at Zhou Mu before turning to quicken her pace. Zhou Mu checked the time. It was just past 10 in the evening. He opened the ride-hailing app and activated the order-taking mode. Soon the first order arrived. The pickup point was in front of a bar near the Bund. A woman around 40 years old and reeking of alcohol opened the door and sat in the back seat. Zhou Mu shifted into gear and set off following the navigation address. After a while, the woman in the back seat inadvertently glanced at the rearview mirror, her gaze shifting from dazed to focused. She leaned forward, her chin nearly resting on the back of the driver's seat. Handsome, you look so young. How old? Not too young, with quite a bit of driving experience. The woman laughed gaily. You're quite humorous. I was in a terrible mood tonight, but meeting a handsome guy like you has lifted my spirits. Zhou Mu kept his eyes on the road, not responding. The woman's gaze lingered on Zhou Mu's profile for a moment. You are. Thank you, it's the result of good genes. I haven't put in much effort myself. You speak so interestingly. The woman laughed so hard she nearly doubled over. Want to have a few drinks with me, handsome? Sister, no drinking while driving. That could be taken seriously as inciting a crime. Ha, handsome, don't be so. The woman leaned in closer. My husband says he does his own thing, and I do mine. Do you understand what I mean, handsome? I'm a principled person. My professional ethics don't allow me to develop sideline businesses during work. The woman was taken aback for a moment, then laughed even louder. You sure can talk. The car soon arrived at the entrance of a community. However, the woman did not rush to get out. Handsome, my husband isn't home tonight. Then you need to be careful and lock. The woman decided to be more direct. Do you want to come up for a bit? Sister will give you a big surprise. Zhou Mu replied, Sister, you already snuck a taste of the hormones on me in the car, so I won't charge you extra. But spending over $10 on a ride just to discuss a business worth billions is a bit excessive. No way. Ha ha. The woman laughed so hard she shook. You really or something. She pulled out a business card from her bag and handed it over from the back seat. Sister is a headhunter. If one day you don't want to drive for ride-hailing anymore, come find me. I'll get you a good job. With your eloquence, you can start at $1 million a year. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. $1 million a year. Am I bankrupt? The woman laughed as she opened the car door and before getting out turned back to add, handsome, really not going up. Goodbye, sister. The woman reluctantly got out of the car and walked into the community. Zhou Mu thought for a moment. Running cars out late at night carries risks of injury. It's not far from hemming. Julie better return home early. The next morning, Zhou Mu leaned back in his study chair. In front of him, the computer screen showed the stock line of Hope Media plummeting, having dropped over 20 in just over an hour since the market opened with no signs of stopping. The cause of this drop was an announcement made after the market closed yesterday. The auditors of Hope Media had significant disagreements regarding several accounts receivable and goodwill impairments, necessitating a delay in the publication of the audited report. In the Hong Kong stock market, a delay in releasing an audited report basically equates to significant financial issues. Before today's opening, Longjin Securities released a latest rating adjustment report downgrading Hope Media from reduce to sell, slashing the target price by half. Zhou Mu switched to his stock account. The unrealized loss was $37 million. He leaned back in his chair, a slight smile curving his lips. I hope the storm gets even fiercer. Zhou Mu glanced at the market again. The trading volume of Hope Media surged amid the plummet, with sell orders flooding in, yet the buying power was also surging silently. He felt that it was a bit too coincidental for Hope Media to release such an announcement at this juncture. Disagreements among auditors. Such things are not uncommon in listed companies, but they are usually resolved through private communication, with few companies publicly disclosing such disagreements. Moreover, Hope Media's stock price had already been plummeting for the past 2 years, and Wang Hongya had not taken any action. Now suddenly airing their dirty laundry does not seem logical. He thought of Wei Ping again. Previously, Sun Yue had mentioned that Lu Ziyuan was very attentive to his stock account. Now he was fully invested in Hope Media. Then Hope Media faced a downturn and Longjin Securities struck again, with the rating report claiming they had no connection. Who would believe that? Zhou Mu took a sip of his coffee. Now his capital volume was getting larger and trading stocks was no longer as easy as before. He could previously buy a garbage stock with all his funds without a second thought, but now his actions could impact the normal fluctuations of small cap stocks, making trading necessarily restrained. In the past, his average daily return was easily over 3, but now it had gradually narrowed to around 2. Allowing him to make $1 million a day. Today's plummet finally resulted in a 10 million level profit, exhilarating. Just as Zhou Mu set down his cup, his phone screen lit up. It was a WeChat message from Sun Yue. Brother Mu, I found out some more things for you. Below was a screenshot of an internal document. The document was titled from the Institutional Business Department of Longjin Securities, involving the recent rating adjustment process for Hope Media. Zhou Mu enlarged the image and saw Wei Ping's signature at the top of the approval chain. He replied to Sun Yue, "How did you get this? There's more than one Zhang Kai chasing me within the company." Followed by a smug emoji. Zhou Mu smiled and set down his phone. Originally, he planned to use Wei Buchan's hand to teach the father and son duo a lesson, but unexpectedly the villain alliance allowed him to earn more than anticipated. Moreover, he had a faint feeling that this game had just begun. He wondered what other tricks the wealth-bringing child would have up. Hurway Capital. Zhou Mu stepped into the CEO's office, his eyes immediately drawn to the floor-to-ceiling windows that framed the skyline across the river. "TJ, your office is more understated than I imagined." When he curled her lips. "What else? Did you expect a wall of bookshelves and a rosewood desk?" Zhou Mu said, "No, I know your taste is impeccable, there's no doubt about that." When he smiled, "Make yourself at home." They sat down on the sofa in the reception area. "Is the due diligence on Qinxin done?" 80 to 90%. "I came today to talk to you about it." Zhou Mu briefly went over the due diligence results for Qinxin Semiconductor. The equity was clean, core patents were clearly attributed financially, there were no major holes except for some small bad debts left by Jia Yahui, and the core technical team was stable. The conclusion was that it was worth investing in, and he had already decided to enter. When he listened and nodded slightly. "You moved faster than I expected," Zhou Mu said, "so I'm here to ask if you're interested in co-investing." When he took a sip of her coffee, her tone as composed as ever. "The valuation you've negotiated is already very low. If I co-invest now, your equity will be diluted. The few families I manage don't like being minority shareholders. Wait until you've built Qinxin up to a certain scale, then it'll come in. It won't be too late." Zhou Mu smiled. "TJ, you're leaving room for me." When he set down her cup. "Not leaving room, it's knowing you have boundaries. Investment is about betting on the person. I think you're someone who can get things done." Zhou Mu knew that when he managed money for old money families, and every investment had to be accountable to her clients. Co-investing in a small project like Qinxin wasn't really suitable for her. His main purpose for coming wasn't to rely on one he for investment anyway. As the one who had brought this matter up, he felt it was only right to clarify his stance with her. "All right, then I'll wait until I've grown Qinxin, and you can invest in the next round." With business concluded, their conversation shifted to daily matters. When his gaze swept over Zhou Mu. "I heard from Sister Cindy that you finished that marathon like it was nothing." Zhou Mu lifted his chin. "I lacked experience, I didn't perform my best." When he raised an eyebrow. "Your first time finishing under 4 hours, and you were perfectly fine afterward, and you call that not performing your best?" "TJ, I want to run next time." "I don't have your stamina." When he shook her head with a smile, then asked, "What about golf? Have you been practicing lately?" "Ever since you taught me at the driving range last time, I haven't touched a club." "Why haven't you practiced?" "Lost interest. It's boring alone. He'll wait for you to teach me." When he was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "I'm taking my daughter to the States tomorrow, as she needs to go back to school. I also have a project to look at there." Zhou Mu nodded. "Then we'll talk when you're free." When he said, about half a month." Zhou Mu checked the time, felt it was about right, and stood up to take his leave. He reached the door when he called him back. "Zhou Mu, Qinxin is a good project, but the chip industry is deep. You'll need time to work with someone like Duan Beichen. Feel free to reach out to me anytime if anything comes up. No need to be polite." "I know." When he nodded slightly. "Then we'll meet again in half a month." Zhou Mu said, "MMCU." Leaving Hurway Capital, Zhou Mu got into his G-Wagon and glanced at the time. It was nearly 5 o'clock. He no longer worried about rush hour, and he had no plans to drive for a ride-hailing service today. It was Friday. Normally Chin Sui Sui would come straight to him after class, but today she said it was her dad's birthday, so after school, she dragged Bai Lu to go shopping. Zhou Mu thought for a moment, picked up his phone, and sent a WeChat message to Ning Ning. "Zhou Mu coming tonight." Before he could even put the phone down, Ning Ning had already replied. "Ning Ning will come later. Yao Yao asked me to go shopping now, and I promised her I'd go. I'm already on my way." Ning Ning, I'm a bit nervous. She keeps asking about my boyfriend. I'm afraid he'll slip up. Zhou Mu looked at the message, thought for a moment, and replied. Zhou Mu, say what you want or don't. There's nothing to be nervous about. Ning Ning, you don't understand. Zhou Mu smiled, and put his phone back in his pocket. He could understand Ning Ning's dilemma, but his accounts with Zhang Yao were settled. Ning Ning's accounts with Zhang Yao were theirs to settle. He started the car, and headed towards Hemming Julie. Meanwhile at the mall, Ning Ning had just put down her phone, when Zhang Yao approached her from a short distance away, holding 2 freshly bought milk teas. Come on, let's shop around the mall first. Zhang Yao handed one of the cups to Ning Ning, and linked arms with her. As Ning Ning accompanied Zhang Yao into the mall, her heart was still uneasy. Zhang Yao's excuse for asking her to go shopping was simple. She wanted to buy some new clothes, and said Ning Ning had good taste, and could help her pick. Ning Ning knew that probably wasn't the only reason. Sure enough, after they had only browsed 2 stores, Zhang Yao steered the conversation. By the way, how's that boyfriend of yours doing now? Ning Ning took a sip of her milk tea and mumbled, just so-so. What do you mean just so-so? Zhang Yao turned to look at her. You've accepted a Hermes from him, it's definitely serious. What does he look like? Do you have a photo? He doesn't like taking photos. Doesn't like photos. What does he do? He makes some small investments. Small investments, and he can afford to give you an Hermes. Ning Ning, are you messing with me? Remember that rich guy who pursued you before? You thought a Cartier bracelet was too expensive to accept. Small investments, and he can afford to give you an Hermes. Ning Ning, are you messing with me? Remember that rich guy who pursued you before? You thought a Cartier bracelet was too expensive to accept. Ning Ning felt her ears burning. She knew Zhang Yao was right. She had never been the type to casually accept expensive gifts. That was precisely why Zhang Yao was so curious. It's just, I felt he was serious, so I accepted it. Ning Ning stirred the pearls at the bottom of her cup. Don't ask anymore. He'll tell you when things are more settled. Settled? He's already given you an Hermes, and that's not settled. I think you're hiding him too well. What are you afraid he'll steal him? The comment was meant as a joke, but it made Ning Ning's face flush even more. She forced a smile and shook her head. Of course not. Seeing she wouldn't say more, Zhang Yao didn't press further, just gave her a thoughtful look. They turned into a women's clothing store. Zhang Yao picked out a few items to try on while Ning Ning sat on the sofa outside the fitting room to wait. She looked down at her phone, still thinking about their conversation. She knew she would have to face Zhang Yao eventually, but every time the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. How could she say it? That the boyfriend who gave her the Hermes was Zhou Mu. That when you were crying in my arms in that rented room, the bag he gave me was already hidden in my closet. Ning Ning rubbed her temples. Just then a crisp voice came from behind her. Ning Ning Jia. Ning Ning heard the sound and froze for a moment. She turned her head and saw Chen Sui Sui standing at the store entrance holding 2 shopping bags. Sui. Sui Sui. Ning Ning stood up, her voice tighter than she had expected. What a coincidence. Yes, such a coincidence. I came out to buy something with my classmates. They are waiting for me up front. Chen Sui Sui raised the bags in her hand. Are you out shopping too? Accompanying a friend. At that moment, Zhang Yao came out of the fitting room, her gaze naturally falling on Chen Sui Sui's face. Ning Ning felt her heart tighten to her throat. She knew that Zhang Yao had seen Chen Sui Sui before. That night, Zhang Yao had seen Chen Sui Sui linking arms with Zhou Mu as they got out of a Porsche at the entrance of the community. It was the first time Zhang Yao had let her guard down after breaking up with Zhou Mu. At this moment, the two women's eyes met in the air. Chen Sui Sui's expression was natural as she waved her hand to Ning Ning. Sister Ning Ning, I'll be going now. All my classmates are waiting for me. Ning Ning quickly waved her hand. Okay. Goodbye. Chen Sui Sui's figure disappeared at the store entrance. Who was that girl? Zhang Yao casually asked. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Just a customer I met in the store. Ning Ning tried to make her tone sound casual. What a coincidence to run into her here. Customer. Zhang Yao frowned slightly as if trying to recall something. I just feel like she looks familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen her. Ning Ning didn't answer. She simply picked up her milk tea and took a sip, realizing the cup was already empty. Zhang Yao thought for a moment and shook her head. Forget it, I won't think about it. What do you think of this dress? Ning Ning quickly helped her adjust the collar. It's quite beautiful and suits you well. Zhang Yao nodded and turned around in front of the mirror, seemingly satisfied with the dress. Ning Ning let out a soft breath, her heartbeat still not calming down. That night, Zhang Yao stood too far away, and after drinking, she probably only left a vague outline of Chen Sui Sui. Today, that vague outline was almost coming into focus. He Ming Jiuli. After having dinner at home, Zhou Mu returned to his study, opened his computer, and logged into Steam. During the early days after acquiring the system, besides driving a ride-hailing car for 2 hours a day, he was mostly idle, spending most of his time in games, feeling a bit bored. Now he was much busier than before. Occasionally playing a little, he found the experience even better. After playing for less than half an hour, his phone on the desk lit up with a WeChat message. Sun Yue, Mugo, I heard from Zhang Kai that you lost a lot of money on Shiwang Media. Are you okay? Sun Yue, it's just a small loss. Sun Yue, since you can talk so lightly about it, I'm relieved. How about going out for a drink tonight? Zhou Mu, not today, my girlfriend is coming over next time. Sun Yue, okay, let's do it another day. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow as he looked at the words, another day, feeling there was another meaning behind it. When Ning Ning arrived at Himing Jiuli, Zhou Mu was still playing games in his study. She sat down next to him, her overall state clearly not quite right. Zhou Mu glanced at her and asked, what's wrong? Ning Ning leaned her face on his shoulder. I ran into Sui Sui at the mall today. And then, oi. Yao Yao was right next to me trying on clothes in the fitting room. Sui Sui came over to greet me and called me Sister Ning Ning. When Yao Yao came out of the fitting room, her eyes were fixed on Sui Sui. Did she recognize her? Almost. That night she stood too far away at the entrance of the community and had a drink. She didn't see clearly. Today she fixed her gaze on Sui Sui, saying she felt like she had seen her somewhere, but couldn't recall, and my heart almost stopped at that moment. What's so nerve-wracking about that? Yao Yao knows I'm in a relationship and keeps asking who my boyfriend is. Every time I see her, it feels like I'm doing something wrong. Today Sui Sui suddenly appeared, and my mind went blank. If she happens to bump into you next time, or sees us together, how should I explain? Should I say my boyfriend is her ex-boyfriend? Then just say it. You make it sound so easy. Zhou Mu's tone was very calm otherwise. Sooner or later she will know whether she can accept it is her problem. Ning Ning was silent for a while before gently nodding. By the way, there's something else I need to tell you. Zhou Mu changed the subject. I talked to Sister Xin and told her I wanted you to learn from her. Sister Xin readily agreed, saying she welcomes you to learn at her Xin Zhai. Ning Ning's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Sister Xin really wants to teach me. Zhou Mu nodded. She said your aesthetic foundation for artworks is good, you just need more exposure to real objects and enhance an experience. Thank you, husband. Ning Ning hugged Zhou Mu and kissed him on the cheek. I know Sister Xin is teaching me because of you. Zhou Mu smiled. Have you informed them about your work at the store? Ning Ning nodded. I've submitted my resignation and the handover will be completed in a few days. I was a bit worried about being too idle after resigning, but now it's fine and I have a place to go. Zhou Mu took out his phone and quickly tapped on the screen a few times. A few seconds later Ning Ning's phone made a sound. Looking down, she saw a bank transfer notification, 100 yuan deposited. Living expenses. Zhou Mu put down his phone. Why did you suddenly? Ning Ning looked up at him. You don't need to give so much for living expenses. Each of you get to share you and Sui Sui. Zhou Mu raised his chin. There will be a monthly allowance from now on. Since you quit your job, you need your own money to spend. Ning Ning lowered her eyelashes, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. Previously what she received was Zhou Mu's gifts, which were gestures of thoughtfulness. Now it was living expenses. This meant Zhou Mu was not just being kind to her on special occasions, but was including her in the planning of his daily life. She leaned in and gently kissed his lips. Thank you. Zhou Mu wrapped his arms around her, deepening the kiss. At that moment, Zhou Mu's phone screen lit up with a WeChat message from Chen Sui Sui. Ning Ning tilted her head to take a glance. The screen displayed a message. Thank you, husband. Love you, followed by a series of kiss and heart emojis. The corners of Ning Ning's mouth lifted slightly. Sui Sui words are really sweet. Zhou Mu also smiled, picked up his phone, and replied with a good, then tossed the phone aside, and pulled Ning Ning back into his embrace. What do you want to do? Ning Ning asked knowingly. What do you think? Zhou Mu's hand slid down her waist. Stop it, we are still in the study. At home, anywhere is fine. Ning Ning smiled charmingly, changed her position to straddle his lap, and actively kissed his lips. The study was lit only by a floor lamp. The warm yellow light surrounded the intertwined shadows of. In the office of Longjing Securities, the general manager, Lu Zuan, stood before Wei Ping, still bearing the demeanor of a cautious servant. Wei Zong, there's something going on with that kid. Speak. A few days ago he was just like before, the stocks fell, and he doubled down. The worse they dropped, the more he invested. His account is now down over 20 million. But in the past couple of days, he suddenly went silent. Not a bit of movement. No buying, no selling, but feels like he's resigned to his fate. Lu Zuan paused. Wei Zong, I think he's out of options. Wei Ping did not respond, taking a sip from the teacup on the table. Out of options. The last wave with Yongxin Environmental cost him several million, yet he bounced back even higher. He still hadn't figured out this kid's background, so Lu Zuan's claim of him being out of options was hard to fully believe. What about Peng Xiang? Wei Ping asked. He's still accumulating shares. Peng Xiang said to squeeze out the retail investors' shares, then reverse, and buy more, making 2 cuts, so he hopes the stock price of the media company will be pressured a bit longer. What else did he say? He said, let's eat together if there's meat. Wei Ping raised his eyelids, remaining silent. Lu Zuan stole a glance and swallowed the words he wanted to say back down. He had already set up his brother-in-law in several inconspicuous accounts, just waiting for the signal from Peng Xiang to feast on the leftovers. As for Wei Ping, he needed no further instructions. The old fox had more cunning than anyone. He knew exactly how to proceed. After a brief silence, Wei Ping simply said, know your limits. Lu Zuan understood. Rest assured, Wei Zong, I know what to do. Wei Ping's gaze returned to the window. The initial intent behind targeting the media company was to make that kid Zhou pay a heavy price. However, the situation had shifted subtly. The media company had been smashed into a gold pit. For those who entered the fray, how to extract the maximum benefit had become the top priority. Lu Zuan stood up to leave, but was called back by Wei Ping at the door. Keep an eye on his account. I'll report any irregularities immediately. Understood. As the door closed, silence returned to the office. Wei Ping leaned back in his chair. After a moment of silence, took out a personal phone and sent a text to an unnamed number. The message contained just one word: move. On this day in the conference room of Qinxin Semiconductor, Zhou Mu and Shun Anren sat on one side of the table facing 2 middle-aged men. One was the attorney representing Lu Xin, and the other was Qingxin's CTO Duan Beichen. Zhou Zong, all the terms are as we previously discussed, please take a look. The lawyer pushed the final document over. Zhou Mu merely glanced at it symbolically. The signing ceremony was just a formality, all the effort had been made prior to signing. These documents had already been meticulously checked by Shun Anren and Gu Qingxi with no oversights. He picked up a pen and signed his name on the last page of the equity transfer agreement. After the lawyer verified the signatures, he nodded. The industrial and commercial change is expected to be completed within 7 working days. Zhou Zong, congratulations on officially becoming a shareholder of Qinxin Semiconductor. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. Duan Beichen had remained silent until now, realizing that the signing was finally reaching its conclusion and felt he should say something. He stood up and shook hands with Zhou Mu. Zhou Zong, congratulations from now on. We are family. I still need some things for my lab. Zhou Mu interrupted him. Duan Zong, is there anything you lack in the lab? Duan Beichen was taken aback, clearly not expecting this question. He thought for a moment and mentioned a device model along with a few parameters. Zhou Mu glanced at Shun Anren. Shun Anren was already jotting it down in her memo, not looking up. I'll arrange the procurement for tomorrow. Duan Beichen was momentarily stunned and finally managed to squeeze out 2 words, thank you. He did not continue the pleasantries, nor did he seek the consent of major shareholder Zhou Mu or the newly appointed CEO Shun Anren. He simply left without even a superfluous word. Shun Anren looked at Zhou Mu and smiled. It's a good thing I already knew enough about him, otherwise I would have thought he wasn't welcoming us into the game. Zhou Mu stood up and walked to the window. A few months ago he was merely an unexpected visitor, now he had become the major shareholder of this company. Duan Beichen is only interested in technology, which may not be a bad thing for your management of the company. I know. Shun Anren paused. Keeping someone like him comfortably in the lab is the greatest contribution to the company. Zhou Mu turned around, his gaze falling on the stack of signed documents on the table. The valuation of Qinxin Semiconductor had been slashed from 50 million to 21 million. After Jia Yaoi exited, all his equity was cleared, and he bought this 37 with 77 million, becoming the company's largest single shareholder. He hadn't increased his position in the stock market these days. He was saving money to invest in Qinxin. 7,770,000. It took 6 trading days to accumulate. Old Wei and Old Wang had not been very helpful lately. He took out his phone and sent a message to Wen He. The matter with Qinxin is settled. 37. When he replied quickly with just 1 sentence. Congratulations, wait until you make it big. Zhou Mu took a photo of the last page of the signed equity agreement and sent it to Gu Qingxi. Zhou Mu had signed. The points you marked before have all been improved. Gu Qingxi, that's good. Zhou Mu put away his phone and looked at Shun Anren. Let's go see the company. The two of them exited the conference room, and as they reached the corridor of the office area, they heard someone call out. Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu turned around and saw He Ting standing in the hallway holding a cup of freshly brewed coffee, looking incredulous. She glanced at the conference room. Colleagues said the new boss is coming today. You are the new boss. Zhou Mu pointed at Shun Anren beside him. She is your new boss. Shun Anren smiled. I'm your new boss. Zhou Mu is my boss. Oh my god. He Ting swallowed hard. I'm so shocked. Zhou Mu smiled. Last time you brought me to tour the company and told me Qinxin Semiconductor had potential. Now it seems you were right. He Ting smacked her forehead. If I had known you had such strength, I should have flattered you more. Zhou Mu chuckled. It's not too late to flatter now. Work hard and help me keep the company in good shape. He Ting nodded vigorously. It's my duty. She turned to fetch the latest materials from each department for Shun Anren, while Zhou Mu and Shun Anren prepared to head towards the RD area. At that moment, Zhou Mu's phone vibrated. When do you have time tomorrow? I'll introduce you to a beautiful woman. Zhou Mu, is she another beauty who has no substance? When he, this time it's different. It's the daughter of a friend of mine coming from Subsidy. The next day, Zhou Mu's big G drove out of the Heming Jili underground parking lot. He held the steering wheel with one hand, while picking up his phone with the other, reviewing the message sent by Wen He last night. This time it's different. It's the daughter of a friend from Subsidy. Different. Last time when he said she would introduce a beauty to him, and after a round of thoughts he arrived only to find it was Jiang Sini, who was more than 20 years older than him. She must have been a great beauty in her youth, but now she is Sister Sini. This time when he specifically emphasized different, which made Zhou Mu have little expectation. However, when he mentioned that the beauty he was meeting today was a daughter from an affluent family, which piqued his curiosity, he gazed ahead, recalling Wen He's words from last night over the phone. This girl has a cold personality, as she is not the type to approach you actively. Don't think she is disregarding you, as she treats everyone that way. Also, don't be too flashy. If this girl doesn't like overly ostentatious people. Zhou Mu had been reclining in the study chair, crossing his legs while replying to his phone. Jetta, you think I'm so superficial in your heart? Wen He's tone contained a hint of laughter. You're not superficial, but you enjoy teasing people. Don't tease this one. Her nature is such that if you tease her, she would take it seriously. Zhou Mu chuckled and did not argue further. When he was still in the United States, she mentioned that this daughter from an affluent family was quite important and couldn't just be casually entertained, which was why she asked for his help. You are of similar age, and you are a rather interesting person. I think no one is more suitable than you. This was Wenhe's exact wording from yesterday. She likes playing golf. You two can go to the International Golf Club. Don't worry about the membership. I've arranged a guest invitation with my membership. Just report my name. No need for that much trouble. I can just get a membership myself. It's not a matter of money. Memberships there are already. When he added one last reminder, her family has arranged some matters for her which she is unwilling to attend to, so she came to Haiching to relax. Please help me accompany her for a few rounds of golf, but don't let her feel bored in Haiching. The tall buildings outside the car window gradually became sparse, replaced by vast expanses of neatly trimmed lawns and gently rolling hills. The sign for the International Golf Club had already appeared by the roadside. Zhou Mu pulled his thoughts back when he said that the golf club memberships were sold out, but he doubted that there weren't any reserved spots. Could the thresholds that could deter billionaires also stop his zero-cost purchase?
我们相信每一个灵感都值得被看见。
One woman was seated engrossed in flipping through a magazine. Her features were exceptionally exquisite, the kind of beauty that would be unforgettable without any embellishment. But what impressed more than her features was the cool aura she exuded. It seemed effortless, as if she was born. Like a cold plum reflected in the snow, she occupied her own corner. This time, when he was quite reliable, the other party was indeed a stunning beauty. However, when he mentioned that she was 22, Zhou Mu felt that her aura seemed as if she had lived through several 22 years. The woman standing behind her appeared to be in her early 30s with a steady gaze that carried a professional alertness. Her eyes lingered on Zhou Mu's face for a moment before she slightly turned her body and whispered something to the seated woman. The seated woman looked up. Only then did Zhou Mu clearly see her eyes. They were clear and bright, devoid of any excess emotion, yet they compelled one to steal another glance. Hello, Miss Xiao, I am Zhou Mu. Xiao Jingzhu stood up, nodded slightly, and said, hello, Zhou Mu, just call me Jingzhu. He Jia has mentioned you to me. At that moment, a staff member hurried over the club's lobby manager, surnamed Zheng. Good afternoon, Mr. Zhou. Miss Xiao. Director Wen has already made arrangements in advance. Are you both ready to tee off? Zhou Mu turned to manager Zheng. No rush. I would like to first get a membership. Manager Zheng maintained a smile. Mr. Zhou, our memberships are currently sold out. However, as you are a guest of Director Wen, using the guest invitation channel is completely fine. Zhou Mu calmly replied, please check for me using my phone number. Manager Zheng respectfully said, certainly, please hold on a moment. This scenario of being asked to check a number was not unfamiliar to her in her work. It usually implied that the other party was hinting at having a special status. However, this was the top golf club in the country where everyone allowed in was either rich or noble, with billionaires being commonplace. She had seen too many people who thought they had status only to find out nothing in the end. Just being wealthy or holding insufficient power was not enough here. Yet out of professional integrity, she smiled as she entered the number into the system. The next moment, her pupils dilated slightly. Mr. Zhou, I sincerely apologized. It was my oversight. Manager Zheng's tone now carried genuine reverence. Our membership consultant will be here shortly to assist you with the membership process. Please wait a moment. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. He had successfully blended in again. Zero-cost purchase was indeed impressive. A few minutes later, the membership consultant arrived. Payment and paperwork went smoothly. Ding. Zero-cost purchase rights activated. This transaction is 16800 yuan. The system fully compensates 16800 yuan. Current zero-cost purchase balance is 3001157 yuan. The membership consultant presented a black, gilded membership card with both hands. Mr. Zhou, congratulations on becoming our most esteemed member. Xiao Jingzhu watched this scene, her brows faintly furrowing. On one hand, she felt this guy was a bit ostentatious, not as composed as when he described. On the other hand, she became somewhat curious about Zhou Mu's identity. The memberships for this golf club had long been sold out. It was no secret. Now, to obtain a membership, the only channel was through the secondary market. Yet just a moment ago, Zhou Mu had secured a new membership. Who exactly was he? Zhou Mu turned to look at Xiao Jingzhu. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we head to the course now? Xiao Jingzhu did not step forward immediately. She turned her head to glance at the accompanying woman behind her. Qing Jie, I'm going to play golf with Mr. Zhou. Please wait for me here. The woman referred to as Qing Jie's gaze lingered on Zhou Mu's face for a moment before she nodded slightly. Okay, miss, call me if you need anything. Xiao Jingzhu nodded, extending her long legs, and took the lead towards the direction of the golf course. Zhou Mu lagged half a step behind, watching her silhouette, suddenly recalling Wenhe's words from last night. She treats everyone that way, and remembering her saying, don't be too flashy. Sai, he didn't want to pretend, but his strength didn't allow it. Zhou Mu and Xiao Jingzhu walked side by side into the court, arriving at the tee box. Behind them followed a caddy carrying a golf bag. They stood still, both coming to a halt simultaneously. Zhou Mu intertwined his hands on the golf club, his gaze directed towards the distant flagstick on the green. This was a habitual action for many skilled players calculating wind speed and terrain. However, at that moment his mind was a blank slate. He had only played golf once before, and that was at the practice room. Though he learned quickly, he could only be considered to have a basic grasp of the fundamentals. Moreover, the gap between a formal golf course and a practice range was akin to swimming in a river versus splashing around in a bathtub. Xiao Jingshu stood half a step beside him, equally still. Her gaze rested on the small white ball in front of her, her expression calm. The two remained silent for over 10 seconds, reaching a point of awkwardness. Zhou Mu turned his head, saying, "Jingshu, you go first." He intended to let Xiao Jingshu take the first shot while he observed and learned. Xiao Jingshu shook her head. "You go first." Zhou Mu declined. "Ladies first." Xiao Jingshu insisted. "No, he said you have great athletic talent, so you should go first." Zhou Mu was momentarily taken aback. What exactly did he say to her? He knew that pushing further would lead to an embarrassing situation. Fine, since they were both bound to mess up, it didn't matter when. He took a deep breath, walked to the tee box, positioned the ball, gripped the club with both hands, and slightly bent his knees. Every movement was exceptionally standard. Then he swung the club. Whoosh! The club swept over the ball, creating a gust of wind, while the ball remained perfectly still. Zhou Mu, unfazed, calmly remarked, "Let's try the wind." Xiao Jingshu nodded, sensing that he seemed quite professional. It was her turn to tee off. She approached the tee box, gripping the club, taking her stance, turning her shoulders, and swinging, performing the entire sequence seamlessly. Then the club merely brushed against the surface of the ball. The white ball rolled a few meters along the grass before coming to a stop. Xiao Jingshu straightened her back, tucking a strand of hair blown by the wind behind her ear. "My hands are a bit rusty." Unfamiliar territory, that's normal," Zhou Mu said sincerely. He dared not mock. He knew that the more cheerful he appeared, the more embarrassing it would be later. He returned to the tee box for his second swing. Thwack! The white ball was struck, drawing an erratic arc in the air before plunging into a distant patch of tall grass. It was unreasonably skewed. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. "The grass here has different elasticity." Xiao Jingshu nodded, seemingly deep in thought. She appeared genuinely trying to understand how the grass elasticity affected the ball's trajectory. It was her turn to take a second shot. The ball flew out with a low trajectory and short distance, but it was at least heading in the right direction. It was better than Zhou Mu's second shot, but only by a little. She watched the ball's landing point for 2 seconds before turning back to Zhou Mu. Their eyes met. Xiao Jingshu's lips were pressed into a line, while Zhou Mu's mouth began to curve upward uncontrollably. They both finally realized that the other was a novice. The caddy beside them was shaking with suppressed laughter. He found it rather amusing that these two were both inexperienced yet pretending otherwise. Zhou Mu glanced at him. "You're about to lose your tip from laughing so hard." The caddy's smile faded completely. He no longer had to suppress it, as he genuinely could not muster a smile. Xiao Jingshu observed this scene, her lips curling slightly. Zhou Mu turned to Xiao Jingshu. "I thought you were a skilled player." "Just started learning," she replied with a smile. Then why did you say your hands are rusty? Didn't you also say to try the wind?" They both laughed. Xiao Jingshu said, "He told me you have great athletic talent, so I thought you must be a skilled player. I didn't expect you to be worse than me." Zhou Mu shrugged. "Isn't there a possibility that he thinks I have athletic talent to learn from you?" Xiao Jingshu pondered. It seems there was indeed a misunderstanding. "I told he that I've recently taken a liking to golf, and she probably assumed I was quite good at it." Zhou Mu nodded. "She thought you needed someone to play with and I needed a teacher, so she deemed me the most suitable." Xiao Jingshu smiled. Zhou Mu raised his club. "Since our true abilities are exposed, why not just play freely?" Xiao Jingshu nodded. "All right." The atmosphere shifted entirely. Xiao Jingshu no longer maintained her calm demeanor. She would slightly widen her eyes when hitting a good shot, and gently furrow her brows when hitting a bad one. Zhou Mu also ceased to pretend. If he hit a bad shot, he shrugged. If he hit straight, he gave himself a thumbs up. However, he was surprised at how quickly he improved. The awakening power endowed him not only with strength and agility, but also with precise control over every muscle in his body, coupled with the enhancement of the eye of insight. Every mistake was transformed into experience, and every success was reinforced. On the 8th swing, the ball shot out, traveling in a straight line. Xiao Jingshu's gaze followed the trajectory of the ball until it landed steadily on the green. She turned to him. "You weren't just pretending earlier, were you? Is this really only your second time playing?" He wasn't entirely wrong. Zhou Mu lifted his chin. "I have a high athletic talent. So high that it was unique." He refrained from saying the latter part. When he had reminded him not to be too ostentatious, that statement was too boastful. Xiao Jingshu glanced at the club and then at the distant green before nodding. The two continued playing for quite a while, until dusk began to set before returning to the clubhouse. The caddy carried their golf bags, maintaining a neutral expression with flawless service. Zhou Mu gave him a tip of 500 yuan, significantly higher than the normal price of 200 yuan. The caddy repeatedly thanked him, finally showing a genuine smile this time. Back at the clubhouse, the two sat down in the lounge area. Xiao Jingshu took a sip of her water and then looked at Zhou Mu. Your athletic talent is indeed very high. She truly did not expect a person's improvement to be visibly apparent. Each shot was better than the last, which was. Zhou Mu lifted his chin. Of course. Xiao Jingshu replied calmly. Did he Jin not tell you that I don't like over? She did. Zhou Mu leaned back in his chair, but my abilities don't allow for that. Xiao Jingshu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhou Mu checked the time and said, shall we have dinner together tonight? No, I need to return to Subsidy. Oh, I have matters to attend to at home. Xiao Jingshu paused. I'll look for you next time I come to High City. Zhou Mu nodded. I'd be happy to accompany you. Xiao Jingshu stood up, adjusted her clothes, waved goodbye to Zhou Mu, and then walked towards the door with her female bodyguard Lin Qing. Zhou Mu watched her retreating figure, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. This girl didn't seem as aloof as when he had described. On this day, Zhou Mu leaned back in the chair of his study with 3 screens lined up in front of him. The left one displayed real-time stock quotes, the right one showed the daily candlestick chart of Hope Media, and the middle screen displayed the minute chart of Hope Media. In truth, the flashy split screens offered him almost no assistance in trading stocks. He just felt that it made him look more professional. Recently, Hope Media had been fluctuating at the bottom, appearing stagnant, yet lacking momentum to rise. This kind of market was tormenting for deeply trapped retail investors, but Zhou Mu was indifferent. He desired volatility. Now the activity level of Hope Media had picked up. It was no longer the stagnant pool it once was, with an average daily fluctuation exceeding 2%. He currently had nearly 70 million in funds, effortlessly making 100,000 every day. Sometimes he would leverage his financial resources and position advantages to engage in some day trading, not for the sake of making extra money, but to add volatility to the market. The muddier the waters, the better he could swim in them. Of course, these maneuvers could not be too large. He was no longer the small retail investor he once was, and could not afford to make conspicuous moves. Knock knock. The door was gently tapped twice. Come in. Yang Qian pushed the door open, carrying a cup of coffee and a small plate of cookies. Sir, afternoon tea. Zhou Mu picked up the cup and took a sip, nodding. Not bad. Qian Jie, your coffee skills have improved recently. Yang Qian smiled slightly. Seeing Zhou Mu busy with work, she bowed slightly, saying, You're busy, sir. I won't disturb you. She turned and walked towards the door. Qian Jie. Yang Qian turned back. Does the sir have any instructions? The cookies are nice. Sui Sui will be coming over later. She likes these. All right, I'll remember that. The door closed gently. Zhou Mu shifted his gaze back, picking up his coffee for. He generally did not pay attention to news or financial reports while trading stocks. Today, feeling bored and unwilling to play games, he casually clicked on the shareholder structure page of Hope Media. The major shareholder was Wang Hongye, the second shareholder was a domestic fund, and the third was Blue Whale Capital. Zhou Mu suddenly found Blue Whale Capital somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He looked up information on Blue Whale Capital again. The owner was named Peng Xiang. Zhou Mu stared at this name for 2 to 3 seconds before remembering. Last time, while having dinner at home with Gu Qingxi, she mentioned that their law firm had received a case of insider trading where the company owner shifted the blame to his mistress. That owner was Peng Xiang. At the time, Gu Qingxi said the other party was a well-known speculator, and indeed, it was this scoundrel. Zhou Mu's gaze returned to the market. Recently, Hope Media had shown active performance. When it rose too much, there were sell-offs to suppress it, and when it fell too much, there was capital to support it, making it feel like someone was accumulating shares at the bottom. I wonder if this is Peng Xiang's doing. It could also be Wei Ping engaging in mouse trading, or the Wang father-son duo putting on a show. Who cares? In any case, I profit from both sides. Just as Zhou Mu finished the last sip of his coffee, he heard a light and cheerful sound of footsteps outside. Mu Gu. Chen Sui Sui pushed the door open and glanced at the screen. Are you looking at stocks again? Not anymore. Zhou Mu turned off the computer and stood up. Let's go out for a stroll. Where to? A good place. Chen Sui Sui blinked her eyes and didn't ask further. The two drove to the Patek Philippe flagship store at Yuandi. Chen Sui Sui linked her arm, with Zhou Mu looking up at the detached Western-style house in front of her. Why does this place look like a secret base? There isn't even a big logo. Because it doesn't need one. Let's go inside and take a look. Inside, the cold-tone decor contrasted sharply with the old Western-style house's red bricks and gray tiles, creating 2 entirely different worlds. The spotlights in the display cases were adjusted just right, and each Patek Philippe quietly lay on dark velvet, resembling exhibits in a museum. Zhou Mu took Chen Sui Sui around the store, and his gaze ultimately landed on a pair of couples' watches in the display case. The men's version featured a classic blue-black gradient dial, while the women's version was slightly smaller with a bezel adorned with tiny diamonds. Chen Sui Sui looked at it for a while through the glass, and then raised her head. Mu Go, why did you suddenly think of buying me a watch? Zhou Mu replied calmly. Ning Ning has a rainbow deity. That blue is really beautiful, it feels very calm, just like when we sit in the sky garden at night watching the river surface. The sales assistant on the side smiled. The lady has great taste. This is the Patek Philippe Nautilus 50th Anniversary Commemorative Couples Watch. Its blue is specially formulated, changing shades with the light. In natural light during the day it appears bluish-gray, while under warm light at night it appears deep-sea blue. It can change color. Chen Sui eyes brightened even more. Mugo, look at the pattern here. The horizontal lines look like ripples. That's the signature horizontal pattern dial of the Nautilus series, the sales assistant added. Each line is hand-polished, and at different angles it presents varying light and shadow effects. Then it's this one. Zhou Mu nodded slightly at the sales assistant. The assistant politely declined. Sorry sir, this pair of watches is a limited release this year, and is currently only for display. Zhou Mu smiled, giving his phone number. He was only concerned about the availability, not the purchase limit. Whether limited edition or display, they were insignificant compared to the $0 purchase. Before long, Zhou Mu completed the card payment, acquiring the couple's watches. Ding. $0 purchase privilege activated. This purchase amounts to 2,000 yuan, and the system fully compensates 2,000 yuan. The current $0 purchase balance is 33678 yuan. With 1 day remaining until the $0 purchase limit resets, the remaining 30,000 or so was something Zhou Mu could easily spend with his eyes closed. Chen Sui carefully put on the watch, turning her wrist over and over to admire it, then raised her hand to place it alongside Zhou Mu's wrist. The two watches, one blue and one diamond, gleamed with the same luster under the spotlight. Let's take a photo. She took out her phone and snapped several pictures of their wrists. At that moment, a somewhat surprised voice came from behind. Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu turned his head. Jiang Xini was standing a few steps away, looking at him with mild surprise. Sister Xini, what a coincidence. It truly is a coincidence. Jiang Xini's gaze naturally moved from Zhou Mu's face to Chen Sui's face, then back to Zhou Mu, a hint of knowing smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Looks like I ran into an acquaintance today. Zhou Mu said, Sui, this is Jiang Xini, a top collector in the country, as I mentioned before. Xini Jia, this is Chen Sui. Hello, Sister Xini. Chen Sui greeted warmly. I've heard about you from Mu Ge. He said you have collected a lot of treasures and are particularly impressive. Jiang Xini smiled slightly at Chen Sui. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Her gaze lingered on Chen Sui's face for a moment. The girl was lively and vibrant, a different type from Ning Ning, whom she had met last time. She suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia for youth. Men like Zhou Mu, young and handsome, with substantial wealth, and surrounded by several exceptional girls, were not uncommon. Having mingled in the circle of elites for so many years, she was naturally aware that successful men tend to have multiple partners, with no exceptions. Zhou Mu's gaze fell upon the magnifying glass in Jiang Xini's hand. Sister Xini, did you come here today for an appraisal? Yes, for an old pocket watch. Jiang Xini paused for a moment, her gaze landing on the wrists of Zhou Mu and Chen Sui. The Nautilus 50th Anniversary matching set, your taste is quite refined. Zhou Mu smiled and changed the subject. By the way, Sister Xini, I plan to take Ning Ning to Eason's studio tomorrow. Is that convenient? Jiang Xini was taken aback. She didn't expect Zhou Mu to mention another girlfriend in front of his current one. Unsure of how to respond, tactfully, Chen Sui spoke up. Brother Mu, when you take Sister Ning Ning, can you bring me along too? Last time I heard Sister Ning Ning say that Eason's studio has many beautiful treasures. Jiang Xini's hand holding the magnifying glass paused slightly. She took another look at the girl in front of her. Beautiful and lively, her tone was as candid as if she were talking about her own sister when mentioning Ning Ning. Zhou Mu stood beside her, his expression unchanged, as if everything was perfectly normal. Interesting. She had thought she was merely coming to see an antique pocket watch, but unexpectedly witnessed something even more intriguing. Zhou Mu said, if you want to go to Eason's studio, asking me is pointless. You should ask Sister Xini. Jiang Xini smiled. As long as you have no issues, I warmly welcome it. Chen Sujui's eyes lit up. Really? Sister Xini. Jiang Xini nodded with a smile, then glanced at the time. I have something to attend to, so I must leave first. You two continue browsing. This matching set is indeed excellent. Your taste is commendable. Okay, goodbye, Sister Xini. After Jiang Xini walked away, Chen Sui leaned closer to Zhou Mu's ear. Brother Mu, how did I perform just now? Full marks. Zhou Mu gently pressed down on her head. They'll take you to eat something good. Zhang Yao had no idea why she had agreed to Wang Ximing's invitation. Perhaps it was because of the reason he mentioned, as she wanted to consult him about some matters within the system. Or perhaps it was because he had behaved decently during their last meal, not saying anything uncomfortable. Or maybe she was just feeling bored alone. Many things she had gradually come to terms with. Zhou Mu had nothing to do with her, as she didn't need to care about whether he was doing well or not. Recently, Zhou Mu has encountered a lot of misfortune. Wang Ximing took a sip of red wine, his tone tinged with a hint of smugness. He's losing so much in stocks that he might as well be trading in his underwear. I said I don't want to talk about Zhou Mu anymore. Zhang Yao's tone was calm. Did you not say you had something serious to discuss? Wang Ximing nodded. He indeed had some matters from his unit that he wanted to consult her about. He hoped that the media would negotiate with a local government on a cultural industry park project and needed to understand some procedural details. However, he finished discussing this matter in 2 minutes, and the rest of the time was spent on unrelated topics. Zhang Yao listened for a few lines before she began to zone out. She found it very boring and somewhat regretted why she had come. What do you think? Wang Shiming suddenly stopped to ask. You make a valid point. Zhang Yao replied perfunctorily. I need to go to the restroom. She walked along the corridor towards the restroom, and as she neared the end of the corridor, a man and a woman turned the corner. The man had a tall and upright figure walking with a casual yet confident stride. The woman had her hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing a light-colored dress, and was linking arms with the man, looking up at him and chatting, her face adorned with a smile that needed no concealment. Months ago, the girl who walked into the community with Zhou Mu was her. Not long ago, she had been shopping with Ning Ning at the mall. Months ago, the girl who walked into the community with Zhou Mu was her. Not long ago, she had been shopping with Ning. The girl who greeted Ning Ning was also her. The vague outline in her memory finally matched. Ning Ning said she was a customer at the store. This explanation made sense. Zhou Mu was rich, now taking his girlfriend to shop at LV, and his girlfriend knew Ning Ning, who worked as a sales assistant, which was very reasonable. However, Ning Ning had never mentioned to her that she had seen Zhou Mu. Moreover, every time she brought up Zhou Mu in conversation with Ning Ning would deliberately avoid the topic. At this moment, Zhou Mu and the girl turned into another corridor at the end of the hallway, seemingly unaware of her presence. Zhang Yao hurried to the restroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed cold water on her face. When she lifted her head, she saw her pale face in the mirror. Ning Ning, what exactly are you hiding from me? She suddenly thought of Ning Ning's mysterious boyfriend. The man who had given her the Hermes Kelly bag, the man who said he would do a little investment. Every time it was mentioned, Ning Ning always spoke in vague terms. Could that man be a friend within Zhou Mu's circle? Zhang Yao took out her phone, wanting to immediately call Ning Ning. But just as her finger was about to press the call button, she paused. Ning Ning was hiding something from her. If she asked so directly, Ning Ning might not tell her the answer. Right, she needed to discover it herself. Zhang Yao took a deep breath, opened WeChat, found Ning Ning's profile picture, and clicked on it. Do you have time tomorrow? Want to come out and sit together? Soon, Ning Ning replied. I have something to do tomorrow, maybe next time. Zhang Yao thought for a moment and sent another message. What about the day after tomorrow? After about a minute, Ning Ning replied, all right then, the day after tomorrow. Zhang Yao put away her phone. The answer would soon be revealed. Ning Ning leaned against her family's sofa, staring at the screen of her phone, reading Zhang Yao's message several times. In the past, when Zhang Yao invited her, if she said she had something to do, Zhang Yao would not suggest another time. This time, however, she was acting contrary to her usual self. Tomorrow she was going to Eason's studio with Zhou Mu, and that night she would stay at Hemming Jiuli. The day after tomorrow she intended to go with Zhou Mu as well. But after hesitating for a moment, she still agreed to Zhang Yao. She felt it was time to explain everything to Zhang Yao. From the moment she decided to be with Zhou Mu, she knew this secret could not be kept forever. Now every time she saw Zhang Yao, she felt like a thief. Every time Zhang Yao asked, who exactly is your boyfriend, she had to come up with excuses. She was tired of it and no longer wished to fabricate lies. Zhang Yao had the right to know the truth and should be told. Ning Ning put down her phone and took a deep breath. She decided that when she met Zhang Yao the day after tomorrow, she would tell her everything about how she and Zhou Mu met and how they got together. Ning Ning closed her eyes and a scene from long ago inexplicably floated into her mind. Back then, she and Zhang Yao were still in high school. The two of them squeezed onto a single bed in the dormitory, chatting until 3 in the morning. Zhang Yao said, no matter what happens in the future, we cannot lie to each other. At that time, she replied, okay. I'm sorry, Yao Yao. I broke my promise. The day after tomorrow, I will return the truth I owe you. The next day, the black G-class stopped at the entrance of Ning Ning's neighborhood. Ning Ning opened the passenger door, got in, and fastened her seatbelt. Where is Sui Sui? Didn't she say she was going to Sister Xi and E's place? There are matters at the company today. Zhou Mu paused. It was more convenient for you to stay at Hemming Jiuli last night. It saves us both some trouble, and I don't have to come pick you up early. You should have accompanied Sui Sui last night. I can't take away the time that belongs to her. You just need to sleep in your own room. Do you believe that yourself? Who sneaked into my room last time at midnight? I was waiting for Sui Sui to fall asleep, and I couldn't sleep, so I came to chat with you. Ning Ning shot him a glare. Was that chatting? You tell me what you did after you entered my room. Zhou Mu grinned mischievously, lightly pressing the accelerator as the G-class merged into the traffic on the main road. The cabin fell silent for a moment before Ning Ning spoke again. I've decided to confront Yao Yao tomorrow. Zhou Mu looked straight ahead, his tone calm. Just make your own decision. Aren't you going to ask how I'm going to tell her? Say what you want to say, or don't say it if you don't want to. No matter how you choose to do it, I will support you. Ning Ning looked at him for a while, then turned her face toward the window, softly responding with an mm. The car quickly arrived at the Porsche Center in Haicheng. Ning Ning would often need to go to Isenjai, and taking a taxi was not very convenient. Since Chun Sui Sui had a 911, Zhou Mu decided to buy Ning Ning a car as well. The zero down payment limit refreshed at midnight, allowing an additional 5 million to spend freely. As soon as they entered the showroom, the beautifully made-up saleswoman Anna quickly approached them. Mr. Zhou, long time no see, welcome back. Zhou Mu nodded slightly at her. A few months ago, he had brought Chun Sui Sui here to buy their first Porsche. At that time, Anna had accidentally brushed her finger across the back of his hand, earning a curse from Chun Sui Sui in her mind. Back then, he was still a beginner wealthy man, far from where he was now. Anna, is the car ready? Zhou Mu asked. It's ready. The Panamera Executive long wheelbase, the color and configuration are as you instructed over the phone. All right, let's take a look. Anna led them to the display area where a dragon blue Panamera was parked on the platform. Zhou Mu glanced at it and nodded. That's the one. Anna was taken aback and softly asked, would you like to arrange a test drive? Zhou Mu looked at her. Do I have a habit of test driving? Anna saw Zhou Mu take out his bank card, her heart filled with joy as she hurried off to prepare the contract. Before long, all the paperwork was completed. Ding. Zero down payment privilege activated. This purchase amounts to 1187967 yuan. The system fully compensates 1187967 yuan with a current zero down payment balance of 3812033 yuan. Zhou Mu instructed Anna, after the subsequent procedures are done, have the car delivered to Heming Jiuli. Anna bowed respectfully. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, I will arrange everything properly. The two exited the Porsche Center and got back into the G-Class. Ning Ning said that Anna was practically up in your face when she was talking to you just now. If you were jealous, you should have spoken up when you saw it. It's too late now. Zhou Mu smiled. Ning Ning smirked. If my husband benefits, then I benefit too. I won't be jealous. She approached on her own. Ooh, I am very well-mannered and didn't take advantage of her at all. Ning Ning gently tapped his hand resting on the gear shift. Let's go to Sister Xine's place. Zhou Mu nodded, started the car, and the G-Class smoothly drove out of the parking lot. Zhou Mu's G-Class stopped at the entrance of Isenjai. Ning Ning unbuckled her seatbelt and took a deep breath. Nervous? Zhou Mu glanced at her. A little. Last time I came, I was here to browse with you. Today, I'm here to be a student. What's there to be nervous about being a student? Zhou Mu opened the car door. Let's go. As they reached the entrance, they saw Jiang Xin escorting a young. The young man appeared to be around Zhou Mu's age, dressed impeccably, with an unmistakable air of arrogance about. He glanced at Zhou Mu, his gaze not lingering, then looked at Ning Ning for half a second before retracting his sight, saying to Jiang Xin, Auntie, I'll leave that matter to you. Jiang Xin nodded. Sure, I'll notify you as soon as the appraisal results are out. The young man slightly nodded and stepped down the stairs. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was waiting at the roadside with the driver respectfully opening the door for him. He got in without looking back at Zhou Mu and Ning Ning. As the car drove away, Jiang Xin withdrew her gaze, looking at Zhou Mu and Ning Ning with a slightly apologetic smile. Sorry to keep you waiting, please come in. The showroom of Isenjai remained quiet and cool. Jiang Xin led them to a tea table by the window where her assistant served freshly brewed Longjing tea. Sister Xin, Zhou Mu spoke. Was that person just now a relative of yours? Jiang Xin set down her teacup. He's a distant relative. My cousin married his distant uncle. That's quite distant indeed, Zhou Mu chuckled. Jiang Xin nodded slightly. His name is Lu Jingchun, the young master of the Lu family in Sucheng, about your age, but his temper is far worse than yours. Lu family in Sucheng. Zhou Mu paused. I'm not familiar with it. Jiang Xin understood Zhou Mu was a new rich person. It was normal for him not to have heard of these old prestigious families. There are two deeply rooted old families in Sucheng, the Lu family and the Shao family. Both have been prominent for generations with substantial backgrounds, just not very visible to the outside world. Zhou Mu nodded, realizing he was dealing with a young master from a prestigious family, and no wonder he was so ostentatious earlier, even more than himself. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, suddenly thinking of someone. Sister Xin, you mentioned the Shao family in Sucheng. Do you know Shao Jingshu? Jiang Xin looked at Zhou Mu, her gaze filled with surprise. You know Jingshu? I just met her a few days ago. She was introduced by Hejia. She said a friend's daughter from Sucheng came and liked playing golf, so I accompanied her for a game. When he is indeed good at arranging things. What was your impression of her? The young lady from the Shao family has a pretty cold temperament, right? It was hot at the golf course that day, so I didn't notice anything unusual. Jiang Xin smiled, stood up, and patted Ning Ning's shoulder. Come on, today I'll take you to see some newly arrived porcelain pieces. There are 2 pieces that haven't been cataloged yet, perfect for teaching materials. Ning Ning immediately stood up and followed Jiang Xin deeper into the showroom. Zhou Mu sat at the tea table taking another sip of the Longjing tea. He thought of Lu Jingchun, who had just gotten into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and recalled the farce of pretending to be a master with Shao Jingshu at the golf course a few days ago. The Lu family in Su-chung, the Xiao family in Su-chung. Quite interesting. Zhou Mu stood up. From deep within the showroom, he could hear Ning Ning and Jiang Yaxine chatting, though he couldn't make out the words, but there was a familiar excitement in Ning Ning's tone. Every time she saw something she truly liked, it was this sound. The next day at a cafe in Haicheng, Ning Ning gently stirred the latte in front of her with a spoon. The milk foam, now a swirl that obscured its original pattern. Zhang Yao poked at the cake with her fork, causing crumbs to scatter all over the plate, yet she hadn't taken a bite. They had been sitting down for nearly half an hour chatting about trivial matters, but both seemed somewhat distracted. Zhang Yao poked at the cake with her fork, causing crumbs to scatter all over the plate, yet she hadn't taken a bite. They had been sitting down for nearly half an hour. Ning Ning lifted her cup to take a sip, contemplating her words, when suddenly a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind. A boy around 7 or 8 years old dashed past and collided with a waitress carrying a tray. The tray tilted and 2 full cups of coffee splashed down from midair. Ning Ning instinctively dodged, but still got splattered with coffee, her white top instantly adorned with irregular splotches. The waitress, a young woman in her 20s, turned pale at the sight. I'm so sorry. Zhang Yao fumbled for napkins, but the coffee stains had already spread across Ning Ning's clothes. Ning Ning stood up, took the napkin from her hand, and gently pressed it against her collar, instead comforting the flustered waitress. It's fine, where's the restroom? The waitress quickly pointed her in the right direction. Ning Ning nodded at Zhang Yao. I'll go clean up, be back soon. Zhang Yao sat in the booth watching Ning Ning's figure disappear at the end of the corridor. She sighed lightly and took a sip from her half-full cup of red tea. Just then Ning Ning's phone on the table lit up the screen, displaying husband. Ning Ning, this girl has her phone marked husband, yet she claims she has nothing with him. Zhang Yao felt a mix of curiosity and a desire to play a prank. She reached for the phone and swiped the screen. A cheerful male voice came through on the other end. Are you? In an instant, Zhang Yao felt as if all the surrounding sounds had faded away. Her fingers trembled, nearly unable to hold onto the phone. She recognized that voice all too well. It was Zhou Mu. The person marked as husband on Ning Ning's phone is Zhou Mu. The one who gifted Ning Ning and Hermes and had made some small investments is Zhou Mu. She placed the phone back on the table, grabbed her bag, and almost ran out of the cafe. Outside it was raining, the drizzling rain mingling with the liquid trickling down her cheeks. Ning Ning. Zhou Mu. All the fragments pieced together formed a truth she couldn't believe. Ning Ning's mysterious boyfriend was Zhou Mu. The one who could make Ning Ning call him husband was her first love, her ex-boyfriend. Inside the cafe, after cleaning the coffee stains from her clothes, Ning Ning returned to the booth only to find Zhang Yao had disappeared. She waited for a while, but still did not see Zhang Yao returning, so she picked up her phone and dialed her number. The first call was rejected. She dialed a second time only to have it rejected again. Puzzled, just as she was about to call again, her phone rang. It was a call from Zhou Mu. Ning Ning pressed the answer button. Zhou Mu's voice came through. Hello. Why weren't you speaking earlier? She paused for a moment. Did you just call me? Yes, didn't you answer? Ning Ning suddenly felt her breath catch. Yao Yao knows, but not in the way she had intended for her to find out. She hurriedly explained what had just happened to Zhou Mu, ended the call, and dialed Zhang Yao's number again. All she got was a busy signal, as if she had been blocked. She opened WeChat and sent a message to Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao has enabled friend verification. You are not yet friends. Please send a friend request, and you can chat once verified. Ning Ning's eyes turned red. She should have said this earlier. That night at Hemming, Julie, Ning Ning curled up in Zhou Mu's embrace, her eyes still slightly red. Don't think too much about it, Zhou Mu said. Your goal was to let her know, and now she knows. The purpose has... Ning Ning's voice caught, tears welled up again. But this isn't the way I wanted it. I should have told her. If I had been honest earlier, she wouldn't be as upset as she is now. Whether it's the way you wanted it or not, she already knows. Everyone has their own path to take. How she chooses to accept this isn't something we can control. Ning Ning fell silent, simply resting her head on Zhou Mu's shoulder. Zhou Mu's hand began to caress her through the thin silk robe, gradually becoming more restless. Ning Ning did not respond or push him away, as she just weakly said, I'm not in the mood today. Zhou Mu's kiss landed on her earlobe, then her neck. The neckline of her robe loosened. Ning Ning turned to look at him. I'm really not in the mood today. Zhou Mu's lips sealed her next words. Moments later, Ning Ning's arms wrapped around his neck, pulling him toward herself with force. Zhou Mu teased, didn't you just say you weren't in the mood? Ning Ning did not answer. She lowered her head and lightly bit his collarbone, then kissed her way down his chest. Outside, a cruise ship drifted slowly across the river. A deep horn echoed from afar. Ning Ning straightened up her long hair, cascading down her shoulders. The robe had long since disappeared. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming need for someone. Meanwhile, on the other side of Haicheng, Zhang Yao curled up on the sofa of her rented apartment. Her mood had settled. She suddenly recalled a conversation she had with Ning Ning a few months ago about Zhou Mu, where Ning Ning had said she had come to understand some things and wanted to live for herself. At that time Zhang Yao thought she was referring to quitting her job and switching careers. Now it seemed that when Ning Ning said she had come to understand, it was about Zhou Mu. She wanted to hate Ning Ning. She wanted to question her, how could you do this? But she knew better than anyone that she had long since moved out from room 301. She had no right to do so. Zhang Yao closed her eyes, her mind in chaos. She thought again of the beautiful and lively girl next to Zhou Mu. Ning Ning clearly knew the relationship between that girl and Zhou Mu, and they seemed to be quite familiar with each other. Did they all know everything but choose to stay by Zhou Mu's side? Three people, each aware, each willing, each content. Zhang Yao stood up from the sofa, walked into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and splashed cold water on her face. She looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly said softly, "Zhang Yao, you deserve this." Then she sat back down on the sofa thinking of Ning Ning again. She didn't know if she could still be friends with Ning Ning in the future. But she knew at least not today. Blue Whale Capital Trading Room. Boss, the sell orders are almost cleared. The floating shares are nearly cleaned up, and there's not much pressure from above. Peng Xiang nodded slightly. On the screen, the stock price of Hope Media had been hovering above the average price for nearly an hour. The intraday chart showed a narrow range consolidation, with trading volume gradually shrinking, as if someone was deliberately suppressing the market waiting for a direction. Continue buying. He issued the order. The trader immediately followed Peng Xiang's instructions and entered multiple buy orders consecutively. Moments later, the stock price of Hope Media broke through the range, and the intraday line steeply rose with an accompanying increase in trading volume. Retail investors are following the trend. Another trader reported. Peng Xiang observed the market with a confident expression. Push it to the target price and stabilize it. Understood. The instructions were transmitted through the microphone, and several traders began to work simultaneously. Buy orders continuously surged on the screen, and the stock price steadily moved upward. Peng Xiang turned and walked to another screen, pulling up the capital flow monitoring. In this line of work, one must not only manage their own hands, but also discern the actions of others. They must understand which are retail investors following the trend, which are speculative funds riding the wave, and which institutions are secretly accumulating shares. Suddenly his gaze paused on a particular flow of funds. This flow was very skillful. Instead of stealing the spotlight during the main offensive, it quietly pushed up whenever he raised the price to a key pressure point. The volume wasn't large, but the timing was precise, with each transaction occurring at the most critical points where selling pressure needed to be alleviated. It was like two people working together to push a heavy vehicle. Peng Xiang exerted force at the front, while this partner silently added strength from behind, their cooperation seamless. A slight smile crept at the corners of Peng Xiang's mouth. A few days ago, Lu Ziyuan hinted to him that once he began to take action, Longjing Securities' proprietary trading would cooperate. This allied trader was indeed skilled, always perfectly connecting at just the right moment, allowing his trading to proceed smoothly. Boss, we've reached the target price. The trader's voice pulled Peng Xiang back to reality. He glanced at the screen. Let's close here for today. On the next trading day, he planned to clear out the short-term floating shares accumulated today and initiate a second wave. However, the plans for tomorrow would be discussed tomorrow. Peng Xiang took one last look at the screen displaying the capital flows before turning to leave the trading room. Today's rise was merely the first shot. There was still much to do ahead. Wang Hongya, Wei Ping, and Lu Ziyuan all wanted to share in the spoils, and he didn't mind. As long as the rhythm was in his hands, the one who would laugh last would surely be him. Meanwhile, at Haicheng International Golf Club, Zhou Mu stood on the tee, gripping the club with both hands, slightly bending his knees, his gaze sweeping from the fairway to the distant flag on the green. Just moments ago, when Peng Xiang was focused on capital flows in the trading room, he was here studying the wind speed and grass patterns. This time he felt confident. He turned his shoulder and swung the club. The club face struck the ball perfectly, sending the white ball on a low trajectory through the air before landing steadily in the center of the fairway, rolling a few times before stopping in the short grass. Have you been secretly practicing your swing? When his voice came from behind, Zhou Mu lifted his chin slightly. With my talent, is there any need to practice secretly? When he smiled and replied, you're becoming less humble by the day. Zhou Mu shrugged. I love speaking the truth. When he shook her head with a smile, and then took her stance to swing. Her shot flew out the trajectory, slightly higher than Zhou Mu's, landing almost in the same spot, close to his ball. Jingzhu called me earlier. She said when you first started playing you couldn't even hit the ball, and you were talking about trying to gauge the wind. When he glanced at him, then suddenly you started playing better than her. Zhou Mu shrugged. She wasn't that great to begin with, it's only natural that I surpassed her. When he smiled, regardless of how Jingzhu plays, your pace of improvement is indeed remarkable. I feel the same way, Zhou Mu replied. As they walked and chatted, they reached the spot where the ball landed. When he suddenly changed the subject. Why have you never asked me about Jingzhu? Why would I ask? She's so beautiful and the daughter of the Xiao family and suching. Aren't you even a little curious about her? Zhou Mu pulled out an iron club from his bag and swung, sending the white ball flying, landing next to the edge of the green. I think she might be more curious about me. When he paused slightly, then burst out laughing. Your skin is getting thicker by the day. Thick skin is also a part. Zhou Mu made a gesture inviting her to take her shot. When he looked at the flag on the green ahead, she said, next time she comes to Haiqing to play, she'll look for you. The first person who made her take the initiative to suggest a second meeting in my memory is still you. When is she coming? Didn't you say not to inquire? Now that you've said it, if I don't ask it would seem rude. Now that you mention it, I can't really argue with that. When he swung her club and made contact, she's busy dealing with some family troubles lately, so it might take some time. Once she arrives, I'll arrange it. All right, I'll follow your lead. They walked towards the green, and Zhou Mu asked when he about her recent trip to the United States. I didn't find any suitable projects, but I did discover an opportunity. Oh, care to share? An AI company. There were severe disagreements between the founder and the technical team. The main members of the technical team were all Chinese. I spoke with them, and they have ideas about starting their own venture. That indeed sounds like an opportunity. When he turned her head to glance at Zhou Mu, if it's feasible, would you be interested in investing with them? If you're interested, I'll definitely follow your investment. You trust me that much? I trust your professional insight. When he smiled, they arrived at the edge of the green. Both of their balls were not far from the hole. Yeah, I remember your daughter is only 17, right? Is she willing to study so far away? Zhou Mu had heard from Jiang Sini that when his husband passed away over a decade ago, logically the two of them should be inseparable, so how did they end up so far apart? She's more willing than I am. When he paused, this girl only remembers I'm her mother when she runs out of living expense. When she said this, there was not a hint of complaint in her voice. Instead, it carried a gentle smile, suggesting that the mother-daughter relationship was quite good. Zhou Mu picked up the putter and gave it a gentle push. The white ball rolled slowly along the grass pattern towards the hole, paused briefly at the edge, then dropped in. Heavens! When he exclaimed in disbelief, your skills are almost surpassing mine. Zhou Mu replied calmly. This time it was truly luck. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Hello, Mugu, do you have time? Sun Yue's voice came from the other end. I found out something very important. No, I know who is buying Hope Media. That evening in a private room of a high-end restaurant, Sun Yue sat beside Zhou Mu and took out her phone, opening a few screenshots. Mugu, look, this is the information I got from a colleague in the investment department. Zhou Mu took the phone and glanced at the chat records. The content consisted of casual complaints among colleagues. Recently, I've been pressured by the leadership to keep an eye on a Hong Kong stock. What stock? A garbage stock that was previously ignored is now being hyped by speculators. Are you planning to follow the speculators and benefit from their gains? Not at all. I feel like I'm just lifting someone else's sedan share. Similar conversations ensued, with the key information revealing that Longjing Securities proprietary trading was recently coordinating to go long on Shiwang Media's stock, but not with the intention of making profits. Sun Yue took a sip of red wine and said, Mugu, Shiwang Media has been rising well these past few days. Your stocks might soon break even. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. The stock price of Shiwang Media had been steadily climbing, breaking through its range. The bullish sentiment clearly outweighed the bearish. How did you come by this information? A colleague from the investment department wanted to meet me, so I mentioned that I had lost a lot on Shiwang Media and asked him what to do. He assured me not to worry, saying that Shiwang Media would rise next. Is he just another tool? Sun Yue smiled sweetly. He approached me for a chat, but had nothing to say, so I proactively provided him with a topic. Zhou Mu smirked, but did not respond. Sun Yue pondered for a moment and asked, Mugu, is this information useful to you? It is useful. Zhou Mu paused, but no one can mislead me in the stock market. What others see as my loss does not reflect my actual situation. No wonder you're always so calm. Sun Yue lowered her gaze. I thought the information I provided was a great help. Zhou Mu noticed her disappointment and poured more red wine into her glass. Don't undermine your contributions. Knowing who is plotting against me is very important to me. I just wanted to say, don't push yourself too hard. Sun Yue looked up, her eyes brightened again. Mugu, are you concerned about me? Zhou Mu chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. Sun Yue continued, don't worry, I'm just gathering information and chatting about gossip with colleagues. Zhou Mu raised his glass. Thank you for your hard work. Sun Yue also lifted her glass and lightly clinked it against his. Cheers. After dinner, the two exited the restaurant. Sun Yue naturally linked her arm through Zhou Mu's, affectionately leaning against him, resembling a young girlfriend beside a domineering CEO. She knew Zhou Mu had a legitimate girlfriend, but she wasn't particularly bothered by it. She just hoped that after giving enough hints, Zhou Mu would take the initiative to pursue her rather than making her appear like a clingy girl desperately trying to get close. She was well aware that a young, handsome, and particularly wealthy man like Zhou Mu would never lack for attractive entertainment tools around him. And she did not want to be seen merely as a tool. Mugu, since you say I help you a lot, how do you plan to reward me? What reward do you want? You know what I want. She tightened her grip on Zhou Mu's arm. Zhou Mu pondered for a moment. In a while I plan to set up a family office. Sun Yue blinked, not interrupting him. Zhou Mu continued, I need someone I can trust, and you can come by. Sun Yue's eyes sparkled. That's a deal? Don't blame me for clinging to you, then you won't be able to chase me away. Zhou Mu was about to speak when his gaze suddenly fixated on something not far ahead. 3 people walked out of the restaurant. 2 women were in the front, one of whom was Gu Qingxi. She was being supported by a younger girl, unsteady on her feet, clearly somewhat drunk. A man leaned in close to the 2 women, saying, be careful, while trying to place his hand on Gu Qingxi's waist. Gu Qingxi instinctively dodged, and the girl beside her also reached out to block, pushing the man's hand away. The man awkwardly retracted his hand, but leaned in again in just a couple of seconds. Zhou Mu immediately felt a surge of anger and strode towards the 3 without a second thought. The young girl recognized Zhou Mu at a glance. That night, she had gone to Gu Qingxi's residence with lawyer Wang Yi from the law firm to pick up documents. Zhou Mu's Porsche 911 had left a lasting impression on her, as it had fiercely put Wang Yi in his place. Later, Zhou Mu had some business dealings with the law firm, and she had seen him a few more times, so she was not unfamiliar with him. President Zhou Gulu is a bit drunk. Gu Qingxi looked up, saw Zhou Mu, froze for a moment, then forced a faint smile. Zhou Mu, what are you doing here? She struggled to stand straight, but her body wouldn't cooperate. The man beside her appeared to have drunk a lot, as well as eyes bleary as he looked Zhou Mu up and down. Who are you? Zhou Mu ignored him and looked at Gu Qingxi. What happened? The young girl spoke up first, her tone urgent and angry. This is Han Lu from our Bida branch. He brought us out to have dinner with a client. That client kept forcing Gu Lu to drink. Han Lu didn't help at all, he just stood by and cheered them on. Zhou Mu frowned. Gu Qingxi, are you out of your mind? You're a lawyer, not a drinking companion. Just because someone tells you to drink, you do it. Don't you know what kind of intentions they have? The man called Han Lu lifted his chin. Who are you calling a thing? I'm referring to the client forcing her to drink, not you. Zhou Mu glanced at him. You don't even count as a thing. Repeat that. Zhou Mu raised his head and quickly scanned the surroundings, noting that the nearby surveillance cameras were all within his keen eye. This spot happened to be in the blind spot of the cameras. He took a few steps forward, clenched his right fist, and struck quickly and precisely to the man's abdomen. His awakened strength allowed him absolute control over every muscle in his body. This punch was sufficient to bring the man to the ground without causing any substantial injury. Han Lu's mouth opened, his eyes bulged, hands clutching his stomach, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Gu Qingxi witnessed this scene and sobered up significantly. She staggered forward and tightly grasped Zhou Mu's arm. Zhou Mu, are you crazy? He's a lawyer, what you're doing is illegal. Zhou Mu remained calm. What law have I broken? He fell by himself, oh, it has nothing to do with me. Sun Yue, who had been standing by, chimed in. I also saw that he fell by himself. Zhou Mu then looked at the young girl, who seemed to understand the implication, and turned her head away. I was just looking over there. Gu Qingxi patted her head. I think I really drank too much. Han Lu fell by himself. Zhou Mu supported Gu Qingxi as they entered room 302. As soon as the door closed behind them, she suddenly broke free from his grasp, staggered into the bathroom, and began to vomit violently into the toilet. Zhou Mu followed her inside, crouching beside her. One hand combed through her disheveled long hair, while the other gently patted her back. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Qingxi finally closed her eyes and leaned against Zhou Mu, utterly exhausted. After a long while, Zhou Mu thought she had fallen asleep and was about to carry her to the bed. But just as he moved, you know that I like you. Why didn't you wait for me? She buried her face in his embrace, her shoulders starting to tremble and tears soaked through Zhou Mu's shirt seeping into his chest. Every time I see Sui Sui walk into your room, I tell myself that we are just neighbors. But I know I can't treat you as just a neighbor. Zhou Mu remained silent. He simply continued to gently pat her back, as if soothing a child who was crying inconsolably. The day you moved away, I couldn't sleep at all that night. I felt like you would never be by my side again. Zhou Mu tightened his arms, enveloping her completely. She cried until she was utterly drained, finally quieting down, her face still marked by tears that had yet to dry, but she fell asleep. Zhou Mu picked her up carefully, laid her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. He poured another glass of water and placed it on her nightstand. Then he returned to the bathroom and removed his soiled clothes, unable to wear them any longer. He washed his clothes, hung them up, and then lay down on the sofa. He would stay here for the night. At around 5 in the morning, Gu Qingxi opened her eyes. She saw the glass of water on the nightstand, reached for it, and drank it all in one gulp. She realized she was still wearing the clothes from yesterday, and the blanket was snugly covering her. She had been drunk last night, but she remembered everything clearly. Gu Qingxi saw Zhou Mu sleeping on the sofa not far away, and recalled the words she had spoken to him last night, feeling her cheeks burn. She got out of bed, tiptoed over to Zhou Mu, and sat on the floor, gazing at the man still lost in sleep. After a moment, she made a bold decision. She leaned in, bringing her lips close to his forehead. She wanted to leave a memory of this feeling. Just then Zhou Mu opened his eyes. Before Gu Qingxi could react, his hand was already cradling the back of her neck, gently pulling her down. His lips met hers. Gu Qingxi did not resist or pull away. She met Zhou Mu's lips, giving her first kiss to the man who had truly moved her for the first time in her life. After a moment, she gently pushed him away. Did you wake up early? Just now, but I could feel you beside me. Gu Qingxi was silent for a few seconds. I was drunk last night. Zhou Mu smiled slightly. Are you telling me that everything you said was just the ramblings of a drunken mind? Gu Qingxi shook her head. What I said was all true, but I won't hurt Susei, nor will I be the third party. Her meaning was clear. The kiss had been an uncontrollable impulse, but it ended there. She would not be the one to break up the relationship. Zhou Mu said seriously, my woman has no third party. Gu Qingxi did not respond. Having known Zhou Mu for so long, she understood a bit about his situation. She had only met Chen Suisui, but she could sense that there were others beside Zhou Mu, and he had never hidden this from her. She changed the subject. I'm hungry, let's have breakfast first. Zhou Mu pointed to the clothes hanging in the room. They're still wet. I can't go out without a shirt. Gu Qingxi knew she was the cause of it. Her cheeks flushed. He'll go get the hairdryer to dry them, you wait. After breakfast, the two walked out side by side and got into the car. Gu Qingxi turned her head to look at Zhou Mu. That guy named Han probably won't give up easily. Zhou Mu started the car, his tone casual. What does he have to not give up? There are no cameras there. Gu Qingxi paused. How do you know there are no cameras there? Zhou Mu glanced at her. You don't know my sharp eyes yet. Gu Qingxi knew Zhou Mu had keen observation skills, but could he really spot a blind spot in the surveillance with just a glance? Zhou Mu shifted gears, and the car slowly merged into the traffic. He focused ahead, his tone leaving no room for argument. From now on, unless you want to drink, do not drink under any circumstances. If a client forces you or a colleague persuades you, you cannot drink, understand? Gu Qingxi lowered her eyelashes, her voice soft. Understood. Zhou Mu smiled. That's more like it. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the law firm. Gu Qingxi unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to get out when she realized Zhou Mu had turned off the engine. What are you doing? I'm going to talk to Chun Min. Is that necessary? Why isn't it necessary? I am your client, and I have concerns about the professional ethics of your firm's lawyers. He got out of the car and walked straight to the law office. Gu Qingxi bit her lip and quickly followed. Chun Min was a senior partner at the firm and also Gu Qingxi's mentor. She saw Zhou Mu and Gu Qingxi enter and was taken aback for a moment, then quickly stood up. Mr. Zhou, it's rare to see you. Please have a seat. Qingxi, you sit too. The three sat down in the reception area. Zhou Mu got straight to the point. Lawyer Chen, the legal affairs of Xingyao and Qinxin are currently handled by your firm. I entrusted the business to you not only because I trust your expertise, but more importantly. He looked at Gu Qingxi. If Qingxi were not at your firm, I would have more choices. Chun Min nodded slightly. I am very grateful for Mr. Zhou's recognition of our work. Zhou Mu waved his hand. But last night something happened that seriously raised my doubts about your firm's lawyers' professional ethics. He recounted how Gu Qingxi had been coerced into drinking and how that guy named Han had attempted to take advantage of her, omitting the details of his own forceful retaliation. After hearing this, Chun Min's smile vanished. Mr. Zhou, I share some responsibility in this matter. I had originally asked Qingxi to handle the client from Baidu. Yesterday, lawyer Han brought the client from Baidu and said he was treating us to dinner, wanting Qingxi to join. I thought it was just a normal social engagement and didn't think much of it. As long as you understand you have some responsibility, Zhou Mu said bluntly. I didn't come to hear apologies, I want to know how to resolve this. Chun Min spoke earnestly. I can clearly state that we will have our legal compliance department intervene in the investigation. Once verified, the involved lawyers will be punished, and those who need to be dismissed will be dismissed. At the same time, we will conduct a compliance review of the client who coerced her into drinking. She turned to her student. Qingxi, you've been wronged in this matter. In the future, in any social situation, you can clearly refuse to drink regardless of who it is. Gu Qingxi nodded slightly. Thank you, teacher. Zhou Mu was somewhat satisfied with Chun Min's attitude. He stood up ready to take his leave when his phone rang. It was a call from home. It wasn't He Mingjiu, but from his hometown. He answered the phone. Mom, what is it? His mother's voice Yili came through the line. Do you have time in the next few days? Come back home for a visit. Gu Qingxi accompanied Zhou Mu to the entrance of the law firm. Is everything at home? All right. My second uncle passed away. My mother said that if I have time I should go back to pay my respects. My condolences. Well, it's not really. Zhou Mu felt that hardly anyone would mourn his second uncle's passing as if he were their own grandfather. Gu Qingxi nodded slightly. Thank you for earlier in the office. I just feel that you were a bit too harsh with Chen. Zhou Mu lifted his chin. I even scolded the general manager of Longjing Securities to his face. I was quite polite earlier. Gu Qingxi's lips curled slightly. Having money gives one confidence. Zhou Mu smiled. If having money doesn't give one confidence, then what's the point of being rich? Gu Qingxi fell silent for a moment. Zhou Mu, moi. Do you remember the things I said last night? Of course, do you want me to repeat them? No. Gu Qingxi lowered his gaze. Still. You want to say that you need more time and haven't figured out your way of interacting with me. Gu Qingxi raised his head. How do you know what I want to say? Zhou Mu smiled. I can read minds. He certainly did not possess such an ability. However, Gu Qingxi's current mindset was something he had seen in Ning Ning. Moreover, Gu Qingxi was even more stubborn in his thoughts than Ning Ning. I have to go now. Okay, be careful on the road. If you need anything, call me. You can also reach Yangqian or Ran. Got it. Zhou Mu got into the car, while Gu Qingxi stood by the roadside watching the G disappear from view before turning back to the law firm. The high-speed train smoothly departed from Haiqing Station, with the clusters of buildings outside gradually replaced by the greenery of the suburbs. There were few people in the business-class carriage, and Zhou Mu sat by the window gazing outside. On this trip back to Luqing, he planned to keep a low profile. In the speculation of many in Haiqing, he could either be a cryptocurrency gambler who became rich overnight, or a low-key rich second generation, hiding his identity. But none of these explanations worked for his parents. Currently, the information he had conveyed to his parents was that he was starting a business in AI and had just earned his first fortune of 1 million. In just a few months, earning 1 million was quite substantial, but not exaggerated to the point of being Zhou Mu retracted his gaze, his peripheral vision sweeping over the person next to him. A woman sat in the aisle seat talking on the phone since she got on the train. She wore a baseball cap and large black-framed sunglasses, making it hard to see her face. However, judging by her silhouette and aura, she should be a beautiful woman. He merely glanced at her and had no particular thoughts. During this time, Xingyao Media had developed rapidly. Sulan had signed many new streamers and influencers, all of whom looked like they had been photoshopped. Every time he visited the company, from the reception to the shooting area, the girls looked at him with increasingly bright eyes, greeting him with ever sweeter voices, giving various hints and subtle gestures. Having seen so much, he had grown accustomed to it. The woman next to him had just finished her call, and while putting her phone away, unconsciously glanced at his wrist, pausing for an extremely brief moment on the blue-black gradient dial of his Nautilus before looking away. She put her phone in her bag and rummaged through it, pausing briefly before taking off her sunglasses and turning to him. Excuse me, do you have a charger? My phone is almost out of battery, and I just realized I forgot to bring one. Zhou Mu turned his head and saw her full face. Indeed, she was very beautiful. She was the kind of beauty that could take one's breath away. However, having seen so many beauties, even if Lu Tianxian sat next to him, he probably wouldn't feel anything particularly special. Just a moment. Zhou Mu took a charging cable from his bag and handed it to her. Thank you. The woman took it and plugged it into her phone. Her gaze lingered on Zhou Mu's profile for a moment, but ultimately turned back to face forward. Zhou Mu had no intention of conversing, leaning back against the chair to rest his eyes. About half an hour later, Zhou Mu's phone rang. The screen displayed Shen Anren. He answered the call. Zhou Mu, there's something that needs your confirmation on the Qinshin side. Shen Anren's voice was as crisp and efficient as ever. She mentioned some company matters, including several important new contracts she wanted Zhou Mu to review. Zhou Mu told her to make her own decisions. All right then, I'll just make the call myself. Shen Anren paused. Let's leave it at that. The company has other business. Be careful on the road. Talk later. After hanging up, he put his phone back in his pocket, and a voice came from beside him. Hello, my phone's battery is almost done, thank you. The woman next to him returned the charging cable. Zhou Mu accepted it. You're welcome. This time the woman did not turn back, but rather asked with a hint of curiosity. I heard you on the phone mentioning something about chips. Are you in the industry? Sort of. I invested in a chip design company. The woman's eyes lit up. I just landed a role in a drama where I play a chip engineer. The script has a lot of technical terms, and I'm worried I can't find anyone to consult with. She paused as if suddenly remembering something and extended her hand. Jiangxia, an actress. Zhou Mu, he lightly shook her hand. So she was an actress. No wonder Zhou Mu thought she looked somewhat familiar. His interest in domestic dramas was almost zero. Even if someone were a top star, he barely recognized a few. This woman seemed slightly familiar, and her name rang a bell, suggesting she might have some degree of fame. Jiang Xie took out the script from her bag. Do you know about chip architecture? My character is responsible for the architecture design, but the script just says she typed a few keys on the computer, and the chip was designed, which is way too unrealistic. She mimicked the tone of the script, making Zhou Mu laugh. The architecture is the most crucial part of a chip, determining what the chip can do and its performance. Designing a chip can take months or even years. It's impossible to just type a few keys and be done with it. Could you explain it in a way I can understand? For example, if you were to design a chip, what would be the first step? Zhou Mu thought for a moment and explained it to her using a phone as a comparison. When he invested in Qinshin, he did quite a bit of research. To an insider, he was still a novice, but to an outsider, he could be considered half an expert. Jiang Xie listened attentively, occasionally nodding and asking a few questions in between. Zhou Mu remarked, "You grasp things quickly." Jiang Xie smiled. "That's only if the teacher explains well." While chatting, Zhou Mu took out his phone to search for Jiang Xie. The search results appeared. Jiang Xie, 23 years old, graduated from Baidu Dance Academy, has appeared in multiple works, and is considered a rising star. From her standing, she could be regarded as a third or fourth-tier star. Jiang Xie put away her script and glanced at Zhou Mu. "Are you from Luqing?" Zhou Mu and Jiang Xie walked out of the high-speed train station together. A young girl holding a milk tea saw Jiang Xie and immediately waved her hand vigorously. "Yeah, Jia, over here." Jiang Xie smiled slightly and said, "This is my assistant Xiaofeng. The company arranged a car for me. Your home is on Renmin Road. Oh, shall we go together?" Zhou Mu nodded. That would be troublesome. The three of them crossed the arrival hall, and a black Toyota Alphard was already parked in the pickup area. Xiaofeng quickly stepped forward to open the car door, and Zhou Mu and Jiang Xie got into the back seat. Shortly after the vehicle pulled away, Zhou Mu's phone rang. It was a video call request from Chen Sui Sui. He pressed the answer button, and Chen Sui Sui's energetic face popped up on the screen. "Brother Mu, are you there yet? Just exited the train station, still in the car. Look at what we're doing." Chen Sui Sui turned the phone to show a familiar crystal lamp in He Ming Jiu Li, then revealed the long dining table in the restaurant. On the table was a bubbling Inyong hot pot surrounded by rolls of beef tripe shrimp paste and a platter of mushrooms. Ning Ning was sitting across from Chen Sui Sui using a ladle to scoop up a piece of tripe. She waved at the camera as it turned towards her. Zhou Mu asked, "How did you decide to eat hot pot at home?" Ning Ning replied, "Sui Sui said she learned a secret dipping sauce online and wanted to try her skills." Zhou Mu chuckled. "And how did that turn out?" Ning Ning placed the tripe into Chen Sui Sui bowl. "Super delicious." Chen Sui Sui turned the phone back to herself. "Brother Mu, when you get home the three of us can eat together." "Sure. Alright, I won't keep you. I'm about to dig in with Ning Ning. Jia, bye." "Bye." The screen went dark. Jiang Xie, sitting next to Zhou Mu, had just seen the two women on the screen. One was lively and spirited while the other was refined and serene. Both were very beautiful women. "Was the girl just now your girlfriend?" "Yeah." "Which one?" "Both." Jiang Xie's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her assistant Xiaofeng was sitting in front, almost losing grip on her milk tea. The car fell silent for 2 seconds. Jiang Xie quickly regained her composure. Being in the entertainment industry, she had heard many bizarre stories. The three of them being harmonious didn't seem too unbelievable. Moreover, she had just caught a glimpse of Zhou Mu's home environment through the phone screen, and although she only saw a corner, she could tell it was a top-notch mansion. Suddenly, she understood why Zhou Mu had ignored her earlier in the car before she initiated conversation. For such a man, mere good looks weren't enough to attract him. After more than half an hour, the vehicle entered the old town, getting closer to home. Jiang Xie looked out the window, and her eyes suddenly brightened. She said to the driver in the front seat, "Xiao Chen, stop by the side for a moment." The car smoothly pulled over. Not far ahead was a small shop that looked lively with a sign that read, "Ajian Fishballs." Jiang Xie turned to Zhou Mu and said in her hometown dialect, "Do you want to have fishball soup?" Their family has been in business for 30 years, and the taste is completely different from those chain stores. Zhou Mu nodded. "Let's go." He had eaten dinner on the train earlier and wasn't hungry at the moment. However, he was quite eager to taste the flavors of home. The two got out of the car and sat down at a small table in a slightly secluded corner. There was no menu in the shop, and on the faded red paper on the wall, 3 items were written: fishball soup, fishball noodles, and fish cake. "Boss, 2 bowls of fishball soup and 1 order of fish cake." "Okay." While waiting for the food, Jiang Xie took 2 pairs of chopsticks out of the holder, rinsed them with boiling water, and handed 1 pair to Zhou Mu. "My hometown is just ahead. My dad often brought me here to eat fishball soup when I was a child. Then we moved, and I went to Baidu for school, and after graduation, I spent most of my time away, so I came here rarely. You're a star now, so strongly recommending a shop should earn you some endorsement fee from the owner." Jiang Xie instinctively lowered the brim of her duckbill, had a bit more, and smiled. "Just a little actress." The fish cake was sliced thin and had a great chew when dipped in a bit of rice vinegar. Jiang Xie scooped up a fishball, gently blew on it, took a small bite, and then the corners of her mouth. The fish cake was sliced thin and had a great chew when dipped in a bit of rice vinegar. Jiang Xie scooped up a fishball, gently blew on it, took a small bite, and then the corners of her mouth began to curl up. "This is the taste." Zhou Mu also took a bite. "The authentic flavor of home." "How does it taste?" Jiang Xie asked. "You can't find this flavor in Haiqing." Zhou Mu put down his spoon. "Better not endorse this shop." "Oh, why?" "If the business is too good, the owner will think about opening a chain, and then you won't be able to taste this kind of flavor anymore." Jiang Xie smiled charmingly. "Indeed, you are an investor. Your perspective on issues is different from ours." The two of them quietly continued eating for a while. People came and went in the shop. Most of them were old neighbors living nearby, chatting with the boss in dialect. This kind of urban liveliness was commonplace for most people, but for Zhou Mu and Jiang Xie, who had long been in foreign places, it felt different. Jiang Xia pointed with her chin at a table in the corner by the wall. My dad always sat there when he brought me here. What about your dad now? Still in Luqing, just him and my mom. She paused. I return home no more than 3 times a year. They have practically raised me for nothing. Not everyone can raise their daughter to be a star. Being a star just sounds glamorous. She looked at Zhou Mu, her tone slightly self-mocking. In the eyes of capitalists like you, how many would take stars seriously?
我们相信每一个灵感都值得被看见。
After finishing their late-night snack, the two walked out of the small shop. This is very close to my home, or I'll walk back. Let the driver take you, it's very convenient. No need. I want to stroll a bit. All right then. Jiang Xia waved at him. Until we meet again. Yeah, until we meet again. After bidding farewell to Jiang Xia, Zhou Mu walked slowly along Renmin Road. The pig offal noodle shop at the corner was still open, and the aroma wafted across half the street. After walking a few more steps, his phone rang. It was a call from his mother. Hello, Mom. Why aren't you home yet? Didn't you say the train would arrive at 8? I met a friend and went to have some late-night snacks together. Don't make friends randomly. There are many scammers outside specifically targeting people your age. It's a girl. A girl? Then you should be more careful. When will you be home? In 2 minutes. Okay, we'll talk when you get home. Be quicker. You're already this grown, yet you still dawdle. If you're late getting home, can't you at least call and let us know? Understood. Hanging up now. Zhou Mu put down his phone, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. In Haicheng, he was President Zhou, Mr. Zhou. But back in the brightly lit home waiting for him, he was still that child who dawdled and got nagged. In Luqing at Zhou Mu's home, Yili held her son's phone, staring at the photo on the screen for quite a while. Qiming, this girl is really beautiful. Zhou Qiming glanced at it and nodded slightly. Zhou Mu was sitting cross-legged on the sofa at home, feeling quite comfortable. Mom, have you seen enough? Give me back my phone. Yili handed the phone back to her son. Have you completely broken up with that Zhang Yao from before? Of course, even if I were to juggle 2 boats, I wouldn't go back to the old one. What are you talking about? Yili shot her son a glare. What does this girl in your phone do for a living? She's in her 2nd year of college this year and is an internet celebrity with over 7,000 followers. 2nd year. Internet celebrity. Over 7,000 followers. That won't do. Mom, what era is this? Are we still discriminating against professions? It's not that I think the girl is unworthy, I think you aren't good enough. Yili looked at her son. She looks so good and has so many followers. At her young age, she may not understand, but once she does, with your conditions, you won't be able to handle it. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. You make it sound like your son is a fraud. I'm now at least a millionaire, and I'm not bad looking, right? With my conditions, how could I not handle it? Yili spoke earnestly. Such a girl, without a family fortune of over 100 million, you won't be able to support her in the future. Zhou Mu lifted his chin. I've made over 1 million in just a few months. Isn't making over 100 million just a matter of time? Zhou Qiming said, in business it's not always smooth sailing of most people. All right, Dad. Zhou Mu quickly interrupted. I know you're going to talk about your parabolic theory again. I've heard it 100 times. I just want to remind you. You're having good luck, now catching the wave, earning some money, but the wave won't always be there. You still need to walk steadily. Zhou Qiming had also done business before, and was once quite successful, but later the times changed, and he missed the opportunity, ultimately experiencing a Waterloo-like defeat. Since then he understood the Zhou family's parabolic principle, always saying that no matter how high a person climbs, they will eventually fall back to the ground. Don't be overly reckless. Orderly development must be under controllable risks. Zhou Qiming added another piece of advice. I know my current business is very stable. Yili saw that the conversation between father and son was coming to a pause and quickly pulled the topic back. Your business now isn't stable. You need to find a spouse with a stable job in the future. Zhou Mu looked at his mom. What do you mean? Aunt Wang has a friend whose daughter is the same age as you and is a high school English teacher. I've already talked to her. You two will meet tomorrow. Blind date. Exactly. Mom, I have to criticize you for this. I'm a person with a girlfriend and you're arranging a blind date for me. Isn't that pushing me down the path of a scumbag? You never mentioned you had a girlfriend before your dad, and I only knew about you breaking up with that Zhang Yao. Now you know. Tell Aunt Wang that I'm not going. No way. I asked her for help to arrange this, and it's not easy for the girl to agree. If you say no, how will I hold my head up when I see Aunt Wang in the future? No way. I asked her for help to arrange this, and it's not easy for the girl to agree. If you say no, how will I hold? Yili, knowing she was in the wrong, directly used maternal authority. In any case, you must meet her tomorrow. Whether you can take a liking to her is another matter. Zhou Mu silently sighed. In this family, the old lattice words were always the decree. All right, then I'll go take a look. If I like her, I might consider giving her an extra spot. Yili didn't understand her son's words and didn't delve deeper. Could you go take a look? I heard she is a very outstanding girl, and besides she is local, so we know her background well. Zhou Mu chuckled disdainfully. How many outstanding girls have you seen? Very outstanding. Before the elders could explode, he had already picked up a change of clothes and rushed to the bathroom to shower. The next day in a certain coffee shop, Zhou Mu sat by the window looking at the real-time stock market on his phone. Hope Media had broken through the box and had already achieved 3 consecutive days of bullish growth, clearly indicating a bullish trend. However, these past few trading days had only seen small gains, and the rate of return was not as high as when it was falling before. At that moment, a woman walked over, guided by the waiter. She wore a pair of thin-framed glasses, had long hair cascading down her shoulders, and looked quite refined, exuding an aura of scholarly elegance. She could be considered a delicate beauty, but in terms of looks alone, she was only above average. Hello, are you Zhou Mu? Yes, are you Tang Wan? That's me. She sat down across from Zhou Mu, ordered an iced Americano, and then the two fell into a subtle silence. After a moment, Tang Wan spoke first. Aunt Wang has told me about your situation. She said you run a company in Haicheng, and that your career is doing quite well. Zhou Mu nodded. Tang Wan waited 2 seconds, and seeing Zhou Mu didn't take the initiative to speak, she decided to break the ice herself. Zhou Mu, since this is a blind date, there are some things I think we need to clarify first. I'm all ears. I had a boyfriend in college. That's normal. We lived together for 3 years. Then you must have quite a bit of life experience. Tang Wan frowned, feeling that Zhou Mu was mocking her. She gritted her teeth and continued. I had an abortion. Zhou Mu glanced at her. That means you're healthy and have no issues. Tang Wan had just taken a sip of her coffee and almost choked. She picked up a tissue to wipe her mouth, and seeing Zhou Mu still looking calm, she decided to go all out. My family opposes me being with my boyfriend, but I love him very much. To be honest, I was with him last night. Being sentimental is a good thing. Tang Wan stared at him for a long while, suddenly took a sip of her coffee. Do you not care about what I just said? That's your business with your boyfriend. What does it have to do with me? Then why are you here for a blind date? Because it's the old lattice decree. Zhou Mu paused, and to experience what a blind date feels like. He had originally hoped that his first blind date would unlock a milestone, but now it seemed he was thinking too much. Hearing him say this, Tang Wan felt relieved. Looks like we are kindred spirits. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. You can't say that casually. Tang Wan didn't understand why those words couldn't be said casually, but she didn't plan to probe further. She glanced at Zhou Mu's wrist. There was a question she wanted to ask as soon as she sat down, but at that time she was busy discussing serious matters. Now that the serious discussion was over, she wanted to inquire. Is that watch on your wrist a Patek Philippe? Zhou Mu looked at her, slightly surprised. It's normal for ordinary people to recognize brands like Rolex and Omega, but few can identify Patek Philippe. He asked, yes, what's up? Tang Wan pondered her wording. Do you have the WeChat of the seller? I think the craftsmanship is pretty good. I want to buy one for my boyfriend too. Her words were quite subtle, but the meaning was clear. This was a fake watch. What the hell? Zhou Mu forwarded the Patek Philippe sales consultant from his phone to Tang Wan. You can reach out to her for more information. Tang Wan took a look at the public information of the consultant and found it quite impressive. Is it that professional now? Yes, it is quite professional. She noticed Zhou Mu checking the time and realized that the blind date event should be coming to an end. She stood up and said, Zhou Mu, you are quite nice and handsome too. I wish you the best in finding a girl better than me in the future. Zhou Mu smiled slightly and did not say much. After settling the bill, they went outside, exchanged a few words, and parted ways. Zhou Mu prepared to take a taxi home. Tang Wan drove over and parked by the roadside. She walked towards her car, and just a few steps in a Toyota Alphard stopped in front of her car. The door opened, and a young woman in the passenger seat hurriedly entered the coffee shop. Following that, a woman wearing a baseball cap and large black sunglasses got out of the back seat. Tang Wan felt that the figure looked somewhat familiar. She squinted slightly, following the woman for several steps, then suddenly widened her eyes. Jiang Xia. No doubt she was the new generation star Jiang Xia. Tang Wan had been following a popular drama recently, where Jiang Xia played the second female lead, and she certainly would not mistake her. She quickly took out her phone ready to take a photo, but noticed Jiang Xia's gaze fixed ahead, as if confirming something. Then she quickly walked in that direction. Zhou Mu. Jiang Xia took off her sunglasses and smiled brightly. What are you? Zhou Mu, who was about to take a taxi, looked up upon hearing the voice and saw Jiang Xia. I was just here having a drink. What about you? The company arranged a dinner meeting. I passed by and saw this coffee shop, so I asked Xiao Feng to get a cup of coffee, and then I saw you. I was just about to message you. Message me. Yes, do you have time now? I was just about to take a taxi home. Our company is treating an investor to dinner to discuss investments in AI short dramas. I remembered you mentioned yesterday that you invested in Xingyao Media, which does this kind of work, so I brought it up with the director. He asked me to invite you, and I was just wondering how to approach you when I ran into you. What a coincidence. Zhou Mu hesitated for a moment. Is it appropriate for me to join you for dinner with the investors? Jiang Xia responded. You're also an investor, so why not? Our director has been looking for a technical team to do AI short dramas. Perhaps there could be a collaboration. Zhou Mu thought about it. He had to attend a funeral for his second uncle early tomorrow, but he had nothing planned for today and could go along. Alright then, I won't be polite. Great. Jiang Xie put her sunglasses back on. Let's go. Our director just called me asking why I haven't arrived yet. He'll drive you over. This way it's just right to make up for it. Zhou Mu smiled, and then got into the car with Jiang Xie. Tang Wan watched the Alfred drive away stunned. Although Jiang Xie is not considered a top-tier celebrity, her popularity has been steadily rising over the past year, making her the most popular among the new generation stars. For such a female star to actively greet Zhou Mu with a hint of flattery in her words, and even invite him to join the dinner, what kind of person is Zhou Mu? Tang Wan sat in her car absent-mindedly opening the WeChat card of the sales consultant Zhou Mu had previously sent her, looking closely. Haiqing Yuan Ji Patek, Philippe, flagship salon. This is real. Tang Wan suddenly felt a pang of regret for her earlier honesty. Originally she thought Zhou Mu was just a small business owner in Haiqing, but now it seems she completely misunderstood. Had she known Zhou Mu was of such caliber, she suddenly felt that her feelings for her boyfriend might not be as unshakable as she thought. She recalled what she had said earlier. Zhou Mu, you are quite nice and handsome too. I wish you the best in finding a girl better than me in the future. Oh, perhaps he is even better than I expected. How embarrassing. Inside the private room of the club, a round table was filled with exquisite dishes and drinks. At the main seat sat a slightly plump man in his 50s who was the boss of the investment side, invited by Jiang Xie's film and television company, Mr. Zheng. Director Zhang sitting next to Mr. Zheng wore a smile on his face, appearing to listen attentively to Mr. Zheng's grandiose speeches. Earlier when they entered, Director Zhang had reacted warmly upon hearing Jiang Xie introduce Zhou Mu as the investor from Xingyao Media. Xingyao Media has experienced significant ups and downs, but has recently surged again in the industry, gaining a considerable reputation due to the trend of AI short dramas. Director Zhang repeatedly said, I've long admired you, and proactively clinked glasses with Zhou Mu, hinting at possible collaboration. After a few rounds of drinks, Mr. Zheng got a bit tipsy, his voice becoming louder. He began boasting about which big shots he knew and condescendingly lectured on some uninvited grand principals, clearly implying that he was the boss here. During this time, his gaze frequently scanned Jiang Xie, assessing her with an appraising eye, which made Jiang Xie feel quite uncomfortable. However, for a female star, such situations are unavoidable, and she couldn't afford to fall out over it. She simply pretended not to see and leaned over to chat quietly with Zhou Mu. After boasting about something he found impressive, Mr. Zheng's gaze returned to Jiang Xie, noticing her chatting amiably with the man beside her, which made him frown. He had never looked directly at Zhou Mu, believing that this young man was just some small-time entrepreneur trying to mooch resources, or a nouveau riche who popped up with the latest trends not comparable to those old-school entrepreneurs like himself. Director Zhang, sensing the displeasure on Mr. Zheng's face, quickly found a new topic. Mr. Zheng, I heard your company is going public soon. Mr. Zheng replied proudly, in less than a year. Our shareholders are all top domestic investors. Achidian Venture Capital and Hirue Capital are our newly introduced strategic investors this year. Hearing these two names, Zhou Mu paused for a moment. Achidian Venture Capital is Lu Xin's company, and Hirue Capital is Wenhe's company. A few months ago at the dinner where when he introduced him to Lu Xin, they had talked about a new energy project they had invested in recently. Zhou Mu had paid little attention at the time, as it was irrelevant to him, and the only thing he remembered was that the company they invested in was based in Luqing. During the meal earlier, he had already learned that Mr. Zheng was engaged in the new energy industry. Could it be that the companies when he and Lu Xin invested in were his? Mr. Zheng was clearly drunk and a bit overly excited, his words becoming increasingly unrestrained. Mr. One of Hirue Capital now, that is a true beauty. His gaze lingered on Jiang Xie's face again. I dare say even if Xiao Jiang stood before her, he might not measure up. Jiang Xie maintained a slight smile on her face, but inwardly she rolled her eyes. Mr. Zheng's gaze shifted to Zhou Mu's face. By the way, this gentleman. You're Xiao Zhou, right? I heard you also deal in investments. In Haiqing? Yes, Zhou Mu paused. You can call me Mr. Zhou Mu or Master Zhou. I don't like strangers calling me Xiao Zhou. Mr. Zheng scoffed, thinking this guy was rather pretentious. What areas do you invest in? No fixed areas. I invest a little if I'm interested in the project. So you're just dabbling here and they're nothing substantial. Mr. Zheng burped from the alcohol. A real investor doesn't play like you do. I'd like to ask, how do real investors operate? Mr. Zheng lifted his chin slightly. Mr. One from Hirue is a good friend of mine. He'll introduce you to him someday, so you can see how a big shot operates. Zhou Mu chuckled lightly. Every time at a drinking gathering someone says something similar, it's as if you all conspired together. Director Zhang sensed the change in tone and quickly raised his glass. Everyone, let's drink, let's drink. Mr. Zheng caught the mocking tone in Zhou Mu's words and narrowed his eyes slightly. Young man, ill at Mr. When no right now. He took out his phone, navigated to a contact labeled Mr. One of Rue, and pressed the speakerphone to dial. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Mr. Jim, what can I do for you? The voice on the other end was formal and businesslike. Hello, Mr. When, sorry to disturb you so late. I have a young friend here who claims to be an investor in Haiching. I thought you were a big shot and I'd let him see what a real investor is like. You called me at this hour just to say that. Mr. Wen's tone was somewhat stiff. Mr. Zheng's smile froze on his face as he suddenly realized he had indeed drunk a bit too much tonight. The room fell completely silent, the atmosphere becoming awkward. Sister, it's me. Zhou Mu's voice was neither high nor low but clear enough for the person on the other end to hear. Zhou Mu. Mr. Wen's voice suddenly rose a notch. The young friend Mr. Zheng mentioned is you. Everyone in the room heard this statement. Director Zhang froze with his glass raised. Jiang Xie's eyes widened slightly, and Mr. Zheng's expression grew even more complex. Zhou Mu only said 4 words, and the other party immediately recognized who he was. How familiar must their relationship be? Mr. Zheng instinctively handed the phone to Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu took the phone. I returned to Luqing yesterday, due to some family matters. I was brought here for a meal by a friend, and I met Mr. Zheng, who just praised you as the world's #1 beauty. You always love to tease people. Mr. Zheng is the founder of a new energy company we invested in, and the project is quite good. When will you be back? Jingzhu might come to Haiching in a few days. In a couple of days. Okay, let's talk. He'll hang up now. Oh, please say hello to Mr. Zheng for me. Got it. The call ended. Zhou Mu handed the phone back to Mr. Zheng. The phone had been on speaker the whole time, and everyone heard everything clearly. Mr. Zheng felt extremely awkward at this moment. He had just been bragging about how well connected he was with Mr. One of Rue, yet the latter had not said a single unnecessary word to him. As for Zhou Mu's relationship with her, he wasn't sure, but the tone of their conversation clearly indicated a very close relationship. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Director Zhang quickly raised his glass to ease the tension. I didn't expect Mr. Zhou to have such an extensive network. My apologies. Come, let me toast you with a drink. Jiang Xie raised her glass and took a sip. She had initially thought Zhou Mu was just a wealthy young investor, but now it seemed his status was much more complex. Mr. Zheng finally regained his composure, cleared his throat, and raised his glass towards Zhou Mu. Mr. Zhou, I apologize for my earlier offense. Zhou Mu raised his glass and clinked it with him, simply saying 2 words, it's fine. For the latter half of the drinking gathering, Mr. Zheng was basically subdued, no longer speaking grandly, only occasionally responding to Director Zhang. Director Zhang did not want the gathering to end just like that. He naturally shifted the topic to AI short dramas and expressed his sincere hope for cooperation with Xingyao Media. Zhou Mu did not make an immediate decision, but asked him to send the specific requirements to Sulan. Jiang Xie's demeanor remained the same as before. She had already reached the critical point of showing goodwill towards Zhou Mu as a friend. As an actress, she naturally knew how to strike the right balance. If her gestures of goodwill were any deeper, she would become a cheap flirter. What she was most relieved about was that she had not acted like a celebrity on the train yesterday and had taken the initiative to borrow a charging cable from him. After dinner, Jiang Xie volunteered to drive Zhou Mu home. The Alpha arrived at the intersection of Renmin Road, and Zhou Mu got out of the car. Jiang Xie lowered the window. Zhou Mu, you have to wake up early tomorrow for your second uncle's funeral, right? What time are you planning to leave? Zhou Mu replied, probably around 5 Jiang Xie shook her head. It's nothing, just rest early. Good night. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. Good night. By the time he returned home, it was around 10 o'clock at night. As soon as he entered, his mother Yili eagerly asked, how was the girl you met today? What do you think? Zhou Mu shrugged. Her looks are above average, not worthy of my son. She doesn't even qualify to be a mistress. Yili frowned. What's the use of just being good-looking? Aunt Wang told me that the girl is honest and dedicated, and such a person is the right choice for marriage. Zhou Mu nodded. Aunt Wang is not wrong, as she is indeed honest, dedicated, and knows how to manage a household. She told me right away that she has a boyfriend, and they have lived together for 3 years without breaking up. They were even together last night. Did she really say that? I almost forgot, as she also mentioned that a close relative just passed away. A close relative passed away. No way. I asked about this. Her family is quite healthy and her parents are alive. Zhou Mu patted his stomach. It was the baby inside her. She said she had an abortion. Yili was stunned for 2 seconds, her nostrils flaring as she exhaled heavily. Zhou Mu knew this was one of the significant signs that his mother was angry. What kind of person is this Wang Xia? How could a woman like that be introduced to my son? Yili angrily picked up her phone. They'll call her right now to get an explanation. Zhou Mu quickly stopped her. No need, no need. Just don't arrange blind dates for me next time. Yili glanced at her son again. Actually, that girl from Haicheng is quite good. I'm just worried she's too beautiful. Zhou Mu waved his hand. Your worries are unnecessary. I'm going to take a shower now. As he walked into the bathroom, his phone buzzed with a new WeChat message. Tangwan, thank you for the coffee today. Oh, it was a pleasure to meet you. Zhou Mu smiled and put away his phone. It seems that his evaluation of her being dedicated should be retracted. In the early morning of the next day, when the sky was still pitch black and autumn's chill lingered, Zhou Mu stepped out of his room, and Zhou Qiming and Yili were already ready. Yili stepped forward to adjust Zhou Mu's collar, her eyes filled with pride. My son looks good in anything he wears. Zhou Qiming glanced at the time, saying, it's about time to leave. Zhou Mu responded and was about to change his shoes at the door when his phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Xie. Hello. Zhou Mu, are you awake? Just woke up, getting ready to head out. I'm at the intersection where I dropped you off last night. He'll drive you there. She didn't explain why, nor did she need to. In the early hours of the morning, personally driving to take a friend he had known for only 2 days to a funeral that had nothing to do with her, the implications were clear. This flattery was blatant, but it must be said it felt quite good. The family exited the community, and the sky was just beginning to show the faintest hint of dawn. Turning the corner, a Tesla Model Y was parked ahead. As Zhou Mu's family approached, Jiang Xie stepped out of it. She wore a black fitted dress, her hair styled in a low ponytail, and her face was bare of makeup. The black dress made her skin appear almost luminous, standing on the gray street, like someone cut out from a magazine cover. Yili lowered her voice, asking, who is this girl? A friend. What kind of friend comes to pick you up at this hour? Zhou Mu didn't have time to answer as Jiang Xie approached.
我们相信每一个灵感都值得被看见。
Jiang Xie withdrew her gaze and smiled just right. Hello, uncle and auntie. I'm Jiang Xie. Zhou Mu. Yili stared at her for several seconds, her mind racing with questions. She instinctively wanted to ask something, but before she could speak, Zhou Mu nudged her. You and Dad sit in the back. The family got into the car, and Jiang Xie insisted on driving, so Zhou Mu took the passenger seat without objection. The Tesla drove smoothly, and the interior was quiet. Yili sat in the back seat, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward the driver's seat. This girl was clearly not the one Zhou Mu had shown her in the photos. Both were very beautiful, but of different types. Zhou Qiming sat beside her, equally silent. He was a man of few words, and the more confused he was, the less he spoke. Zhou Mu, Yili finally couldn't help but speak up. You haven't introduced us yet. Zhou Mu leaned back in the passenger seat, not bothering to turn around. I just said it, Jiang Xie, my friend. Auntie. Jiang Xie looked straight ahead, her tone very gentle. I'm an actress who I've acted in a few films. Zhou Qiming and Yili were both taken aback. An actress? A star? Coming to pick them up early in the morning to accompany her son to attend a funeral of someone she had no connection with. It was simply absurd. Was their son really so lucky lately? The rest of the journey was mostly Zhou Mu and Jiang Xie engaging in casual conversation. The couple in the back seat shared a tacit understanding of silence. They were confused and afraid to say anything that might embarrass their son. The Tesla passed the last intersection and came to a steady stop ahead. They had arrived at the funeral home. Zhou Mu unbuckled his seatbelt and looked at Jiang Xie. With your zodiac sign clashing at this time, you don't need to go inside. Jiang Xie nodded, then he'll wait for you in the car. Zhou Mu said, wouldn't that be too much trouble? The farewell ceremony and cremation takes several hours altogether. Why don't you head back first? I'll treat you to a meal after I'm done here. It's fine, I'll just rest in the car for a while. Then, alright. The family of 3 got out of the car. Jiang Xie saw the Himalaya bag still left in the back seat, and quickly rolled down the window. Auntie, you forgot your bag in the car. Yili replied. It's inconvenient to carry the bag inside, and it's troublesome to store it. Can I place it in your car for now? Jiang Xie was momentarily stunned. Indeed, from a wealthy family to so casually entrust a Himalaya bag to someone she had just met 2 days ago. Sure, Annie, don't worry, I will take good care of your bag. It's fine, just rest well. Don't worry about the bag, it isn't worth much. Isn't worth much. Is that how rich? Mom, it's getting late, let's go. Zhou Mu urged from the side. Okay, let's go. Before the farewell ceremony had even begun, friends and family gathered in 2s and 3s in the corridor outside the farewell hall chatting. Yili was pulled aside by Zhou Mu's aunt to talk. Sister, the 2 silk scarves you helped me bring last time are really of great quality. I wore them to work, and my colleagues asked if I bought them from a boutique. Yili waved her hand. Amu said these are all replicas, they look real, but aren't worth much. This time he came back and brought me a bag saying it was a high-quality replica of the Himalaya, and it was quite good, only a little over 200. A high-quality replica of Hermes Himalaya? The aunt's eyes lit up. Then can you ask Amu to bring me one too? Cough, cough. Zhou Mu coughed several times to successfully interrupt his mother's almost-made promise. They'll check with him later. He said these items might not always be available. Alright, ask for me. If there's one, bring it for me. If not, forget it. Just as they were talking, the voice of the funeral home officiant rang out. The farewell ceremony is about to begin. Please, friends and family, enter the farewell hall. The following funeral proceeded in an orderly manner. The second grandfather passed away without illness or pain, which was considered a happy departure, so friends and family did not appear overly sorrowful, but rather a solemnity of completing the ritual of life. After the farewell ceremony ended, Zhou Mu was following his parents out when a familiar light blue interface suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has achieved a milestone in life, bidding farewell to a loved one and experiencing impermanence. Current milestone progress 924. Unlocked privilege passing on the torch. Privilege description: you inherit the ability, appraisal, that your second grandfather excelled at in life and enhance it to the highest level. This ability covers almost all categories of collectibles, including ceramics, paintings, jade, woodwork, and miscellaneous items. You can see the undried creative passion beneath the paint layers, able to read the heartbeat of an era within the depths of the carving knife. You are not only an admirer, but also a resonator who shares inspiration with the creator across time and space. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. His second grandfather was an amateur collector, and the fakes collected at home were probably worth hundreds of thousands. He never expected to inherit his second grandfather's second-rate ability and enhance it to at least the level of a master appraiser. Some passions will blossom more brilliantly in the next generation. Now, let alone Ning Ning, even Zhang Xinyi's appraisal skills would likely pale in comparison to his. That evening, Zhou Mu had just returned home when Yili eagerly approached him to ask, "Did you have dinner with that actress? What is your relationship with her really?" Zhou Mu replied, "Haven't I told you several times? We're friends. What kind of friend picks you up at 4 in the morning to attend a funeral?" Yili was clearly dissatisfied with this evasive answer. "I've checked online, she has some fame, she's not just some unknown actress." Zhou Mu slumped onto the sofa and said, "Comrade Lao Yi, I have to criticize you a bit here. Stars are still people, why make such a fuss? We need to demystify professions." Yili shot a glare at her son. "Are you feeling cheeky?" Zhou Mu quickly smiled apologetically, just joking, trying to lighten the family atmosphere. Yili pondered for a moment and asked, "What about that internet celebrity student from High City? What are your plans with her?" Zhou Mu replied, "She's my girlfriend, what plans? But you're dating this girl while also having an unclear relationship with an actress? Oh, what's going on? What do you mean by unclear? It's just a friendship. Besides, I'm not married yet, it's good to have more friends, isn't it? You child." Yili sat down beside him, her tone becoming serious. "Mom knows you're doing well now and have your own opinions. However, when it comes to relationships, you need to be devoted. Both girls are excellent, but you can only choose one in the end." Zhou Mu replied, "With that mindset, it's no wonder Dad's business didn't grow much back in the day." "You little rascal," he exclaimed. "Hey Mom, don't throw the slipper at me. Oh, I was just making a comparison. Why are you getting so worked up?" At that moment, Zhou Qiming came out of the kitchen with a cup of tea. "What time is your train tomorrow?" Zhou Mu responded, 10 in the morning. "Then you need to leave after breakfast." "Yes." Zhou Qiming nodded and sat down on the sofa with the teacup. He glanced at his wife, and only then did Yili remember, while questioning their son about his relationship, she had forgotten to mention something important. Zhou Qiming took a sip of tea and slowly said, "Your business is doing well now, and both your mom and I are happy for you. However, in business, when things are going well, everything seems right, but when things go wrong, nothing is right. You're out there, so always keep your eyes open." Yili nodded repeatedly beside him. "Your dad is right. It's okay to earn less, but contracts must be read carefully. I'll always stay vigilant and never let anyone take advantage of you." Zhou Mu leaned back on the sofa, unusually not interrupting. He knew these words were the result of his parents' half a lifetime of experience, even though this experience might not apply to him as a system host. Also, Yili glanced at her son. "Your dad and I have discussed this. You have a girlfriend now, and you'll eventually get married. We've saved some money over the years, although it's not much, it's enough for a down payment in Lu City. If you want to buy a house in High City, we can contribute a little." Zhou Qiming nodded. "We know you can earn your own money now, but the family always wants to provide a safety net." Zhou Mu looked at the white hair at the temples of his father and the deepening wrinkles at the corners of his mother's eyes, suddenly feeling a tightness in his throat. He cleared his throat and intentionally lightened his tone. "All right, then I can charge forward boldly. If I fail, I still have old Zhou and comrade old Yi to back me up." "You're thinking of failure before you even start. What kind of mindset is that?" Yili shot him another glare. Zhou Mu grinned and said, "Didn't you just tell me to be careful? I'm just considering all possibilities thoroughly." Yili, not wanting to argue further, said, "It's getting late, pack your things for tomorrow and get some rest." Zhou Mu nodded and returned to his room. Tomorrow he would return to High City. He had already bought many things needed for the old house over the past few months, and had almost exchanged everything that could be exchanged. In a few months, when his business expands, financing comes through, and his net worth reaches tens of millions, it would be only logical to buy his parents a new house. While he was thinking about buying a house for his parents, he received a WeChat message on his phone. It was a photo sent by Jiang Xia. In the photo, there was a delicate pale wrist adorned with a rose gold Cartier bracelet. Jiang Xia, thank you for the gift. It's beautiful. Zhou Mu, I'm glad you like it. Today Zhou Mu had treated Jiang Xia to dinner and had given her a Cartier bracelet as a gift. He didn't like to owe favors as this was a return for her coming back and forth to pick them up early this morning. Jiang Xia, what time is your train tomorrow? I'll see you off. Zhou Mu, no need, you didn't sleep last night, just rest well. We can get together when you come to High City next time. Jiang Xia, alright then let's agree on this, when I come to High City next time you can't say you're busy. Zhou Mu, it's a deal. The next day Zhou Mu took a ride-hailing car to the high-speed railway station. The driver was a man in his 30s looking somewhat listless, as if he hadn't slept well for a long time. Zhou Mu leaned back in his seat and pulled out his phone to browse. He hoped that the stock price of Hope Media was still steadily rising with evident bullish sentiment. Unknowingly, the assets in his stock account had reached over 80 million. Based on the current growth rate, he was about to achieve his first small goal in about half a month. Zhou Mu put away his phone and unconsciously glanced at the central console of the ride-hailing car. The driver had two phones on the console. One was for navigation, and the other was playing a small film, the kind that is commonly seen with a man and a woman passionately engaged in a bed scene. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. As someone who also drives for ride-hailing, he understood that long hours can be particularly tedious. Many drivers choose to listen to audiobooks, comedy sketches, or watch short videos while waiting for passengers. However, this guy's style was a bit wild, directly watching a small film. Although they were both men and it couldn't be considered harassment, it was still inappropriate to drive like this. Zhou Mu didn't want to make things difficult for the driver, but he had to consider his own safety. Clearing his throat, he said, Driver, you can watch that film anytime, but we should pay attention to safety while driving. The driver seemed to not have heard him and continued his own way. Zhou Mu felt a bit angry. He couldn't compromise his own safety just because the other person had a difficult life. Just as he was about to speak with a firmer tone to stop it, the driver finally reacted. He didn't reach out to turn off the screen, but simply raised his head, looking blankly ahead. I'm sorry. The driver weakly said, this isn't a small film. It's my home surveillance. This woman is my wife. Zhou Mu swallowed hard. He glanced again at the two entwined bodies on the screen, then looked at the driver's wax. He felt that this driver was some kind of divine person. Shouldn't he be charging in with a knife at a time like this? Yet he still had the mood to come out and accept a ride request. Master, how about I call for another car? You should go home and deal with your family matters. He'll pay for the fare as usual. He was quite concerned about the driver's mental state. What if he got desperate? And he was still in his car. Go home to handle family matters. The driver revealed a smile more unsightly than crying. My home is over 1,000 kilometers away. Does it make sense to go back now? I've been driving ride-hailing for 6 years. Every month, aside from leaving some money for food, I send everything back. Last week she said she wasn't feeling well and wanted to buy a massage chair, so I bought it without a second thought. The massage chair arrived yesterday, and today this man has already sat on it. Damn. Zhou Mu didn't even know how to advise him. This was too tragic. Master, could you pull over for a moment? Given your current mental state, it's not suitable for you to drive. Let me take over. The driver didn't move. Are you questioning my professionalism? Zhou Mu moved his lips, but said nothing more. The driver seemed to be quite stubborn and his emotions were extremely unstable. It was better not to provoke him further. He thought about it. During such times, the best comfort for the driver was to share his own misfortunes. I have a friend whose wife cheated. She installed a tracker in his car to follow his movements, preventing him from coming home unexpectedly. The driver listened intently to Zhou Mu and his expression relaxed a bit. I also have a friend whose wife was with her boss and later got cornered at the hotel by him and his men. Zhou Mu recounted all the melodramatic stories he had heard while driving ride-hailing. The driver flipped the phone showing the surveillance footage over and placed it on his lap. Listening to this young passenger share so much, he felt that perhaps he wasn't so unfortunate after all. The ride-hailing car arrived at the high-speed rail station. Zhou Mu let out a long breath, finally safe. He got out of the car, picked up his phone, and prepared to tip this unfortunate soul. Just as he was entering the amount, the driver spoke up. Brother, you're just like that friend of yours. Hearing about your misfortunes has made me feel much better. With that, he hit the gas and drove away. Damn. His observational skills were so poor, no wonder he was cheated on. Zhou Mu put away his phone, and the tip was off the table. The October wind in Haicheng already carried a hint of chill. Zhou Mu walked out of the high-speed rail station and saw two familiar figures in the distance. Chen Sui was wearing a creamy white knitted cardigan today, with her hair tied in twin ponytails radiating sweetness. Ning Ning stood beside her in a khaki trench coat, looking elegant and poised. One lively and one serene, the two of them together formed a picturesque scene, causing those waiting for rides around them to steal glances. Seeing Zhou Mu come out, Chen Sui immediately stood on her toes and waved vigorously. Brother Mu, over here. Zhou Mu smiled and walked through the turnstile. Chen Sui rushed over, linking her arm through his left, practically hanging on him. I missed you so much. Ning Ning also walked over, naturally linking her right arm with his. Did everything go smoothly for you on this trip home? Zhou Mu nodded. Not bad, I'll tell you when we get home. The three of them walked towards the parking lot. Many passers-by noticed this combination of one man and two women. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some secretly cursed under their breath. When they reached the parking lot, Zhou Mu settled into the driver's seat of the large G. Through the rearview mirror, Zhou Mu saw the two women in the back seat huddled together, looking at the photos. Chen Sui had just taken on her phone, their heads nearly touching. Zhou Mu's lips curled slightly as he pressed the gas pedal. The large G, smoothly driving out of the parking lot and merging into the traffic of Haiqing. Late at night, in the CEO office of Chengxin Semiconductor, the lights were still on. Shun Anren leaned back in her chair, gently pressing her fingers against her temples. During this time, she had been nearly overwhelmed with work. The major issues at Chengxin had already been sorted out during due diligence. However, the small problems left within the company were numerous beyond imagination. Jia Yaoi had been reckless back, then delaying problems that could be delayed and ignoring those that could be ignored. Now all these matters had piled up in her hands. Zhou Mu had entrusted an entire company to her, and she felt she had to live up to that trust. Shun Anren took a deep breath, signed a purchase order, and jotted down a few remarks beside it. She glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 p.m. The desk was piled high with urgent documents, and there was a meeting scheduled for early morning tomorrow. She decided not to go home tonight and would sleep in the office suite. She picked up her phone and called her boyfriend. Hello, babe, what's up? I won't finish my work today, so I plan to stay at the office. Okay, take care of yourself. Do you want to come over and check it out and keep me company? I won't go, I have a client to meet in the morning. All right then. Okay, that's it, hang up now and get some rest. Shun Anren hung up the phone, her brows slightly furrowed. Both she and her boyfriend were particularly driven in their careers, and they supported and trusted each other's work immensely. But was this trust and support now a bit excessive? Forget it, I won't think about it for now. She picked up her pen again and opened the next document. This document was a proposal for optimizing internal processes at Chengxin, written by the newly hired supervisor from the administrative department. The wording was awkward, but the attitude was earnest. Shun Anren made annotations on the margins and signed her name on the last page. Just as she closed the document, the screen of her phone lit up. This time, it was a WeChat message from Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu, why are you still at the office? Shun Anren, how do you know? Zhou Mu, I checked the company surveillance remotely and saw your car still in the parking lot. Shun Anren, just took over lots of issues. Have you reached home? Zhou Mu, yes, I arrived this afternoon. Brought you some local specialties from Luqing. Shun Anren, what specialties? Zhou Mu, duck tongue, my favorite when I was a kid. I'll bring it to you next time I go to Chengxin. Shun Anren, thanks, it seems the boss cares about me more. Zhou Mu cares more. Shun Anren, nothing, just a slip of the tongue. I still have things to handle, I won't chat anymore. Zhou Mu, okay, get some rest early. There are so many unfinished issues at Chengxin, it won't be done in a day or two. Shun Anren, I know what I'm doing. She set down her phone, paused for 2 seconds in silence, then picked up her pen again and opened the next document. At Himing, Jiu Li Chen Sui nestled in Zhou Mu's arms, watching him order duck tongue online. Brother Mu, you're so sly, you clearly you bought it online, yet made it sound like you brought it from home. Isn't it the same? Even if I brought it from home, it would still be this duck tongue. I can't argue with you. She paused. Turn off the lights, I'm going to sleep. Going to sleep so early today. Don't you want me to sleep early? Sister Ning Ning is waiting anxiously in the room. Zhou Mu cleared his throat lightly. You have to get up for the early class at 8 tomorrow, you really should sleep earlier. Chen Sui shot him a glance and buried her face into his shoulder. The bedside lamp was turned off, leaving only the distant glimmers of boat lights on the river outside. Gu Qingxi stepped out of the law firm, and it was nearly 10 o'clock. Recently, she had been busy with a case where the opposing party suddenly submitted a pile of evidence materials. She had to check each page, and only managed to finish at this hour. Rubbing her sore neck, she walked to the roadside, just about to hail a taxi, when a familiar ride-hailing car stopped in front of her. The passenger window rolled down, revealing Zhou Mu's face. Get in the car. Gu Qingxi was taken aback. What are you doing here? I came out to experience life tonight, and happened to get your order. I haven't placed an order yet. I anticipated that you would, so I picked you up in advance. Gu Qingxi pouted and opened the passenger door to sit inside. Her relationship with Zhou Mu was quite delicate. More than friends, yet not quite lovers. How long have you been waiting? Just arrived. Are you passing by again? This time it's not passing by you, I specifically came to pick you up. Gu Qingxi turned to look out the window, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. As the car drove into the night, the interior grew quiet for a moment. Gu Qingxi suddenly spoke up. I'm a bit hungry, want to grab a late-night snack. Zhou Mu was slightly surprised. He had also planned to suggest going for late-night snacks, but it was Gu Qingxi who spoke first this time. No problem, what do you want to eat? I heard from a colleague that there's a barbecue place that's quite good. I'll send you the navigation link. Before long, the car stopped by the roadside near the barbecue restaurant. As soon as they got out of the car, the smell of grilled meat and cumin hit them. The place was nearly full inside and out. Zhou Mu and Gu Qingxi sat at a small square table by the roadside. Grilled lamb skewers, grilled fish, grilled corn. Soon the table was filled. Gu Qingxi picked up a lamb skewer, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. Delicious. Zhou Mu also took a taste. It was indeed quite good. Gu Qingxi put down the skewer in her hand. Do you remember that lawyer Han who you hit last time? Hey Gu, lawyer, speak more rigorously. Zhou Mu corrected. He fell down by himself. Gu Qingxi rolled her eyes and continued. He was dismissed by our law firm. Zhou Mu took a sip of his drink. Chun Min handled this matter well. You capitalists are impressive, Gu Qing. His actions are common in the workplace, and he even sees himself as a victim, not expecting to be fired by the It was a matter of retaining a client or keeping an unethical lawyer. Chun Min is no fool, and naturally, lawyer Han even went to report claiming he was assaulted. After police investigation, they said the angle of the surveillance couldn't capture it, and no obvious injuries were found on him, so they couldn't file a case. I told you he fell by himself. Gu Qingxi chuckled softly. I didn't know how you managed to be so confident. Zhou Mu was about to speak when he suddenly heard a sweet voice from behind. Zhou Zong. He turned around to see a new female host from Xingyao. You are Xiaolu. Yes. I filmed a promotional video at your pool last time. The girl's voice rose with excitement. I was having late-night snacks with friends inside, and just came out to see you. As she said this, she instinctively glanced at Gu Qingxi. Everyone at Xingyao knew that Zhou Zong's girlfriend was Chen Sui Sui. The woman before her was a completely different type of beautiful girl from Chen Sui Sui. She felt as if she had stumbled upon some remarkable gossip. Zhou Zong, my friend, is still waiting for me ahead, so I'll head off first. She glanced at Gu Qingxi again. Miss, you have a great temperament. Goodbye. Gu Qingxi was a bit embarrassed by the sudden compliment, and hadn't had time to respond before Xiao Lu had already dashed away. Gu Qingxi watched her retreating figure, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. Is she one of your hosts? Yes. What's it like being the boss of an internet celebrity, eh? Are there many beautiful women surrounding you? Pretty much. She just said she filmed at your pool, so you must have had quite a visual feast. Do you know what Sui Sui said? What did she say, eh? She said the venue was lent to the company for free, and if she didn't take a good look it would be a loss. Gu Qingxi couldn't help but laugh. Sui Sui is indeed very generous. Zhou Mu remarked, this is not generosity, it's understanding. Gu Qingxi knew Zhou Mu's words implied something and deliberately didn't respond. By the way, she picked up a napkin to wipe her fingers, then took out a bank card from her bag, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Zhou Mu. There's 80,000 in here. I'll repay you a part first. The password is 6/8. Zhou Mu glanced at the card, but didn't reach out to take it. Why are you bringing this up again? Do you think I'm a stranger? It's not that I consider you a stranger. Gu Qingxi looked at him seriously. I owe you a lot, some I can repay slowly, but this is a loan, it's different. In the current state of our relationship, I need to repay you more. Zhou Mu looked at her with a half smile. What is our relationship now? Gu Qingxi's face turned red. You know what I mean. I'm really not clear. Gu, lawyer, please explain. Zhou Mu. Gu Qingxi glared at him. Anyway, you have to accept this money, otherwise what does our relationship count as? Am I doing this because I owe you money and have to? Her words suddenly stopped. Have to what? It's nothing new, as long as you understand it's fine. She took the bank card and shoved it into Zhou Mu's hand. Zhou Mu closed his fingers around her hand. Gu Qingxi let him hold her hand for 2 seconds before slowly pulling it back. Zhou Mu smiled and shook the bank card. How did you manage to save up 80,000 in such a short time? Some meals were covered by someone, and there were not many places to spend money. Gu Qingxi paused, plus you handed over the 3-year regular business of Xingyao and Qinxin to the law firm. I also got a good commission from it. So part of this 80,000 is still from me. It's different. That's my labor income. Zhou Mu teased. Gu, lawyer, plans to maintain her independence and objectivity. It's to maintain personal integrity. Zhou Mu returned the bank card to her. I'll send you the card number later. You transfer 40,000 to me first, and then a monthly payment of 10,000. Gu Qingxi thought for a moment. Seeing Zhou Mu's firm tone, she stopped insisting. Zhou Mu noticed the corners of her mouth slightly curled and curiously asked, what are you smiling about? Gu Qingxi looked at him and said, this time I finally won. What did you win? Every time it's you who calls the shots. She lifted her chin. This time it's finally my turn to call the shots. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. Then I'm at a loss. This is a principled concession. Gu Qingxi laughed sweetly. It's too late to regret now. In the office of the chairman of Hope Media, Wang Hongye sat behind his desk with the screen in front of him displaying the stock price trends of Hope Media. During this period, he was in a good mood. The stock price of Hope Media kept rising. He had announced an increase in holdings at the bottom and decisively bought in, and now the floating profit from this portion was quite considerable. Wang Ximing pushed the door open and sat down across from his father. Dad, you had lunch with Lu Ziyuan and Peng Ziyang. What did they say? As before, they talked about how to help us manage our market value and mentioned that the rise in stock prices is just beginning. With the stock prices rising, our family will definitely benefit the most. Wang Ximing paused. It's just that even Zhou Go is making money, which is quite frustrating. Wang Hongya lifted the teacup on the table and took a sip. Lu Ziyuan revealed Zhou Mu's latest position. He currently holds nearly 100 million worth of our stocks. Damn, Wang Ximing said angrily, Zhou Go is really lucky. We are manipulating the market, and he is riding the coattails. Wang Hongya squinted slightly. Do you think it's luck? Otherwise, a poor loser suddenly becomes rich. Is it talent? Wei Ping checked his situation and found nothing wrong. Wang Hongya paused. Do you think that old fox Wei Ping is just sitting idly by? His house in Heming Jiuli is worth nearly 200 million, and now his stock market account is also nearing 100 million. Plus he casually spends tens or hundreds of thousands. No one knows how much money he actually has. Do you think this situation is reasonable? Wang Ximing opened his mouth, but did not respond. Wang Hongya's voice deepened. The more I think about it recently, the more I feel something is off. Zhou Mu seems to have all the red flags, yet no problems can be found. His money comes too clean, so clean that it's abnormal. Wang Ximing frowned. What do you mean? Wang Hongya put down his teacup. The force behind him may be much deeper than we imagine. You should not oppose him anymore. But, no buts. Never make an enemy of someone you cannot see through. Wang Ximing was somewhat unconvinced, but knew his father's words were correct. Wang Hongya glanced at his son and continued. I heard you have been getting close to a woman named Zhang Yao lately. She is Zhou Mu's ex-girlfriend. Yes, but... Wang Ximing scratched his head. Wang Hongya interrupted. No matter what your relationship with her is, cut it off immediately. Wang Ximing nodded. I understand. At Haicheng International Golf Club, Zhou Mu stood on the teeing ground, gripping the club with both hands, slightly bending his knees, his gaze sweeping from the fairway to the distant pin on the green. He turned his shoulder and swung. The white ball traced a low trajectory in the air, landing steadily in the center of the fairway. Xiao Jingzhu stood behind him, her eyes widening slightly. She had recently found a professional coach in Subsidy, practicing at least 3 times a week, believing her progress was rapid. Just now when he teed off, his shot was beautiful and precise, which she found impressive, but also expected. When he had been playing for so many years, that was to be expected. But Zhou Mu's shot. You? Xiao Jingzhu turned to Zhou Mu, her tone incredulous. Weren't you unable to hit the ball at all last time? That was last time. Zhou Mu rested the club on his shoulder. People always improve. Is this what you call improvement? Xiao Jingzhu frowned. You've become a different person. When he chuckled from the side, she was no longer surprised by Zhou Mu's speed of improvement. Xiao Jingzhu took a deep breath, walked to the teeing ground, assumed her stance, and swung. The ball flew out. The trajectory was decent, landing on the fairway, but it was still far behind the balls Zhou Mu and one he had just hit. Zhou Mu nodded. You've improved a lot since last time. Are you comforting me or mocking me? Just your shoulder turn and weight transfer were quite standard with that last shot, much improved from last time. It's just that your wrist was a bit loose when you came down and the power wasn't fully transmitted, which cost you distance. When did you become so professional? Common sense. You sure can boast. Based on skill. When he watched the two bicker from the side, the corners of her lips curling up slightly. She used to think that the eldest daughter of the Xiao family had a cold personality, but now it seemed that it depended on the person. The three continued walking forward. Xiao Jingzhu glanced at Zhou Mu beside her, feeling it was too unbelievable. Having grown up in the Xiao family of Subsidy, she had seen many people labeled as geniuses, yet none of them could compare to Zhou Mu, not even close. This person was not just improving, he was leaping levels. When his voice came from ahead, what are you thinking? Xiao Jingzhu snapped back to reality, turned to Zhou Mu, and smiled. I was wondering if he is an actor. When he chuckled, I've thought about that too. Zhou Mu shrugged. So what's the conclusion? When he replied, I can't see any acting, I can only take it seriously. The three finished their 18 holes and returned to the clubhouse lounge. When he went aside to make a phone call, while Xiao Jingzhu sat down opposite Zhou Mu. Did he Jia tell you about my situation? She mentioned a few things. Xiao Jingzhu smiled awkwardly. Do you find it unbelievable that there are still people running away from weddings in this era? Zhou Mu took a sip of his drink. What do you call running away from a wedding? It's more like a rebellious girl running away from home, and a very cowardly one at that, returning after less than a day. Xiao Jingzhu pouted. My family wants me to marry into the Liu family, but I don't like it. So you are passively resisting. As long as they deliberately arrange that kind of private party, I will run away, making sure they understand my attitude. He Jia said the person your family arranged for you to marry is Liu Jingxin. Yes, do you know him? I don't. I've only seen him once. A show-off, even better at putting on airs than I am. Xiao Jingzhu covered her mouth to prevent herself from laughing out loud. You really have a way with words. Zhou Mu raised his chin. I'm just stating facts. What strength do I have, and what strength does he have? He can put on even more airs than I can. Does that make sense? Xiao Jingzhu couldn't hold it in this time, laughing so hard that her shoulders shook. When he came over after finishing her call, and saw the two enjoying themselves, curiously asking, What are you laughing about so much? Xiao Jingzhu pressed her lips together, still not recovered from her laughter. Zhou Mu said Lu Jingxian puts on more airs than he does. When he sat down next to Xiao Jingzhu, that's not entirely wrong. The one from the Lu family has putting on airs ingrained in his bones. As for Zhou Mu, well, his airs are just on his lips. Xiao Jingzhu curiously asked, then what is ingrained in his bones? When he glanced at Zhou Mu, can't say, or else he'll start putting on airs again. Xiao Jingzhu thoughtfully lifted her water cup, then the corners of her mouth tilted up slightly. Zhou Mu raised his hand to check the time. Let's go, it's time for dinner. He'll take you to a good place. As the night deepened, Zhou Mu led when he and Xiao Jingzhu through several streets, arriving at the barbecue shop he had previously visited with Guqing Ci. The shop remained the same, with more than a dozen folding tables set up by the roadside, the charcoal burning red beneath the iron rack, and the aroma of grilled meat mingling with cumin in the evening breeze, wafting down half the street. Xiao Jingzhu stood at the entrance, curiously surveying her surroundings, her eyes filled with freshness. Is this the bustling market life you mentioned? How does it feel? I've never eaten at such a small shop before. Haha, Brother Mu recommends it. I guarantee you won't regret it. Xiao Jingzhu pouted, but said nothing. The three of them sat down at a small square table by the roadside. The owner brought over a plate of freshly grilled lamb skewers, and Xiao Jingzhu picked one up, tasted it, and her eyes lit up. This is really delicious. She had a bit of cumin on the corner of her mouth, looking completely different from her usual cold demeanor. When he picked up a grilled corn, took a bite, and nodded. It's really good, much better than Michelin restaurants. How did you find this place? My girlfriend brought me here a few days ago. Ning ning. Not her. That female university student. Not her either. When he raised an eyebrow. So how many do you have? Zhou Mu thought for a moment. Strictly speaking, still two. The one who brought me here is currently unwilling to rejoin the group. Xiao Jingzhu laughed. Zhou Mu, I truly admire you. You can make being a jerk so obvious. She knows some of Zhou Mu's situation, and he has never hidden anything from anyone except for his parents. Zhou Mu raised his beer, saying, I've always said that I love to speak the truth. Xiao Jingzhu also raised her beer. Cheers to the jerk. As the night deepened, the empty plates in front of the barbecue stall piled higher and higher. Xiao Jingzhu set down the last bamboo skewer and wiped her fingers with a tissue. She had drunk an entire bottle of beer tonight, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet her gaze remained clear. Jie Zhou Mu, thank you both. I had a great time today. Zhou Mu glanced at her, saying, get to the point. Xiao Jingzhu was taken aback. How could you tell I still had something to say? When he smiled, saying, I told you his observation skills are quite astonishing. Xiao Jingzhu hesitated for a moment. I've never been to a nightclub. I'm not talking about bars, but those places where a lot of people dance. Zhou Mu turned to one, he saying, Jia, when you introduced her to me, you said she was a cold goddess, but she seems more like a rebellious young girl to me. When he smiled without speaking, as she had just gotten to know this side of Xiao Jingzhu. Xiao Jingzhu pouted. Are you taking me or not? Zhou Mu set down the bamboo skewer in his hand, saying, of course, since Miss Xiao has spoken, how could we not go? An hour later, they entered a nightclub. Dazzling beams of light swept across the ceiling, and the wave of music hit them as the dance floor was filled with young people swaying to the rhythm. The three of them settled in a semi-open booth. Xiao Jingzhu looked around and took a sip of her mojito, saying, it's a bit noisy here, not as interesting as I imagined. Zhou Mu laughed, saying, your personality doesn't suit this kind of place. Xiao Jingzhu nodded. She didn't find this place fun, but since they were here, she might as well sit a bit longer. The music changed from one song to another, and the people on the dance floor switched in and out. After finishing her second mojito, Xiao Jingzhu leaned back on the sofa, scanning the figures twisting to the rhythm on the dance floor, her expression blank and without expectation. It's boring. I told you that your personality doesn't fit here. Zhou Mu took a sip of his whiskey, saying, shall we? When he also put down her phone and looked at Xiao Jingzhu. Xiao Jingzhu hesitated for a moment, saying, let's sit for another 10 minutes and leave after midnight. Zhou Mu nodded, saying, then I'll go to the restroom first. When he set her bag aside, saying, I'll go too. Jingzhu, do you want to come? Xiao Jingzhu shook her head. You go ahead. I'll just sit here. A few minutes later, Zhou Mu returned from the restroom and saw a man with a buzz cut approaching their booth, swaying with a drink in hand from a distance. Hey beautiful, why are you sitting here alone? Come over and have a few drinks with us. Xiao Jingzhu shot him a cold glance, her face devoid of any expression or response. Oh, we're all out to have fun. It's more interesting with more people, he said, taking a few steps forward. Just as he was about to sit down, someone grabbed his shoulder. The man turned around to find it was the pretty boy who had been sitting here all along, someone he had noticed earlier. Kid, did I give you face? Dare to touch me? He shook his arm, trying to throw off Zhou Mu's hand resting on his shoulder, but found that the other's grip was unyielding. The buzz cut narrowed his eyes, slightly staring at Zhou Mu. His three companions behind him also stood up, one of them still holding a beer bottle. Xiao Jingzhu hurriedly stood and tugged at Zhou Mu's shirt, lowering her voice. Zhou Mu let it go, The happy person retreats. Zhou Mu turned his head to glance at her, saying, retreating doesn't mean happiness. The buzz cut couldn't hear their conversation and assumed the other party was backing down, growing even more arrogant. Kid, didn't the beautiful lady tell you that you're useless and she wants to hang out with us? Zhou Mu calmly replied. She wants you to leave. Sorry for saying it so bluntly, but I'm saying it for her. Looking for death. The buzz cut, embarrassed and angry, swung his fist toward Zhou Mu's face. Zhou Mu sidestepped, letting it pass, and his right hand balled into a fist, striking the other in the abdomen. Ugh. The buzz cut's mouth opened wide, his eyes bulging, clutching his belly, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to even scream. The other three companions saw this and rushed up, cursing. The first one swung a beer bottle directly at Zhou Mu's forehead. Zhou Mu locked the opponent's wrist with one hand, applying slight force. Crack. The man heard the sound of his joint dislocating and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. The second one attempted to sneak attack from the side, but Zhou Mu kicked him in the chest, without even turning his head, sending his entire body flying and crashing onto the coffee table of the nearby booth. The third one rushed up close, but before he could strike, Zhou Mu landed a straight punch to his face, and he fell backward. The entire process took only a few seconds, and all four of them were taken down. Zhou Mu didn't possess any fighting skills. He simply relied on the strength and speed granted by his awakened power to overpower them. Xiao Jingshu stood behind him, dumbfounded. She was the daughter of the Xiao family in Subsidy and had seen a lot in her life. She had encountered retired special forces and professional fighting coaches in the Xiao family's bodyguard team. However, those people acted with technique, each step adhering to the standards set in training manuals. Zhou Mu's movements, on the other hand, had no technique whatsoever. His actions were so fast that the opponents had no time to react, and so powerful that every punch he threw left them unable to defend. It was truly a case of extraordinary strength yielding miraculous results. When he emerged from the restroom, she saw a crowd gathered around the booth in the distance. There were nightclub staff, security, and Lin Qing, the bodyguard of Xiao Jingshu. On the ground lay four men. One was kneeling and retching, another was clutching his dislocated wrist with a pale face, one was curled up next to the coffee table whimpering, and the last one was lying on his back with blood smeared across half his face. Zhou Mu sat on the booth sofa, sipping his unfinished whiskey. Xiao Jingshu was beside him, her face slightly pale, looking at him as if he were some kind of wondrous creature. When he returned to the booth and quickly figured out what had just happened. At that moment, the nightclub's general manager arrived. He recognized the president of Hirue capital, a distinguished guest in the top tier of High City, was someone he couldn't afford to offend. He hurried over, saying, "Mr. When I sincerely apologized, it was our security oversight." When he glanced at the four men on the ground and said calmly, "Handle them first." With that, she took out her phone and dialed. 10 minutes later, a team of police arrived at the nightclub, led personally by the director of the nearby police station. This director had just received a call from the chief of the municipal police. The four troublemakers were handcuffed and taken away. Zhou Mu also called Chen Min to arrange for a lawyer from the firm to handle the subsequent matters. As they exited the nightclub, Xiao Jingshu's Rolls-Royce was already waiting at the entrance. The three of them got into the car, completely isolating themselves from the chaos outside. Xiao Jingshu looked at Zhou Mu, her usually icy eyes filled with questions. "Zhou Mu, what kind of monster are you?" When he remained silent, but shared the same question on her face. Zhou Mu shrugged. "Didn't sister he say I have a talent for sports?" "Is that what you call a talent for sports?" Xiao Jingshu paused. "You sent them all flying." "It wasn't that exaggerated. Ew, I just kicked them out." "You are the exaggeration itself. No wonder you can say such things." When he curiously asked, "What did he say?" Xiao Jingshu replied, "I saw those thugs were numerous, worried he would be at a disadvantage, so I told him that the fortunate should retreat. He said retreating isn't being fortunate, and then he just beat those guys up." "Xiao Jingshu, can you not exaggerate so much?" Zhou Mu said, "It was clearly the other party attacking. Ew, I was just defending myself." "What do you mean I beat them up?" "But didn't you beat them up?" Xiao Jingshu smirked slightly, "And I discovered something." "What?" "Lu Jingchen definitely can't pretend like you can." Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. "Why?" Xiao Jingshu laughed. "After a fight, you just sat down to drink whiskey. Just this point alone, Lu Jingchen can't compare. I was just thirsty." Right, you were thirsty." Lin Qing, sitting in the driver's seat, listened to their conversation, the curve of his lips deepening. Having been by Xiao Jingshu's side for many years, she had seen countless people trying to get close to the young lady of the Xiao family, yet most of them didn't even get a proper glance. But in front of Zhou Mu, the young lady seemed to have let down all her defenses. She laughed heartily and bantered with Zhou Mu. When she looked at him, there was something in her eyes that she herself had never noticed. It was like a kind of light. Sigh. Lin Qing silently sighed in her heart. If Mr. Zhou were not a scumbag, how wonderful that would be. She slightly pressed the accelerator, and the Rolls-Royce smoothly merged into the night. The next noon, at Himingjiuli, when Yang Qian opened the door, she was surprised to see Gu Qingci standing outside. It was rare for Gu Qingci to come unannounced. Sister Qian, hello, am looking for Zhou Mu. He is in the study. When Gu Qingci entered the study, Zhou Mu was completely focused on the game interface on his computer screen. Seeing him so calm and unharmed, Gu Qingci felt much more at ease. Why didn't you tell me? Are you referring to what happened at the nightclub last night? Yes, I only found out about you fighting someone when old Lu from our firm reported it to Lawyer Chun. It was just a small matter and you were already asleep by then. Can this be called a small matter? What if someone gets— I was defending myself, it was reasonable and lawful. Gu Qingci frowned. I asked old Lu and he said this matter indeed doesn't involve you. But you have to understand there's often just a thin line between legitimate defense and excessive defense. The enforcement standards cannot always be precise. Zhou Mu smiled and stood up. Are you concerned about me? Gu Qingci did not deny it. She walked over to Zhou Mu, circling around him again to confirm he had sustained no injuries. How did you do it? She looked at him. The other four were all burly men and they were all taken down by you in second. It's basic operation, there's no need to make such a fuss. Gu Qingci did not think it was a fuss, but indeed Zhou Mu had too many miraculous facts about him. She pondered for a moment and said seriously, in the future, if anything similar happens, no matter the time, no matter how small you think the matter is, you must tell me first. I hope to be someone who can help you. When Zhou Mu saw her saying this, the determination in her eyes was almost stubborn and he smiled and nodded. Got it. At this moment Yang Qian's voice came from the study door. Sir, Miss Ning has arrived. Just as her voice fell, Ning had already walked to the door of the study. Seeing that there were others in the study, she paused for a moment. Gu Qingci instinctively took a half step back, creating distance between herself and Zhou Mu. You haven't met yet, right? Zhou Mu introduced Ning. This is Gu Qingci, the one I told you about. Qingci, this is Ning. Ning was the first to react, reaching out her hand to Gu Qingci with a perfectly timed smile. Hello, nice to finally meet you. I've often heard Zhou Mu and Sui mention you. Gu Qingci gently shook her hand and smiled slightly. Hello, Ning, we've actually met before. Ning was taken aback. She couldn't recall when she had met Gu Qingci. Gu Qingci continued, previously when I came here with sister and ran to report on Chun Zin's due diligence progress, I saw you when we were leaving. But at that time we didn't know each other. Ning felt a little awkward. The other party recognized her, but she had no recollection. I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention at that time. Zhou Mu suddenly remembered. I also have an impression that time right after Qingci and then ran left. Ning called me saying she was downstairs. Gu Qingci nodded. Yes, I saw Ning was on the phone at that time. Ning self-deprecatingly said, you all have such good memories that makes me feel like a fool. If I were on the phone, I wouldn't remember either. Gu Qingci paused, then looked at Zhou Mu. Well, I have something to attend to, so I'll head back first. Let's eat first. After we finish, Ning and I will go to another place and drop you off at the law firm on the way. No need, I still have. Zhou Mu didn't let her finish and directly walked out of the study toward the dining room. Ning smiled and linked her arm with Gu Qingci. Come on, let's go eat first. The lunch was coming to an end. Ning glanced at the time and said, Sister Xne is still waiting for us. It's about time to head out. Zhou Mu nodded slightly and looked at Gu Qingci. Let's go, we'll take you back to the law firm first. I can take a taxi myself. It's on the way. Ning smiled and said, don't argue with him. You can never win the argument about is on the way. Gu Qingci recalled countless past experiences of being taken on the way and could only nod. The G-Class SUV came to a stop in front of the law firm. After Gu Qingci got out of the car, Ning straightened up and suddenly chuckled. What step are we on now? Zhou Mu thought for a moment and replied, you haven't become my sister yet. Ning shot him a glance and asked, are you planning to find me a few sisters? Zhou Mu laughed and turned the steering wheel, driving onto the road leading to the suburbs. In Eason Studio, Jiang Sini pointed to a blue and white porcelain brush pot on the tea table and said, Ning, come take a look at this. Ning carefully picked it up, turned it over to examine the base, and held it up to the light to inspect the glaze. The body is thicker than the Yongzheng brush pot we saw last week, and the blue and white color is relatively deep. The base mark is from the Ming dynasty during the Jiajing period, but the gloss of the glaze is not sufficient. It should be a replica from the mid to late Qing dynasty. Very good, Jiang Sini praised. This piece is indeed a Qing imitation of Ming, and the craftsmanship is excellent, even to the point of being indistinguishable from the real thing. Ning was delighted to receive the compliment and glanced proudly at her boyfriend, who was sitting beside her drinking tea. Zhou Mu had said he was free today and had accompanied her to Eason Studio. In fact, since gaining the ability of passing on the torch in appraisal, he had not truly exercised it. The main purpose of coming to Eason Studio today was to verify it. At this moment he glanced at the brush pot and felt something was off, so he took it from Ning's hands and examined it closely. This brush pot is not a replica. Jiang Sini and Ning exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. They did not believe Zhou Mu could discern anything significant. They simply found his serious expression quite amusing. Zhou Mu, I heard when he say that your golf skills are now on par with hers. That was the last time. Zhou Mu put down the brush pot. Next time we play I will be better than her. Your progress is truly astounding. Jiang Sini paused. However, in the antique business it relies on years of accumulated experience. You can't just achieve mastery like in golf. Zhou Mu pointed to the bottom of the brush pot and said, Sister Xine, you judged it to be a Qing imitation of Ming based on the dark glaze and thick body, which indeed suggests a Qing style, but there is something you might have overlooked. The blue and white material used during the Jiajing period was cobalt blue, with a high cobalt content resulting in a purplish-blue hue after firing. You see the blue and white on this brush pot appears purplish in natural light, but you were using warm light for the indoor appraisal, which suppressed the purple tones, making it look like the color of Qing Dynasty Zhujiang material. Jiang Sini was stunned. Indeed, she had completed the appraisal under indoor lighting. With decades of experience collecting items, she had an advantage, but it could also become a disadvantage at times. Zhou Mu then pointed to the blue and white pattern on the outer wall of the brush pot. This depicts a high scholar playing the lute. A characteristic of the high scholar paintings from the Jiajing period is that the mountains and rocks behind the figures often have axe-cut patterns with a hard brushstroke. However, in the Qing dynasty the patterns on replicas are rounder, and the angles of the axe cuts are incorrect. Ning Ning leaned in for a closer look. The mountain patterns were indeed marked with the hard axe-cut style. She had also looked at this pattern earlier, but had not realized this detail. And this tree, Zhou Mu pointed to a pine tree in the corner of the painting. The angle of the branches is a painting style unique to the Jiajing period. In the Qing dynasty, painters would make the bends in the branches more rounded. Jiang Sini couldn't help but reach out to pick up the brush pot, bringing it closer for a detailed look. The bends in the branches indeed exhibited characteristics of the Jiajing period. She had previously made the error of relying on experience and had never paid attention to this tree. After a moment, Jiang Sini put down the brush pot, and her gaze towards Zhou Mu had completely changed. Zhou Mu, how did you do it? You just casually glanced at it a few times. I've never seen anyone able to do what you did. It's truly mind-boggling. Zhou Mu picked up his teacup and took a sip. My second grandfather was a collector. He had quite a few items at home and taught me some things. I didn't think much of it in the past, but it suddenly came to mind recently. Jiang Sini still found it hard to believe, but considering Zhou Mu's exceptional observational skills, if there was also a family background, it seemed to make sense. I've been looking at this item for over a decade, and today you corrected me with just one sentence. Her gaze lingered on the brush pot for a moment, then swept between Zhou Mu and Ning Ning, suddenly smiling. Ning Ning, it seems you need to change teachers in the future. Ning Ning waved her hands repeatedly. Sister Xine, please don't say that Zhou Mu has never taught me anything serious. She blurted this out and immediately regretted it. Jiang Sini, being a person of experience, understood right away, but seeing Ning Ning's flushed cheeks, she couldn't help but smile. Sister Xine, Ning Ning still needs to learn from you, Zhou Mu said. I can only observe, not teach, and besides, I don't have any collectibles to help her gain more knowledge. It seems you are relying on me now, Jiang Sini chuckled. Well, your girlfriend is both intelligent and talented. I don't want to lose a good student either. Let me take you to see a new item I've acquired also from the Jiajing period. The three of them walked through the exhibition hall towards the storage room. Ning Ning intentionally lagged half a step behind and gently tugged at Zhou Mu's sleeve. When did you learn all this? You used to be unable to understand even the basics. Talent. Ning Ning shot him a glance, but the hand that looped around his arm tightened a little more. In the office of Longjing Securities, Wei Ping glanced at a message he had just received on his phone and did not reply. Hope Media was about to enter a rapid growth phase. He had made considerable arrangements behind the scenes, and he had not missed out on any potential gains. He thought of Zhou Mu again. This kid's background was becoming increasingly difficult to discern. Moreover, riding on the coattails of Hope Media had allowed him to reap substantial profits. Thinking of this, Wei Ping felt quite uncomfortable. However, he was not in a hurry. The heavy position this Zhou held might not be a bad thing. A young punk dared to play in the Hong Kong stock market. Let him soar for a while. When he is at his most triumphant, I will ensure he suddenly loses everything. That would be interesting. He looked out at the deepening night outside the window, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. Zhou Mu, Wang Hongya, Peng Xiang, and that sycophant Lu Ziyuan. Each of these people thought they were the smartest. But in his eyes they were all just chess pieces. He was the one sitting at the chessboard. Friday. Zhou Mu leaned against the chair back, glancing at the computer screen in front of him. As of yesterday's market close, his stock account held a total of 99.01 million. With an additional few hundred thousand in his bank account set aside for daily expenses, reaching a cash asset of over 100 million today was nearly a certainty. At 9:30 the stock market opened. He hoped that the stock price of Hope Media would fluctuate slightly around yesterday's closing price in the first hour after the opening. However, a sudden change occurred in the market at 10:30 a.m. Buy orders surged dramatically, with consecutive large orders quickly driving the stock price up from 0.5 to 3 in less than 3 minutes. Then, after a slight pullback in the stock price, a second wave of upward movement began, with trading volume rapidly increasing, and the intraday line surged past 7. At this moment, in the trading room of Blue Whale Capital, Peng Xiang was standing behind the trader, watching the intraday line of Hope Media steadily rise on the screen. Boss, the third wave of buying has been completed, and the sell orders above have basically been cleared. The market's following orders are already in, and we don't need to exert further effort. Peng Xiang nodded slightly. They had been controlling Hope Media for a while now, and the timing was finally ripe for rapid price escalation. Those previous minor skirmishes were merely appetizers. Now was the true time to reap profits. From the market perspective, Longines Securities proprietary trading had been cooperating excellently. That old fox Wei Ping had likely accumulated a substantial amount of shares, which was why he was so proactive. At 1555, trading in the Hong Kong market was nearing its end. Zhou Mu looked at the 9-digit total in his stock account, yet he felt quite calm inside. He recalled the first money he made, 12150 yuan, when he first acquired the system. He was much more excited back then. He took a sip of the coffee on the table, a slight smile tugging at his lips. A few minutes later, the Hong Kong market closed. Hope Media surged by 9 today. Zhou Mu's stock account was frozen at 1079797070 yuan. He earned nearly 9 million today. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved a life milestone. Cash assets have surpassed 100 million. Current milestone progress, 1024 Unlock Permission Core of Public Opinion Permission Explanation. The public opinion information released by the host inherently possesses the characteristic of authentic reporting, and the public sentiment effect carries a 100-fold amplification attribute. After reading the permission explanation, Zhou Mu instinctively set his coffee cup back on the table. Having money but lacking a voice meant he would always be a fat sheep wherever he went. This ability to amplify public sentiment by 100 times is as formidable as the saying suffering is a blessing. He could even actively shape public opinion and define what constitutes truth. For safety's sake, besides positive information, any other public opinion should still be released using a secondary account for stability. The phone on the table rang. Zhou Mu picked it up and saw it was a call from Chen Sui Sui. Brother Mu, I'm going out shopping with Sister Ning Ning now. I won't be back for dinner at Himing Jiuli. Okay, do you want to join us? I won't go shopping, you'll be home tonight. You two can come over with me. Sounds great. Chen Sui Sui giggled a couple of times. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm heading out to wait for Sister Ning Ning. Alright. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Mu pondered for a moment. He hadn't driven his sports car in a while, and he was almost forgetting the thrill of it. Today was a special day, so he thought he would take a ride in a rideshare car to commemorate it. As Zhou Mu drove out of Himing Jiuli, he suddenly recalled the days when he first drove for rideshare. Waking up early and working late, sometimes even hoping for a bit of rain, since rainy days brought more passengers and higher fares. At that time, he truly felt a sense of concern for the low price of charcoal, yearning for the cold weather. Now driving for rideshare had become a commemorative activity, transforming what was once a livelihood into a leisure experience. At 1839, Zhou Mu was driving for rideshare when he received his 5th passenger of the day. 2 women got in, one around 50 or 60 and the other looking to be in her late 20s. The 2 sat in the back seat, and the older woman was continuously on the phone. The voice coming from the receiver was very quiet. The younger woman next to her couldn't hear it, but it didn't escape Zhou Mu's ears, which had been enlightened. Soon he figured out that the elderly woman was a matchmaker introducing a blind date to the younger woman. They exchanged some pleasantries, and then the man on the other end got straight to the point. Aunt Lu, I'm a straightforward person, not one for pretenses. I just returned from northern Myanmar in the first. The elderly woman didn't even raise an eyebrow and turned to the younger woman beside her, saying, Xiao Zhao is a returnee. She previously worked in telecommunications finance abroad. Zhou Mu's fingers on the steering wheel paused slightly. The young woman appeared somewhat self-conscious, leaning over to the elderly woman's ear and whispering, Aunt Lu. I dance in a bar and recently became pregnant. The elderly woman, exuding confidence, replied on the phone, This girl is a 985 graduate majoring in dance with particularly good temperament. The man on the other end, Xiao Zhao, noticeably raised his tone, So outstanding. But I don't have a proper job in Haiching, I'm just a courier. The elderly woman turned to the young woman, saying, Xiao Zhao works in logistics and owns some land in Haiching. The young woman gulped and lowered her voice. I was foolish when I was young and have been to prison. The elderly woman rolled her eyes and said, Xiao Zhao, those pursuing this girl all have stable jobs. Moreover, her temperament. In the words of today's youth, she's a prison sister, pure prison vibe, you understand. Zhou Mu kept his gaze forward, and the smile on his lips widened. There was a brief pause of silence on the phone, and then Xiao Zhao's voice rang out again. Aunt Lu, my dad is in prison, and my mom is ill and hospitalized. Furthermore, I have a bad temper, and can hit people when I get angry. The elderly woman remained unfazed, telling the young woman, Xiao Zhao's dad works in a government unit. He has a stable job. His mom is in the hospital. He himself is sincere and genuine. Zhou Mu was about to burst out laughing in the driver's seat. What a genuine and sincere person. The car came to a steady stop at the entrance of a residential area. The two women got out. The elderly woman walked ahead with a spirited stride. The younger woman followed behind, her expression reminiscent of Zhou Mu's when he first acquired the system. Zhou Mu leaned back in his chair, the curve of his lips fully released. Every word that the elderly woman spoke was logical, yet not a single one was true. She was definitely a talent worthy of being a sales champion. Too bad he didn't run a con artist company, or otherwise he would surely have hired her. He checked the time. He had been driving for about 2 hours, so he reached for his rideshare app and swiped to turn off the order mode. Today's life experience had been quite rich. Zhou Mu tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel. Chen Sui Sui and Ning Ning were still out shopping, and Gu Qingzi had been very busy at the law firm these past few days. He didn't want to go home alone at this hour. After thinking for a moment, he decided to contact Sun Yue. He had mentioned to her last time that he wanted to set up a family office, and now that his assets had surpassed 100 million, it was about time to start the process. Zhou Mu dialed Sun Yue's phone number. Hello, Brother Mu. Are you busy? No, I'm just hanging out with a few university classmates. Sun Yue paused, her tone carrying a hint of probing. Brother Mu, is there something you need to talk to me about? Yes, the family office project we discussed last time is about ready to start the process. I wanted to talk to you about it. Really? Sun Yue's voice noticeably brightened. How about you come over now? We're at a quiet bar on Huaihai Road. There aren't many people, just a few old classmates. You're having a class reunion. It wouldn't be appropriate for an outsider to join. What's inappropriate? You're our senior. Sun Yue's tone took on a bit of a coaxing note. Come on, we can discuss serious matters here. Well, okay, but let's keep it low-key. Do just say I'm a senior. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. After hanging up, Zhou Mu took a ride-sharing car to the location. After about half an hour, he arrived at the bar and quickly spotted Sun Yue in a booth. There were 5 people in the booth, 2 men and 3 women. Zhou Mu walked over and Sun Yue immediately stood up to make space, leaving the outer seat free. Let me introduce everyone. This is Zhou Mu, our senior, who is 2 years older than us. Zhou Mu nodded to everyone and greeted them. The man sitting opposite Sun Yue spoke first. You're Zhou Mu, right? I'm Lu Qing, currently a product manager at Penguin. A nearby girl smiled at Zhou Mu. Hello, senior. I'm Chun Mo Yue's roommate, working in operations at a new media company. The other 2 are a couple. The guy is named Wang Lei, and the girl is Su Man. Chun Mo glanced at Zhou Mu again. Senior, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. What do you mean by that? Lu Cheng interjected. We're from the same school. It's not strange to be familiar with each other. Chun Mo shook her head. No, it's not that kind of familiarity. It's just that I must have seen you somewhere recently. She stared at Zhou Mu for a few more seconds, but couldn't remember. The gathering continued, and they chatted about their recent situations. Lu Cheng kept talking about how busy he was with work, almost working overtime every day, but everyone could hear the superiority in his tone about working in a big company. Wang Lei also kept talking, though his gaze occasionally shifted toward Zhou Mu and Sun Yue, seemingly trying to figure something out. Su Man rarely spoke, but every time Wang Lei's gaze drifted towards Sun Yue, she would slightly frown. So did Wang Lei ever pursue you? Zhou Mu asked softly. How did you know? Sun Yue looked at him incredulously. In investments, it's crucial to read people. Zhou Mu subtly showed off again. He pursued me before, but I didn't agree. Later he ended up with Su Man, and because of this Su Man might have some resentment towards me. She paused and added, Su Man's family is quite wealthy. Of course it can't compare to yours. Zhou Mu nodded slightly, and then shifted the conversation back to business with Sun Yue. I think we can get started on the family office project. Next we need to rent a venue, register the company, hire people. There's a lot to do. I told you last time I need. Sun Yue's eyes lit up. Brother Mu, leave it to me. I may not have Aaron's abilities, but I can help run errands for you without a problem. Zhou Mu asked, what about your job at Longjin Securities? Just a small front desk position, who cares? I can quit. Longjin is a big company, shouldn't you think it over? Sun Yue smiled. You just said the most important thing is to read people. I believe I won't fall short in that regard. Zhou Mu smiled slightly. Regardless of whether Sun Yue was truly good at reading people, her choice this time would undoubtedly be correct. What are you two talking about so intensely? Lu Qing's voice suddenly interrupted. It's nothing, just a small matter. Zhou Mu casually brushed it off. Wang Lei looked at Zhou Mu and asked, Senior Zhou Mu, what are you working on now? Zhou Mu picked up his cup. I drive a ride-sharing car. The booth fell silent for a moment. Although they couldn't tell what brand Zhou Mu's clothes were, they matched his overall demeanor well. Everyone knew that Sun Yue liked to befriend wealthy people, so they had speculated that Zhou Mu must at least be some small-time entrepreneur. But now, he claimed to be a ride-sharing driver. Lu Cheng was the first to react. Senior, I really can't tell. You don't look like a ride-sharing driver at all. Zhou Mu replied calmly. That's because most drivers don't love their job. If they were passionate about it, they'd. Wang Lei chuckled lightly. Driving a ride-sharing car is good, it's free. He said it was good, but the disdain in his tone was obvious. Su Man finally spoke up. Yue, you must be very close to Senior, right? Sun Yue naturally linked her arm with Zhou Mu's. Yes, my relationship with Senior is very good. Su Man smirked. I remember you used to have high standards. You didn't even like my boyfriend Wang Lei. Sun Yue replied. My standards are even higher now. I wouldn't even glance at a man like Brother Mu. Su Man's smile widened as she glanced at her boyfriend beside her. You used to have quite a unique taste. Wang Lei scratched his head, puzzled about what had happened for Sun Yue to fall for a ride-sharing driver. Did this guy have some special qualities? Lu Cheng sensed the conversation taking a turn and quickly changed the subject. Chen Mo, why do you keep zoning out today? It's nothing new, I just feel like Senior Zhou Mu looks especially familiar. Chen Mo tilted her head. It must be recent, I just can't put my finger on it. Wang Lei joked. Maybe you took Senior's ride-sharing car. Sun Yue leaned in close to Zhou Mu's ear and whispered, Brother Mu, don't you mind his sarcastic tone? Zhou Mu shrugged. I'm at too high a level now. I don't feel anything when showing off with kids. Watching them show off is much more entertaining. Sun Yue pouted. But I don't have your level. I find it quite irritating. Zhou Mu smiled. I have plenty of experience in showing off. You have to suppress first, and then rise. When you let them look up to you in the future, that's what feels good. Sun Yue's lips curled upward. Zhou Mu checked the time. Let's discuss the family office project in detail after you quit your job. I'll head out first. Sun Yue said, then I'll leave too. As Zhou Mu stood up, his gaze naturally fell on Su Man's beige Hermes bag beside her. This bag has great craftsmanship, but the hardware is a flaw. Su Man's face turned pale. What do you mean? Zhou Mu said seriously, it's nothing but just a bit different from my family's bag. The curvature of this side lock is a bit too sharp, but it's not a big problem. It's not something a layperson would notice. After saying this, he didn't wait for Su Man to react, nodded slightly to everyone, and went to the front desk to pay the bill. Sun Yue followed beside him as they both walked out. Su Man was anxious and angry. She hadn't expected her counterfeit Hermes bag to be recognized by Zhou Mu. Fortunately, he had left, and now she held the power in the conversation. Is this person sick? What is a ride-sharing driver? No acting, all high and mighty. She gave a disdainful glance at the door and continued, he's already reduced to driving a ride-sharing car, yet he insists on paying the bill. It's like a poor person trying to be generous, probably worked for half a month for nothing. He's just putting on a front in front of you, Wei. Wang Lei echoed his girlfriend's words. I've seen plenty of people like this. The poorer they are, the more they care about appearances, afraid others look down on them. Lu Cheng took a sip of the whiskey in front of him. He felt that Zhou Mu was making hard-earned money driving a ride-sharing car and really didn't need to pay for them. But since he was treating Wang Lei and Su Man speaking like that was quite ungrateful. Chen Mo remained silent, her brow furrowed, as if she was contemplating something. Su Man asked, Chen Mo, why are you still in a daze? Oh my gosh. Chen Mo's voice suddenly rose. Senior Zhou Mu isn't a ride-sharing driver. I just remembered where Chen Mo worked in new media operations and was very attentive to content. At this moment, she finally remembered. She took out her phone and quickly scrolled on the screen, soon finding the short video that lingered in her memory. It was a behind-the-scenes clip of the internet celebrity Zhang Qier. The frame displayed a bright blue swimming pool beside a lush garden with the river view and the skyline of the Bund in the distance. The internet celebrity Zhang Qier was wearing a dark green bikini, smiling at the camera. Hey family, today Qier is shooting the promotional video for the new season's swimwear at our boss Zhou's house. Take a look, isn't our boss house beautiful? As she spoke, she turned the camera towards the lounge chairs by the pool. A young man was lounging there, his profile facing the camera, holding a drink. Chen Mo's breath caught. Zhou's family, Zhou Mu. His home had a garden, a pool, and was by the river with a clear view of the Bund. And a million-follower internet celebrity in a bikini circling around him. Chen Mo, what on earth are you doing? Lu Qing asked. Chen Mo turned her phone screen towards the other three. Lu Qing said, I've seen this video before. Zhang Qier has an amazing figure, but I don't understand why this kind of video needs to be censored, covering up the most interesting parts. Su Man teased, the most interesting parts are not for you to see, they're for the sponsors. Wang Lei said nothing, silently noting down the name of the video poster, intending to search for it later. When Su Man was around, he didn't dare to openly watch such borderline videos. You all are missing the point. Chen Mo dragged the progress bar to where Zhou Mu appeared, then paused the frame. Take a look, who is this Zhou? The three stared intently, then fell silent. Lu Cheng spoke first. Isn't this Zhou Mu the senior? His house is a bit exaggerated. Wang Lei and Su Man exchanged glances, though reluctant to admit it. The man in the video was indeed Zhou Mu. Chen Mo retrieved her phone. I told you Yue has high standards. How could she possibly like a ride-hailing driver? Wang Lei's lips moved, but he said nothing further. Su Man raised her glass, but her hand hovered in midair. She recalled the snarky remarks she had made earlier. Now every word felt like a slap to her face. Indeed, didn't she know what kind of person Sun Yue was? A materialistic girl who only played with the wealthy. How could she imagine that Sun Yue would suddenly turn and fall for a poor guy driving a ride-hailing car? What made her feel socially dead was that Zhou Mu had just pointed out that her bag was fake. If he were just a ride-hailing loser, his words would naturally hold no credibility. But now, even if her bag was indeed fake, others would still have their doubts. Su Man set down her glass and saw Chun Mo quickly typing on her phone, seemingly sending a message. Meanwhile, inside the ride-hailing car, the driver was in front while Zhou Mu and Sun Yue sat in the back. At this moment, Sun Yue was not tightly clutching Zhou Mu's arm as usual, but turned to gaze out the window, lost in thought. Although Zhou Mu had pointed out the issue of Su Man's fake bag before leaving, she still felt unsatisfied. She knew Zhou Mu was used to being impressive. Sometimes he found it entertaining to play low-key. But she hadn't reached that level of feeling wronged without a chance to express it. She found herself in a bit of discomfort. Suddenly her phone vibrated several times. She opened it to see a message from Chun Mo. The first was a screenshot of the behind-the-scenes video of Jiang Kier in swimwear paused on Zhou Mu lounging in the chair. Next came several text messages. Chun Mo, you're being unfair teaming up with Senior, Zhou to play tricks. Chun Mo, I told you with your high standards how could. Turns out Senior is that impressive. Chun Mo, Wang Lei and Su Man are turning green now. Chun Mo, please thank Senior for treating us just now. Oh, I hope he can take care of us more in the future. Sun Yue finished reading the messages, a smile creeping onto her lips. Zhou Mu glanced at her. What are you smiling about? Brother Mu, didn't you just tell me that when pretending you should first hold back, then show off? Showed off? Yeah. She turned her phone screen towards Zhou Mu, showing him the messages from Chun Mo. Zhou Mu glanced over, his expression unchanged. You still showed off too quickly. I'll let it brew a bit longer for a better effect. Sun Yue nestled next to him, affectionately looping her arm through his, resting her head on his shoulder. I think it's just right. If we brew it longer, I might end up with inner injuries. Zhou Mu's lips curled slightly. He felt that Sun Yue was more genuine in her conversation with him now than before. The car arrived at the entrance of the community where Sun Yue lived. She unbuckled her seatbelt, but did not get out immediately. Brother Mu. Moi. Sun Yue leaned in close to him, her lips gently brushing against his cheek. Good night. She opened the car door and walked into the community with light steps. Zhou Mu touched the spot on his cheek where she had just kissed him, raising an eyebrow. He had accidentally been taken advantage of again. He told the driver, go to Heming Jiuli. The car started again, driving into the night. A few days later at Xingyao Media in the chairman's office, Su Lan pushed a document in front of Zhou Mu and Shun Anren. The cover was printed with the words, Xingyao Media Series, a financing plan. In the past few months, the company's business has developed rapidly. Zhao Chen's team's new AI drama sample was launched for 2 weeks with over 100 million views across the internet. I plan to seize this opportunity. If we don't expand now, by the time the market reacts, our window period will be gone. Shen Anren picked up the plan and carefully flipped through it. A few minutes later, she looked up and asked, what is the specific direction for strategic expansion? Su Lan raised a finger, 3 lines running in parallel. First, continue to invest in the AI content track. Second, upgrade the signing of influencers. Third, differentiate from other MCNs. The core purpose of this financing is to seize the lead. Zhou Mu picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. What's our current valuation? Su Lan replied. In the past few months, revenue has multiplied several times, and our technical barriers have also been established. For what valuation to set, I suggest inviting a professional third party to evaluate. Then whether it is for existing shareholders to increase their investment or to bring in new strategic investors, we will have a basis to rely on. Shun Anren closed the plan. Very reasonable. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. You can handle it. I'll contact the third party right away and get results as soon as possible. Su Lan put away the plan, then recalled another matter. By the way, do you remember that Kumeng culture in Hangqing? I remember Zhao Chen's former employer at Anren, and I even visited their company. What's up? They were acquired by Xianli, and I heard the valuation was kept very low. That's a den of snakes and rats altogether. Zhou Mu paused. Has Wang Ximing been up to anything lately? Su Lan shook her head. It's been quiet lately, I don't know why. Shun Anren glanced at Zhou Mu with a smile. Maybe you're too fierce. Zhou Mu shrugged. I'm no longer interested in opponents like Xiao Wang at this level. Just as he finished speaking, his phone vibrated. He took it out to see a WeChat message. When the person is already arranged, come early tonight. Zhou Mu and Shun Anren left the office and walked into the corridor where they spotted Chen Sui turning around the corner from afar. Anrenjia. She quickly approached. I haven't seen you at the company for a long time. Shun Anren smiled and replied, I've been busy working for your boyfriend. Recently things have been hectic at Qinshin. Chen Sui glanced at Zhou Mu, her lips curving slightly. I'm the same. I rushed over here to help him right after school. Zhou Mu lightly pressed down on the top of Chun Sujui's head. Tonight Anren and I are going out for dinner to meet an important guest. Chun Sui asked, is it the AI team expert from the United States that he Jia mentioned the other day? Zhou Mu nodded slightly. Yes, he's coming to Haicheng this time, and he Jia arranged this meeting for us to get acquainted. Then I'll head home tonight. Comrade Lao Chen has been nagging me lately saying I've forgotten my father since I got a boyfriend. Chun Sui paused for a moment and waved at Shun Anren. Anren Jia, I have to get back to work, so I'll leave it to you, Brother Mo. Shun Anren also waved goodbye. The two watched Chun Sujui's figure disappear at the end of the corridor. Zhou Mu noticed Shun Anren looking at him with a half smile and curiously asked, what's wrong? Shun Anren's tone carried a hint of teasing. I just think your life is becoming more and more exciting. It will only get better from here. I hope so. Shun Anren glanced at the time. Let's go, we can't keep the guest waiting. The large G vehicle drove out of the parking lot, merging into the evening rush hour traffic. Shun Anren sat in the passenger seat and said, I checked up on Li Feng's information. He's a top expert in the AI field and a bit of a tech fanatic. I wonder if he's another Duan Beichen. Zhou Mu held the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead. He Jia mentioned that this Li Feng is much better at social interactions than Duan Beichen. At least when they talked in the United States, they weren't just discussing technical frameworks, but also entrepreneurial financing. Shun Anren smiled slightly. I hope Duan Beichen won't be too disappointed tonight. He reluctantly left his lab just for Li Feng's reputation. Zhou Mu smiled faintly and suddenly shifted the topic. You seem a bit off lately, a bit like how you were back at Shun Anren instinctively touched her cheek. Maybe I've just been too busy. I've told you you don't have to work that. Zhou Mu tilted his head to look at her. If you keep spending all your time on work, your boyfriend might protest. He hasn't protested. Shun Anren replied calmly. He just wants me to take care of my health. Zhou Mu waited for 2 seconds, but didn't hear anything more. That's it. That's it. The car fell silent for a moment. You two have been together for quite a while, right? We are high school sweethearts. It's been over 6 years since college. Still no plans to get married. He hasn't mentioned it. Zhou Mu didn't respond, but felt somewhat puzzled. Shun Anren was beautiful, capable at work, and now the CEO of Chongqing Semiconductor with a high income. Her conditions were excellent in every aspect. What on earth was her boyfriend thinking? Outside, the sky was nearing dusk and the last traces of twilight were slowly fading from the horizon. Zhou Mu turned the steering wheel, and the large G came to a steady stop beside a black Maybach. This car belonged to Wen He. They had arrived at the club. Zhou Mu and Shun Anren walked into the private room. When he was sitting at the tea table chatting with a man in his 30s. Duan Beichen sat on the other side, unusually not looking at his phone, but listening intently. Zhou Mu. When he stood up to introduce, this is Li Feng whom I told you about earlier. Li Feng, this is Zhou Mu, my colleague, and a major shareholder in Chongqing Semiconductor. And this is Shun Anren, the CEO of Chongqing Semiconductor. After a round of pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Li Feng and Duan Beichen sat together, quickly resuming their unfinished discussion on technical topics. Initially, Duan Beichen was a bit reserved, but as the discussion deepened, he became more excited and his words came out faster. Li Feng responded adeptly, occasionally throwing out new ideas, causing Duan Beichen to fall into brief contemplation before eagerly following up. Zhou Mu leaned towards Shun Anren and teased softly, I never expected Duan to be so good at boasting. Shun Anren smiled sweetly. He's discussing concepts. How did it turn into boasting on your side? Zhou Mu shrugged. If I don't understand, I treat it as boasting. The two tech geniuses became increasingly animated in their conversation until he cleared her throat lightly. The food is getting cold. Could you both take a few bites before continuing? Li Feng came back to his senses, smiling somewhat apologetically as he raised his glass. Sorry, I just can't stop once I start talking about technology. Mr. Duan told me you are a very good investor, generous with resources and never meddling with the technical team. That's because he doesn't understand it himself. When he interjected, Shun Anren couldn't help but laugh softly. Zhou Mu raised his eyebrows, unable to refute. Not understanding is not a bad thing, Li Feng said earnestly. I believe professionals should do professional things, each fulfilling their roles, and doing well within their capabilities is the best state for a team. These are correct platitudes that wouldn't be out of place in any setting. However, for Li Feng to articulate such thoughts disregarding technology, he was clearly more savvy in social situations than Duan Beichen. When he picked up a serving chopstick and placed a piece of scallion oil yellow fish in front of Shun Anren. Anren, I've heard that things at Chongqing are progressing smoothly. Zhou Mu is lucky to have someone like you to help him manage the company. Thank you, Hijia. Shun Anren replied. It's Zhou Mu who pulled me out of the fire. It's not his luck, it's my... When he smiled and nodded. She didn't know if Longjing Securities was a fire pit, but since Shun Anren could follow Zhou Mu and was entrusted with important responsibilities, she felt this indeed counted as Shun Anren's good fortune. Now she had some understanding of Zhou Mu. This guy was simply incredible. As the dinner progressed, the conversation shifted to more practical matters. Li Feng's team had a non-compete agreement with their original company that would expire in a few months. He was not yet free. However, his intention was clear. He wanted to return to the domestic market and continue exploring the AI field. For future investors, he naturally held an open attitude. As the dinner concluded, Duan Beichen was the first to stand up. Li Bo, where are you staying? Li Feng was taken aback for a moment. I'm staying at the Ritz. It's on my way. Oh, I can give you a ride. Is that convenient? Very convenient. Let's go. With the conversation having progressed this far, Li Feng could not refuse, and after bidding farewell to Zhou Mu and the others, he left with Duan Beichen. When he watched Duan Beichen and Li Feng exit the private room and turned to glance at Zhou Mu, Duan Beichen took the initiative to send him off. I've really broadened my horizons today. Zhou Mu chuckled. Tech nerds meeting fellow enthusiasts, they share a mutual respect. But I noticed Li Feng didn't seem as excited as Duan Beichen. The three exited the club, the night breeze carrying the slight chill of the river water brushing against them. Wenhe's driver had already parked the Maybach at the entrance of the club when he greeted the two and left first. Zhou Mu and Shun Anren walked side by side towards the parking lot. Shun Anren suddenly spoke. Today Li Feng mentioned that his biggest regret was being so focused on project development in his youth that he missed the birth of his daughter. Zhou Mu nodded. Yet tech enthusiasts are generally like this. Duan Beichen would definitely do the same thing. Shun Anren fell silent for 2 seconds, and then gently said, at least he has a family in his heart. The large G glided smoothly into the night. Zhou Mu, how many girlfriends do you have right now? Shun Anren asked casually, her hands steady on the wheel. Curiosity, she replied, eyes fixed ahead, a faint smile lifting the corners of her lips. I just wanted to gauge how exceptional your time management skills really are. Currently 2 officially confirmed. Sui Sui and Ning Ning, the one I've mentioned to you before. Zhou Mu paused briefly. And there's one more still undergoing formal procedures. Undergoing procedures? Are we hiring at a corporate HR department? Almost exactly. There's due diligence adjustment periods and phases where she needs time to clarify her own feelings. Is this in process? Person Gu Qingzi, and Zhou Mu gave a slight nod. Yes, she's still wrestling with her own internal deliberations. No objections, not yet, not a single brawl anyway. Do you genuinely? No objections, not yet, not a single brawl anyway. Do you genuinely believe it's only natural for wealthy men to be unfaithful? Men without wealth are unfaithful too. It's biological instinct, foundational logic, universal without exception. Nonsense. There are plenty of devoted monogamous men. That's a matter of capability, not principle. Men lacking resources face fewer temptations and greater constraints. Their fidelity is often less a choice than a consequence of limitation. Whereas men endowed with power and affluence operate under precisely the opposite logic. Shun Anren smiled faintly. Wealthy men truly possess extraordinary confidence. Even their fallacies sound like irrefutable truths. Just wealthy. Zhou Mu tilted his chin upward. Hailed as a human radar, a master connoisseur, a marathon champion, and the world's strongest man. Wealth, merely the least luminous of my many halos. Zhou Mu, I never realized you could spin such dazzling hyperbole. Every word is fact. Which part exactly is exaggeration? Let's set aside the rest for now. Take the marathon. I know you finished in 3 hours and 58 minutes. Was that championship caliber? I spoke of next year's champion. Go on. Keep dreaming and dreaming. You have no inkling of Brother Mu's true capabilities. Shun Anren laughed until her lips refused to settle. Moments later the laughter subsided into quiet. No wonder every influencer at the company clings to you like ivy. You're an unparalleled source of emotional resonance. And honestly, she added after a pause, it feels entirely worth it. Working late every day, pouring myself into this job for you. Zhou Mu offered Shun Anren exceptional compensation, but her dedication and sense of responsibility far surpassed those of an ordinary executive. She treated Qinshin Technology not as someone else's enterprise, but as her own. Zhou Mu glanced sideways at her. I've never regarded you as just an employee. Shun Anren's grip on the steering wheel tightened imperceptibly, and she couldn't quite define what Zhou Mu meant to her. He was her boss, yet far more than that. And he was her friend, yet something deeper still. Their trust had long since transcended the ordinary boundaries implied by the word friend. Was it romantic affection? She dared not probe too deeply. And she knew she held genuine fondness for him. And with each passing day that bond grew ever more profound. Yet she upheld her own principles. Betrayal was never an option. And after a long silence, she spoke softly, as if confirming a truth she'd always known. Zhou Mu, you're more than anything else the one person I can trust completely. No matter what happens, I know you'll be there. Not like you are with Sui Sui. She turned to meet his gaze, earnest and unwavering. When you need me, I'll be there. And when I need you, you'll be there too. Whoa. Zhou Mu instinctively reached out to steady the steering wheel. Shun Anren, eyes on the road. Why are you staring at me? And her carefully cultivated composure instantly unraveled. She burst into quiet laughter, shook her head, and refocused her gaze on the asphalt ahead. And what I meant to say, she paused then continued, is that I consider you my sworn brother. That's it. Zhou Mu curved his lips into a wry smile. I thought you were about to confess your love, so solemn, so weighty. Ni's nonchalance eased her breath soft and slow. Suddenly the nebulous tension that had lingered in her chest for days seemed to lift, just a little. And you haven't called me senior sister Anren in ages. A playful glint lit her eyes. Say it once, just sister. And you just declared us brothers. So should I call you brother Anren? Would that suit you? Shun Anren chuckled, shaking her head. He'll never win an argument with you. In the large G entered Zhou Mu unbuckled his seatbelt. Take the car home. Have someone from the office return it tomorrow. Understood. She hesitated a moment. Thank you, for tonight. And for what? And for talking with me like this. It's been a long time since I felt so effortlessly at ease with anyone. Then let's talk more often. In agreed. Nas Shin Anren prepared to depart. A Porsche Panamera pulled up beside her vehicle. Ning Ning stepped out, her gaze sweeping across the large GS window before settling on Zhou Mu standing roadside. And she blinked, then smiled. I assumed you were still inside the car. Just stepped out, Zhou Mu waved. Allow me to introduce you. This is Shun Anren. And Anren, this is Ning Ning, my girlfriend and sweet closest friend. Senior sister Anren, hello. I've heard so much about you from Zhou Mu. Ning Ning shot Zhou Mu a teasing glance, then turned to Shun Anren with warm sincerity. Shun Anren returned the smile. Hello, it's a pleasure. Zhou Mu has spoken highly of you too, especially your discerning eye. Much of the design for your new home in Li was your doing, wasn't it? He's simply lazy. He dumps everything on me. And the capable bear the heaviest burden. Shin Anren's eyes flickered gently between Ning Ning and Zhou Mu, a subtle curve playing at her lips. Tonight, I was merely the driver. My duty fulfilled. I'll take my leave now. Safe journey, senior sister Anren. Yes, see you soon. And the large G glided smoothly out of Li, its taillights receding like embers into the velvet night. Ning Ning turned to Zhou Mu. Senior sister Anren is even more beautiful and more graceful than I imagined. What are you implying? What exactly is your relationship with her? She proposed we become sworn siblings. Be serious. Zhou Mu smiled faintly. She already has a boyfriend. When a woman tells a man she considers him a brother, it means one of two things. Either she truly sees him as kin, or he holds an exceptionally unique place in her heart. She paused, then added, voice laced with quiet certainty, given how extraordinary my man is, only the latter interpretation makes sense. Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. Since when did you acquire mind-reading abilities? Learned from you. Ning Ning said, slipping her arm through his. Come on, let's go home. In the office of the chairman of Hope Media, Wang Hongye sat behind his desk staring at the stock price of Hope Media on the computer screen, his brow furrowing tighter. The price was rising too quickly. This was not the pace that Peng Xiang had previously agreed upon. According to the original plan, the stock price should have been steadily increasing, a rise of 2 steps for every 1 step down. That would be a healthy trend. But now the market was continuously producing large bullish candles, and retail investors were flocking and causing the trading volume to swell out of control. He was not a retail investor who could simply move away after making a quick profit. He was the controlling shareholder of Hope Media. An increase in the company's stock price was naturally a good thing for him. However, if it rose too quickly, it might not be a blessing. Too many capital feasts often left behind nothing but chaos. Wang Hongye picked up the teacup on his desk, took a sip, and then set it down. He recalled Peng Xiang's ever-confident face, the old fox Wei Ping, and Lu Ziyuan, who always only spoke sweet words. Each of these people was calculating their own interests. Yet as the chairman of Hope Media, he was the one with the least information in this game. He picked up his phone and dialed Peng Xiang's number. Hello, Brother Wang, came Peng Xiang's calm voice from the other. Old Peng, something feels off with the market these past few days, Wang Hongye said directly. The rise is too fast, it's far from the steady increase we discussed before. If this continues, I fear it might lead to unnecessary trouble. Hey Brother Wang, don't worry. We're just getting started. The real gains are still ahead. These bullish candles are just an appetizer. The real main wave hasn't arrived yet. Wang Hongye fell silent for 2 seconds, unable to ascertain how much of Peng Xiang's words were true. As Hope Media rose from the bottom, those who accurately timed their entry had already made substantial profits. Yet the current trend felt more like entering the final frenzied phase. The critical issue was that as the controlling shareholder, he held the cards, yet he could not reduce his holdings within the stipulated time. He was grateful that he had prepared a backup plan, regardless of the outcome. He believed he would not waste his efforts. The current surge in price is too intense, and retail investors are overly enthusiastic. An overheated market is good. Peng Xiang's tone carried a hint of confidence. Market sentiment is unpredictable. When it's cold, you can't get any response, but when it's hot, you must seize the moment. Rest assured, I have control over the market. The proprietary trading on Longjin's side is also cooperating well. As long as there are no issues with the information, I can at least make the stock price double again this time. Wang Hongye did not respond immediately. He understood the implications of Peng Xiang's words. Information. Brother Wang, the company may need to coordinate a bit. While the hype is hot, we can release some good news. Nothing too aggressive, just enough to convince the market that the company is improving continuously. Wang Hongye lightly tapped his fingers on the table twice. Understood. I will arrange the information and you control the pace on your end, but don't let it get out of hand. Don't worry. When has old Peng ever blundered? After hanging up, Wang Hongye leaned back in his chair, his gaze returning to the screen. He trusted at most half of what Peng Xiang said. Thus he would only coordinate on the information front to a limited extent. Hope Media indeed had several positive developments in reserve. These would have to be announced sooner or later, and releasing them now posed no compliance issues. However, how much to release and when to do so would be entirely at his discretion. He planned to put out a few harmless good news items to manage the situation. He did not intend to stoke the flames as the stock price had risen excessively in the short term. Everyone was waiting for the moment to close in. But at that moment, who would get caught in the net and who could escape unscathed? That was the real competition. At Himing Jiu Li, Sun Yue stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, gazing blankly at the unobstructed river view for a while. Brother Mu, this house of yours is even more extravagant than I imagined. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. Let's head to the study and discuss business. He led her through the living room and sat down on the sofa by the window in the study. Yang Qian brought in 2 cups of coffee and quietly left. You resigned? Yes. Sun Yue took out a document from her bag. The resignation procedures are all completed. Today is my first day of freedom. Zhou Mu glanced at the resignation letter. Starting today, you are the first employee of Qiming Capital. Sun Yue's eyes lit up, suddenly feeling a sense of being entrusted with an important task. Brother Mu, did you come up with the name Qiming Capital yourself? It sounds very sophisticated. Zhou Mu coughed lightly. To be precise, my grandfather named it. Sun Yue didn't quite understand, but didn't dwell on it. Zhou Mu picked up his teacup and took a sip. I've considered the family office matter. The first step is to find an office location. The space needs to be in a top-tier office building located in the most central business district of Haiqing. It doesn't have to be large, but must be impressive. Sun Yue took out a notebook from her bag and opened it, writing down everything Zhou Mu had just said. What about the budget? No limits, you can handle it as you see fit. He paused. Then there's the company registration hiring. But that's all for later. Just complete the first step for now. Sun Yue nodded. Got it. Zhou Mu took out a bank card from the drawer, placed it on the table, and slid it towards Sun Yue. There is 1 million in here, which is your operational budget. All expenses for the location, decoration, registration, and your salary will come from this. If it's not enough later, just let me know. Sun Yue looked down at the card, silent for 2 seconds. Brother Mu, you're just giving me 1 million like this. Aren't you afraid you'll run off with it? Zhou Mu smiled lightly. If you think you are only worth that 1 million, then if you run away, so be it. Sun Yue lowered her eyelashes and solemnly put the bank card into her bag. Brother Mu, I will do my best. Zhou Mu nodded, slightly preparing to say something else, when suddenly his phone received a message from Wen He. Someone is checking your funding sources through my channels. I blocked them, but the other party is quite significant.